Rabbit said Commoner Rabbit greets the great hero, His Excellency Duke Grid. Lowell questioned who is he? You said that he knows the answer to my worries. Grid said he was second in command at the Marrow Company and was the person responsible for leading them to become the greatest company in the North. He has amazing skills as a merchant. Because of the corruption in the company, he was imprisoned in Winston, but I requested my father-in-law for a special exemption. Grid thought my impression of him has changed a bit, but I have not forgotten that he does things through any means necessary for the company. Grid said for someone that was imprisoned you look quite well. Rabbit thought from his gestures to his appearance, he's like a completely different person now. What an astonishing change. Rabbit said I came with Euphemina, thanks to the petitions of the Winston residents. Marquis Stein was generous enough to provide me with certain amenities. Your Excellency is radiating the aura of someone who has climbed the top as an absolute ruler. I can't help but think that I underestimated you, Your Excellency. Grid said you can stop trying to butter me up now. Do you remember telling me that you would make me rich? Rabbit replied I will follow you with pleasure. I guess I should dream to become the second richest man now. Grid said I don't really want to give you a monthly allowance to maintain appearances, but you would need a title. You told me that I should not sell titles to users, but it should be fine in this case, right? Lowell thought Sir Grid's personal connections have never caused any harm. I think it will be alright. If you wish for him to become your vassal, place a sword on his shoulder and declare it as such. Grid said then from this moment on, you are a Viscount of the Etnal Kingdom, but since I am the one giving you a salary, you have to be loyal only to me. Grid thought I did not think Rabbit would have this ability. It really was good idea to bring him along. Rabbit said then would it be alright if I gave my suggestions right away? On my way here, I looked throughout Raiden. Although the recultivation process was amazing, I felt that it was excessive. Lowell said we have to first raise the economy of this land. Rabbit replied there is a limited amount of crops that we can cultivate in this hot climate. This means that Raiden is not suitable to become a farming city. Even if we reduce the scope of the farmland to a third of what it is now, it will be plenty to feed 20,000 citizens, and because these crops have a high rotation rate, it means that it can be acquired anywhere. This is not a competitive product. Lowell said Raiden's only advantage is its vast amount of land. Lowell told Grid he does not even know something basic. Are you certain that he's a good merchant? Grid replied I think it might be faster for you to check yourself. Lowell shocked. Cool-headed rank A+, detection A+, administration S, business acumen S+, great merchant's wisdom SS. Lowell thought even Winston, the second biggest city in the north, only has an administrator with a B rank ability. How did Grid find this talent? Grid thought as expected he was a named level NPC. His skills are so outstanding to the point that I'm getting a headache on whether to use him as an administrator or a merchant. Lowell said I can't help but admit it. I will go out into the field to appoint Rabbit as the administrator. Grid said but you can do administrative work as well. Would not it be better to leave Rabbit to create a Raiden affiliated company? Lowell said I don't have the administration skill. Having the administration skill makes a world of difference in terms of how fast a city develops. Furthermore, one of the duties of an administrator is diplomacy, so Rabbit's talents as a merchant will be expressed in it. Rabbit said and one more thing, to create the goods that we will export, we will need alchemy facility as well. There is a vast amount of resources around us. Lowell questioned what is there a vast amount of? Rabbit said what else do we have a vast amount of in Raiden other than sand? We just have to sell sand. If it's the Saharan Empire's Bhutan barony, we can sell it. Lowell questioned why would they purchase desert sand? Unless they went completely insane. Rabbit said that's why we will make it so they have no other choice but to buy it. Mr. Khan, you said that you were nearing 70, right? I wonders if it's because of your profession as a blacksmith, but you look healthy for a man nearing 70. Even when compared to the other vacation spots in the empire, the Bhutan barony is a region often visited by the wealthy and the nobles. They must all have different things that interest them, but health should be something they all have in common. The reason that Raiden's commoners were able to survive in this wasteland for the past decade, we will spread rumors that it was thanks to this sand. The higher the price, the more credible we will be, and then it will become a luxury good. Mr. Khan, who is still very vigorous, will be an amazing model for it. We will just scoop it up and sell it as the luxury medicine for long life. Lowell wonders who would buy that. Is there really nothing wrong with him? 1 month later, Grid excited said we hit the jackpot. The luxury medicine for long life. Lowell said even though it's selling well at the nonsensical price of 3 gold per 10 grams, are you sure this won't become an issue later? Rabbit said it will be alright. It is a small amount of money for the wealthy, and since they can't pinpoint how long a person will live, there is no proof that it is a fraud. Lowell thought he was able to earn nearly 800 gold in a month with this method. Even thought it is extremely small earnings for a great city. The net profit is close to 99.99%. Wealthy merchant my ass, he's just a foul swindler. Lowell said but eventually, people will find out that it's just sand. Then other people will try to sell Raiden sand as well. Rabbit said I don't believe that. Do you think that there is some ridiculous person who would thoughtlessly sell sand, other than us? Even if there is someone, they will quickly realize how futile that is. Muto the merchant ranking first place, operating a small-scale company. He said, "What is this place? I spent a lot of money on these level 200 escorts, but we've been on the verge of wiping out ever since we crossed over to Raiden. Recently, the sales rate of the tourist products delivered to the Bhutan barony dropped sharply. But the cause that was the luxury medicine for long life, that was just packaged dessert sand. I don't know who it was, but it was an amazing idea. Was there a merchant this skilled in Raiden? We already suffered a lot because we lost all of the escorts. I have no other choice but to take this small amount of sand to at least earn a bit. But end up, the store told him, how dare you try to scam me? The luxury medicine for long life is collected from the central region of Raiden. You are missing the seal that certifies that it is from that area. How dare you try to scam me with this worthless sand? We are going to stop doing business with the Muto company from now on." Muto thought, it's a failure. They set this whole thing up just to sell sand. I just unnecessarily lost a place to do business. But as a merchant, it is a genius idea. Who is the person that came up with this? Back to Grid, Lal said, a glass bottle as the seal of certification? I can't believe you thought that far. Who in the world are you really? Grid said, but we are still in a deficit. We are still severely lacking in facilities and the number of people is still the same, and I've been constantly making equipment to increase our supply. So I have no income either. Lal said, don't get stuck on the temporary loss and think of it as an investment for the future. Anyways, Khan is getting more and more rejuvenated by the day. Raiden really might be an area that increases vitality. He's just a special case. And how much of the medicine did we sell? Lal replied, this month we made 1,230 gold. Grid said, we are still not able to make 25% of the salary that Rabbit should earn. Grid thought, from the monthly allowance that Rabbit receives as a viscount and his income as an administrator, he receives around 6,000 gold. It is the reason our fiscal recovery is slow. If you look at how he makes sure to receive his monthly wage even though he swore loyalty to me, he's really exhausting. Grid questioned, but what is this? Why is this so tasty? Lal said, it's the rainbow potato that we are cultivating right now. Soon, we will be able to export this as well. Thanks to the water veins that Mr. Piro discovered as well as the farming equipment you made, the land was improved and the food shortage was solved because the vegetables started to grow well. The dust from the desert and cases of endemic diseases have been decreasing. Through these crops, we are improving the life of our citizens as well. It's proof that the city is recovering. Grid said, because I was so busy that I was not able to leave here. It does not feel real. Life gradually started to come back into Raiden, like everyone wished for. Thanks to the Overgeared guild, monsters were no longer able to threaten Raiden. And thanks to Jude, we had a small, but powerful army growing. At the blacksmith, thanks to Khan, talented blacksmiths were being trained, and Euphemina helped out quite a bit in various ways with her copied skills. Baron's Lord Jishuka showed exceptional performance by progressing through the Forest Guardian raid and the Frost Orc subjugation. Thanks to that, the guild storage was filled with various minerals and we had enough sylphid scales to make hooded zip-up for all Overgeared guild members. Grid thought, yeah, let's not worry about the immediate profit to be made. We have to slowly take steps towards the future. We will recover the West starting with Raiden, and if we gain ground on the king, we can make plenty of money. Back to reality, Grid questioned, are you guys peeling garlic? Let me help. Grid's dad said, this is our work. You are busy with your own work. You should rest. Grid said, not at all. What else would you ask your son for help with? I am doing this because I want to help. Grid's dad questioned, are you going somewhere? Grid replied, where would I go? What kind of misunderstanding is this? This is for sale, right? Grid thought, even if the outer skin of the garlic is hard, the inner skin is thin, so it's difficult to peel. I have to use my fingers like a lever and properly manage my strength so the inside does not get damage. Grid said, nowadays, people don't buy garlic unless it's peeled, right? Things that require a lot of work should be sold for more. Grid's mom questioned, since when were you that good with your hands? You used to take months to peel even a single one. You just sat down, but you almost peeled as much as your father in an instant. Your father has worked for decades in a vegetable store. Grid thought, it really did used to take me a long time. What's going on? The only thing I did was work with my hands like how I would at the smithy. Is this influence from the dexterity stat? Things from Satisfy can have an influence on the real world? Soon. Grid wonders, I can't believe the dexterity stat from inside the game is affecting me in real life. I remember hearing stories about people improving their swordsmanship after practicing it in Satisfy. That means, my skills with my hands in real life as well? I have over 2 million members in my fan cafe now. I can clearly see the effects of raising my fame as the first user who became a duke. I can't believe people all around the world are curious and interested in me. Regardless of the actual number, I am just happy for each person that has an interest in me. Noe's fan cafe has 2.75 million members? I am going to go crazy. Now let's think of this in a good way. Since I am his master, my popularity will rise as well. Satisfy news. An expert's analysis. The ignorant Grid knows nothing about his pet. A pet is something that changes forms and becomes stronger the higher its level. However, Grid thought, what you mean I know nothing about my pet? What kind of ridiculous shit is this? When Grid clicked in, it continued. Noe's appearance has not changed since the international competition. I believe that Grid was not able to properly nurture Noe. The reason is probably because he was too busy filming commercials and appearing on broadcasts that his time spent in Satisfy decreased. Therefore, we can deduce that Grid's understanding of the highest grade pet is extremely low. In the case of normal pets, their loyalty drops the longer they are away from their master. If it drops enough, the pet returns to their wild state. Because of that, in situations where you are not able to be with the pet, such as logging out, you store the pet in the inventory to prevent this. But in this case of highest grade pets, such as the wyvern, their loyalty does not decrease that easily even if they are separated from their master. In other words, wyverns are allowed to be essentially free. Because of that, when you nurture a wyvern, you often leave the wyvern to hunt alone to raise its levels. Doing this is essentially common sense. Noe is a pet that exceeds a wyvern. It also means that Noe has the right to enjoy a higher level of freedom. Therefore, not allowing Noe, a highest grade pet, to move alone is insulting to Noe. Grid does not have the right to be the master of a highest grade pet. Grid thought I did not bring him out on purpose because I did not want to share EXP with him, but a highest grade pet does not lose loyalty easily and can grow by themselves? My understanding of pets really was horrible. It was a good thing I read it. Other than the times I was feeding him, I kept him in my inventory. It must have been suffocating. I am thankful that you taught me, but this is a separate matter. Insulting me is the same as insulting the Overgeared Guild. I am not going to let you off the hook so easily. Everything that the author said came out of his ass. I know him personally. Soon, Noe said the strongest demonic beast in hell. It's Noe. Is it time to eat? Grid thought his level rose quite a bit when we defeated the ancient weapon, but he's still level 35. Grid said this place is called Raiden. It's filled with tasty monsters. If you find anything strange while wandering around, you have to report it to me. It's alright to eat as many monsters as you want, but make sure you don't cause harm to humans. Noe questioned, don't tell me. Grid said, fly around as much as you want. Come back when I call you though. Noe cried and said, is Noe free? Can I really fly around as much as I want? Soon a small black creature flew around the skies of the growing Raiden. Sometime in the future, this day will be known as the historic day in which Raiden's guardian angel first revealed itself to the citizens. Location ABC capsule room. Seihi said, even though we only do it 3 times a week, it's hard since we have to do it secretly. I guess it can't be helped since all sorts of media are following us after the battle at Reinhardt. Yerum said, but today was really fun. Seihi said, yeah, I got used to my new skill, so it was really fun. I am already level 70 and you are level 51, right? Is it because of the equipment Oppa gave us? Yerum said, since our class synergy is good we are able to do a lot despite being low level. Since we have an advantageous start, Grid Oppa said we should quickly level up and help me. 3 gangster appeared. One of them said, I knew it. You guys are Ruby and sexy high school girl. Are you guys going home? It's not even 10 yet. Why don't you popular ladies play games with us as well? Grid said, I was worried that you might get involved with people like this because of your popularity. I came out just in case, but it really did happen. Step away from them or I will call the police. Next second, Grid's phone out of battery. The gangster head said, well, if it is not Grid, the lucky bastard who got a great class and is doing whatever the fuck he wants in game, are Jishuka and Yura not enough for you? You should act your age. Grid thought we went to this capsule room on purpose because my face was well known, but because of that there's no one else around here. It could not be worse. A gangster said, we are not committing any crimes or anything. We just wanted to talk a bit. Is there a problem? Seeing the situation, Grid warned and said, you bastard, I will kill you. The gangster laughed and said, what do you mean kill? Stories about what happened to you when you were in school are all over the internet. Can you even hit people? Another gangster said, you are earning so much money thanks to your popularity. If you are a famous person, you should just consider attention like this as a positive. Why are you so sensitive? Why don't you try that Pagma sword bullshit? Grid thought, damn it, can I even take down one of them? Then Grid was curious about his punch work. He wonders, his fist definitely looks slow to me. It's the same feeling that I got when I was peeling the garlic yesterday. It's different from how I swing my sword, but the muscles that I use are the same. Would my upper body movement get faster if I focus my strength into my thighs and hips? Let's try it. Think of my fingertips as a sword. Just like what Piero said. Grid noticed it's worked. It's still weak, but my visual acuity got better as well. I can clearly see it. The pleasant feeling I got when I pushed my body to the extreme on Cork Island. I started training to experience that feeling again, and it's now supporting my muscles. Another gangster said, he's strong. More that, he's tough. Grid said, what are you doing? You are not going to bring it? Grid thought I got stronger in reality as well. If I try remember the feeling I had when I was Grid, he thought it's possible. The footwork of Pagma's sword dance has transferred over too. Next second, he felt headache. He wondered, is it my limit? Is my real body unable to endure Pagma's techniques or was it my delusions? Those gangsters start to keep on punching on Grid. Yerim stepped in with multiple kick and said, don't look down on a 3rd Dan Taekwondo practitioner's kicks. It's especially easy to break the noses of idiots like you guys. I reported it already and people are gathering here as well. Do you guys want to talk? After the gangster left, Grid said, if you are a 3rd Dan Taekwondo practitioner you should have stepped out earlier. Why were you just watching? That's too mean. Yerim said, should someone younger really be stepping into a fight between adults? Anyways, you were cool. It was quite amazing. Grid wonders, I thought that I was inside of the game, but I am were my movements from before because I trained a bit? There's no way that my sense in game and in real life are connected. Grid said, I will borrow your shoulders, and you two are not allowed to go to the capsule room anymore. As expected, I should have bought capsules for both of you. He questioned Yerim, what are you doing? Help me out a bit. Yerim said, Oppa, you really are amazing. Soon, this is Satisfied Daily. Today, we are going to be discussing the Overgeared Guild, which has been a hot topic recently. In the stagnant top 100 of the overall unified rankings, all of the members of the Overgeared Guild have been increasing their rankings at an unprecedented speed. They've raised their rankings by around 10 and have landed themselves all throughout the 40s, correct? It is a cataclysmic change, of course. The top 7 have been firmly protecting their rank. It is speculated that the Overgeared Guild's fast leveling speed is due to them hunting the strong monsters in the West. I heard that a party of rankers who are all at least level 280 is needed to take it on. But because of the monsters, we can assume that there are hardly any users that want to go to Raiden, so essentially, their population inflow is non-existent. Duke Grid must be having a lot of trouble. Back to Grid, he wonders, cataclysmic change my ass. It's more strange that they are not able to break into the top 7 with my equipment, but we've definitely reaped the rewards of this dangerous hunting ground. Has it been 4 months since I came here? Since Tobin has caught up as well, the former Zadaka guild members are all level 300 now. Now there are only 3 things that I have to do. Class Advancement Quest, Povranium and Piero's Revenge. Minor question, so how long are you going to make me stand here? Grid said, I will send some guards with you, so go explore the west to see if there are golem labyrinths there. Minor replied, guards? You must be talking about those people who are there to keep an eye on me. Grid said, look at the way you are talking right now. I said that I would give you freedom if you sincerely swore loyalty to me. Minor replied, if you want the loyalty of a genius like me, you have to at least be the king of a kingdom. Grid thought, the skill Diamond in the Rough, is it trying to say that he has a talent that I can't tie down? Diamond in the Rough, rating SS. Because of his outstanding talent, his abilities will be discovered even if he tries to hide them. He is destined to be endlessly scouted by others. Because he is easily tempted, he inevitably betrays people as easily as breathing. His stat growth rate is extremely fast and he is full of himself. Grid said, I will remember those words. Anyways, hurry up and leave. Grid thought, since even Yura does not know where the first apostle is, the class advancement quest will be difficult. So it'd probably be for the best to start with Piero's Revenge. The 30 blacksmiths that Khan trained will keep making supplies, and if I produce the 5 pieces of equipment that were requested by the guild members that have done third advancement, I am basically done as well. It's finally time to create what I've been preparing for a while now. Footwear designed by a legendary blacksmith. It boasts overwhelming defense, but it is so heavy that it severely restricts movement. The main material is steel, and I mixed blue orichalcum into it to create a pair of heavy boots that are stronger and harder. I considered Piero's advice to create the first new item that I've made in a while with a creation skill. It has less utility than Brahm's boots, but despite it being a pair of boots, it has exceptional defense. It's close to 2/3 of a full set of armor of the same rating. Even though the slow movement speed is a flaw, it is good synergy with a great sword. I don't have a skill that charges in either, and since my style is to hit and get hit, it's an item customized for me. Because I've produced over 600 items in the last 4 months, my dexterity stat is in the 3000s right now. I am slowly getting close to the legendary blacksmith. I feel pride in my work. From this point on, I can put my name on the items I make with creation. Grid's boots. Back to Damien. He said, that's why I said that we have to seal Lethal's spear. Why do you keep pushing yourself? Orders are not more important than your life, right, Isabel? Damien thought white transformation is a skill in the 3 divine artifacts of the Rebecca Church that allows the wielder to borrow strength from the goddess. This skill is one that allows you to receive immense power, but also one that eats away at your lifespan because of the burden on the body. But because Lethal's spear was unsealed, Isabel has fallen into white transformation and is slowly dying. She's lost her sense of hearing as well now. She can't even hear my voice anymore. She just barely turned 18. Pascal came in and said, how long are you going to cling to that tool? 1 year after the death of Drevigo, Pascal, with the support of his father, has been aiming for the position of the Pope, which is vacant. Pascal's father is an individual who was a Viscount of the Saharan Empire and became an earl after his son rose to the seat of the 11th leader. It is a situation where the largest religious group in the West is about to fall into the Empire's hands. Furthermore, when the 5th Pope Franz sealed the divine artifacts in a moment of sympathy, He was the one that convinced the elders that the Rebecca Church's congregation had become weaker. He is also blocking the resealing of Lethal Spear. Damien thought Isabel is dying in the sky. Damien said, I have warned you countless times to not treat Rebecca's daughters as tools, have I not? Pascal said they are tools which have been nurtured for the sole purpose of using their lifespan in order to wield the Rebecca Church's divine artifacts. Don't get so caught up in such useless sympathy. You will only make it harder for yourself. While I do respect our fifth Pope Franz, his decision to seal the divine artifacts out of pity for the tools was the reason for the Rebecca Church's decline. A decision has been made to find Pagma's successor and to request him to unseal the other two divine artifacts as well. Damien said Rebecca's daughters are not tools. They have continuously used their powers for the Rebecca Church. Your attitude, Goddess Rebecca, will not forgive that either. I will never acknowledge you. I will destroy the rotten perception of the elders. I will become the Pope, for Isabel, Rin, and Luna. System alerted, the quest become the Pope SS has been accepted. Pascal, currently the strongest Pope candidate, is planning on using the Rebecca Church as a political tool. You, the Goddess Proxy, must stop Pascal's ambition. Clear conditions: become the Pope in the election that will happen after 3 months. Clear rewards: second-class Pope will be acquired. Pascal thought, this brat, since when did he have that much divine power? Is this the power of the Goddess Proxy? Pascal said, it is laughable, but I will respect it, since you, the Goddess Proxy, have the right to be a candidate as well. But more than half of the other Pope candidates that have the right to vote are on my side. I hope that you will realize with this experience that your reckless foolishness is, in the end, just senselessness. Isabel, this is an order. A Yatan temple was discovered on the outskirts of a village named Kent. The village is located in the Empire. Go take care of it. Can you not hear me? Since your eyes are still working, I should give you a written order from the elders. Damien questioned, what are you doing right now? Pascal said, I am just using as much of her white transformation state before her lifespan runs out. Although, we already do have a replacement ready to take her place once her lifespan runs out. Damien said, you cursed bastard. I will do it. I will take care of all of the missions that are assigned to Isabel from this point on. Pascal said, going against the decree of the elders who are acting in place of the Pope is essentially the same as going against the Pope. Damien said, I am the Goddess Proxy. If you want to argue about it, am I not the more appropriate replacement to act in place of the Pope? Pascal thought, if this brat wants to go to the front lines himself, it works out better for me. Pascal said, then do as you wish, but you will have to do it properly. If you collapse from exhaustion, those responsibilities will once again be returned to Isabel. Back to grid. System alerted, witness of God's weapon legendary Blacksmith's craftsmanship level 5 has increased the produced item stats by 19%. Grid said, if it's this much I think it went well, even though I've made no legendary despite making over 630 items in the past 4 months. This is already my 5th unique item. Because of something special that occurs every time I produce 5 legendary items. The stats that I receive when I create items got nerfed. I made 8 legendary up to now. I don't know what kind of nerf I will receive when I make 10 in total. If I think about consistent performance, creating unique is better than legendary as it really pressures me. Grid thought, of course I am not making things like legendary because I don't want to get nerfed again. A blacksmith said, Duke, Grid's items are a work of art as always. The level of completeness is astounding. Grid thought it's still too much for low-level blacksmiths to understand my work, but they are growing faster than I thought they would. It's probably thanks to Khan's nurturing. At least 6 of them will become advanced level blacksmiths and be a huge help to me, and since I have the blacksmith's affection skill, it's not an over-exaggeration to say so. But anyways, I have to enhance this next, and since I have to use the Grid's boots for a long time until the set I complete, I want to aim for a high-level enhancement. Thanks to the increased item enhancement probability skill, there are not any worries about enhancing, but the price of the enhancement stones increases multiplicatively, so it costs around $800,000 to enhance each item up to +8. The news said that the demand for enhancement from high-level users who have stopped leveling up as quickly has increased drastically. There's a need to have a stock of those in case the drop rate for enhancement stones does not go up. A blacksmith said, while we are producing boots and gauntlets to supply the soldiers, we can't help but think our works are worthless compared to your works, Duke Grid. If it is not too much of a bother, could you please teach us so we can at least imitate you? Grid thought, that's awkward. They are already receiving teachings from Khan. If I step in here, Khan said, don't mind me and teach them. They are young that are just getting started, like you back then. Grid said, then I will also create the boots that all of you have been making as supplies, so watch carefully to understand how I craft things. Back to Damien, he told Isabel, I will be back. Take care of yourself. I am strong, I will protect you no matter what. Do you remember the person that brought upon divine punishment to Drevigo when no one could have handled him and in turn saved the Rebecca Church? It was also thanks to him that I advanced into the Goddess Proxy, and he is also the only person that can seal Lethal Spear. The destination is Kent. It is on the eastern side of the Empire, but it also looks like it's fairly close to the western side of the Ethnal Kingdom. Back to Grid, A blacksmith said, Duke Grid, you are really amazing. I can't believe you made this amazing work so easily. Low-end steel boots legendary. Grid thought, I can only produce one more legendary item before something special happens again because of this? The highest rating on trash? In the countless stories of satisfied the determination of one man, birthed a new story, a story written by him and another protagonist. To the sole person that we can rely on right now, to him. The legendary blacksmith. Soon, Grid said, I can't believe it's legendary low-end steel boots. I am so unlucky. Since the Knights of the Empire are apparently really strong, I should be preparing for it, but I don't have much money. I already used most of the materials in the guild storage, and the money that I was awarded for the golem invasion has already been used as the guild funds. I already sold the majority of my stuff a long time ago to build my building, but I can't believe there's only 20,000 gold left. No matter how many times I sort my inventory, I can't find anything that I can sell. Oh, could this be sold? Goddess's essence, even though I don't know what it's for since my appraisal skill did not work on it either. Since it was dropped by Drevigo, it should be worth quite a bit. I guess only he might know? Rabbit said, as a merchant I am confident in my ability to at least be knowledgeable about the majority of goods, but even I have no idea what this might be. Grid questioned, but can you sell this? Rabbit said, since this is an object filled with the goddess's divine power, I suggest that we don't carelessly sell it. Grid said, I need money for enhancement stones. Thought, shit. Rabbit said, I do have something to show you though. Grid questioned, is this the map we've been working on for the past 4 months? The western desert really is enormous. Rabbit said, it is. It also means that if we are able to restore the desert by exterminating the giant worms, Duke Grid will be able to accomplish an achievement that is comparable to feats done by the founder and supreme ruler of the north, King Lauren. According to the imprisoned administrator, there is a yellow mithril mine over here. We also believe that the villages we discovered south of the Hebund River are mining towns. Do you remember how you invested half of the guild funds into an alchemy facility at my request? If we are able to develop synergy between the alchemy facility and your excellency's blacksmiths, we can develop Raiden into the second Tolima. Grid question, Tolima? The dwarf city that supposedly has an abundance of all sorts of armor? Are not humans not allowed into that place because it is inside Flame Dragon Traka's territory, and does not alchemy require expensive materials despite it having a low success rate? I just said that I am lacking in money to buy enhancement stones, so why are you talking about unrelated things? Rabbit thought, as a lord you should not show too much interest in anything, even for enticing plans, but he leaves his trusted subordinates in their own area. It's the ideal configuration for a monarch. Rabbit said, the base material for fairy dust which greatly increases the success rate of alchemy is yellow mithril. Grid questions, so why do you keep bringing up alchemy? Rabbit replied, because we can create it through alchemy. The enhancement stones. Grid questioned, are not enhancement stones only dropped by boss monster? Rabbit said, it can be made through alchemy. The probability of successfully producing it is atrocious, but it becomes a completely different story if we have yellow mithril. Grid said, then we should reacquire the territory right away. You said that it was south of the Hebund River, right? Rabbit said, but the only problem is that the expeditionary for we sent to explore the mines withdrew after getting beat by a monster there. Grid said, well, we already knew the monsters here were rather strong. We just have to send the Overgeared guild. Rabbit said the expeditionary force that withdrew was the Overgeared guild. Grid thought the Overgeared guild has all of its members in the top 40s on the overall unified rankings. They even finished their third advancements, yet they withdrew. Some time ago, Rigas has just finished his third advancement into Asura and wanted to spar, stating it was a revenge match for the international competition. But even at that time he was strong enough to almost activate my immortal passive, even though I was barely able to win, thanks to training the basics. Rabbit said the strength of the monsters in the West transcends imagination, so that's why I recommend. Grid said, I know what you are trying to say. You are saying it's time for me to go, right? I will depart immediately. Soon. Grid said, doppelganger? The reason you guys withdrew was because of that monster. Pan said, yeah. It's a monster that transforms into its target and copies their appearance and skill, because it copied someone that is much stronger than us. We are no match for it at all. Riga said it uses a sword as big as Dane's life while also being as fast and as strong as you. Its swordsmanship was also leagues better than yours. Grid thought the entire Overgeared guild faced it but got pushed back. Is it something on the level of Helgao at its full strength? Piero said, I will accompany you as well. Grid said, you've gotten yourself cleaned up in the time that I have not seen you. It can't be more perfect if you are joining me. Ventnor questioned, why bring a farmer? Does not he have a lot more things to do in the territory? Lowell thought, yeah, Mr. Piero was not only a farmer, he's also a geomancer. Is he planning on using him to help explore the territory? He's become so wise. There have been a lot of people downplaying Grid's strength since a lot of others have finished their third advancement, but they are all wrong. Grid is constantly growing. Grid said it's been a while since we've adventured. Soon, when faced giant worm, Grid thought Rigas is stronger than when we last fought. After getting completely used to Asura, a third advancement class, His fighting power has practically doubled in the others as well. Even though I also have a skill that passively increases my attack power, when I activate said skill, the effect disappears. Pawn's strong despite the fact his stats and gear are worse than mine. I can feel the difference between a third advancement combat class user that has weapon mastery passives and me. Lowell said, Grid, there are basilisks on our flank. They are the strongest monsters in this area. It's hard for us to avoid their petrification attack because the desert sand restrains our movements. We should follow the plan and take a detour. Stat Awakening It is a system that improves the stat's inherent function every 100 levels. To give an example, each time a user in the 200s improves their strength by 1, their attack power increases by 0.3 while their health increases by 7. But a user in the 300s would get an increase of 0.4 and 9. Because of that, it would not be odd if the Overgeared guild members, who passed level 300, had way higher stats compared to Grid, who is level 275. But because of his negative level, item production and all sorts of titles, Grid's stats were incomparably higher compared to the other Overgeared guild members. The reason that Grid was relaxed despite confirming the growth of both Rigas and Pawn was because he was certain that the gap between them would widen immensely the moment he turned level 300. Because of that, he had no feeling of anxiety as he started to try out training. Pawn was shocked when Grid dodged the attack while doing a sword dance. Faker said, is it because of his new boots? His attacks are terrifyingly strong. Grid then said, shut up and help me. Piero said, honestly, there are still no signs of improvement. Vantner thought that farmer is out of his mind as well. Why did we bring him? Vantner said, 200 meters ahead, 2 field boss monsters appeared at the same time. Grid, countless desert toads are approaching us. They are about 800 meters behind us. We should momentarily change the battle line. Grid replied, what are you trying to drag this out for? Let's just go in and sweep them up. Soon, they finally at the upstream of the Hebund River. Pawn said, it's been 10 hours since we left Raiden. Vantner said, if we just used 2ROI's reconnaissance skill, we would have arrived a long time ago, but Grid just kept charging in. Grid said, we killed so many field bosses, yet we only got 2 pieces of epic equipment and 5 enhancement stones? Pawn replied, they are not on the same level as dungeon or quest bosses. But anyway, what in the world is with your stamina? Faker said, Grid, everyone's tired, and since stamina recovery is slow outdoors, we should rest now. Grid replied, then we should set up tents and prepare a meal. Grid said, we are going to rest for about 4 hours. I will take watch, so rest well. Faker questioned, should not you rest since you are the core of this raid? We can alternate between the 8 people who have high stamina. Vantner said, even though I trekked all day as well, I guess it's my fault for playing a tank. Lowell said, if it's only for 4 hours, what do you think about taking a watch, Mr. Piero? Since you did not participate in battle. Rigas said, we can't. How can we leave a farmer to stand watch in this dangerous place? Grid said, it will be fine. Like you guys said, he's not just a farmer, he's a legendary farmer. During night, Piero thought, entrusting everything to a comrade you believe in and sleeping. It reminds me of my time in the Red Knights, but anyways, our destination. The forest is not that far away now. That's quite the aura. Next day, Grid said, this is the mysterious forest, right? Where you guys withdrew. How is a bamboo forest like this able to be preserved without being affected by desertification? Lowell said, the doppelganger is blocking the movements of the monsters. Thanks to that, the mountain range and the mines behind here are also well preserved. System alerted, you have entered the mysterious forest. Your heart becomes at peace. Due to excessive feelings of tranquility, you are engulfed by a feeling of helplessness. Vantner said, this feeling again. It reminds me of bad memories. Grid questioned, are not you all just too sensitive? You guys already rested a lot. Faker said, it's not because of that. We were also confident before coming in here like you are now. Damn it, showed up. Grid thought, I've seen him before. On the murals, at Lauren's waterfall. Agma. My heart is pounding like crazy, my nervousness, my agitation. It is not because I am overwhelmed by his bloodlust. It's because of a sense of awe from my predecessor. It's instinct. I can't believe it was Padma's doppelganger. I can't believe a doppelganger that copied someone who died over 100 years ago still exists. Let's focus up. The only thing in front of me is an empty shell. Suddenly, doppelgangers attacked towards Grid. Grid thought, this destructive power greater than Helgao. Grid questioned Lowell, can doppelgangers perfectly copy their target's skills as well? Lowell said, if the target is stronger than itself, it can't. System alerted, +9 failures durability has been decreased by 3. Grid thought, I can't believe this is an incomplete copy of Padma's ability. I guess he's still the strongest swordsman after Muller? And it's also the first time that a weapon is damaging failure this quickly. Although his sword is getting damaged much faster than mine. Lowell said, but items that the doppelganger reproduces are exceptions. It's as tough as orichalcum, and since it's made from his body it can be regenerated. The weapon at least is stronger than the original. Grid thought, even then it probably would not be as strong as Padma's equipment. Damn it, failure is the result of over 2 years of hard work after having changed classes. Am I still far away from reaching Padma? Ventnor said, shit, I want to help, but because of the abnormal status condition. Pan said we can only hope for Grid to hang on until the doppelganger attacks us. But their swordsmanship styles, are not they a little too similar? Lowell said yes. That person is one of the 9 legends as well as Grid's predecessor Pagma. Lowell thought the Golem invasion eventually led to the meeting with Pagma's doppelganger. Lowell said it looks like the system arranged Raiden for Pagma's successor. Grid will change greatly through this battle. While Grid decided to face it on, Piero reminded calm down. Grid thought that was dangerous. If I started the sword dance, his great sword would have pierced my heart. Piero said the difference between you two is not that big. Why are you so withdrawn? If you know his swordsmanship, you should be able to easily handle it. Grid thought that's right, his swordsmanship is same. His footwork for stabs should be kill and slashes should be link. If I watch the movement of his feet, I will be able to know the next attack. Let's do it properly, like how Piero taught me. I should read his gaze and shoulder movement. The right. Tobin said it's the first time he dodged it. They start wonders he did it after hearing Piero's advice? Is he not just a farmer? Soon, they deal the same technique. Grid said this copycat bastard. Then what about a Grid original, transcended link? Doppelgangers cast revolve. Return the skill towards Grid. Grid thought I can't dodge this. I'm going to die. Piero stepped in. Grid thought he blocked my transcended link so easily. Piero said you can completely absorb that trifling copycat swordsmanship into your own. Fight again. From the top. Grid said damn it, if you are that strong, you should do it yourself. Anyway, you are saying that this is an opportunity to absorb Pagma's sword dance, right? Piero said a great sword is big and slow. Therefore, stabbing with a great sword is the height of simplicity. Everything that you see is all there is to it. Don't respond slowly by doing unnecessary calculations. If a stab misses, it means that an opening has appeared. That is your time to counterattack. Grid thought I have to make use of the boot's weight as much as I can to put all my weight into the tip of the blade. Grid wonders, can I really not make a scratch with just a basic attack and that unbelievable recovery speed? Piero blocked the attack and said, why do you think of your golden blades as tools as made solely for defense? If you can control it, use it as a weapon. Alright, from the top, once again, I'm going to train you until you are a match for me. Grid said so it was not for free. I retried it again and again. I would learn one thing, but then I'd be broken down by the second. Piero said a rising slash attack takes away half of your power because you have to fight against gravity. You probably came up with it in order to attack their blind spot, but it's a superficial convenience that does not fit that giant weapon. Again. Grid thought I learned one move after the other, a razor-sharp swordsmanship wherein a single mistake leads directly to death. When I finally learned the second, I was broken down by the third. But Piero saves me over and over again, until I am able to withstand it. Piero said if the power of your golden blades is weak, aim for the opponent's field of vision. Stabbing should be reserved for situations where you are able to take down your opponent for certain. However, greatswords are more appropriately used for slashing. Again. Soon, Toon said even if he has a good teacher with him, fighting for over half a day like that must be hell. Ventnor said yeah, even if it's Grid, his stamina will slowly reach its limit fighting a monster like that. Faker said it may be their 51st fight, but the rate at which he's growing is incredible. He's dodging all the critical attacks. At first, the battle was overwhelmingly in the favor of the doppelgangers, but now Grid is getting in some hits. Pon said and even if we wanted to jump in, it feels like he's using it as a practice partner, so we can't really help him. It's probably because of Piero who's behind him. He's the reason that Grid is getting stronger as well as the reason it's difficult to step in. I can't believe he was not just a farmer. Where did he find an NPC like that? Regas said the greatest NPC that teaches you swordsmanship and protects your life. I am jealous. Grid thought my stamina's hit rock bottom. I've been fighting it for half a day, but its health is still at 90%. Piero thought I should let him rest first. Piero told Regas, you have been keeping an eye on you. You've got potential. While Duke Grid rests, you will face this creature. Regas excited said, are you training me as well? I will gratefully accept. After a while, Piero said next. Piero thought hurry up and get strong enough to face me, youngers until the day that I become the Sword Saint. Doppelganger, unlike humans, it is a heteromorphic existence. It has steadfastly protected this forest for the past 100 years. It believed that this time would also be the same. After all, countless humans have invaded this forest before, but this time, it was different. It wanted to end it by killing them. But they would keep coming even after being knocked down, and amongst them, he was the most different. Is he half as powerful as him? It could not even remember. It did not know how long that man could last, but it had to protect this mysterious forest and beyond that hill to the only existence that did not abhor it, but instead respected it. To the fading memory of its only light, stab a kill that the original owner of this form used. If it's the same skill, I am faster. But he stopped the footwork for stabbing and shifted to the one for slashing. Grid said, how was that? You fell for it, didn't you? I am amazing, am I not? Grid thought I finally dropped his health below 20%. I can see the end. Piero thought the teacher secretly gets a grasp of the student's limits, and while a strong enemy breaks those limits, the perfect opponent makes you forget your limits. Like my teacher's sayings, that doppelganger is excellent learning material for Duke Grid. To think that it is leveling up the thick-headed Duke's skills so much. I am quite envious that he has a perfect opponent, but be careful Duke Grid. It's a perfect opponent because its teeth are sharp. The real fight should start now. Doppelganger cast Pinnacle. Grid unable to dodge and wonders, is it a targeted skill? It pierced even the holy light armor. Does that skill have an ignore defense effect? It's different from the other sword dances that proportionally do more additional damage effects instead of physical damage. Piero thought a skill that the Duke could not react to. The sword's path was a perfect line. It is the perfect expression of swordsmanship. A blacksmith that is also well versed in swordsmanship. Pagma. The more I see your sword, the more I want to face the real you. Grid said alright good. There were 7 Pagma's sword dance footworks that I learned through the murals. Even though it looks simple, it's difficult for others to replicate it. And even if they can't activate it. Because it is very intense and quite complicated, and I don't know if it's because I got a certain way, but my eyes are clear now. I can see it clearly. Your movement, let's finish it now, you monsters. I learned well. Now it's time for Pagma's successor. Piero thought with just the one time he saw it. Is this the power of Pagma's successor? System alerted, you have learned a new skill, Pagma's sword dance Pinnacle. You dance a sword dance that expresses a celestial war god. Deals 700% of your physical attack power to a target. This skill ignores 60 of the target's defense. Grid thought its power is in between Link and Kill, but the mana cost and cooldown are much lower than Kill. If something like this was on the murals, I would have used this a ton. And it's even a targeted skill. Due to that I will always deal damage. Doppelganger again reflected with Revolve. Piero said that imbecile, he's going to get hit by something he's already learned. Then Grid cast Revolve. Piero thought, reflecting the reflected attack, and with perfect timing. Has he gone beyond the level of solely focusing on controlling his body and started predicting the opponent's movements? Piero said it's time to settle it, don't stop your sword. Grid cast Linked Kill. Doppelganger thought her laugh, I can't remember it, but I miss it, the sound of your laugh. Have you been well? System alerted, your stamina has been depleted, your stamina has fallen to 0, you cannot move. Each of the Overgeared guild members tasted defeat at least 10 times. Grid lost 82 times. They finally attained victory after a combined time foe 23 hours and 21 minutes. System alerted, you have defeated the mysterious forest doppelganger that has existed for 153 years. A new dawn has come for them as they have broken past their limits. Overgeared members said, Grid, that was awesome. You are really amazing. Grid said, I think I'm going to die, my stamina at rock bottom. Riga said, eat a potato as soon as you can. It will help. Piero thought, it's unfortunate that I was not alive during Muller and Pagma's era, but I am living in the same era as the person that inherited Pagma's power. The only person that can lead me to the realm of the Sword Saint is you. Duke Grid. Grid said, I can't believe this is the true form of that strong monster. But it still is not dead? It's squirming. Lowell said it only lost the copied format. If we suppress it, its abilities and intelligence will be massively degraded, so it is no different from being dead. Grid questioned, we don't have to kill it? Lowell said its power is worth using. Why don't we leave it to recover first? Grid said, then I should check the rewards. 6,300 gold, 8.5 million EXP and around 40 enhancement stones, and Guardian's necklace, Guardian's bracelet, both are unique. An accessory that was formed from a piece of the mysterious forest doppelganger. It gifts the wearer strong will and defense. Grid thought it has defense comparable to level 300 heavy gloves and boots. It's essentially equivalent to equipping another piece of armor, but it's just that it has no attribute resistance. Why does it have to have the indomitable stat of all things? Indomitable, there is a certain probability of invalidating a portion of incoming damage. The lower your health, the higher the probability. The effects increase with a higher number. Stat points cannot be distributed to the stat. Grid thought those are disappointing effects. Even though my indomitable stat is 900, I have not seen the benefit of it. But since blacksmiths can't make accessories, I am grateful for even this. Grid question, can I have these? Tobin said, I don't think anyone else is interested in it, and you contributed the most to this raid, so feel free to take it. Doppelganger's Great Sword, Legendary. A great sword which the mysterious forest doppelganger copied along with its body. It has copied the work of the legendary blacksmith Pagma, but its power cannot be compared to Pagma's work. Pon said it has outstanding performance. It's amazing. Grid thought it really is great, especially the effect that increases the power of my skills by 20%, but it's not as good as failure, so it's worthless. Pon said, but there's no one who can use it. There are not great sword users in the Overgeared guild, right? Toon said, I did try it before, but the most I could do was just swing it. Lowell questioned, why you don't try it? Grid. The two-sword style. Grid questioned, are you talking about dual wielding? Lowell said, can't you use all weapons? You have enough strength for it too. Grid replied, but if I lift two heavy weapons like that I will be pulled down to ground and won't be able to swing. Lowell said it might be possible if you learn from Toon, who uses 2 claws, and Piero. If we look at how your skills improved by leaps and bounds in this raid, you have potential beyond our imagination. Piero said a 2-sword style with great swords. It's theoretically impossible, but it might be different if it's Pagma's successor. Alright, let's try it. Grid thought a sword dance that his failures attack power multiplied with the doppelganger great sword. It's amazing just thinking about it. But it's a bit too much to take all the items that we earned together in a raid. Riga said, look at him thinking again. In the first place, you are the only one that can wield a great sword. While we can sell it and split the money, we can't hand over legendary equipment to other rankers. Pons said, and if it's you, you can do it. Stop worrying about us and challenge yourself. Grid thought expectations and support, I am not used to it. They are really good people. Afterward, Faker said, we are quite deep in the forest, but I don't sense anything. ROI said it's because the doppelganger was completely preventing any human from trespassing into the forest. My lord, in front of us is a cabin? Was this not a forest where no humans were allowed to enter? How did it? Vantner said, if it's strange, you have to enter it. It looks like a place where someone used to live. Let's look around. This old storage box, is not it suspicious that it's locked? Let's break it and check what's inside. System alerted, but nothing happened. Vantner questioned, what was that? Is there something wrong with me? This kind of box? Lowell said, no, I think it's locked by the system. It looks like we need a key. Grid said, it must be treasure. Get out of the way, I will try it. This is the master key that I made? Alright. Grid said, what? It's just a book. It looks like a diary. It's a kid's handwriting. Lowell said, it starts in the 259th year of the royal calendar, which is a diary from 146 years ago. Faker said, since everyone needs to rest as well, why don't you read it? Grid start to read. June 2nd, because this time of the year is when moon grapes are perfectly ripe. I went to collect berries at the forest near the entrance of the village. This one's going to be really sour. I like these, but daddy will have a frown on his face when he eats it. Right then I met a grandma in the forest. I think I caught a glimpse of her before at the market, but she was really surprised after seeing me. I tried to talk with her, but she ran away immediately. I wonder, is she unable to talk? When I told daddy, he told me that there are scary monster in the forest, so I should never go near it. But if that grandma was a monster and she ran away after seeing me, am I the scarier one? July 2nd, I came back after giving the grandma-like monster that I met yesterday rye bread with moon grapes in it. I wonder if she enjoyed it? 259 year of the royal calendar, July 25th. Today she did not run away and kept watching me while I gathered firewood. I caught her yawning. 259th year of the royal calendar, December 20th. It's almost time for a lot of snow to fall. You are still in summer clothes. I will get in trouble for it, so I will tell daddy that I lost it. Don't we look like sisters now that you are wearing my scarf? My amazing friend can transform into people they've seen. It's warm, right, Randy? I named them Randy since it's similar to my name Wendy. I taught them words little by little and they were great at copying them. Randy is quite smart. Daddy tried to chase out Randy with arrows when he first met them, but could not do it after seeing them say hi while smiling. Ever since he taught Randy how to hunt, Randy has been bringing boars back every day. It's always been difficult to gather food and survive during winter, but I was really happy this winter since I spent it with Randy. Pon said, looks like the kid named Randy is the doppelganger. I can't imagine it. Is Randy really the same doppelganger that fought us? The diary continued. 270th year of the royal calendar, May 24th. It is my 16th birthday. It's a relief every day since we are not starving. And there is not anything really special about my birthday, but it looks like Randy wanted to do something for me despite the fact it's harder to hunt because there are fewer mountain beasts now, but there was a problem. It was because of a single deer. It looks like the deer that the villagers shot was also the same deer that Randy was hunting. I tried to clear up the misunderstanding but got hit by the furious hunter, and Randy, who saw this, got really mad. Randy calmed down because I quickly stopped the attack, but it was really dangerous. Randy is strong. It almost killed someone. Afterward, I told Randy I am sorry for raising my voice, but if someone wants others to treasure them, they also have to treasure others, so you must never hurt someone else, even if I'm getting hurt. I want other people to not be afraid of you, Randy. I want them to treat you well, so that they know how warm you are. It's my birthday today. Wanna go pick berries together? Randy replied, yeah, Wendy. I said, did you hear? They discovered some amazing mine on the hill behind our house. Ah, Randy, you don't know what a mine is, do you? It's over there. We only went there to pick berries, but who would have known that some amazing mineral was there? If there's a mine, we will need manpower as well, so the villagers' situation will get better. 270th year of the royal calendar, spring. I met a man more beautiful than me. He had an elegant demeanor and fair skin. He looked like a prince from a fairy tale. He said this while indifferently touching a mountain rock. The minds of humans are still too immature to handle this mineral. Grid thought, yellow, mithril and Pagma. Pagma questioned, do you two children live here? You two are living on such miraculous land. He was someone that exuded a beautiful and refined mood. Was he really a prince? The prince, who seemed to be able to look through everything, said something that I could not understand and left. Pagma said, "This mine, it's too tempting for humans. This mine will cause unavoidable conflict. I just wish that you reached the hands of a wise person." 270th year of the royal calendar, May 6th. The Lord visited the village in order to inspect the mine. I did not know why, but the Lord's gaze made me uncomfortable for some reason. The villagers said that beast of a man is doing it again. There have already been multiple girls who were dragged away like that, and we've never seen them again. And since he has the title of Lord, we can't disobey him either. Afterward, Randy said, "I am sorry, Wendy. It's a newly knit scarf. I made it a bit more sturdy than the last one. I told her that Lord is going to take me soon. We won't able to see each other anymore. You have to take care of yourself, Randy." Randy questioned, "Why are you going, and what is this concubine thing? You can just stay in this forest with me." I said, "I don't want to leave you or Daddy either. But when people from the outside come, a lot of things are bound to change. As long as you and Daddy are healthy, I will be alright." Randy thought the people from the outside are making Wendy sad. 270th year of the royal calendar, November 15th. The Lord's party that tried to visit the mines were attacked each time, eventually had to withdraw. The culprit was the mysterious forest doppelganger. I was worried about Randy since she had disappeared for multiple weeks, but my worries became true. Randy, who I narrowly found by chance, did not look like me anymore. How many times did he fight after transforming into the Lord's Knight? Randy was dying. Randy said, "It's okay. The humans that make Wendy sad can't come into this forest anymore." While I felt Randy's desire to protect me, I was also terrified that I would lose Randy. Medical herbs had no effect on Randy either. If another subjugation force came, it felt like Randy would really die. Pagma appeared and said, "Even savage beasts can have a pure heart when it has something to protect." As expected, the mine proved to be too much temptation for humans. But at that moment, that prince appeared again. Pagma said, "You are quite damaged, doppelganger. You need to be treated, though you have killed, since those actions stemmed from a noble heart. That is enough qualification." I told him, "Stop it. If you hit an injured person with a hammer like that." But surprisingly, Randy's injuries quickly healed the moment the hammer touched them, as if it were magic. Lowell said the doppelganger created weapons with the material its body is made out of. Technically speaking, the doppelganger itself could be considered a metal. Grid thought its repair. Pagma repaired the doppelganger's body. It's a feat possible only for Pagma, who mastered all metals. Then would it be possible for me as Pagma's successor? Back to diary. Pagma said, "Even though the demons underground are about to rise due to the assistance of the Yatan Church, the humans above ground, despite the threat monsters pose, are busy fighting each other. There is a balance that must be kept in the world. If the Eternal Kingdom uses the power from the mine to endanger the Empire, an era of chaos shall unfold. I will permit you to use a portion of my power to protect this forest. Watch me with your eyes, as that will also be the path to protect your friend." Unlike me, who did not understand anything the man was saying, Randy quickly understood it. Did Randy become smarter than me? Randy turned into the form of the beautiful prince and protected me and the mine. 271st year of the royal calendar, August 2nd. The Lord's subjugation force came multiple times, but now Randy does not even get big injuries from those fights. I thought that it was a relief, but Randy's warm eyes slowly started to grow cold. Randy told me, "Don't come to the forest anymore. Enjoy your time with your father." After I took this form, it became easy to kill humans. I am afraid of these hands. Wendy is also a human. I can't touch Wendy's head with these hands. Not anymore. I am okay if I protect the mine. It makes you happy. That was the last smile I remember Randy showing. After that, Randy started showing his face less and less to me. Randy was getting hurt because of me. 272nd year of the royal calendar, December 10th. I heard from the townspeople that my father, who left to sell leather at the village, was arrested. I could not tell Randy because Randy is still in a lot of pain right now. My father was imprisoned at Ryden Castle. The person who ordered it was the Lord. The Lord said, "Your father committed the crime of colluding with a doppelganger, but if you become my concubine, I will release him." I had no other choice but to accept it to save my father. But my father was not released. After I was imprisoned in the castle, my life became an endlessly deep and dark hell. The Lord said, "Because your damned beast is blocking my mine, I have already wasted thousands of soldiers. Did you think that your lowly self becoming my concubine would have the same worth as that? It is a mine that I have to acquire no matter how long it takes, until you tell me where that beast's hideout location. Don't even think about dying." Soon, a young kid came to the forest. He wonders, is this the place the castle's Madame Eli told me about? She's the first time I've ever been in a forest like this after living as an attendant of the castle. It is here. She told me to deliver this box to this place, but does anyone even live here? It looks like an old, empty house. I bet no one comes to visit them with how old it is. Randy, I keep thinking back to when I first met you. You who was startled by me and ran away. You who wore the scarf that I knit and had a smile as soft as winter's sunshine. You hate fighting, but you will inevitably be caught up in it as long as the Lord does not give up on the mine. I am so sorry that I can't stop you. But like how you protected me, Randy, I will also protect you. Because that place is the only place you can rest. I also like it when you smile, Randy. Back to present, Grid said this was the last page. Ventnor cried and said they fought for over 100 years without even realizing that they were unable to protect Wendy. Lowell said it's because the lifespans of humans and doppelganger are different. They protected the mine for such a long period of time, that they lost their sense of self. It's unfortunate. Grid said there's nothing we can do about it. We simply have to view what we did as letting Randy rest. There's nothing as painful as not knowing your destination. I know very well what that feels like. System alerted you have learned a little more about the person known as Pagma. You have formed a bond with Pagma. The growth rate of your skill proficiency has increased. You have learned about the circumstances of the mysterious forest doppelganger. The doppelganger you have defeated has deteriorated physically and mentally. It has even lost the majority of its memories. But if you call it Randy, it will gladly follow you. Grid thought, I can't leave him alone. Grid said, let's recover the doppelganger. Once we are done with that, let's confirm the status of the mine. Faker questioned, are we going right back to Raiden after that? Grid said, we have to go back with Randy. After everything he's been through, he deserves some new friends. 4 days after the expedition to explore the mine, Rabbit said, you returned late. When it comes to administration, even a slightly mistimed schedule can result in a lost. Grid said, it's because I was killing every monster I saw to train myself. I will be more careful in the future. It really was a yellow mithril mine like you speculated, though. We even succeeded in acquiring it too. Rabbit thought, we have a monopoly on the legendary yellow mithril mine which even the Empire does not have. We will be able to hold an unrivaled position in terms of alchemy. Rabbit said, then we need to discuss the amount we should invest into developing the mine for alchemy. Grid replied, figure that out with other members of the guild. Those guys should know a lot about that. Euphemina came and said, I heard that you were looking for me. Don't tell me, do you need me to do something again? Grid said, look at you, are you back from helping out at the smithy? Euphemina said, this week, we are constructing the exterior wall. Grid said, I will let you take a break, go outside and get some fresh air. Since you helped out non-stop during the time we were short-handed, Raiden was able to stabilize quickly. Thank you. What about going to Siren for your break? While you are there, you can also pick up the Water Clan King's Tears, the material needed for magic-imbued items. Euphemina thought, so that was your real motive. Grid said, did you think that I would use you like that for free? Here, take this. It's a present. Hooded zip-up unique. Euphemina thought, I can't believe it's an invisibility cloak. It's the item that the legendary Taylor Kruger made 200 years ago. Euphemina replied, I will be right back. Grid thought, developing my comrades is also my responsibility, and now for the last person. System alerted, you have called forth mysterious forest doppelganger from the pet inventory. Grid thought, I can't believe something so strong turned into this. It said that Pagma repaired them, right? I don't know a single thing about the anatomy of a doppelganger, but if it's me, I should be able to find a way. I need to if I ever want to get closer to Pagma. I will hit them with my hammer until an answer comes. Since this skill will guide me. System alerted, you have used legendary Blacksmith's repair. 1 week later, Pon questioned, is Grid alright? He's been inside the smithy for a long time. Lowell said, even though there should be a lot less stuff he needs to tend to as Lord now that the thief is relatively safe, the fact that the sound of his hammer is not stopping means that he must be preparing something big. System alerted, dexterity has risen by 5, persistence has risen by 3. Legendary Blacksmith's repair is now level 4. Grid said, I was able to finish it, but how many days did that take? Since it was the enhancement stones that the others got from me, I wanted to bring good results. I guess it was worth praying to Buddha, Jesus and all sorts of other gods, but of course, the biggest gain is doppelganger. Skill, copy level 10 mastered. Perfectly copy the appearance of a target with a lower level than yours. Only 80% of the stats will be copied, and only some skills will be copied randomly. As the copy level increases, the stats of the copied target will decrease. Language competency, equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child. Grid thought, amazing. Their base stats are lower than Noe's, but the copy skill is outstanding. A clone that is able to copy 30% of my stats. There are a lot of things I can do with that. Doppelganger questioned, who am I and who are you? Grid thought, the memories you lost as you deteriorated, I will fill them up again. Grid said, your name is Randy, and I am your friend Grid. Doppelganger recalled something, let's be friends, and said, Randy, good name. Grid thought, so this is what Wendy looked like. Until I am able to overwrite your sad memories with happy ones, I will be with you. Soon. Ventnor said, I was assigned to connect the road to the Ilyar mountain range and to exterminate all of the monsters there. There are probably over 10 giant worm nests there. When will I be able to kill them all? Regas said, I have to go investigate the dungeon bosses in the west with this muscle head. It's literally a death sentence. Pon said, did Grid say that he was departing today as well? Lowell replied, yes. He told that he was going to visit the farmland outside the castle gates and leave right after. He said that I have to tell him about the results for everything that I was preparing for. Grid said, hey, Piero. Piero questioned, are you departing? Looking at your weird mood, You must have grown again. Grid said I did put in some work. I had something work out for me recently too. Since the city is somewhat safe now, I thought that now would be a good time. Being a proxy for your revenge, I think I should be able to start it now. System alerted punish the true traitor of the Red Knights SS Grade. Clear condition, punish as Moffel, the former vice captain of the Red Knights. Grid question what's with your expression? Piero said I was just surprised. I know I requested you to do it, but since you are actually starting. Grid thought the difficulty went up and the rewards changed. Is it because Piero is more emotionally stable now? The reward is a maximum affinity with Piero. Does that mean he will agree if I request him to be my subordinate? I am looking forward to it. Piero said the Empire's strength is overwhelming. The process of approaching Asmopel will be very difficult, and since the two-sword style you have been practicing recently is still extremely lacking, don't rely on it. But even then if possible please take care of my request well. I will be preparing a feast for your return. Grid said since it will take 20 days to reach the Empire's capital, Titan, I will be training myself on my way there. Believe in me and wait, I will be back. Grid thought finally, my journey to the Empire starts here. Don't disappoint me, because I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Veridin said is that the UL tribe's village? I can't believe it was hiding in a place like this. Kiki, tell me how many enemies there are with your Eagle's Eye skill. Kiki Sniper, one of the 10 rookies second in command of the White Wolf Guild, said around 1,050 people. Over half of them are women and children. Veridin level 281 Necromancer, one of the 10 rookies, the Guild Master of the White Wolf Guild, Baron of the Saharan Empire. Veridin said there is no need for strategy then, we will break through them head on. Kiki said they are just a tribe that is hiding after having their land stolen by the Empire. Do we really need to exterminate them as well? It's too tragic. Veridin said Earl Zebra ordered the extermination of the immigrants. If they are not able to defend against the 24 of us, they would not last long anyway. We received as many as 12 contributions to the Empire for each UL tribe member that we kill. It already took us a week to find their base. They are just materials I need to ascend to the Viscount rank. They are not humans, just NPCs. Sweep them up, White Wolf. While they are slaughtering, a single spell caused a few of their guild members' death and some unable to move. Veridin thought this much damage from just a single attack? The guild members participating in this raid are all over level 200. There should not be any NPCs in this tiny village that are able to take them out. It's a user. Kiki immediately cast a sniper shoot. Grid said that surprised me. So you were hiding a stinger? System alerted UL tribes battle for salvation grade A. Clear conditions repel the invaders. Grid said I can't believe I got a quest while just happening to pass by. I really am lucky with these kinds of things. Don't you think that slaughtering a defenseless village like this is going too far? Do you think it's okay to act like this just because you are part of a powerful nation? This situation is pitiful and my fief just happens to be lacking in subjects. I should save them all and turn them into my people. This time I'm going to be an apostle of justice. Meanwhile, Kraugel said I have to sell these items. It's the only city that's near here, Raiden? But it's really changed. Just 8 months ago, it was a desert filled with monsters. If I remember correctly, Raiden's new lord is a user named Grid. It seems to be more capable than Zabal. Such a massive farm in the middle of a desert. The condition of the crops are good as well. I had no idea something like this was possible. Piero said I've never had a dull moment after following the Duke. Since there does not seem to be a shortage of amazing people like you. Back to Grid, a man said, did you get lost in a place like this? I don't know who you are, but don't get in the way and just buzz off. Veridin thought those golden blades move on their own. I feel like I've seen those before. Other members from White Wolf Guild immediately cast another few magic spell. System alerted the target resisted. Grid questioned, are you finished? Still, it must be difficult for those of you in the level 100 range to keep standing in my presence since my dignity stat is 1500. System alerted you lose your fighting spirit before an immeasurable being. Veridin thought I can't believe he's able to inflict a stun like abnormal status by just locking eyes with us. Is he a high-level hidden class user? Grid said you have two options, die by my hands or die to the UL tribe after I beat the living daylights out of you. Transcended Link. Another few guild members of White Wolf died. Even Kiki has died. Veridin said you were able to defeat Kiki, one of the 10 rookies and the second in command of the White Wolf Guild, in just one hit. I've only heard about you through the news from the international competition. So you are that famous, Grid. So someone who at best is an insignificant ringleader of the Shoddy Etnal Kingdom is laying their hands on the great Veridin's guild? Are you really trying to take on the horrors of the Empire with only your basic achievements? What a waster of time. Grid thought he revived the corpses and turned them into his soldiers. So he's a necromancer. It is not a lot of damage, but it will eventually accumulate. What a difficult opponent right at the start of the journey. Grid said I will have to leave it to you, friend. Revolve. Veridin said a surprise attack from behind after blocking an attack? You might be fast, but it's too predictable. It might be something amazing to you Etnal bastards, but this is nothing to someone from the Empire. Next second, Grid attack slash on him. Viridin thought, how did he attack me so quickly from the front when he was just right behind me? How did he? A clone? Grid said, the way you get flustered is so grandiose, as expected from someone from the Empire. Viridin thought a clone skill with physical properties is only available to level 300 assassins or higher though. When I see that skill, the first thing that comes into my head is the mysterious assassin, the one at the center of the rumors about Kraugle, the number 1 ranker getting assassinated. The rank 1 assassin who still have not revealed themselves to anyone yet. Is it Faker? No, I have to remain calm. There are no assassins that use great swords. Grid said, I did not want to make you fight unless I had to, but the situation ended up like this. Randy replied, it's okay. Randy's friend Precious. Viridin thought that clone only dealt 20% of my health. If a necromancer with low defense only took this much, then the real body should not be that strong either. Grid thought Randy's combat power is 30% of my power. The attack should have hit harder than that. Is Randy trying to measure the opponent's strength by using the least power possible? An instinctive judgment stemming from over 100 years of experience. Amazing. Viridin said, I was surprised because you were using a great sword and a high-level clone skill, but as expected I should just think of you as Grid. It does not matter who you are because when it comes to numbers, I am not lacking one bit. Grid told Randy, let's only kill the ones that are carrying weapons. We can't let the UL tribe suffer any more than they already have, please. I knew that classes like those existed, but I did not know they were this repulsive. If we don't want to see an even more disgusting sight, we have to stomp that bastard right away. Randy said, I can't forgive people who play around with NPCs like they are toys. Viridin said, so you are leaving the small fires to your clone while you aim for me? Did you think that necromancers were weak in close quarters combat? You are so naive. It was worth completing this S+ quest a month ago. Dantalian's bone. Grid thought that was a massive blow. If I did not block it with my great sword, my entire body would have shattered. Viridin said, it has not been that long since I acquired it, so it is still incomplete. System alerted with Dantalian's bone as a medium. The undeadified 25th great demon Dantalian has awoken from his slumber. But it's enough to turn a child like you into dust. Grid thought it's just a straight punch, but each of its punches cause massive shockwaves. I don't have a moment to escape. Pure physical damage is breaking my body. The moment I become unable to withstand it and falter, I will get completely crushed by that condensed destructive power. Viridin yelled, Dantalian, use your ace in the hole. Brutal roar. Turn this thoughtless rat bastard that crawled in into dust. Grid thought, damn it. I was trying to hide my identity as best as possible, but my ankles are going to be caught on something like this when I just started my journey. Viridin laughed and said, so you got destroyed. Of course you did. Even if it's incomplete. Did you think a user could face off against a great demon? Grid said, you are laughing? Even though you are just using an incomplete piece of bone? Well, to be fair, I also thought I could handle this while holding back. I am just like you. I know something about great demons as well. Did you think a broken piece of bone would be challenging? Helgao was much more blazing. Pinus. Back to Piero. Kraugle said, I am just a normal adventurer. I am not strange person, so please don't mind me. Kraugle thought, what's going on? Why is a farmer suddenly talking to me? Is he just alert against outsiders since we are in such an isolated place? But there's no way an NPC should be on guard against me. My reputation is over 40,000. Piero said, with footwork like that, it'd be difficult to call you a normal adventurer. Kraugle thought he recognized the white swordsman's skill, white light steps. Who is he? Kraugle said, it's just some trick I picked up because I walk around a lot. The one who really is not normal is you, Mr. Farmer, for recognizing this footwork. Who are you? Piero thought, in order to reach the realms of Sword Saint, I've been waiting for a strong person like you. While Piero about to introduce, a farmer said, Mr. Piero, come eat the snacks. There are a lot of fields to plot today. Piero replied, eat amongst yourselves. I am in the middle of a conversation. The farmer again interrupted and said, Sir Rabbit is asking if you've found a new water vein yet. Piero replied, if it is not something that'll kill him, tell him to wait. Kraugle said, so you were a geomancer. No wonder your eyes are so sharp. Anyways, I just plan on departing after visiting the general store. Then he dodged attack from Piero. Kraugle questioned, what discourtesy is this? Piero said, I see, as expected your footwork has depth too. Meanwhile, Grid said, it will be annoying to properly explain this, so I will just get straight to the point. Forgive me. Piero said, the person who was keeping me entertained has left. He won't be back for a while, but a replacement came right away. Would you be able to sit still if you were me? Since I have work to do as well, I will just tell you what you need to know. You cannot enter Raiden if you do not defeat me. Kraugle thought, a sudden surprise attack? If it was not for keen sense and white light steps, I would not have been able to dodge it. Then he noticed Piero's weapon, a hoe surrounded by strong chi. I can't believe I am being forced to unsheath my sword. White Fang, the favorite weapon of one of the great demons, Drazian. The demon lost its true form after being defeated by Sword Saint Muller. Piero said, I can't believe you were able to block my hoe so easily. So you really were not some ordinary person. Kraugle said, such an insolent act against someone who was just trying to quietly pass by, you will regret it. Piero said you pulled out your sword in an instant and immediately went on the offensive. Amazing. However, you aimed for my neck and then me left right after. You are too greedy. I am someone who peers into the realm of the Sword Saint. I officially challenge you to a duel. Kraugle thought, since I desire to be the strongest, becoming the Sword Saint is also obviously my goal. While I was able to obtain the title of Sword Saint candidate through difficult training, I was unable to reach stage 5, the realm of the Sword Saint, and am stagnant at stage 3. Kraugle said the Sword Saint is a position that can only be narrowly attained after devoting everything to it. It is not something a simple geomancer should be brazenly talking about. Kraugle cast Meteor Sword. Piero defended, but he wonders, my entire body is shaking. How long has it been since I've felt a sensation this sharp? At that moment, Kraugle also realized the man in front was not a normal farmer. Piero blinked Kraugle behind and started his attack. Kraugle pondered, is he some sort of reclusive master? Why do I have to fight this crazed fight-monger? It would have been nice if you were a beneficial encounter. Piero enjoyed and said, you are someone who will surely raise me to the realm of Sword Saint. Then he noticed Kraugle's this fast despite switching hands. A genius brain that is able to quick decipher the opponent's attack pattern and skill, a terrifying reaction speed and precise movements, godly control, emperor of counters. He has many aliases, but his incontestable alias, unique to only him, the sky above the sky. Kraugle said, your swordsmanship with farming equipment is quite fierce, but it is still extremely lacking to aim to become the Sword Saint. Piero said, extremely lacking aim to become the Sword Saint, was it? After hearing something as frank as that, I guess I better get serious, because that was also the reason that I challenged you to a duel. Like you said, I am extremely lacking, so please try to endure this. Kraugle thought, extremely fast stabs. I can't even begin to comprehend how much he's honed his basics. A swift and powerful slash attack that almost makes me forget about his stabs. I can't dodge it. I will use white light steps to deal with it. Next moment, Piero follow up and cast his first form of peerless swordsmanship. Kraugle thought, I can't escape. I have to face it head on. Storm Sword. Piero said, up until now, no one has ever survived after seeing peerless swordsmanship first form, but it was not even able to scratch you. How ridiculous. Kraugle thought, for my passive skills, advanced sword mastery level 7 and sword chi to the effects from the Sword Saint candidate title, I have built the foundation to become the best, and the relaxed look on his face has not gone away during this entire time that we've been fighting. His smile, it's really annoying. Piero said, you transitioned from a horizontal slash to a rising slash. How skilled. Piero cast peerless swordsmanship 5th form. Kraugle thought, strong intangible chi, there are 9 of them, I can't block them all. Piero thought he did not dodge it. Kraugle wonders, attack power greater than I had expected. His strong chi makes my legendary armor completely worthless, but if I gave him my flesh, I have to take his bone. This skill only displays its true power when it receives moonlight, but I have no choice but to make do with the sun instead. Did you think that I would let you turn all of the effort that I put in into nothing? Moonlit sword. Piero thought he disappeared. I can't see him whenever he stands underneath the sunlight. Is he using the refraction of the light? It's in the realm of the supremely strong, but if it's my eyes I should be able to chase. Then Piero noticed he can't keep track of Kraugle. He wonders, this is dangerous, I have to focus on my defense and prepare for him. The expert's sword has grown dull from slumbering in its scabbard, but just like how a sword's name does not change just because it is rusted, his strength still had no equal. But he, who was matchless, shed a cold sweat for the first time in a long time. The person who was able to overwhelm the greatest swordsman of the continent with a sense of helpless fear was Kraugle, the swordsman who stands above 2 billion users as the sky above the sky. Piero thought, I can't believe there was an individual like this. He's reached a high state. It might have been for just a moment, but I was completely unable to detect him. Kraugle thought, I was surprised because he was able to block it with this chi instantaneously, but I definitely thought that I would have able to take back the momentum with that attack. But ever since he survived that attack, he has been able to deliberately alter the path of my sword. I can't swing my sword like I want. Obviously there are countless monsters and NPCs stronger than me, but I did not expect one to be just a simple farmer. I have no choice but to admit it. His swordsmanship is a step above mine. Kraugle said, no, the battle has not been decided yet. Piero cast 3rd form of peerless swordsmanship, caused Kraugle lost half of his health. Kraugle thought, only half of my mana remains. I don't have the luxury to hold back anymore. White light sword. Piero wonders, the light, it's blocking my sight. I can't feel any of my sense. Is it a secret skill that steals the opponent's senses for a second? He has a lot of cards up his sleeve. I should pull out his teeth before I get bit. Peerless swordsmanship 4th form. Kraugle thought, what this is? White light sword is getting sucked in by a magnetic force made of chi? It's not something I can escape through mechanics. I can't resist it through strength either. Damn it, I will end up using most of my mana, but I can't give up my weapon. Sky Splitter. There's no way, even though I lost 60% of my weapon's durability from the collision. He did not budge at all. But with my super sensitivity and sweet candy, a limited item in the reputation store, I still have a chance. Sweet candy. All stats temporarily increase by 30%. Combat power doubles. But outside of the great demons who were weakened after being defeated by Muller, there are still 29 unscathed great demons and dragons. The item that I had a difficult time obtaining to be used on a simple, lone farmer. Is not this already my loss? Kraugle said, I admit defeat. Kill me now. Piero said it was a great match. Darn it, this guy was quite durable, but I guess in the end, he broke. Kraugle questioned, you are not going to kill me? Piero replied, why would I kill you when I don't have a reason to? And in the first place, you don't look like the type who'd willingly let someone kill you. Kraugle said, then you should not have let out your murderous intent. Piero said, I was being discourteous towards you because I wanted you to take this seriously. I apologize. Kraugle questioned, what kind of person is Duke Grid to leave a skilled individual like you to tend the farm? Piero replied, I am Duke Grid's guest, not his subordinate. Farm work is just part of my training, and discovering water veins is the least I can do as his guest. Why don't you join me? I have hunch that you will get stronger much more quickly training with me. In the morning farm work, in the evening, sparring. I guarantee that you will become stronger, so try it with me for a month. System alerted, fun and exciting training. Hidden grade, live with Raiden's farmer, Piero. If you are with him, you will definitely experience a lot of growth. Clear condition, live with Piero for a month. You must perfectly follow Piero's schedule. Kraugle thought Sword Saint candidate will be increased by 1 stage. So in the end, was he a beneficial encounter? On a day where most of the Overgeared guild's main members were gone, a minor event happened at the Raiden fields. Kraugle thought, what an unbelievable day, and for multiple reasons. A month? It is not a short amount of time, but I can't believe that at a place like this, I came across an opportunity to surpass that wall. On this day the global rank 1 became a farmer of Raiden. Back to Grid, he wonders, I looked down on this quest because it only had an A rating, but it was harder than I thought it would be. I can't believe it took only 25 people to take away 15% of my health and stamina. Because of that Veridin guy, I had to deal with an inconvenient war and attrition against his corpses. His individual combat power was also comparable to the Overgeared guild members. It was my first time fighting against a necromancer. I should think about including an anti-undead item in the Grid set. Anyways, the Guardian's accessory set ended up being more helpful than I thought. Since my indomitable stat is over 1000, I can really notice the invalidation effect, and the thing that really went beyond my expectations was Randy. Grid said, thank you for protecting me. Grid thought even though it should only be able to copy 30% of my stats, it was able to overwhelm a level 200 user. Revolve along with Pinnacle and Link, which have short cooldowns, helps it become more efficient than the stats suggest. Grid said, but even then, Randy, let's try to avoid having you participate in battles if possible. Randy said, Randy like protecting friend, compliments are also happy. Noe came out and said, I want to fight as well. Since you asked me to come with you, I thought that I would be able to do a lot, but why do you keep leaving me out? Why do I, the greatest demonic beast of hell, receive worse treatment than that weird thing? Grid thought, Noe's already level 143? Its horn got longer too. Does it slowly become more demonic? I heard that if you increase your demonic power by killing players, you will be able to enter hell. Am I turning into a demon? Grid said, there's no reason my previous secret weapon should come out to fight small fries. Noe replied, I don't know what that is, but it's something amazing, right? The chief of the village said, I thank you on behalf of everyone in our tribe. I am not sure how we could ever repay you for saving our tribe from extinction. System alerted, quest UL tribe's battle for salvation is complete. Affinity with the UL tribe has reached the maximum value. The UL tribe will willingly jump off of a tall cliff for you. Grid thought I did end up saving them, but it's also my first time seeing someone from their tribe. Should I take a peek with the Great Lord's sword? Normal NPC have INT near the 100, but the majority of them are in the 300. What an amazing tribe. As long as it's done correctly, it should be possible to train them into magicians. Then Grid noticed a young little girl Harin. Her INT stat potential is outstanding. Grid thought I can't raise her INT stat myself, but if she develops properly, she will become a great addition. Grid questioned, I heard that someone named Earl Zebra was the lord of this fief. Would not he attempt another invasion if this enters his ears? I am Duke Grid, Lord of Raiden of the Etnal Kingdom. I have a proposition for all of you. What do you think about becoming citizens of Raiden? Buta questioned, would that be alright? I am sure that the Etnal Kingdom would not permit something that may anger the Empire. Grid replied, you would just have to go in secret. Because Raiden is a duchy, even the royal family can't directly intervene. I promise that Raiden will not discriminate against your tribe. Buta said, your lordship, how could we ever repay this generosity? Grid called Lowell and told him that I need someone who can lead around 930 people from the Empire to the kingdom. Lowell replied, that's a lot of people. The only person who can move that many people is him. It's busy in Raiden as well. He is the only person who is free to assist you amongst the people you recently registered as your knights. Grid summoned Faker. Grid questioned, you are only wearing the leather armor that I made for you. Are you not going to use that? Faker said, I am doing this because I am more comfortable than I have to be. I will end up lowering my guard. Grid said lead these people to Raiden. It's a long trip but you will be fine, right? Faker said there's no problem but where are you heading? Grid said Lowell told me about an item I need to acquire during this trip no matter what, and I should also get good look at the face of the Earl who did this. Even if it's to just find out what gives them the audacity to treat people like this, I should go and find out how amazing this place called the Empire actually is. Location, White Wolf Guild. Kiki said if we lasted just a little bit longer, we could have won. Veridin said it was an inevitable result. Unlike what the rumors suggest, his mechanics are excellent. Even if you include Kraugel, who does not often show himself, Grid is skilled enough to contend for the title of strongest. Kiki said but Etnal's Duke running amok like that in the Empire's territory is certainly provocation and could be a matter of dispute. If we report him, it Earl Zebra, he probably won't arrive home in one piece. So why are not you reporting it then? Veridin said it's been a while since an observation target has appeared. I want to keep an eye on him for a while, don't fret. Soon, he will inevitably end up in front of the Earl. Because no one enters someone else's house without a reason. Back to Grid, he came to Earl Zebra's castle. He wonders there's only one thing that I have to get from here. Since my notoriety rose from Park, I was close to being rejected from entering the city. If I was not able to train my two-sword style in the meantime as well as level up Randy and Noe, I would have been quite frustrated. Then Grid received Irene's carrier pigeon that comes every week. Grid thought I should read this later. Right now I need to complete the mission in front of me. The guard questioned who are you, and they wonders what's with this pressure. System alerted dignity 1522, reputation 25,315. Grid said I see I'm a to exterminate the slaughter fiend. The guard said you may enter for now, I will guide you to his earlship. Grid thought I gave up on the shortest route to Titan the Empire's capital and listened to Lowell's advice to go here instead. In the basement of Earl Zebra's castle, lies the slaughter fiend, a monster that is half human and half demon. You must acquire the slaughter fiend's eye patch no matter what. It has the potential to be a game-changing item on the battle. This is what Lowell said. Grid wonders I should first find out what kind of people they are. The slaughter fiend and the Earl. Earl Zebra said what bad timing. I was just about to squeeze a good scream out of him. Grid thought he enjoys torturing people on the verge of death, so he won't have any remorse about what he did to the UL tribe. Zebra thought that strange, I feel elegance and grace comparable to the Imperial family coming from him. There's no way someone from the Imperial family would come here, the outskirts, just to kill a monster though. Zebra said please don't ming this. I was just warning him for splashing water on my favorite alcohol bottle. These damn peasants have no idea what infuriates a noble, don't you think so as well? Grid said enough chatter, lead me to where the slaughter fiend is. Zebra thought I've already forwarded the slaughter fiend extermination request to the Red Knights, so it does not matter if he fails or not. I wonder how many pieces this arrogant prick will get cut up into. I am already getting excited. Soon, Zebra said it's here. The space there is tiny, so overwhelming it with numbers is not an option. Grid questioned then how were you guys able to force that strong of a monster in there? Zebra said it was originally human. We did not have to force it in there, we just locked the door on it. Seeing something healthy show up at the slave auction does not happen often. So I bought it. I wanted to compare him with the peasants that drop like flies to some light swings from a whip. He was extremely sturdy because of him. My skills improved, and I was able to play with the other peasants for much longer. Then, one day, someone that I brought and tied up next to him died. He was unusually unhinged that day. It must have been some peasant that he knew, because after seeing him, he turned into a monster. You should have seen the rage on his face. We hurriedly sealed him and found out that he was half human and half demon. Zebra said I am tired of all of the terrible rumors that formed because of that damned monster. If you are able to take care of it, I will reward you. System alerted exterminate the slaughter fiend S+. Please exterminate the monster of rage who wishes to eradicate all human beings, the slaughter fiend. Clear conditions, death of the slaughter fiend. Grid thought it's better to get rid of dangers like this right away, so I will do the quest, but what's really disgusting is something else. Zebra said we will leave the door closed in case of an emergency, so please let us know when it's over. Grid thought an S+ rated quest. Lowell told me that Pawn, Rigas, and Faker would have to work together to barely complete a quest of this difficulty, and even though he said that I should be able to clear it by myself, he's made me worried by saying unnecessary things. If I want to relax, the best way is to read my wife's cheers. Irene wrote, my love, I constantly worry about the possibility that you may end up injured in such a dangerous place, and though you may be lousy, I am writing this letter to you so that you may be the first person to know my love. Meanwhile, SA Group headquarters, Sang Min said the item on our agenda today is to talk about the budget for the set of the second international competition that will be held in Paris next year. A man said forget the agenda, answer us, why is that precious event being handed over to an immature player like Grid? To that damn user who has sent hundreds of hate mail accusing us of ruining his crafting. Sang Min said why don't you calm down? I understand why you're opposed to it as well, but if you check his recent accomplishments, not only has he improved mechanically, but he has also improved as a human. More importantly, it is something that the system approved. It has decided that the current grid is capable of handling it. System alerted Irene has become pregnant. Congratulations on your wife's pregnancy. Ever since around a month ago, I have felt constantly nauseous. When I went to a clinic to get examined, they told me that those were symptoms of early stage pregnancy. I was extremely surprised, but knowing that I was blessed with my beloved's child filled me with so much happiness. Grid thought something like that was possible? I have a child? What the hell is going on? The man said, but director, was not the child raising system intended to be an experience exclusive to mature players? Satisfy is different from child raising simulation games where players can delete their characters if they get bored. Since each and every NPC in Satisfy have human emotions, raising a child would be almost identical to what it would be like to raise a child in real life. Another guy said if they neglect or abuse their children within the game, it might even catch unwanted attention and be raised up as a societal issues. That was why marriage and raising children was a system reserved for the select few users who have a lot of respect from NPC. Sang Min said there are also users who are habitually wicked in-game despite being regular people in the real world. You cannot say that there is an absolute correlation between in-game behavior and real-life behavior. Grid's actions stand out from the rest. He may lack social skills in the real world, but in the game he is completely different. A player that learns and develops in Satisfy's world. There is no player more appropriate to receive these qualifications from Morpheus than Grid. Furthermore, the only thing that was given to him was the qualification. Actually having and raising the child is a completely separate issue. I mean that choosing to have a child and raise it requires a completely different level of resolve. System alerted, do you welcome the news of your wife's pregnancy? Sang Min said, and it will be an even more important decision for Grid, who views NPC as humans, because a heavy decision requires a heavy resolve. Grid thought, focus up, a difficult opponent is in front of you. It would not be too late if I think about it after taking care of this guy. System alerted, please decide carefully. Grid thought, it's scary how realistic virtual reality is, and since my feelings for Irene are also real, I am so shocked that I can't even think. Grid thought, damn it, it took me too long to react. He's strong, but that was definitely something I should have been able to dodge. Focus up, concentrate. Since Irene has always been looking forward to having a child born from our love, I want to celebrate it with her. I learned what love is from Irene, but the results of our love came too suddenly. What happens if I don't celebrate? I want to help her achieve it, everything that Irene wishes for. Randy appeared and defend the damage. Grid thought, for Irene, I will do whatever it takes. But it's a life something that is so infinitely heavy. Do I have it? The resolve to become a father? Randy said, Grid, weird, something happened? Grid thought, I am overwhelmed just thinking about my own future, but now I need to worry about a child too. I want to cherish the fruit of my love with Irene. Randy reminds me, if you don't focus, you will get hurt. While Grid about to attack, Slaughter Fiend dodged it and Randy blocked the attack which supposed hit on Grid. Grid thought, Randy is holding on, but because we were standing together, we ended up giving him an opportunity to attack. Our field of vision got tighter. Were these steel sheets overlaid from the outside because of the Slaughter Fiend? Considering it was strong enough to withstand his strength, the steel must be quite thick. If it won't collapse. Grid again being interrupted to cast Pagma Sword Dance. Grid thought, it's so tight in here that I can't start my sword dance. Is this why Randy was not using its skills either? Lal did tell me that it would be difficult even for 3 Overgeared guild members as expected. The Slaughter Fiend is not an easy opponent. The eye patch he's wearing with the mask is that the item Lal was talking about? Regardless, it's awful. His eye was pulled out, skin flayed to the point the tissues can be seen in the traces of stitching. These must all be traces of torture. An existence that can become human or demon based on the environment. Randy and the Slaughter Fiend, there is a similarity between the two, but exactly where did the two of them diverge paths? Grid recalled back when Khan brought him to his sound grave. Khan said, I really hope Oliver will also think it's a relief that I am with you. There were many times when I would leave Oliver alone to go to the smithy when he was young, but that boy never once showed discontent towards me doing so. I still don't know if I have the qualification to be a parent. I did not deserve a child like him. For someone who became a parent just because they gave birth to a child, would not something like that be a pain that lingers? If only I were able to watch over him for longer. He was a child that should have grown up in a much warmer house. Randy told Grid. Now, Grid thought, a demon that an atrocious Earl raised, depending on who watched over him, the way he developed would have also changed. Am I prepared to watch over someone else? Again, I was too slow in activating my sword dance because I was thinking about something else. I don't have any time to prepare my sword dance. He's fast. No. The more terrifying thing is his attacks, which relentlessly try to penetrate my defenses. Grid thought, my health is close to 0. I don't have time to heal. If I take a direct hit here, I won't be able to defeat him. No, he said, I knew humans were inferior. The secret weapon has appeared. System alerted, you have stolen 1831 strength. No, he said, are you so unfocused that you can't even take care of this trifling matter? It's simple to be the best. You are overcomplicating things. You are hesitating because you are weighing the pros and cons. Scene swift to Khan. Khan said, do you think that there is anyone who finds it easy, the first time? One day you will also find a partner and have a child, so have some confidence. Grid replied, no, my partner does not exist in this world, much less my child. You said that raising a child was difficult, even for an adult like you. Khan replied, yes, I ended up becoming a failure of a parent, but Oliver was a child that loved even my faults. He told me, don't be sad, father, I am fine. When I first followed you into the smithy, I really enjoyed it. Back then, everything was shiny to me. I even greatly enjoyed the sound of you hammering the castings. It would be a lie if I were to say that there is nothing that I am sad about, but I cherish all my memories. There is no one who is a perfect parent on their first try. My heart is completely filled with good memories, so don't blame yourself too much. Khan said he was a child who was a great teacher and a great friend as well, though I was lacking as a father. If I meet him in the next life, I want to hug him again with the same feeling that I had when I first hugged him. Welcome them and protect them with all of your strength. That is the first step to becoming a great parent. Back to present, Noe said, you might be the most coarse and vulgar lump of metal that I know, but I like how simplistic you are, so I will give you a present. Soul ingestion. Temporarily take away half of the target's highest stat and transfer it to your master. Grid thought, happily welcome them and put all my energy towards protecting them. If the beginning of parenthood is just that, then I welcome it with open arms. System alerted, you welcome your wife's pregnancy. Please decide on a prenatal name for your child. Grid thought, my child who I will meet for the first time. I pray that prosperous fortune will always be by your side. Grid cast linked kill and thought, I will become a better person in the future, to raise the life that is in my arms. Let's meet each other happily. Jackpot. Meanwhile, the SA office received the child's prenatal name as Jackpot. System alerted, you have slain the slaughter fiend. Grid thought, because I struggled a lot, I was able to properly see their benefits this time, and finally the item that Lowell said that I had to get my hands on. It was also the reason that I gave up on the quickest path and invested 10 days. Slaughter fiend's eye patch. Unique. System alerted, you have discovered a hidden feature in the item. This is an item infused with the slaughter fiend's resentment. The wearer will be dominated by an impulse to kill and will become a mindless slaughter fiend. Grid thought, it's an outrageous curse that would not let anyone play normally. But if it's me, the system alerted, you swell up with resentment towards humans. You are engulfed by an impulse to kill. You have resisted it. Grid thought, good, as long as I can resist the impulse, I can use it without difficulty. I thought that one of my eyes would be covered, but it does not seem to work like that. I still can see it. It's not detailed, but I can vaguely see it. It's their vital spot. Grid said, you arrogant little kitty, so your tail was your weak point. Noe said, let go. I, the greatest of the demonic beast of hell, have no weaknesses. Grid thought, you really do bring me great fortune. Lowell, an artifact as perfect as this, I can use it to halfway surpass the limits of the production class Pagma successor. Vital spot detection is the highest grade passive skill that only a few combat-oriented classes can have. If you target a vital spot, there's chance to inflict various status ailments as well as a higher chance to inflict a critical hit. This will improve my combat abilities by leaps and bounds. When Grid appraisal, the mask. System alerted, Slaughter Fiend's mask legendary. System alerted, this is an item infused with the Slaughter Fiend's resentment. The wearer will be dominated by an impulse to kill and will become a mindless slaughter fiend. Evil Spirit's bloody tears. If the mask is hit, there is an 8% chance of it bleeding, dyeing the mask a bloody reed. If blood is released 10 times, the mask will turn completely red. Once that happens, the wielder's attack power will increase by 50% for 5 seconds. Grid thought, not a legendary for nothing? Despite the fact there are conditions attached, this is still a cheat item. Grid thought, I guess even that Haynes guy did not know about this item. In any case, I like that it looks weird. System alerted, congratulations on your wife's pregnancy. What kind of child would you like? The stats and growth rate of the child can be influenced starting from the prenatal phase. Please work hard intermingling with your partner. Grid said, let's get a move on. Noe, stay out. Randy, can you go back for a bit? Grid wonders the kind of child I want. I just need them to not be like me, who's lacking in every department. There's just one person I want the baby to resemble. A radiant personality, a generous heart, one of the first to believe and support me, her and only her. If the baby grows up to be like Irene, there's nothing more that I can wish for. Soon. Zebra thought I thought Tit was a lie when I heard the report, but did he actually defeat that monster by himself? Grid said, hey, I killed the slaughter demon. Zebra thought, that strange countenance. Grid questioned, you have prepared my reward, right? Zebra said, of course. Black crystal earring INT plus 15%. Grid thought, considering the fact that this was an S+ quest, the reward is kind of meh. My INT stat is already over 1000 thanks to my titles. I will sell it once I can hire a crafter who can make accessories out of purple or a calcum, and there's something more important that I have to do. Grid said, looks like a lot of people have suffered due to your hobbies. Zebra said, you sure like talking about whatever. Why should I care about those miserable things? They would immediately crawl on the ground for just a few loaves of bread. Why don't you stop caring about those insects and we watch them suffer together? Grid replied, I don't have hobbies like that, So if you will excuse me, by the way, I bet a good number of swords could enter that large body of yours. If you really want to call this your hobby, you'd have to also enjoy taking off some of your own flesh, don't you think? Zebra thought, what an unpleasant fellow. He questioned, are you here? The Black Arrow Squadron appeared. Zebra said, I am giving you all an order. You, who have never once failed an assassination ever since you began serving our household, follow the man who was here just now, kill him and retrieve the black crystal earring for me. Zebra thought the Red Knights were the ones who promised to get rid of the slaughter demon anyways. You think I'd just hand over our heirloom to some nobody like you? Pay for the crime of that yapping mouth of yours with your life, Greenhorn. And you too, were you sleeping on your feet earlier? My precious heirloom was stolen because of you too. Just what the hell were you doing while that arrogant prick was killing the monster? You should have obstructed him, even at the cost of your life. Suddenly, Noe attacked Zebra. Zebra yelled, you people are worthless, even lower than insects. Just how poor is the security around here that a monster could enter here? I will rip off your mouths and kill both of you, no matter what. Noe flew away, then Zebra's subordinate stabs on him. They said, we are not insects, and I can't let my daughter or my father die. Zebra said, I understand, take your blades out. If you do, I will reward you. Back to Veridon. Kiki said, I saw everything with my hawk's eye. Is this what you were aiming for? Veridon said, no. All I wanted was to obtain the slaughter demon's bones. I did not report him because the only reason why Grid would be here in the first place would be for the slaughter demon. But he used the cat to encourage the guards to kill Earl Zebra. I did not think he was capable of that. How unexpected, acting on behalf of the citizens of a foreign empire. Kiki said, it's not laughing matter. Now that a high-ranked member of royalty's been killed, they will dispatch the investigation team. On top of that, the Earl's son is young, and has his own issues due to his father. A bloodbath will ensure between the factions that are aiming for the Lord's title. The White Wolf base is located on his land. Grid, who's just about sunk the entire country into turmoil, is basically our sworn enemy. Our best move will be to report. Viridian replied, rejected. First we capture the soldiers who killed Earl Zebra and take the credit. We will then increase our influence to make the Earl's son the next lord by putting an empty shell of a lord in charge. We can swallow the entirety of the Zebra country in one gulp. One can't see the big picture if they are all tied up in small, trivial feelings. All I can do is be thankful to the bait who is jumping around on his own. Thanks to him, I can offer this land to my master Anyus. Soon. Randy questioned Grid, why do you punish bad people? Is it because you are a nice person? Grid thought it is starting to sense the difference between good and evil. They've grown a lot. Grid replied, who knows? I would not call myself a nice person. Though, even when I help others, I don't really like doing it if it does not really benefit me in some way. Awful men like the Earl from earlier are an exception. They don't deserve to live. Suddenly, Black Arrow Squadron attacked Grid. Their leader wondered he noticed the sneak attack. Our stealth was perfect. Just how? Grid said, to think he only sent these low-rank assassins after me. Did you guys really think you could aim for the back of my head when my insight is 1400? Maybe Faker could've. That Earl bastard. He was sweating bullets trying to hide how unhappy he was to have to give away the earring. Imagine trying to hide Grid, in front of me of all people. And here I was regretting not killing him myself. This works out. Regret the unfortunate circumstance under which you came to serve your master. Grid thought the average level of these guys seemed to be in the 240. Guess I will be level 288 if I defeat them all. Even if I allocate all 10 of my level up stat points to agility, I will still be way behind what I need. My strength is at 2810, while my agility is at 1606, even if I invest all of my points. Because I put all my points into strength before Meet Piero, the gap between the two just does not seem to get any narrower. My goal is to have strength and agility at around equal ratio. Does not that mean I will have to raise myself another 120 levels to get there? I've still got a long way to go. Leveling up and training my skills, between those two there's not email to waste. I will just have to do all I can during the 2 weeks it takes to arrive at my destination. Let's go to Titan, the capital of the Empire. Meanwhile, Edan, 31st Knight of the Red Knights the youngest, said, I see, Earl Zebra tortured you and enacted such tyranny, which is why you two needed to kill him. Now I understand the situation, thanks to you two. The inspection is over. Execute the entire family of these men. The man said, you told us that you'd spare our families if we cooperated with the interrogation. Edan said, I thought about it, and figured that you two would be lonely if you were the only ones to die. At least this way you might have a way to meet them in the afterlife. Subjects of the Empire performing mutiny? Have they no shame? And you are the one who captured them? Is that correct, Baron Veridon? So you just happened to catch these men committing the act of killing Earl Zebra, so you arrested them. Your luck is quite good. Veridon replied, the fault lies in me. If I had just arrived at the scene earlier, I could have saved Earl Zebra. Edan questioned, are you sure you know nothing about the Slaughter Demon Slayer? Veridon said, all I know of him is what I've heard from the soldiers. He seems to be a man with black hair who travels alone, with a dignified air around him. Edan thought the reason why we were dispatched to deal with this mess was because of the monster that the Imperial arbitrators determined to be A+, but things are getting more and more complicated. My senior co-workers will give me an earful if I go back with no info. How annoying. The Slaughter Demon Slayer who apparently works alone, and the Earl's murder. I feel like the two are connected together somehow, but he says he does not know anything about the Slayer? There's no doubt in my mind that this man is somehow involved in this incident. The fact that he's keeping his mouth shut is really bothering me. Soon, Damien arrived Raiden. He wonders, so this is Grid City. I've visited dense, large cities before, but this one takes the cake. There must be at least 100,000 residents living in there. The Duke really is incredible, to preside over a city of this size. Piero said, looks like we've got another strange visitor here. It feels like too much of a waster to just let you inside. Who are you? Damien thought, who's this? An incredibly overbearing farmer? I don't think I've done anything for him to get angry about. I bet it's because of these markings again. When will the world understand my feelings? Love is not a sin. Damien said, I am your average paladin who is a part of the Rebecca Church. What is the issue? Piero said, your lying sucks. You don't look like any ordinary paladin. Damien said, fine, I am an otaku paladin. Okay, so what? Piero said, let's have a match. You and me. Your divine power stands out much more than any member of the clergy I've met so far. It interests me. Damien thought a farmer detected the strength of my divine power? But to think he would pick a fight with a paladin. He must be a citizen whose mind must have cracked under the pressure of these turbulent times. How unfortunate. Damien said, I hope that you may be cured through the blessing of the goddess of light. Farewell. Damien thought, there's no time to waste. I need to ask Mr. Grid to seal Lethal's spear as soon as possible. I will save Isabel, even if it costs me everything I have. Then he noticed Piero launched attack. Piero thought, I can't believe he blocked that. So there are people nearby strong enough not to be subdued merely by the Empire's swordsmanship. During this time I've been with Duke Grid, my body has settled down quite a bit. Piero said, what excellent defense. Looks like I will also have to fight you using peerless swordsmanship. You must defeat me in order to enter Raiden. Let's begin the match. Damien thought, how absurd. Assigning a farmer as your gatekeeper? That makes no sense. Kraugel said, I am surprised to think we would meet each other here. The user Rebecca's paladin, one who was ostracized by everyone, but still managed to climb up to second in the paladin rankings, only to suddenly vanish off it, leaving behind rumors that somehow managed to obtain a hidden class. Mr. Damien, am I right? Damien thought, first place in the overall rankings, Kraugel? Kraugel said, I am a little hurt. Over the past 2 weeks, I thought we grew close enough to be considered siblings. I even took half of your health yesterday during our spar, yet you secretly do additional training with an opponent of this caliber? That's too much. I also want to fight him. Why don't you let me have a go at him too? Piero said, this is the first time I am meeting him too. I guess there is not much helping it at this point. You, go ahead and choose who do you want to fight first? Damien replied, I don't want fight and wonders, just what kind of place is this? Location, Haken Kingdom. Zabal said, everyone wear masks and helmets to hide identities. 275 guild members with an average level of 230, and among those, at least 100 are rankers in the top 1000. We have found the optimal time in which to use our incredible strength. Our target is the base of the Overgeared Guild, the Raiden Kingdom. The Overgeared Guild's guildmaster, Grid, humiliated us during the international competition, and after being made a duke following the wide-scale golem invasion event, his arrogance has shot through the roof. Back to earlier, Box said Zabal is someone who managed to climb his way up to the position of Count in the Haken Kingdom and whose goal is to become the first king among the user base, someone who is quickly progressing up the ranks, like Grid is stumbling block in his path. Asuka said, who does not know that? Even if we want to do something, the problem is that there's nothing we can do about him. Moreover, the Overgeared Guild has members from the top 10 to 40 in the overall rankings. Just how do you estimate we win against them? Box said, a barrier is useless if it is not in its proper spot. According to our scouts, Grid has hidden his whereabouts, while his guild members have left in order to search for mines. Raiden is nothing but an empty house at the moment. It's on foreign soil, so we can't openly occupy the city, but this is a crucial opportunity for us to devastate their internal facilities, halting their progress. Asuka questioned, will that be alright? There will still be a huge risk of danger if our guild alone does this. Zabal said, we are not the only ones who consider Grid a thorn in our side. An agreement has already been reached. Back to present, Zabal said all 7 large guilds will be charging in with us. Those in Raiden Castle who resist us must fight against everyone in the 7 large guilds. 7 Great Guild Ice Flower, a small-sized guild with only around 30 members, but all of them are elites in the top 100 of the magician rankings. The guild master Bondre is first place in the magician rankings. He was humiliated during the international competition, and his overall ranking had dropped recently from 11th to 17th place due to the Overgeared Guild pushing him down. Infuriated, Bondre poured all of his efforts into obtaining S-class magic. He is now incomparably stronger compared to his former self during the international competition. Bondre said I will feast on the entirety of your territory, Grid, and in 9 months, during the second international competition being held in my home country, France, I will completely annihilate you in 3 seconds. A guild member reminds Bondred, I am detecting movement in the forest. They look like refugees? Around several hundred of them. Bondre replied, damn it, getting in the way of our march towards Raiden when we are this close. Should we just kill them all? The member said, calm down, if you do that, your notoriety will go through the roof and you won't be able to play the game for some time. Bondre cast fly, and said, we are going to fly through the forest. I have no intention of delaying our attack when Raiden's destruction is right in front of our noses. While other members decided to follow up, someone took Ren and disappeared. System alerted guild member Ren has died. Followed by guild member Silver has died. A guild member said it's an assassin. They are leaving no traces. This location is disadvantageous to us. Raise your speed and escape. System alerted. Another few members has died. Bondre thought 11 elite magicians were taken out in just 5 minutes. An assassin who can instantly kill magicians whose levels are in the upper 200. Without me, a level 303, noticing there can only be one. Bondre said, just how did you know that we were going to pass through this area and invade Raiden? Did you plant a spy or something? Faker replied, I have no obligation to answer you. All of you will die here. Faker thought, what a coincidence to happen to meet you guys while taking a detour to avoid the Empire. Bondre said, you goddamn slaughterer, answer my question. Are you ignoring me? Well, whatever, I came here with the intention to grind even the smallest pebble related to Grid into dust. After all, Ice Dragon Fury. Faker thought his power, speed and range are all at deadly levels. The mana consumption of this skill must be enormous, but it looks like it's not putting too much of a strain on him. His skills have increased too, as expected of the first place magician. Even the tree branches have frozen over. The frigidity has gone up. Bondre said, I know many people have been getting their 3rd advancement, but to think that you would run wild like this just because your ranking's gotten a bit higher than mine with no place to hide. How about you flounder around like a cockroach for me? Faker thought his magic has frozen and destroyed the forest, getting rid of anything I could use as cover. On top of that, the increased number of ice pillars is severely restricting the area in which I can move around. Bondre said, now that he has less spots to use as footholds, things have gotten much easier. Use lighting and darkness attacks, blast him into smithereens. Bondre thought, his assassin is a magician's worst enemy? Hilarious. An insect like him is nothing more than a moving target if you get rid of all the places he can hide. Bondre said, looks like you will be crushed before Raiden. Then he noticed Faker's still perfect control over his overwhelming speed. Faker thought this armor usually raises your agility by 6% and your speed by 12%, but it ended up exceeding that. Grid, the items you forge never fail to impress me. Bondre thought his control is on the level of a god. Is it enough to be on the same level as Kraugel? Just how did he get this strong? Master of Swiftness, a 3rd advancement assassin class that requires top level control in order to obtain. It has incredible synergy with Grid's items. Bondre yell, Ice Dragon's fury is about to end. Use the magic you have stored in your orbs. This is the last moment. But then they noticed it's an afterimage. Bondre said, move aside. I shall trap the beast that's been running around. Can't you perform your little tricks now, can you? Especially now that the legs you are so proud of are all tied up. Now focus on him with wind attribute magic and tear him to shreds. Suddenly, they noticed Faker disappeared without a trace. Bondre thought, how annoying. Did he use conceal to hide himself in the ground? All I need to do is use detection magic for something like that. Faker stands behind him. Bondre said, there's no way someone like you could catch me from behind. Scene back to earlier. Faker told Grid, I will lose the tension I hold in my body if I use it more than I need. Back to the present. Faker said, you should never let your guard down. Especially not before making sure your target's dead. Meanwhile, a gang of people yell, open the castle gate. Someone replied, all I did was ask why all of you heading west. Bubat told him, we are just going there to hunt. Are not you being a little too persistent in your interrogation? The man said, whatever your circumstances may be, it does not matter. Just answer the question properly. Bubat thought, shit, to emit this much pressure, just who is this person? This is once in a lifetime opportunity to stop that conceited man in his tracks by teaming up the Zareth Guild, which has over 200 members. The humiliation we faced during the international competition. To think we'd have our feet tied up during this crucial moment when every minute counts. Bubat said, if none of our answers are satisfactory to you, then we will just have to bust through those gates by force. The man said, I've already confirmed your intentions using the magic orb placed in this area. Such a bold-faced lie. You remind me of another god-forsaken person I know. Unfortunately for you, there is someone precious to me currently staying in the lands behind me. Therefore, I cannot open the gates for you. So, I will give you a choice. Turn around and leave your own free will, or lay your bones to rest in Patreon. The city is owned by me, Earl Asher. Meanwhile, Booney, a level 209 assassin. He was once the world's best gaming broadcaster with 1.5 million subscribers, but now only 30,000 remains. In order to rise up again, he needed an event that attracted people's attention, and right now, the information that he obtained from his personal connections was on the verge of hitting the jackpot. The invasion of Raiden by the 7 major guilds hid their identity. Booney said video recording is turned on, and the quality settings are good. They all wear masks, but they can't hide their facial features. And as the information said, that's Bubat from the Yak Guild. I see more than 2,000 people. They must be allied with the Zarif Guild. Booney thought, if I am discovered I will be in danger as well, so I need to be cautious. It's very shameful for the 7 guilds to ally just to invade one city, and what's blocking the great army is none other than Earl Asher. Is it possible for such named NPC to be also Grid subordinate? It's a huge scoop. I can smell the money by just looking at this confrontation. Yak, who promises victory, he leads the fight with his powerful CC and bold judgments. That's the nickname of Yak's guildmaster Bubat. Satisfy's strongest initiator is about to start a rampage. Asher said, don't beg me to stop later, since you started this. Bubat said, none of you can deny me for my revenge. Asher said, I've told you so many times to do the best you can. We can talk when you're able to reach me. As Asher cast fire spell combined with wind magic, it caused the area of effect getting bigger. Bubat thought combining wind magic with C-grade fire magic makes it as overwhelming as an A-grade magic. Overwhelming magic and casting speed, that's an amazing skill. This is the power of one of the 10 great magicians who can prevent wars by just being here. He's much more powerful than Yura. If a normal player and an NPC had the same level and stats, the NPC would have superiority in abilities. This is a type of protection system for named NPC that have a profound effect on the worldview and story of the game. This is due to the existence of the so-called named NPC compensation effect. Bubat said, your skills are good, but do you think you will able to hold until the end against our numbers? Then Asher cast Diamond Shield and imprisoned them. Bubat said, this kind of shield does not work on me. I will make an opening in the front, follow me. But then he noticed water vapor followed by thunderstorm. As the thunderstorm successfully cast, Ashur said, you should be grateful to me for stopping you before you fall victim to Raiden's monster. With such skills your body shall be used as a fertilizer for the roses in my garden. Booney thought both the Yak Guild and Zerp Guild were annihilated. One of the 10 great magicians on the continent was protecting Grid. It's a huge scoop. I will definitely be inundated with interview requests and viewers flooding the broadcast. I just need to upload this video and I will be back as the best gaming streamer in the industry. St gaming streamer in the industry. The 2 guilds were annihilated without even reaching the empty Raiden. The calculation after the occurrence of something that usually cannot happen, as always, becomes meaningless. Just like the other guild that evaporated in the forest beyond the desert. Faker, who completely wiped out one of the 7 guilds alone, was called later a living god and became a legend. But that's another story. Faker thought, Master of Swiftness consumes my stamina as fast as it moves. I know it's a fatal weakness, but I can do nothing about it. I had the advantage as an assassin, but if it was 3 months ago, I would not able to get rid of them all. This is the time when the difference between the 3rd and 2nd advancement classes begin to emerge, but only Bondre had a 3rd advancement class out of them. But what matters now is the content of their conversation. I think that I heard them talking about the 7 guilds joining forces to invade Raiden. Now that everyone is away on a mission, I am the only one who can protect Raiden. Faker thought, damn it, I need to move somehow, but my body. Then the girl earlier gave him a potato. Faker thought it would have been different if it was Grid. I have to work harder. I hope the Overgeared members will check the message I sent before entering the battle. Someone said some guilds have not arrived yet even though the gathering time was 10 minutes ago. The Giant Guild is not joining, so only 6 out of the 7 guilds will participate. Zabal thought, why the Ice Flower Guild, the Yak Guild and the Zarif Guild that have not arrived yet? What are they doing? Suran the Soul Predator 23rd on the Unified Rankings and the Master of the Golden Guild questions Zabal, how much longer do I have to wait? You are wasting our time by waiting for the other useless guilds. Am I wrong? Zabal thought Soul Predator is a unique class that has much higher fighting ability than Pagma's successor. His self-esteem had recently risen into the sky after he climbed up from 70th on the Unified Rankings to 23rd. How the 16th on the Unified Rankings and the Master of the Hades Guild said, I share the same opinion. We will wait 10 more minutes, after that we will act on our own. Zabal thought he's player who Yura had pointed out as one of the people she can't defeat. I don't know what he's thinking behind his pretty face. The Snake Guild alone is sufficient to decimate Raiden, but I requested the aid of the 7 guilds in order to promote our friendship. I will please you until I become the king. 275 members of the Snake Guild, 211 members of the Golden Guild, 70 members of the Hades Guild. This is an overkill for trampling an empty house. But Grid, who came up to the stage without fear, needs this much of a lesson. Location, Alzar Mountain. System alerted urgent, the 7 guilds are heading to Raiden. The Ice Flower Guild's current location is the Thorny Vine Forest. In addition, I don't know the location of the other 6 guilds. Lowell thought, what is this? A large-scale raid? Ventnor said, what is this? Clearing the monsters around the mine is full swing. Raiden empty and an invasion. Lowell thought indeed. A lot of people are trying to restrain Raiden's fast development, but the timing is impeccable unless the enemies have accurately grasped Raiden's situation. It's a spy. I messed up. I made a fatal mistake as the Lord's representative. Our strongest members, Pan and Rigas, are off the dungeon mission, and we lost contact with them. Jishuka is all the way in Baron, so it's impossible. Layla said still. Jude and the guards and Piero is there as well. Zedno said Piero can't stop hundreds of top rankers by himself. Lowell questioned who ROI. How many people can board your wyvern? And how long does it take to get to Raiden? Who ROI said it's 3 people and it takes 3 hours to reach Raiden. Lowell thought this is the only way. I have no choice but to make a decision. Lowell said Vintner and Toon are the strongest here. Both of you, please move to Raiden first with who ROI, if we are lucky and the invasion did not start yet. Cooperate with Jude to increase the defense, but if they are already in battle, be prepared for the destruction of the internal facilities. For now, the priority is saving the talented people who should not be lost. Focus on saving Khan, Rabbit, Piero, and Jude, for Raiden can be abandoned. Ventnor said alright, kid, you're a Grid's representative, so I will follow your orders, but I am going to hold out as long as I can, so move quickly. Raiden is not just a few people, do you understand? Lowell replied, I am counting on you. Getting to Raiden as fast as possible will be our top priority. Don't worry about your stamina and mana. Lowell thought you are invading the territory of the first user to become king? There will be no forgiveness. I will kill you all. Back to Zabal. He said you did a great job, Grid, developing such a large city as an agricultural city. You have no talent for internal affairs. A guy like you who got a quick win just with his legendary class, does not deserve to become the first king. I will turn these wheat fields into ashes. Damien questioned, who are you? Zabal thought, what? Just a farmer who does not know fear. Piero said you did a good job. You have to try until you get the momentum naturally. Kraugle said you are so mean, mister. I did not get the same teaching he's getting when I started. Piero questioned, you are filled with killing intent? Are you an enemy? Anyway, you can't enter Raiden unless you defeat me. Zabal thought 2 of them have NPC marks. Are the rest farmers users? Due to the nature of Satisfy, you can hide your identity only with a mask and a hood, so I can't see any other additional information. Damien thought I already at a loss for words after having been turned into a farmer when I came looking for Mr. Grid. So what mess am I getting caught up in again this time? I've sensed something weird since I came here a week ago. Piero said your divine power was amazing. Your spirit was brilliant as well. The feeling of hitting it, I mean, I had fun training with you. A defensive power greater than that of a royal bodyguard, and a healing power comparable to that of a priest. You are the only one who's held out against me this long. Damien thought I was defeated in 10 minutes by a mere farmer. Impossible. Despite its long cooldown, Blessing of Light is the best buff skill. My attack, defense and accuracy would have risen by 80%, but to think I could not even touch him. I thought that I had become the main character after turning into the goddess's proxy thanks to Mr. Grid. But am I still just an extra? Piero said Duke Grid is currently away. You will have to wait at least 3 weeks until he comes back. So why don't you stay with us until then? Field work in the morning and training in the afternoon. System alerted, fun and exciting training hidden. Clear condition. Live with Piero for 3 weeks. You must perfectly follow Piero's schedule. Damien thought for advanced skills like the sword mastery, it would normally take at least 3 months to raise it by 1 level, but 2 levels in 3 weeks. Moreover, I will get a total of 90 stats. That's no different from leveling up 9 times, and I will get the farming skill too. The name of the quest is lame, but the reward is too attractive to refuse. Was he beneficial encounter all along? Kraugle said it took me 20 minutes to defeat him though, as expected. Damien thought besides, 2 losses in a row. I did not know I'd lose to this person too. From what I could vaguely remember at the beginning of the game, I thought he was Kraugle at first, but after living together, he was just a farmer user who knows nothing but farming. There's no way that Kraugle would be a farmer, so who in the world is this man? I don't know anything anymore because these ridiculous things keep happening. Anyway, as I continued to fight with those 2 monstrous people for a week, my skills improved dramatically. I can't wait to save Isabel, but this is a good opportunity since I have to wait for Mr. Grid anyway. The problem is his crazy obsession about being a gatekeeper. Back to present, Piero said back off, or do something. Zabal said we've already made our decision, take care of him. Piero simply slash and resist the fire spell. Zabal yelled ready for battle, but Piero already blinked in front of him and killed him in a blow. System alerted, Zabal has died. Kraugle thought I can't believe it, an instant death skill. There's no limit to that man's strength. He's strong enough to go beyond your imagination. Snake Guild members questioned, who the hell are you? Piero replied, someone who earns 73 silver a month, an ordinary farmer. Box thought everyone is shaken. We are going to lose our dignity if we retreat like this. Our guild could collapse too. Box questioned, what are you all doing? He's our master's enemy. Even if we have to die, we have to take our revenge. Piero said, how long has it been since I last stood on a battlefield? This is a perfect place to see the result of my Ho technique that I've been training for months. Piero thought since this is no longer training, but a real battle, I guess going all out should be fine. As the battle continued, Piero questioned, are you all going to keep watching on the sideline? If your subordinates look like they are out of their depth, then someone as skilled as you should have stepped up first. Black Teddy summoned a few Kolar bears. Piero immediately killed all the Kola bears. Black Teddy thought he wiped out my strengthening buffed Kola bears, which could fight against users who have gone through their third advancement in an instant. The difference between us is too great. Where did that bastard Grid pick up such a monster? Since named NPC have a great influence on the world of Satisfy, it's impossible for a mere user to have command over them. However, such an NPC is acting as one of Grid's subordinates. Black Teddy thought his attacks are basic, but they are dealing fixed damage while ignoring all of my defense. To think that I, who placed first in the summoner ranking, would be killed by a Ho. No, should I take comfort in the fact that number 2 in the overall ranking was killed in one hit by his Ho. Due to the Berserker's characteristics, the bigger crises they are in, the stronger they will become. With the Berserk passive skill, fear becomes pleasure. Asuka said, the debt that Grid owes me, I will make you make it back. Die. Piero defended and said, I can't believe you can use your strength to this extent. Asuka took out Euphra's great sword. Piero said, a great sword this time? You are truly talented. Your great sword skill is making me lose interest. It's nothing compared to that of Duke Grid. Piero cast Peerless Swordsmanship first form. Asuka thought, impossible, I can't believe he nullified my Fury of Madness in an instant and even managed to counterattack. I know that my defense is low since the Berserker's stats focus more on agility and strength, but he took out 60% of my HP in one hit. But still, the lower the HP the stronger I will become anyway. But Piero killed her and said, I've had enough of you, so go back now. System alerted, Asuka has died. Box thought, an NPC with high stats and perfect combat skills. Normal users like us can never hope to defeat him. I have to calm down. We are only here to hinder Grid from growing any further. In other words, Raiden's destruction. Even if we die, I have to focus on the greater purpose. Box yelled, the Snake Guild will hold that person back. Suiron, and how, please go and demolish Raiden. Suiron said, you guys must have suffered quite a bit standing on this field trying to make up for your lack of numbers. You should regret impersonating a farmer. Damien blocked the attack. Bland said, you seemed so reluctant at first, but in the end you still made your move. Damien said, there's no helping it. If I had not done anything, I'd have been nagged at all day by Mr. Piero. Suiron thought, how did he block my soul spear at full power like that? Was not just a scarecrow. Damn it, I came here with the intention of destroying Raiden as fast as possible. But our plan is a mess. How the hell did that bastard Zabal conduct his investigation? Well, no one would have thought that out of the 4 farmers blocking our way, 3 of them are masters in disguise. Then there's only one guy left. Suiron said, attention Golden Guild, we are changing our target. That guy is definitely an ordinary farmer. We are breaking through their weakest link. Suiron thought, he's smiling? What's with that nonchalant attitude? Don't tell me he is not an ordinary farmer either. Kraugle killed them and said, if I remember correctly, the Mister defeated everyone in one blow. I guess my skills just are not up to par. Suiron shocked and wonders, they're level 230 in one hit. What the hell is that bastard Grid doing? Using a monster like this as a farmer? Kraugle said, should not the leader be the one to lead the charge? The casualties will only increase if you don't step up. Suiron cast Soul Steel. Kraugle said, interesting, though your archery skills are rather lacking. Suiron laughed at combos into Soul Explosion. A farmer has no right to evaluate my skills. Kraugle said, not bad, but it's easy to react to since the follow-up takes 10 years. I suggest you practice speeding up the combo. Suiron thought, I guess it's time to bring out the secret weapon I got from being the first person to clear the Vasco's Labyrinth. It raises strength and stamina, both of which are stats the Soul Predator class scales off of. It is my ultimate item. Brutal Heavy Sword Legendary. Kraugle wonders, based off his skills, I thought he had more in common with a magician, but now that I see the level of his swordsmanship, he seems much more like a swordsman. Though, there is a saying that goes a little something like this: a soft touch wins against a stout build. One cannot cut water with nothing but the weight of their blade, after all. Suiron said, don't patronize me. Soul plundering. Steal a portion of the living target's soul. The affected target will have a hard time controlling their movements for a set period of time and will receive continuous damage. Suiron said, let's see if you can still blabber on after this. Suiron attacked and wonders a portion of his soul was stolen, but he still managed to dodge an attack aimed at his heart, thus minimizing the damage. Bastard, he really is not an amateur. Soul Predator is the ultimate hidden class. It specializes in combat, so why can't it stop a single farmer? It's not like my opponent is Onyus or Kraugle. Kraugle thought that's a good skill and his swordsmanship is as good as the rumors suggest. I can pretty confidently say that he's the strongest player I've met so far. I used to mainly focus on exploration and raids as I was not really interested in PvP, but after meeting Mr. Piero and training with him every day, my thoughts on the matter are quite different now. something that exists past the upper limits of one's swordsmanship skill. This feeling boiling up inside of me. I will have to consider participating in next year's international competition. How entertaining fighting against someone strong that is. Moonlit sword. Suiron thought he disappeared. Now that I think about it, this is the first time he's used a skill. This is dangerous. Kraugle attack broke Suiron's soul armor. Combo up by Mole Ascension. Suiron thought I could not even react to the attack. His is the first time I've felt such helplessness against an opponent after my advancement. Suiron said, "You damned rat bastard, I will trap you in place. This is the end." Soul Prison. This is the ultimate restraining skill. It can even imprison a level 280 boss monster for at least 5 seconds, and now it is time to unleash my combo. I used up all of my mana and souls for this. 39 soul spears and 39 soul explosions. Kraugle counterattack with white light sword. Suiron can't feel anything and being defeated. When Suiron questioned, "Who are you?" Kraugle replied, "You attacked me without knowing who I was? I received meal snack and I am provided shelter too, though I don't get paid. I am a fixed-term farmer of Raiden." How thought the white light blade is an attack skill that inflicts the highest level of blindness. When my sight returned, Suiron, who was of a similar strength level to me, had been defeated. I've seen those movements before. It happened about a year ago in Elgod's forest, the highest level field at the time. A party of at least 7 members who were in the top 100 of the overall rankings was pretty much the minimum requirement to farm there. Those are the movements of the man that single-handedly slaughtered the monsters living in the forest, including the boss Elgod. Battle sense and control that completely transcended the terrain he was on and the level he had, his skill being in the realm of the gods. I, who was praised as a genius, felt such a deep sense of inferiority and awe towards him that I could not even respect him properly, and even since that day, his movement have been stuck in my head. It has to be him, the swordsman who stands above 2 billion users, the sky above the sky Kraugle. Just why is he here? How said Hades Guild retreat? Quick! Save our manpower, run away now. Damien questioned, "Is it okay for us to just let them go?" Kraugle replied, "Should we pursue them?" Damien said, "No, I was worried that the scale of the battle would grow even larger because of Mr. Piero, but since the fight stopped at this stage, I think it's fine if we don't chase after them. In any case, just who are you? Your opponent was incredibly strong, but you defeated him so easily." Kraugle said, "Who knows? I am not anybody important, so don't worry about it." Damien thought, "Is he telling me to stop prying into it? Well, it's not like I am dying to know." Kraugle said, "It looks like you two were also busy. Did everything go well?" Bland said, "Everyone on our side also retreated, but we missed our mealtime." Damien thought, "I heard that he's the son of an important noble, but he's somehow always starving. The stress he's feeling must be immeasurable." Kraugle said, "Then that means the Mister is the only one left. I can't believe he actually managed to cut down all of those people on his own. I pity that last guy." Piero said, "So you stand behind your allies and combine their skills in order to boost their effectiveness to the max. Quite an interesting set of abilities. I commend you." Box replied, "No way. That many people were completely annihilated? I have to control of you, no matter what." Piero said, "Are you the type who can't take a compliment?" Box death and thought, "So the hand plow claims its 275th victim. We could not even reach the city gate. No, we could not even touch the shadows cast by the gates." Piero pondered, "I grew a lot during this fight. Does that mean I've gotten the tiniest bit closer to Sword Saint Muller? No. The growth I experienced this time managed to break down walls even deeper than that. There's something different about current me compared to the me from back then. The me who was devoted to chasing after Muller." Piero, a noble from the Saharan Empire. Piero, the leader of the Red Knights. Piero the traitor. Piero the swordsman. Piero the farmer. I used to pour everything I had into my swordsmanship. Has something in me changed? I broke down those walls because of who I am now, and what I am holding in my hand at this moment is not a sword. No, the tool does not matter. I never needed a blade. What truly made the difference is me. I felt dirt, roots, leaves and stalks under my hands. I was exposed to the vigor and spirit of these young men, these unrepented fruit. None of these steps were taken in pursuit of Muller, and definitely not in pursuit of the title Sword Saint. They were steps taken towards myself. So there was a path this close to me. Become one with nature, the soil, the water, the seeds, the stalks, the leaves, the hand plow, the hoe and the land, consists of the blade and me. System alerted, the legendary farmer is born. All farmers in this land will praise and revere him. All users connected to the game were told of the birth of a new legend. Many were shocked at the emergence of a legend that no one had anticipated, but that was of no concern to Piero, who was extremely satisfied with his epiphany. As he plowed the land, it became fertile. A fine harvest would be born from but a swing of his tool, yet it was also capable of laying waste to his enemies. Just like the legend where a swordsman became a blacksmith. Piero thought, Pagma, is this also how you felt? This was the birth of a new legend, the legend of a swordsman who became a farmer. Meanwhile, Suiron's guild members encounter a lot of high-level monsters. A man said not even 100 of our strongest members from our guild, the Golden Guild, managed to survive. We could not even see Grid because those farmers stopped us. It feels like we should just not have gone up against him in the first place. Suddenly, who are I said, you sons of bitches. So you guys are already on the way back after destroying Raiden? So you aim for the city while I, the one who advanced to the impregnable fortress class, was away from it? Ventnor said, scum like you dare invade our city? Meanwhile, How thought guild members the How hand-picked and raised, all of them having an average level of 253, highly polished team tactics on par with ones employed by the military. The one who leads the small-sized Hades guild, the one who personally cultivated the combat abilities of its members. He represents several billion Chinese people. He is called the genius of combat. A man told How, Master, you seem to have become rather paranoid after seeing the farmed who defeated Suiron. I don't recall you being this sensitive even after Zabal had died. How replied, I can't help it. The farmer who defeated Suiron was the sky above the sky. After all, he must be cooperating with Grid due to certain circumstances. There's no way he'd become Grid's servant. Kraugel is the sky. He's not an existence one can lay claim to. Lowell said, before you leave, should not you pay for what you've done? How dare you lay your filthy feet on Duke Grid's property? For that, you shall pay with your life. How thought 15 of the 28 members of the Overgeared Guild. We have just over 80 members, so we have the advantage in terms of numbers. But even without powerhouses like Jishuka, Pan or Rigas, everyone there has completed their third advancement. Meanwhile, we are all only in our second. Quality over quantity, that's the war logic that satisfies users. The result is obvious. There is not even a need to try. How announced in guild chat, I will stop the enemy. The rest of you, run away. A member said, we can't hand you over to the enemy. Guild master, we should be the ones buying you some time. There is only a difference of 4 levels between 11th and 50th in the overall rankings. If your level decreases from the penalty of death, your overall ranking will decrease heavily as a result. How said rankings are nothing more than numbers. It's better for me to be sacrificed alone instead of 70 of us. We will repay the humiliation we receive in full, but we can only do so after we survive this and reach our third advancement classes. Run for now, leave things for later. Satisfy has no species option during character creation. This means that everyone starts out as human, but a handful of players manage to change their species through specific quests, How being one of them. He loses the majority of his human skills after his transformation, but that is not a problem to him, as he specializes in physical combat alongside using weapons. Strength, agility, health and resistance are all increased by 10%. He also gains the ability to use fire as well as flight, though the latter can only be performed in an incomplete manner. How's actual race is that of the half-dragon tribe. How said, for 5 minutes, not a single one of you will cross this line. Lowell thought, so that's the half-dragon mode of How, the strongest park in the game. Lowell said, let's split up. The rest of you, pursue those fleeing. Tobin, Layla, and Zenas, please take care of How. How said, just 3 people? Are you people looking down on me? Layla thought, I don't have time to cast a spell. I will have to use the spell I saved up in my orb. Seeing 3 of them unable to handle How, Ibeline stepped in, but immediately controlled by How's weapon. Layla thought, the spell does not track, but I did not think he'd be able to dodge it from that distance. His physical prowess incredible, and on top of that, this overwhelming attack power. If it was not for Tobin's buff, I would have died. How told Zednos, don't think your turn is not coming just because you are sitting pretty in the back. Tobin said, try getting through me. Tobin thought, and through he's figured out exactly when on my shield to attack in order to make sure I bear the brunt of the hit. Lowell thought, incredible, I did not think he'd be this good. So the title Miracle of the Continent was not just for show. Lowell said, the Hades guild members are getting farther away. Let's defeat How first. We will be the ones who will lose face if he actually lasts 5 minutes. After all, the battle prowess of the Overgeared guild members currently here are in the lower end, but that's only when comparing between those in the guild. Individually we are all top rankers. But How is no pushover. He's clever enough to use the half-dragon tribes to mess with our line. He's hanging on using every single advantage he gains from his transformation. How yell, I am not letting a single one of you through. Lowell thought, power judgment during combat tactics, and even a willingness to sacrifice himself. That's something that's hard to see even in the Overgeared guild. There's worth in trying to obtain him. Soon, How said, I guess the rumors are true. You guys are strong, but I am stronger. With this 5-minute past, my comrades should have already escaped. I am satisfied with that. Kill me now. Lowell thought he actually stopped 15 people who were taught by Piero. Even against Pan and Riga's 3 minutes would be the limit for them. What an incredible individual. I have no choice but to acknowledge our loss in terms of combat, but tactics is a different story. Lowell said, that's where you are wrong. Your guild members failed to escape. Why don't you send a message to your guild? It was as clear as day which escape route they'd take, the one that was the shortest distance between them and Empire territory. Currently all of your guild members are sitting at the western border between Etnal and the Empire. I gave the command to pursue them to the advance group, because luckily they just so happened to have finished their battle with the Golden Guild. They also managed to regroup with the scouting group who finished the Ice Flower Guild, and you already know that second advancement users are no match for third advancement ones, no matter how many of them there are. How thought, damn it, if I knew we were going to be annihilated anyways, I should have tried to at least take someone down with me. Lowell said, I would like to propose something to you. Do you have any intention to serve Duke Grid? Hal replied, are my ears malfunctioning? Serving a man who has nothing except a legendary class to his name? How dare you tell a dragon to bow his head to a dog? Lowell said, Mr. Grid is not a god, he's the sky. Hal said, a play on words. I suppose a sky could easily hold a dragon within it, but the only man who deserves to be associated with the word sky is the sky above the sky. Lowell said, alright, I did not expect to change someone's mind immediately. Anyway, we will let you and all of your guild members go. You are free to head back home. Hal questioned, what are you doing? I told you, I don't have any plans to serve Grid. Lowell replied, but you said that a sky could hold a dragon within it, right? And of course, there can only be one sky. Watch what Mr. Grid does carefully from now on. Hal laughed and said, you guys are some passionate fanatics. Is Grid actually a cult leader or something? I can't believe I have to observe a dog. Fine, I will watch him. Eileen questioned Lowell, why are you letting them off scot-free? They are the ones who invaded us for no good reason. Lowell explained who ROI sent me a message saying that Raiden is safe. Instead of focusing on some petty grudge, we need to focus on the long-term benefits. Eileen said, and what will happen if they see us as pushovers? They will try to invade the city again. Lowell said that won't happen. The day any of them cross the border, even if by only a single grain of sand, is the day we kill them all and raze their bases to the ground. Soon. Location, Raiden Castle. Lowell said, my deepest thanks for protecting Raiden when it was in danger due to careless oversight. The fault lies with this unworthy strategist. I will repay this debt for the rest of my life. Piero replied, save it. All I did was my wages worth. Lowell thought he dug up water veins all around the area and raised quality wheat, letting Raiden's citizens eat plenty of bread. This is all a result of Piero's benevolence. To think a swordsman of his caliber would also be this accomplished as a farmer, he serves respect. In any case, who is this legendary farmer? There's no way it's Mr. Piero, since he's aiming to become the Sword Saint. Lowell said, the invaders were quite strong. How did you beat them back on your own? Piero said, those guys helped me. Lowell thought, farmers? Did we have farmers in Raiden who were that strong? Kraugle thought, I don't really want to interact with them. If my identity gets exposed, there's going to be a huge mess over it. Kraugle said, my mother's calling me, so I will be heading off a bit. Log out. Lowell thought, so they were players. They must be quite high level to be able to arrive at Raiden. Why are they become farmers? Lowell questioned Damien, who are you people? Why are you farming here? Damien thought, I can't tell them that someone with the title of goddess proxy got trapped by a farmer into working here. Still, they are Mr. Grid's followers. Maybe they will let me have an audience with him if I tell them about my circumstances? When Damien took off his hat, Lowell noticed it's him, the man who managed to get second in the Paladin rankings through the Rebecca Church, the church most difficult to follow. But one day, he disappeared from the rankings, leading many to speculate that he had obtained a hidden class, the famous otaku. The Rebecca Church's strongest paladin, Damien. Afterward, Vantner said, fighting all by your lonesome to save the woman you love, that's so tragic. Lowell said, I understand your circumstances, but just why were you out on the fields? Are not you considered one of the candidates to become the next pope, Mr. Damien? I am sure our administrator would have treated you like a VIP if you had just talked to him. Damien thought, I was not even let into the city and said, I've always liked working in the fields. Lowell questioned, who was the other person with you? Damien said, I am not sure, we are not companions or anything. And he always kept his identity a secret. Lowell thought, I am sure Mr. Piero would have chased him out if he were a dangerous individual. For now, let's just keep an eye on him. The same can't be said for this man, though. Lowell said, alright, the Overgeared Guild will try and convince Lord Grid to save Rebecca's daughter and help you win the papacy. Lowell thought, if we manage to get a temple built in Raiden, we get a city buff, increased population, and even some precious followers. We can't let an incredible opportunity like this go. Soon, Rabbit said, quite the extraordinary feat you achieved, fighting back the invaders. I've summoned you here today to reward you for it. It's the administrator's job to distribute adequate compensation. After all, Piero replied, no need. I've never been all that attached to material possessions. Rabbit said, it's basic governance to give people the reward they are owed. Rabbit thought, it seems everyone is surprised in regards to what this farmer is capable of. My discerning eye had already scoped out this man's skills. The reason I kept him as a farmer this entire time was because I'd have to pay several million gold for his wages if I paid him according to his skill level. The financially unstable Raiden can't afford that. Rabbit said, this is a new contract I made by giving you as much compensation as I can grant under my authority. I, Administrator Rabbit, employed the farmer Piero as caretaker of the wheat fields, and will raise his salary accordingly. I look forward to continuing to work with you. Rabbit thought only one philosophy reigned supreme in governing Raiden: get the greatest good for the lowest cost. Piero said 2 gold 30 silver? This is 3 times my former pay, thank you for going through the trouble. Meanwhile, Damien said, thank you for your kindness, I am so thankful I could even gift you my Isabel printed body pillow. Lowell and Rabbit said no worries, Raiden does not abandon its people. They thought and suck everything down to its bone marrow. And so, the 7 large guilds' ambitious plans to suppress the budding powerhouse Grid was thwarted before even reaching the man in question. Shocking headlines like Top 10 Magician on the Continent fights for Grid opened the floodgates. This led to various kinds of news on the topic taking the whole world by storm. Unconfirmed truths spread throughout online broadcasts. Bunny's broadcast, which covered the incident first, exploded. The rebirth of the greatest streamer was a success. However, this news did not reach the person who was the actual subject of it all. This is because the Overgeared guild opted not to send him any messages or news, fearing that it would interfere with his quest. At the end of the 3-week journey, the curtains to the main character's show were about to open at last. Location: Saharan Empire capital, Titan. Grid said, I am still so far away from the city, but I can already see it from here. It must be gigantic. It might be several times bigger than Reinhardt, and that city's the capital of the Ethnal Kingdom. The journey was long, but I managed to make good use of that time. Currently Grid reached level 291. Grid thought my growth got slowed down because of that penalty from creating my 5th legendary, but these are still some incredible numbers, equipment, stats, and control. I am the best at everything now. In any case, they are supposed to be in there, right? Piero's nemesis, the one who framed him and took everything from him. Alright, let's take a look at just what kind of person they are. They took from him, so they better be prepared to experience the same. I am here to destroy you in place of Piero. As Moffel, the eldest son of Count Pondro, he is a descendant of one of the top combatants, households in the Empire. He joined the Red Knights at the age of 20 and performed many outstanding feats and deeds for the sake of his family and the Empire. His noble character and loyalty was praised. It was said that he, alongside his close friend Piero, would become pillars supporting the Empire, up until Asmoffel fell for Empress Marie's schemes, causing him to stab the backs of his comrades and his best friend. Asmoffel thought Empress Marie her resplendent beauty, that damned mug of hers. No matter what I do, I can't get it out of my head. I am sorry, so sorry. But no matter how many hundreds of thousands of times I might cry out, I know it will never reach you. Piero, my closest friend. A Red Knight came and questioned, what is the matter? Drinking again? Are we not protecting you every day? This is becoming an issue. Please calm down and return to your bedchambers. Asmoffel said, shut it, you dog of Empress. Suddenly, Dib the Black Magician said, my word, you really do act in this manner every day. I know that the shock of mortally wounding your closest friend must have been great, but if this keeps going, the suffering we went through in order to take care of you will be rendered moot, would it not? You've already been holed up in this manner for several years. At this rate, will you even be able to face the light, Sir Asmoffel? Asmoffel scared seriously and told him stay away. Dib said, I am just taking care of you like I've always done, yet you reject it. Don't you wish to be free from the pain? Asmoffel replied, shut up. Even if I were to spend my entire lifetime atoning for my sins, it will never be enough. Asmoffel jumped out from the building and thought, my friend, I am so sorry. Neither my body nor my mind is telling me just how much more I must atone. But my friend, I hope that this at least makes up for a bit of it. Dib said, I already told you that this behavior is not allowed. The Empress will be quite furious if she finds out that you treat your body in such a manner during a rainstorm this harsh. Are you not tired of resisting? Both your body and your mind are not wholly yours anymore. Even your imagination needs permission to be used. Just because your body is not yours anymore does not mean that those watching you can stay relaxed. Quite a lot of effort and quality ingredients are being put into the black magic and potions used for your brainwashing. After all, if a puppet does not move according to its master's wishes, its joints are forcibly bent to make sure it does. So do be careful. Whenever useless fantasies crop up in your mind, make sure to empty it. All you need to do is stay as an obedient shell. Ah, right, you were repeating the name of a certain someone over and over again just now. Who is Piero? Asmoffel said, Piero was traitor to the Empire and my nemesis. Back to Kraugle. System alerted you have completed the quest. Fun and exciting training. Hidden. Kraugle thought I've reached the end. With this I am on the 4th stage of the Sword Saint candidate. Just one more stage until I can reach the cusp of Sword Saint. My hands are calloused and covered in dirt. I think I managed to obtain just the slightest glimpse into what path Mr. Piero chose. Piero questioned, are you leaving? Try and visit often, you are always welcome here. Kraugle thought I managed to overcome the roadblock in my path because I trained myself doing endless fieldwork with him. I was incredibly fortunate to meet this man, even if I could not beat him in the end. At first, I was greatly disappointed at the thought that he had abandoned the path of the Sword Saint when he advanced into becoming a legendary farmer, but in reality, he had just found his own way. He found a path without being tied down to his class, By combining both blade and farming equipment, through it, he managed to obtain a legendary class. Kraugel said, I am glad I get to go on a new journey, but I regret having to leave Raiden to do so. I will miss this place. This is the first time I've ever felt such affection towards one place. I will treasure the precious memories I made in my month here. Piero said, I am sure we will have a reason to meet again someday, so enjoy your life. Alright. Kraugel thought, no matter how long it takes, I will become the Sword Saint, in order to become someone of equal standing, and a proper match against this man. I will become a legend. Kraugel activated White Light Sword. Faker thought, I guess he noticed me. There's only one person who can shake me off. Faker questioned, did you enjoy your time at Raiden, Sky Above the Sky? 3 years ago, the Emperor Wander gathered physicians and priests from all corners of the land, in order to save Empress Ariat, who was laying on the sickbed. However, no one could cure her illness. Only the legendary Sant could cure the Empress. Death was not something that wealth or the power of man could stop. He did not neglect the affairs of the Empire after Empress Ariat passed away, but only alcohol numbed his pain. The one who managed to put the Emperor, who was falling apart, back together was the second Empress, Marie. Her beauty was blinding, and she was the mother of the fourth prince. She devoted herself to the Emperor in order to garner his favoritism. However, she did not do it out of love. She did it out of greed for his authority and power. During the past 3 years, Marie dissolved the support the first prince had, and obtained the backing of the reorganized Red Knights and nobles, establishing a firm foundation of support. All of it was done in order to make her son, the fourth prince, the heir to the throne. There was no such thing as failure in the future, Empress Marie envisioned, and her closest confidant, the black magician Dib, who had served her family even before she had become empress, also smiled. To be exact, the one who smiled was the man who was pretending to be Dib, as the real Dib had already passed away. Dib, the greatest illusionist and witch doctor of the Yatan Church, and its seventh servant Dark Verse. Dib thought, fill the world with dark magic, bring forth the advent of the 33 great demons, and invite chaos into the surface world. If I use the fourth prince's legitimacy as a pretense to cause a bloodbath in the empire, the whole place will be seething with magic power. Finally, after 3 years of hiding my identity, my hardships are coming to an end. An intruder? They managed to break the barrier of illusions that was placed on Asmophal's manor. Dib said, assemble all security personnel within the manor. Now. Dib thought, those godforsaken Red Knights, have they already switched with the Black Knights? Even if my barrier is heavily fortified, how lax can they be? Considering just how strong his trust in the other is, Asmophal is someone we need on our side. We even prevented outsiders from entering the manor for this very reason, so that we could keep him alive while maintaining the brainwashing. Enough strength to break the barrier and skilled enough in stealth that the guards did not notice their entrance. It looks like a skilled rat has scurried in, but this is where their progress stops. Dib yelled, who are you? Show yourself. Grid said, man, Titan is disgustingly large. There are over 100 buildings, and I only just go to the 6th one. I know I got caught, but to be fair, it would have taken much longer if I tried to find the guy while keep hiding. Come at me already, time's a wastin'. It took me 3 weeks to get here, after all. So come on, let's do this. Dib said, I've never even seen or heard of you, but you seem to be monstrous both on the inside and outside. Men, an insect has crawled into our garden. Eradicate it immediately. Grid said, you guys are definitely faster than the soldiers I've been fighting in other places, but you are not fast enough. Keep it coming, I am pretty hungry for a good fight. Grid thought, I can clear out half of these guys with just a transcended link, but it'd be a waste to use a skill against these small fry. After training for 3 weeks with my blade, these are the fruits of my labor. Suddenly, system alerted you, demonic power has been increased by 2, demonic power 91. Grid thought, shit, did I already kill over 60 people? I can apparently enter hell if my demonic power rises high enough, but I don't like that one bit. If I kill all of the NPC in this area, it will rise up to 150. Then I guess this is the time to test that. Grid told Noe, go on a rampage. Noe said, it's the meow appearance of hell's greatest demonic beast. Grid thought, my demonic level might not increase if a pet kills my opponents for me. Randy did not kill anyone back when we were saving the UL tribe, so I've been curious. And on top of that, Noe has the bewitchment skill that makes opponents lose their will to fight. The current Noe is an overpowered existence who can hunt monsters whose levels are several times higher than its own. But end up, system alerted your demonic power has been increased by 1. Grid told Noe, hey you, get back in, you are not helping. Grid said, for now just stay in there. If my demonic level's going to rise even when you kill them, then it's better if I get all of the EXP points for the kills. I am close to level up. Dib said, looks like the insect is taking advantage of the wide open space to prance around. I will have to consider moving Asmophal to a smaller location. Corrupted Pentacle creates a magic circle that greatly increases the casting speed of black magic. Dib said, why don't we mark the occasion by killing and then stuffing this insect to use as decor? System alerted amplified damage. The amount of damage inflicted on the afflicted is increased. Low resistance, lower blessings. All effects of skills belonging to the afflicted are diminished. Dib thought, hold on, something's not right, my curses are not working. Grid said, damn it, I am on the highway to hell and yet they are sending me no name low exp nobodies to push me along? Dib thought, this man is dangerous. I need to put up a mana shield. He questioned, just what sort of witchcraft are you employing so that curses don't affect you? Grid said, it ain't witchcraft, asshole. It's a skill. Grid activated vital spot detection and attacked Dib. Grid thought, why is not he dying? Black magicians have low defense so that one attack should have finished him off. Wait, his combat power is 20,500, that's the level of a field monster. He was not just some weak sauce black magician. I guess he's kind of like the mid-boss of this quest? But if that's true, why is he so weak? Dib thought, shit, just who is this guy? Curses don't work against him. He's the worst enemy for witch doctors like me. Unless I manage to hit him in his weak spot with attack magic. No, none of my magic will work against him. I am the one with the lowest combat power among Yatan's servants, after all. But even so, there's no chance of you winning against me, because I control the most powerful puppet of all. Come out and tear this fly into pieces. As Moffle, Grid said, so the cockroach of a black magician is handing me my quest objective on a silver platter? What a friendly delivery guy, you must be really popular. Dib said, come out as Moffle, tear this fly into pieces. Get off my tail, firebolt. Grid said, hey, cool it, your underlings are dying? Dib thought, I can't kill the crafty bastard with my current attack power. Damn it, who is he? A monster immune to curses suddenly appeared. Whatever you are, no matter. I have plenty of puppets under my control. Curse dolls. Grid thought, running in even when they are on the verge of death. So they will try and stop me no matter what? It will be annoying if several dozen of them manage to latch themselves onto me. Grid said, I wanted to keep the use of equipment to a minimum for the sake of my training, but it will definitely be better to blow them away. Dib recalled back what Balak told him Sir Neberius lost to those country bumpkins. The problem is that we still don't know the identity of this person, who will become the greatest threat to the Yatan church. He called himself Overgeared. Since he's from Etnal, Teresa's no chance that he will show up in Saharan. But just in case, memorize his special characteristics. He uses a blue great sword and golden artifacts. Meanwhile, as Moffle came out and said, I will kill the Empire's enemies. Dib thought he's fully recovered from the wood he received from Piero, and his affinity for dark magic is quite high due to him constantly being dosed with Yatan's essence. If I enhance him with magic, he will become the ultimate monster. He can easily destroy a man of that caliber. But Grid's skill pinnacle already hit on Dib. Grid thought, I just need to kill Asmople and my favorability level with Piero will reach the maximum. I can have the future sword saint as my comrade. Grid said it took a while, but thankfully I managed to find what I wanted. If you are finished with the delivery, piss off. As Grid launched kill, Dib thought, has Yatan abandoned me? Dark verse, after I have served him for 3 years. No, I was just defeated by the secret weapon of the Rebecca Church who was sent to foil our plans. Grid thought, this guy feels like someone on the same level as Piero. System alerted, you have gotten rid of Dark verse, Yatan's 7th servant who was sowing chaos into the world. You have saved the Saharan Empire from its crisis by thwarting the Yatan Church's plot. The tile cover hero is received. The title slayer of Yatan's servant is received. Grid thought, what the hell? He was not just some random NPC but one of Yatan's servants. As Moffle start to scream, Grid thought, what's going on? There's no hope in his eyes, and he's not showing any resistance. I don't know how I feel about killing him when he's like this. Grid noticed as Moffle about to suicided. Grid stopped him and said, what the hell are you doing all of a sudden? As Moffle said, please, my savior, who punished the wicked servant of Yatan, I beg of you, let go of my hand. Until now I was unable to use my blade to end this sinful life. System alerted, the quest kill the true traitor of the Red Knights SS has transformed into buried story hidden quest. Grid thought, I am sorry Piero, I know I made a promise with you, but there's no way I can cut down someone with an expression like that. 2 weeks later, System alerted, you have completed the quest exciting, heart-pounding training hidden. Damien said, I am finally done. It was a sudden quest, but I got stats and even skill levels as a reward. I grew so much that I can't even be compared to the me from 3 weeks ago. I wish I could share this joy with Rin and Isabel. Just hold out a little bit. Because Mr. Lowell told me that Duke Grid is finally coming back. You will be alright after Lethal's spear is sealed. I broke into my savings and converted every single item I own aside from my current equipment into gold. You already know this, Isabel, but Mr. Grid as well. Quite the greedy guy. Stay strong. I will make sure you will become healthy again. Even if I have to sacrifice my whole being. Meanwhile, Lowell said the desert night is quite chilly. It should be possible to climb it as long as we properly take care of the monsters creating the desert phenomenon in the first place. Then he spotted Jude. Lowell questioned, I heard you've been skipping meals in order to patrol what's with the tree? Jude replied, trees next to canal, hides vision, dangerous if someone hides behind it from outside. Lowell thought in order to not cause any unneeded restlessness, we did not tell the residents of this city, including Jude, about the outsiders trying to invade us a week prior. It was easy enough to cover up. The attack happened during the evening, and the enemy did not even breach the outer walls thanks to Mr. Piero. But Captain Jude's loyalty and efforts, which lead him to consistently train and patrol even on days when there's nothing special going on, is another of Raiden's strengths. Soon, Grid was backed and said, "It looks like something's changed with all of you guys. Maybe it's because I have not seen you all in a while?" Ventnor said, "Is that something you can say when you disappeared for 5 weeks then came back with that weird thing on your face? Your level's only 295. You should have grinded it up to 300, then returned." Grid questioned, "Why's Lowell hiding behind Tobin?" Lowell thought, "That's the Slaughter Fiend's mask. It looks so fucking cool." Damien thought, "Is that really Mr. Grid? I feel like he's changed a lot from before. In any case, does he actually not know about the invasion? There's barely any user out there who does know about it. That's incredible in its own way." Lowell questioned Grid, "Were you so busy with the quest that you did not even watch any TV news?" Grid replied, "Don't even start with that. All I did was game, okay? I even cut back on my sleep. Titan was gigantic and it was far away, so annoying. I wanna log out, eat a homemade meal, and sleep. Why the TV news? Did something happen?" Lowell said, "Just a minor inconvenience, check it out later. In any case, Mr. Grid, who's the person behind you?" Grid said, "He's the last bit of business I need to take care of before I can rest. Where's Piero's house? I need to meet with him right now." Lowell said, "Mr. Piero is currently living in the farmer's dormitory over here." Grid questioned, "Huh? A place like this? Raiden's pretty large. Is it so hard to give him a house here?" Lowell replied, "Piero himself did not want it. He told us that he has no right to live a comfortable life." Grid thought it must be because of the pain he felt from losing his family and comrades after being framed. And here I thought he's been lightening up lately. So he really was trying to cover it up. Grid questioned Asmoffel, "Well, are you prepared? Emotionally?" Asmoffel replied, "Yes, my life should already have ended several times over. I've already made my peace with death a long time ago." Grid said, "Don't jump the gun. There. The person making the decision is in here. Anyways." Afterward, Piero said, "Looks like you've grown quite a bit stronger, Duke." Grid, "I was honing my breath rather finely, as well, but thanks to you my concentration has scattered. So did you properly kill him?" Grid wonders, "I thought I could win against Piero if I mobilized all of my skills and equipment and used Noe and Randy's strength against him at the same time. But he's practically changed at a fundamental level in just 5 weeks. I can't even measure how much with insight. He's a monster, almost on the level of the Sword Saint. I want to fight him right now, but I can't calm down. There's a bomb right behind you." Grid said, "I did not kill him. Piero, I am saying this in advance, but don't be too shocked when you see this." Piero was mad when he saw Asmoffel. Grid thought, "It is not like I want a named NPC like Asmoffel dying, but after hearing his story back then, I could not help but bring him to Piero. This is all that I can do. The one with the sole right to decide whether Asmoffel lives or dies is Piero." Asmoffel did not dodge and said, "The most skilled swordsman of the Empire, who had been pursuing the title of Sword Saint, missing to stab into my heart. Assuming the edge of your blade has not dulled, what has made you turn aside your blade at the last minute?" Piero thought, "He's nothing but rag and bones. I could wrap one of my hands around his entire neck and yet he's pulling on my blade without an ounce of give. Should not you have shown up looking like the traitor you were if you came here to die? Just what are you thinking?" Piero said, "Talk. I will hear you out." Everything started going wrong on that day, the day when Empress Marie stepped into my abode, then turned and walked out. Marie said, and here I was trying to drive a wedge between Piero and Asmoffel, who were supporting the first prince, but to think that Asmoffel would refuse me when the emperor himself had not, quite the integrity he has. At this rate, I feel as if I will lose face before the Red Knights break up. We will need to find a way to make Asmoffel budge." Dib replied, "It will be much easier to make Asmoffel, who is single, do our bidding instead of Piero, who has a wife and a child. It seems like the man is much more enamored with a particular commoner woman than one would expect. It is child's play for us to steal the life of a commoner. Your gentle touch will melt his walls down after his mind and body have been shattered, your majesty." Asmoffel continued, "I, the one who guarded the imperial estate, could not even protect the life of the one I loved. Your comforting words fell on deaf ears, Piero. My will to exist had disappeared. It was then that the Empress visited me, with a bottle of wine as consolation. It was an odd beverage. All of my pain seemed to be washed away. I was drinking it. Yatan's essence. By the time I realized that the wine she had brought me was imbued with Dib's magic, I was already addicted to it, losing my free will in the Empress's lap, and that's how that day that I don't even want to think about came to pass. I could not even resist. A doll merely moves the way its strings are pulled. After all." Dib questioned, "Would not that pain of yours decrease, even by a minuscule amount, if you find the one who killed your beloved?" A traitor who was planning an insurrection asked for your beloved one's cooperation. When she refused, he killed her in order to prevent any information from leaking out. Please enact punishment on the Red Knights, who planned the insurrection, as well as their leader Piero. Your act of revenge will protect the Empress. Was the moon hidden by the clouds in the night sky that day? Or out in the open? Was the ground wet from the rain or completely dry? I cannot remember. The few fragments of memories I have of that day only contain the blood and flesh of my comrades. Yatan's essence had turned the smallest handful of rage into an irrational, violent frenzy. Dib questioned with this. Support for the first prince has completely collapsed, has not it, your majesty? Marie said all I did was use your potion to sow a little bit of confusion, but for all this to happen? To be honest, I was a little surprised at the results. Is not he called the pillar of the empire? A man who's loyal to his comrades and family? Someone without an ounce of malicious intent? This would not have happened if he even had the slightest interest in an affair. He would have been a reliable pillar like no other if he had decided to support my son. But as they currently are, these two are nothing but dead, brittle trees narrowing the path, but it looks like said path will be cleared for the prince. Now that a small, weak trap has made them knock each other over. How loyal they are to themselves. Even the way they leave the stage fits their guileless reputation like no other. Pierrot questioned, why have you done this to your comrades? As Moffel said, the traitor who killed my beloved Farah. Know that for your sin of bearing your fangs against the empire, you will also lose everything. Pierrot replied, traitor? What are you talking about, and your beloved is already? Dib said, but as Moffel will not be able to completely stop Pierrot. Marie said not even Pierrot himself would remain unscathed after a battle with Asmoffel. The place he'd go if he was quick on the uptake is obvious enough, but just how many Black Knights that have been waiting in ambush can he fend off with a wounded body? And I granted him a mercy, so that he could pass on with no regrets. These two are close companions. The pain Asmoffel felt knowing that he lost his beloved to his closest friend must have been immense. The bloodline of the Empire's traitor, Pierrot, is condemned to end here. Vice Chief of the Red Knights, Asmoffel. And just how could they call themselves that if only one of them lost everything they had? Dib said, you truly are incredible, your majesty. To do something that even I could not do. Dib thought she even puts me, Yatan's servant, to shame. Marie said, I have not done anything you need to praise for. All that happened here was that two close companions happened to hurt each other. Dib told Asmoffel, quite the willpower and strength you have to come all the way here. It's not easy feat finding your own will again after how much of the potion you've ingested. Looks like Pierrot somehow managed to escape the Black Knights. Is not that a relief? Neither of you managed to kill the other. Be grateful. I am sure you must still be hurting due to the loss of your loved one, but both Her Majesty and I are cleansing it away from you. Do not worry, even your remaining anguish will soon vanish. Live on and become the fodder for the Empress's Red Knights. Back to present, Grid thought he was systematically used to kill his own comrades and to deal a blow to Pierrot. The burden of the sin he committed still lies with him, even if he was brainwashed. Can something like this be forgiven, even between two men whose friendship has lasted 25 years? Pierrot said, even still you should have held on, no matter what it took. Is not everyone now suffering? As Moffel said, words of comfort do not reach weak men, they always make the worst decisions as a result. This was all I could find and keep, in the throes of my misery and anguish. Pierrot thought, my daughters Malaks. As Moffel said, I destroyed their lives through my weakness. The body of mine does not even deserve consideration. Please, feel free to kill it multiple times to relive everyone's anger. I am sorry, Pierrot. Grid thought, both people lost their loved ones and their comrades. They won't be able to go back to the way things were, I am sure. Grid told Pierrot, I know it's hard to forgive, Pierrot, but there's someone else you need to take revenge on, right? You gotta grind that Empress Marie into paste. If things are not settled with the person in place they are supposed to be settled, it just leaves a bad taste in everyone's mouth. It's why I convinced Asmoffel to not die right where he stood and brought him back to you. I know you asked me to exact revenge for you, but there's no meaning to forgiving or condemning someone by a person who's not an involved party, in my opinion, and most importantly, you two were not at odds from the beginning, were you? Asmoffel said, please stop, Duke Grid, I've already resolved myself too. Pierrot said, it's true, we can't go back to what we were before, however you were used, and I left you there to be used. Thanks to this, we both lost everything. It's the consequence of 25 years worth of familiarity that stopped us from supporting each other's backs, and like the Duke said, if we are not settling it here, we will have to go where it all began. This is the only way we can provide comfort to our comrades and families. Neither comfort, nor rage, nor forgiveness can come from me alone. So hold on to your life until we both can lay their souls to rest. System alerted, the quest buried story hidden is completed. Grid thought, those who are born separately and walk separate paths, because they always walk separate paths, they are asked this repeatedly. System alerted, Pierrot and Asmoffel's relationship is improving. Your favorability with these two men has reached the maximum. Soon, Grid said, we are definitely as big as Baron now, but the facilities in general are only at the small town level. I think our low population is part of the problem. Do you have any measures put in place for that? Lowell said, we are planning on migrating the small tribes that were driven out of the Empire here, just like what did with the UL tribe. Grid replied, we will be on awkward terms with the Empire in that case. Not to mention the strain it will put on our guild members. Is not there another way? Lowell thought Raiden's popularity did rise thanks to the invasion of the 7 large guilds, but the problem is the barrier to entry for the city. Lowell said after we finish developing the mines and start connecting the roads, it will be easier for us to divvy up our military resources according to it. The number of monsters will decrease, and the users will come pouring in, so you can think about that problem for a little longer. Grid thought developing the mines is gonna take a while because we don't have any workers capable enough. Too bad we don't have Miner with us. Come to think of it, I have not heard from him since I sent him to explore the Golem Labyrinth in the west. Grid questioned, do the other guilds already have their own Knights division? Lowell replied they should have at least a few. All they have to do is divide the guild up into groups and then label them as divisions. Grid thought so he does not know about Knights divisions according to the system either. At this rate, I might be the first person to have a true Knights division. Right after Piero and Asmophil reconciled, I got a hint about establishing a Knights division which looks like it comes with special benefits. Back to earlier, system alerted as you have complete the quest, you can now recruit Piero and Asmophil as vassals. If you employ Piero as your vassal, barracks effectiveness in your territory will increase by 30% and chances of a good harvest will increase by 100%. You can also form a Knights division. If you employ Asmophil as your vassal, skill research effectiveness in your territory will increase by 20%. You can also form a Knight division. Knight division knights that you have command over can be assigned to them. Depending on who is chosen to lead the division, the knights under their command will receive different buffs. Barracks effectiveness increases the speed at which soldiers train. The more they train, the more their stats and levels will increase, the number of weapons they can use will increase, and new tactics will be attained. Skill research effectiveness increases the speed at which soldiers and citizens gain skill experience points. The variety and effectiveness of their skills will rise alongside their skill levels. Grid said, hold on, something's weird. What's this change of a good harvest thing? Next to Piero, what does that have to do with the Sword Saint? Don't tell me that status window that appeared when I was at Titan was Piero. If he becomes a farmer, I am definitely gonna kill him. Lowell questioned, what are you talking about all of a sudden? Jude and Rabbit then came to welcome Grid. Grid thought these guys won't be losing out in discipline against even the Empire's soldiers. I gotta check them out with the Great Lord's sword. Looks like Rabbit's INT and political power as well as Jude's overall have grown immensely. I heard that the training got bad enough that people wanted to leave, but thanks to it, it looks like the army's undergone a complete change. Damien said, it's been a while, I've been waiting for you all this time. Grid questioned, who are you? Then Grid remembered, yeah, that super beefed up otaku guy. You are the one who was chasing after those girls. Damien said, to explain once more, I am Damien, a paladin of the Rebecca Church as well as the goddess Proxy. I am the one that you met around a year and 2 months ago in game time. Grid said, at least I remembered you, right? Anyways, why are you here? Damien said, I am in desperate need of your help. Please save Isabel. Grid then recalled back Lethal's spear, the mythical weapon that Pagma sealed for Rebecca's daughter. As far as I remember, I just broke the seal and left it like that. Is Shy dying because of that? I did not even think about that at all. And I don't have any money. If Damien asked for financial compensation. Damien said, please save Isabel. If you do, I will give you all my savings, 530,000 gold. Grid thought, what a sucker, sent down from the heavens. He's not asking for compensation, but instead offering his savings. Lowell texted Grid, Damien is a pope candidate of the Rebecca Church. If he does become pope, we will able to earn quite a profit through friendly relations with the church. Why don't you lend him your power? Grid thought, so he's far more important individual than I thought he was. But really, I have some responsibility towards this situation in the first place, and on top of that, this is a rare change for me to get a good look at Lethal's spear. With some luck, I might be able to create another imitation of a mythical item. Damien thought, is that not enough? Come on Damien, you already knew about Mr. Grid's materialistic desires. The reason I can't save Isabel can't be I don't have enough. Wait, I still have more I can put up. Damien said, I have my home. It's a small mansion situated in Tokyo. If I sell it, I can add another 1,200,000 gold to your payment. Grid thought he'd sell his real-life house to save an NPC? Those who think this is merely a game would think he's gone insane. But everyone in the near-perfect world of Satisfy is real. They live and breathe like we do. I know that. At the very least, they are real people who worry and feel pain. It's why I understand him. He's not a guy I can dislike. Grid said, forget the house. I will just take the 530,000. You are the one who decided that the request would be worth that much, so I will take that price. I can't go there right away because I've barely been able to sleep for the past 5 weeks. Go on ahead to the Vatican first. I will contact you later. No need to thank me. I don't do things that are to my detriment. Anyways, a brief moment of rest after returning to the Empire. A seed that would blossom into a new event was planted into Grid. Around the same time, in a cave located in an unknown place, another seed was beginning to sprout. For 10 months in Satisfy's in-game time, Yura had been focused solely on one quest. Path of Penance SS grade. A quest without even a single clue on how to clear it. Yura faced countless setbacks and hardships while fulfilling said quest, but she never gave up. Yura thought, what an incredibly pleasant and beautiful voice, how heavenly. First servant said, so you managed to come all the way here with your fragile, mortal body, you are more than worthy to receive my Amorak's power. Yura thought, so my hunch was right, I finally found it. That flame is the demon of conflict Amorak, Yatan's first servant, a being shrouded in mystery, and one of the 33 great demons. There were numerous hints. The fact that the Yatan church was working to summon the 33 great demons to the surface, and the fact that there were demonic beings like Balak among Yatan's servants. Even the legend said that the 33 great demons were Yatan's creations. The Yatan church from the start was never something that had been created for humans. It was created by demons and for demons, the absolute enemies of humanity. First servant said, child, I want to help you discard that frail, mortal body of yours. System alerted, if you accept Amorak's magic, your species will transform from human to half demonkin. Demonkin can evolve into demons. Will you accept Amorak's magic? First servant said, become one with me, up until your very last breath. I will become an infinite amount of strength for you. Yura said, no matter how much I think about it, this is the only proper choice I can make. I refuse. First servant questioned, why do you reject my power, child? Are you perhaps thinking of betraying Yatan? Yura said, the explorers of this world can choose evil. By doing so I became a black magician, joined the Yatan church, performed many evil deeds, and even became Yatan's servant. I don't feel guilty about doing any of that. If a black magician has not choice but to serve Yatan. However, that means I'd have to betray the church to quit being Yatan's servant. But most importantly, if I accept your power and am forever consigned to being Yatan's servant, I will have to become enemies with a certain man. Slayer of Yatan's servants. Grid, I cannot become enemies with him. First servant said, such insolence, you impertinent creature. How dare you side with Yatan's sworn enemy? Yura thought, what a mind-boggling presence. Even its shout feels like it can destroy everything in the vicinity, but it's fine currently. It is impossible for Amorak to descend upon the upper world. There's no guarantee that choosing Mr. Grid's side will bear any fruit, but it's not like I decided to give up on everything I've been working for up to this point for no reason. I had a choice to refuse the rewards of an SS rank quest. There must be something hidden in that choice. System alerted, you have refused Amorak's magic. You have been deprived of your status as Yatan's servant. You are being excommunicated from the Yatan church. You have lost your black magic. On that day, the name Yura, that had stayed immovable from the top of the black magician rankings, disappeared altogether from the ranking records. Yura thought this all would not have happened if I had not taken his hand that day. System alerted, your level has been decreased. You have become level 1. Yura thought it might have been inevitable though. Weird stuff constantly happens around you, after all. And on that same day, all of Satisfy. Yura said, I wonder if your comrades also felt this way. Grid. System alerted, you will forever be an enemy of the Yatan church. Learned of the creation of the legendary class, Devil Slayer. Back to real life. Grid's mum said, we have to go to the fields to grab vegetables first. Anyways, it feels like forever since we last saw you. Grid said, we keep missing each other because I spend most of the day in the capsule. I've been busy doing a quest for the past 12 days, so all I did was sleep after logging out. Grid's dad said, I saw the news. I heard that the 7 large guilds teamed up and invaded your city. Those experts praised you and your comrades a lot for managing to fight them back. Grid's mum said, I heard that someone really important also helped you out. Ashur? Grid thought the 7 large guilds invaded Redian? And Ashur helped us? Since Lowell did not tell me anything about this, he must have done it so that I could focus wholly on the quest. Everyone's so reliable. Say, he said, don't just stand there with a dumb look on your face. Put this on already. Everyone's worried about you because you don't get out of the capsule. Move that body of yours when you have some free time. Soon. Say, he questioned, why don't you take a break and go outside at least once a day? Grid replied, you need to concentrate a lot in that world. You know this. You've played in it. Still, it's nice being out here. I feel like my lungs are getting a workout for once. Peak Sword said, are you thinking of supplementing your energy with something like that? Instead of the red ginseng so lauded by our ancestors. Grid questioned, who are you? Peak Sword said, I heard rumors that you jog around this reed, so I came here to meet you. How lucky. Wait, you are Peak Sword. So your real name is Kang Dae-han. Peak Sword said, our job is to spread knowledge about South Korea to those outside the country. For the record, my little sister's name is Kang Mingguk, but she wants to change it. Our parents gave her that name. Our family tradition will crumble if she does. Grid interrupted and said, I never asked. Peak Sword said, if the girl from before is younger sister, does that mean she's the rumored Saintess Ruby? You two siblings truly are national treasures. Grid replied, the reason she left in the first place is because talk like this makes her uncomfortable. Tell me why you are here, please. Peak Sword said, we want to be members of the Overgeared Guild. Please let us, the Silver Knights Guild, merge with you. Grid thought, is he telling me that a large, top 50 guild with over 200 members that owns the financially abundant Cork Island, voluntarily wants to emerge with our guild? Peak Sword said merging together with us will bolster the strength of your guild and together we can raise the status of South Korea around the world. Grid replied, I don't want to accept if that's the reason why. Overgeared is a multinational guild. I can't just force those who are not Korean to work solely for Korea's benefit. Grid thought it is a good opportunity to gain some power, but this sort of one-sided goal can cause a rift in the guild. Lowell always tells me to be wary of things like that. Peak Sword said, is that so? I guess I did not think this through enough. Thank you for giving me your honest thoughts. Still, I'd like to merge the Silver Knights Guild with the Overgeared Guild. Cork Island's location makes it hard for us to expand our influence, and we don't have any exceptional members in our guild, either we can't grow. As a ranker aiming for the top myself, I want to play the game with my comrades in a better environment, but more than anything I want to be with you. Grid thought, so he's saying he has comrades he carries on his back. I guess he and I are not really all that different in that aspect. Peak Sword said, back when we fought against the Sakura Guild in Helgao, that was the happiest day of my life. The pleasure and satisfaction I felt when I mined the Firestone, it was addicting enough to make me forget there was an enemy in front of me. And even since then I've been mining whenever I have free time. Grid questioned, what's your mining skill level? I know Cork Island has a lot of mines, but does it also have a lot of miners? Peak Sword said, beginner level 9. I will be a master soon. As for miners, well, mining is the main trade of the island, so there's a good amount of them. Grid thought, man, his talent was basically zero back then, but he's grown quite a bit since then. And on top of that, if you consider the fact that Raiden need miners. Grid said, okay, we will take the Silver Knights Guild in, though, you have to promise me that you won't enforce Korean patriotism on the other guild members. Peak Sword thought, as long as we work just as hard as the normal members of the Overgeared Guild, Korea's status will naturally rise by itself. Going back to the past, a day before the 7 large guilds invaded Raiden, somewhere in the desert area of the western region. System alerted the dungeon's entrance has been sealed off, contact with outside will be blocked. Unless the dungeon boss is defeated or you die, you will be unable to escape the dungeon. You have entered the Vampire's Underground City 13. Buffs will be distributed as you are the first to discover the dungeon. Both gold and item drop rate in the dungeon will increase by 8%. This buff will last for 10 days and will disappear upon death. Pan told Rigas, the dungeon entrance is blocked now. This is why I said we should have scoped the place out a bit before entering. Rigas replied, does not this excite you? This dungeon is not even marked on the map. Han said our mission was to find a good hunting ground by scouting out the dungeons in the western area, not get trapped in a dungeon. And on top of that, vampires are one of the highest level aggressive mobs. They have skills like bloodsucking, attack nullification and bewitchment. And I hope I don't need to remind you of the fact they get stronger in the dark. We are basically dead meat? Rigas said, look over here, is not this place super cool? We have to kill all the vampires before the buff ends. Let's go down there. Han said, fearless bastard. Can't you at least be a little scared of the level loss penalty considering you are 12th in the overall rankings? Back to the present, someone questioned in guild chat, have you guys seen the levels of Pawn and Rigas? They are level 307, they are leveling up super fast. Grid questioned, where are they? You said they've been gone for a good 2 weeks? Lowell replied, their job was to inspect the dungeons in the western region, but judging by the fact that their location is unknown, I think they are trapped in some sort of strange dungeon. Grid thought the amount of EXP points needed to level up rises explosively after level 299, and you are saying that they managed to level up from 306 in just 2 weeks? Just how incredible of a hunting ground did they manage to find? Grid said, well, setting that aside, I need to tell everyone something. I plan on merging the Silver Knights Guild with Overgeared. Ventnor said Peak Sword is the guy who managed to keep his place as 15th in the overall rankings back when the existing rankers were being pushed to the 20 by us. Grid said, but this guy is real patriotic. I managed to crack down on his enthusiasm for now, but it could end up stressing you guys out. Is that alright? Lowell said, leave it to me. Our forces keep growing. Grid thought, our lack of members has always been a problem since there are only 28 of us. Considering their reactions, they must have been under considerable stress. Soon, Piero and Asmoffel came to find Grid. Piero said, we exchanged many stories with each other last night. The reason we are here today is because we have decided it was time to firmly establish our resolve. By helping us uncover the truth and by clearing the misunderstanding between us sworn friends, you rescued us from hell. Duke Grid, give us, Asmoffel and Piero, the chance to serve under you. Grid said, I was planning on waiting for you guys anyways, but we are currently in a position where we need help. Piero. Grid thought, when we first met at Kisan Canyon, you were a shriveled sprout of a man without an ounce of class, but even back then, I knew you had potential. The only one who shines in this large. Grid said, I am counting on you too. System alerted you have accepted Piero as your vassal. Raiden's barracks effectiveness has been raised by 30%. Raiden's chances at having a good harvest has now become 100%. You have accepted Asmoffel as your vassal. Raiden's skill research effectiveness has been raised by 20%. A select few of your vassals have the right to form a knight's division. List of vassals who can be appointed as the head of a knight's division. Piero can command a total of 50 knights. Those in his division knight overall physical stat and power will increase. When Asmophil can command a total of 35 knights. The buff was more focus on magic power and cooldown. Grid thought these buffs are ridiculous, and said Knights division formation leaders are Piero and Asmophil. Lowell thought, is this a Knights division formed through the system? Amazing. System alerted Piero's division and Asmophil's division have been formed. Please name the division. Grid then said Overgeared Knights' Division 1 and Division 2. Lowell said, can you please give them some cool names? Grid replied, what, too basic? Why are you crying over it? Fine. Overgeared Knights Division. Overgeared Magic Knights Division. System alerted, congratulations, you are the first user to have formed a Knights Division. You have obtained Ruler's Cloak. Legendary. Charge command grants soldiers under your command the charge skill. When they advance towards the enemy, their movement speed and attack power can be increased up to 200% depending on the distance. Military command can immediately change the direction in which the soldiers under your command are marching. Ruler's voice, no matter where you are, your voice will ring loud and clear to the soldiers under your command. Grid thought they are simple skills, but they are extremely useful on a battlefield. What a valuable item, especially when you consider the fact that the majority of players are civilians who have no experience in commanding soldiers. I can't see its hidden features even with legendary Blacksmith's appraisal, but it's too early to give up. If I grow even stronger and manage to reach unimaginable heights, I might be able to learn modification. So I can stop. Grid told Lowell to talk with Rabbit and give these two separate positions and handle the guild merge for me. Lowell questioned, are you entrusting all of this to me? What are you going to do? Grid said, I'm going to do my next bit of homework. ROI said, if you are going out, I will escort you. Grid thought, as expected, the first person to follow me, quick on the uptake, he's level 290 at the moment, not bad. Grid questioned, you heard what happened concerning me from Damien, right? ROI said, yes, I heard the story while he was staying here. The tale regarding the Rebecca Church was quite touching, my lord. Members of the Rebecca Church praise you. In that regard, he said that you would be a great source of strength for him. Thanks to you. Mr. Damien said that he now has the courage to face off against the other Pope candidate. Grid said they won't be too surprised by this guy, right? Even though it is a wyvern, it looks like a dragon. ROI thought, don't tell me, I am certain of it now. He's going to cause a bloodbath at the Vatican. Grid said, time to grind. Let's overwhelm them while we are in good shape. Location, Rebecca Church Cathedral. Damien said, damn it, why is this room always so cold? Cassis said, your return was 1 week later than expected and wonders Isabel's condition worsened during that time. My expectations may have been placed too high. Damien said, I finished my mission early. The reason I was late was due to stopping by the Etnal Kingdom to meet Mr. Grid and ask for him to visit. Pascal, the Pope candidate currently in the lead, used to be the leader of the Jadar Church. He also has some legitimacy to the position due to being a descendant of the 5th Pope, Franz, and he even has the support of his father, a Duke of the Empire. If someone like him, who only wishes to use the Rebecca Church for his own self-interests, becomes Pope, it will be a nightmare on par with Drevigo. Domain said, just hold on a little longer, Isabel, I will become the Pope no matter what and save Rebecca's daughters. But Damien's determination to protect them was nothing but naivete. Damien said, you want me to search for and destroy a Yatan temple during this important campaign period, when its location is not even specified. Should the Council of Elders not be fair? Just why are you so blatantly on one candidate's side? An elder said, do not say that you would take on Isabel's missions, and you still vie for the Pope's spot? You can give up one or the other if it's too much for you. Damien thought, if I focus too much on the candidate election, Isabel will have to go do the missions, and if I choose to do the mission, that's the end of the road for my candidacy. The council will do whatever it takes to kill Isabel so that they can hand Lethal's spear over to a new owner. All I can do is choose to protect Isabel. Damien said, I understand. I will leave immediately. Damien thought, Mr. Grid already told me of his departure yesterday, but it takes 3 days to get here from Ryden, even if you run without stopping? Damn it, can I protect nothing with my own power? Isabel said, do not go. Mr. Damien, I will fulfill the mission. Damien thought, why did you come out from the room? You just had to endure for 3 more days, and then you'd live. Isabel said, I sincerely thank you and please become the next Pope, Mr. Domain, only you can save us unfortunate children. Pascal laughed and said, shedding tears in front of none other than me, and here I thought, as my opponent, you would have some measure of poise. Will you bring shame to our church by trying to become one of our Pope candidates with such shallow resolve, Damien? Isabel said, how dare you insult the proxy of the goddess Rebecca? This is sacrilege. Pascal replied, what a foul attitude you have there. Forgotten your place just because you wield a divine artifact and are called the goddess's daughter, did you? All you are is a tool of war for the main church. There is no need for a weapon to have a mouth or brain attached to it. Damien yelled, shut your mouth. Pascal replied, go on, yell all you want, that's all you can do at the moment. After all, Grid said, is the Senate the sort of existence that gathers together to harass just one person? I am worried it will get boring soon enough. So how about we make it your turn to be harassed now? By one person. I came here to back him up. Anyone bothering Damien here gets it? Got that? I said it means that from this time onwards, Grid Reidenstein, the Duke of Etnal, will act as guardian for Damien the goddess proxy. Pascal thought, what a catastrophe, I can't believe that Damien had someone like this up his sleeve. This man can not only seal the divine artifacts but is also a hero to the followers after enacting punishment on the previous pope. However, the reason he killed Drevigo back then was so that he could get a blessing on the unusual mineral of his. There's no doubt that he came here in search of some other sort of gain. If I can instead fill that obscene greed of his, I can turn him to my side. If I do so, becoming the next pope will be a given. On top of that, he could unseal all three of the divine artifacts. This is the perfect opportunity for me to leave my mark as the greatest pope in history. Pascal said, welcome. We've all been waiting for you. The hero who saved the Rebecca church. Grid thought, what a snake. I taunt him to his face and he returns it with a smile. I still remember the grin he plastered on his face after I took the holy light armor from his grasp. Pascal said, so you've become Duke in the Etnal Kingdom? I will prepare gifts and a banquet for you. Grid replied, gifts? I am looking forward to it. Damien worried and wonders, is he thinking of enticing Mr. Grid with riches? He knows exactly what sort of man Mr. Grid is. This is bad. Grid said, but, Pascal, how dare a mere pope candidate so brazenly shake the hand of the Duke of a kingdom? Such impudence. Are not you bringing shame to the Rebecca church? Pascal thought, how dare this worthless Duke of a small kingdom say this to me, a member of the empire? Pascal questioned, why do you commit such an act of aggression? Grid thought, don't hold back, Pascal. Come at me. I will scratch at you until your true self shows underneath. Pascal yelled, stop him. Grid replied, too bad. Kamian, the 30th Knight of the Red Knights, sent by the Saharan Emperor in order to aid Pascal. Kamian said, I'd watch your wrist if you have no desire to part with it, if I were you. Pascal said, I will pretend today's impertinence did not happen. Grid replied, I guess you are not a priest for nothing. Ha, with that patience of yours. Feel free to come at me if you have any complaints. Pascal thought, how dare he insult me in this way. I want to kill him immediately, but I must wait until he frees the seals on the divine artifacts. Pascal said, I shall back off for today. Next time I will greet you with a smile. System alerted, Goddess protection. You are receiving protection from Goddess Rebecca. If you are the one to be attacked first, Goddess curse will activate on the attacker. Goddess curse, the misfortune stat will be created. Grid thought he had something like that? So he really is a high-level priest NPC, so I guess that Drevigo really was abandoned by the goddess. I provoked him on purpose because it felt too dicey to assume that misfortune would count as a status effect, but that's some patience. Well, whatever, I managed to chip away at him a little, so let's just wait for him without getting antsy. Isabel said, it's been a while, Mr. Grid. Grid wonders, she must resent me a lot. I am the reason she had to suffer an immense amount of pain, after all. Grid said, I am sorry, Isabel. Isabel replied, don't apologize. I could save my friend in the church thanks to you removing the seal on the spear. Isabel thought, you are the one who told me that I am a person who can act on my own. Not a weapon that exists to kill, but someone who exists to protect. You let me be reborn anew. Here I've been wanting to meet you again all this time. And yet this is the face you wear. Are the only emotions you feel towards me that of remorse? Grid thought, she's even crying, it must still be hurting her a lot. Damien thought, Isabel longed for Mr. Grid since that day. I pleased that those feelings ever reach him. I am not more than a side character who protects Rebecca's daughters from behind. I will do everything in my power to make sure that the heroine and the main character end up happy together. Isabel, who ROI said, don't worry, what you think will happen will not come to pass. Damien said, but Isabel is the most beautiful person on. Who ROI said, no really, she is not my lord's type. Grid said, are we just gonna stay here? Quick, lead me to a place where I can inspect lethal spear. Meanwhile, Pascal said, oh goddess Rebecca, please bestow light onto this foolish servant of yours. With your light I shall save the weak and bestow punishment on the wicked. Pascal thought he was not persuaded even a little bit by the prospect of riches. It seems like he has quite the close relationship with Damien. But the only thing that lasts forever is faith. I wonder how long something as shallow as friendship will last. So this is how Drevigo's secret treasury is being used. I will give you more and more until you can't help but let its sweet scent entice you into accepting my hand. Pascal said, filled the chests with enough gold to fill that bottomless grid of his. Kamian questioned, is not it better to just kill him? You might fail in winning him over. Pascal said, there is no chance of failure, as his true nature lies in avarice. We also cannot antagonize someone who can remove the seals on the 3 divine artifacts. Kamian thought, no, that man is a wild beast. There's no way he can be tamed. It would become a huge bother if someone already well liked by Rebecca's followers also gained power. There's no way I can just let him do what he wants if I AMX to fulfill the mission given to me by His Majesty the Emperor, to make Pascal the Pope. Kamian said, come out. Crow, you saw that greed guy from before, right? He needs to be killed as soon as possible. Can you do it? Kamian thought the Emperor's personal assassination squad, Crow, that he bestowed on me. I heard that they have the skills to pose a threat to us Red Knights. No? Since the greatest assassins, Duran and Kasim, are nowhere to be found, I suppose they are now the greatest assassins, for all intents and purposes. Crow said, what a useless question. I can even kill you with none being the wiser. Tomorrow morning, his head will be hung up on the statue of the goddess Rebecca. Back to Grid. Grid said, what is this place? Nothing but a bed, not even a fireplace? You will freeze to death during the winter. Damien said 10 minutes in here and someone could get pneumonia. Grid thought, so they are saying that there's no need to treat these children, whom they've brainwashed from birth into obedience and treated like weapons, in a reasonable manner. So much for peace and benevolence. There's no difference between them and the Yatan church. Just as I thought, the only person who can change this rotten church from the inside is Damien, who dearly cares for Rebecca's daughters. Grid told Damien, begin campaigning immediately, and make sure to announce often that I am your backer. Make a proper campaign speech. I brought this pro over here just for that. Grid thought, and my job here is to seal Lethal's spear. I want to both save Isabel and protect Damien's heart. I need to understand the makeup of an item to seal it, so I definitely have to use disassembly and assembly on it. But currently Isabel is only holding because of the spear's white transformation. As soon as she lets go of the spear, she will die. So all I can do at the moment is observation, and it's impossible for me to raise my understanding of an item to 100% through just that. Still, there's another reason as to why I am trying this. My second-class quest, where I need to create the vessel of the soul after receiving the blessing for the Pavranium from the fourth god, has probably been on hold for about a year by now. Progress has been impossible, but there's no way that the developers created a quest that would just be blocked off like this. They must have created a different method to fulfill it. And the seal on this spear, which only I can remove, is something that the system arranged, in order to open the way for my blocked off class quest. There's a power lying within me I have not yet managed to awaken. Soon. Grid thought, this is messed up. It's been 2 days, and I still don't know how to make it, let alone seal it. I am especially stumped as to how to connect the spear blade to the staff. Unless it's already part of the whole, it will be impossible to combine it neatly using only forging techniques because of Isabel. I can't use appraisal or disassembly, so all I could do is to observe. Crow thought, Rebecca's daughter appears to be sleeping, but that man is also unmovable. What is he up to? I am afraid of other variables. I've been watching from afar, however he did not appear to have noticed me. This is going to be a more boring assassination than I anticipated. It's only natural for an assassin to avoid risky situations like this. Meanwhile, Noe thought, that's right, this was on instinct. Noe launched attacks. Crow thought, a cat? Why was I not able to notice this cat? Aside from that, this power and that appearance, it's a magic beast. Some magic beasts and monsters can't stand up to divine power of the holy city, right? Is this magic beast on an intermediate level or higher? This one may be a pain in the ass, but it's not a big deal. But to think that someone from the Empire can't handle a single 4-legged beast, I can't follow it with my eyes. It's not just a high-level magic beast, but something even more powerful. This is worst. Noe thought, I am in trouble. Because of the evil Rebecca's divine, my body is not listening to me. Master told me to only make the intruder lose their hearing if there was one. But when I saw that light, I immediately jumped on him. But to think that this body, the most powerful magic beast of hell, can't even catch a single human. Crow cast wings of the crow hit on Noe. Noe thought, because of this filthy energy, I can't even use soul ingestion or fluidization, so I have to suffer. This is unfair. Crow said, this is your end, magic beast. Someone appeared and said, stop right there. Crow thought, someone is controlling my shadow against my will. It's someone with great speed and power. I can't believe someone can use this type of shadow technique and not leave a trace. It can't be. Shadows can be used in a different way by transforming them into soldiers. An assassin leading an army. The Shadow King Kasim. How come that monster is here? Kasim thought, a magic beast? Next day, Noe thought, it's a disagree to lose consciousness from a cheap trick by a mere human. Why, my wounds are gone. That must be it. It must, because it was just a dream. There's no way the greatest magic beast of hell can be defeated by a human. System alerted recovered overnight because of his tremendous amount of resilience. 2 days later, a soldier said, because of the tight security, I could not get that much information, but Isabel's condition has gotten worse. Pascal thought, that's good. It would have been troublesome if the sealing had been successful, but it's nice to know that Isabel is still holding out. Pascal questioned, did you give the gift to the Duke? The soldier said, we tried to deliver 1 million gold to the Duke, but he refused. Pascal replied, do you think we have to increase it? I know he's a clever man, but we have to be blatant since it's better and easier. Pascal thought, he's with Isabel now because of his relationship with Damien, but if he fails on sealing it he would have to find his own rice bowl immediately. I should wait until he gets the rice bowl I'm going to give him. 5th day of observation. Grid thought, no matter how hard I observe I don't know what to do. Is it impossible to upgrade my abilities just by observing? In this sensitive situation, are you trying to make me work for you with that money? Do you think that you, who has no techniques, can appease me by using money? With that rotten essence of yours, thing will never go your way. Then Grid wonders, techniques and essence, could it be the secret to the connecting part is not the technique but the material itself? The main material for lethal spear is adamantium BTU. The connecting part is color blue. It is not like it's a different mineral, so it must be a mix of adamantium and something. I need to know what it is. Since this is a mythical weapon, this place, and this religion, it must be something that is related to this place. It's an item drop I got while fighting with Drevigo. The only thing that I don't know how to use. The essence of the goddess. Unsealing lethal spear. Pascal's appearance and the high priest who sympathize with Pascal. All of that happened because of Drevigo. It is the only item that was dropped by a leading figure in Satisfy that transformed Rebeccaism. So this can't be just any normal water. This is the only way to find out. If ever it's related in any way with lethal spear, something has to happen here. System alerted, the information about essence of the goddess has been updated. This is the divine water that contains the divine power of Rebecca. It's a simple water for the general public, a position to those who possess black magic, and a miracle drug to those serve the goddess. When mixed with minerals, it will maximize the viscosity of the mineral and improve its unique functions. It can also inject divine power. Grid thought, so this is the secret of the connecting part. System alerted, your understanding of lethal spear has reached 40%. You have uncovered a hidden use of an item by yourself. It's a great achievement. Your insight has raised by 30. Your INT has increased by 30. Your legendary blacksmith discernment skill has been upgraded. When observing an item, your understanding of it increases. Grid thought, on top of that, Isabel's complexion has also improved noticeably. The effect of the resonance between the essence of the goddess and lethal spear alone managed to heal her. It was just a drop on her spear, but how effective would it be if she drinks it herself? Once Isabel has recovered, I can take the spear from her grasp and use disassembly. Grid told her to drink it. Isabel said, I can't do that. I am not shameless enough to receive something as precious as that. Grid said, so you want to die instead? Also, I am not going to give you everything. Take only one drop. Isabel said, thank you for your concern, but I don't want any more of your kindness. Isabel thought, for the past 5 days, we talked a lot while he takes care of me, and I also found out that Grid is already married. On top of that, whenever he speaks about Irene, his wife, the look in his eye changes. A warm gaze that is different from the one that he directs at me, as if longing for someone. I have to draw a line here to stop hoping for something that won't happen, so I don't want to receive any more kindness from Grid. Grid then said, it seems like you are misunderstanding something here. My motivation for assisting you is for my own benefit. I am not doing this unconditionally, so don't be mistaken and drink up immediately. I am busy. Isabel replied, I see, but still, to drink something as precious as that. Grid thought, when we last met, you were so confident. Must be because both Drevigo and Pascal treated you like a tool. I have no choice. Grid feed her and thought, I cannot guarantee that this is effective, but you must swallow it for me to find out. Then Grid wonders, why is she like this? Why are you exhausted? Still, you must have recovered quite well. You can unhand your spear now. Either way, if you are that happy to be healthy again, that's how you look. Meanwhile, Kamian thought, for the past 5 days, I have not heard from the crow. I suppose it was a lost cause. You were so confident about having the best ability as an assassin, but you are an idiot. Aside from that guy Grid does not also respond that much to the threats of being assassinated. Is it to make sure he has a clean record? Already having force and reputation. I did not know he also has prudence. Additionally, I said, just so you know, Damien here is a friend of Grid, the hero who saved the Rebecca Church from the evil masquerade of the former Pope. Furthermore, Damien has treated Rebecca's daughters, who were treated as tools by the church's family. Do you even know what Damien writes on his chest? Isabel, Rin Luna, I love you forever. Damien, the goddess agent who never forgets the underprivileged, must be supported. Kamian thought, that guy is really great. He's persuading the members of the church with his speech. If that shitty bastard tells me to vote for him, I have to obey him. But since Pascal's plan to appease did not work, I can't just leave him be. During the nomination for the Pope next week, Pascal's father, Count Kyrita, is expected to attend. Count Kyrita will attempt to rule unconditionally over the risky factors. That's when I will deal with you. Grid. Back to Grid. He received Irene's letter. Grid said, I was just experiencing a hard time, so the timing of this is just right, as expected of Irene. System alerted, white transformation has been activated. No divine power has been detected. White transformation has failed to activate. Side effects include physical strain. It's resisting. Grid wonders, it's a very noisy spear. Irene's letter wrote, I can feel the baby's movement in my stomach now. So every day has been both mysterious and fun. By the way, my husband, do you want our son to grow up being interested in something? System alerted, please answer your wife's questions. It will affect the skill that your child will grow up with. Option 1, I want him or her to be interested in martial arts. Option 2, in magic. Option 3, in studying. Option 4, in theology. Option 5, in technology. Option 6, to be healthy. Grid thought just by looking at the choices, I definitely would not pick no. And I also don't want no, since I think they will end up like Jude. As expected, the most useful thing would be technology, right? Since it's not a necessary talent when owning a territory. Soon. Pascal said, Duke Grid, it's not like you to be out here. You know, it just happens that I am on my way to deliver my gift to our church's hero. I am glad I was able to see you again, since I wanted to apologize for my previous discourtesy. Pascal thought, why Lethal's spear is here. Isabel, that dreadful being, has finally died. That cockroach who was getting on my nerves for questioning every command of the church despite the fact that she was merely a tool is finally dead. The most annoying being of the Rebecca church is gone. Soon this spear will be mine. That spear will be given to a new owner. And once I get rid of Luna and Rin, I will be all set. Grid thought, what? He looks very excited, but he's holding it in. He must be thinking that Isabel is dead. Grid questioned, why are you laughing? Are you that excited because a child who spent her entire life serving the goddess has died? Pascal replied, nonsense. It's blessing for Isabel because it means she will be able to live next to the goddess. First and foremost, please allow me to join you, Duke. Damien has no chance of becoming the Pope. 80% of the Senate's 100 elders have stated their intention to vote for me. Grid said, I don't want to be on the same side as the terrible person who laughs when someone just died. Pascal said, I want to express my true feelings to you, but how can you mock and insult me like this? Grid replied, then bring me 1 quadrillion gold. If it's that much, I am willing to side with a jerk like you. Pascal said, you are insane. Even if I rob every country's treasury on this continent, it won't add up to that much money. Instead of considering, you choose to mock me. Grid said, the sect leader is angry and he has a dirty mouth. I can't stay around here because I'm scared now. Let's just go on our separate ways here. Kamian said, leave Lethal's spear behind. Since you are an outside, how long are you going to carry around one of the church's items? If you have any complaints, then let the king of your small country, Bispaden, come here and talk. Grid counterattacked and said, it's okay to call someone else's king's name here, but you should be reprimanded for pointing your sword at my neck twice. Kamian said, a surprise attack like that will not work against a knight of the great empire. Grid thought, it's my first time using a spear, but that bastard is also something else. Should it feel this rough? Next second, it dealt damage on Kamian. Kamian thought a normal stab started going in circles. I could not even avoid it using my sharp sense. This kind of power is definitely God's power. Pascal thought, this can't be. He was able to defeat a red knight, who is one of the continent's strongest knights. Pascal said, to think you can use the divine power that can only be used by women who are born with it and have been praying for 9 years. It can't be. Are you a woman? Grid replied, what nonsense are you talking about? You should talk to Pagma about it. For a priest to use heal, it's been a long time since I've seen it. Grid thought, there are a lot of eyes watching, but killing Kamian here will be bad for Damien's campaign. Grid said, hey, I will let you off today. Just think you are alive for the sake of other people. Come to the blacksmith's house if you really want to die. Kamian thought, this kind of attack, that bastard, how proficient is he with spears? If I had used my secret skill super armor, I would have been able to counterattack right away. I trusted other people and thought he was a swordsman who could only use a great sword. I was so excited to fight that I could not tell if he knew the difference between a spear of a great sword. The Red Knights are now thought to be weaker than the previous generation, considered to be only just a level below the Red Knight commander, Piero. I am doing best to study under the current commander Duke Swordsman Limit. However, Duke Limit is now said to have surpassed Piero. To prove this, the Red Knights must never be defeated. We must be cautious of divine power because it is the only thing capable of breaking the red armor, but if he does not use it, then he's just nothing. It will be different next time. I will never let my guard down. In a week, once Count Kyrita arrives here, it will be the end of that bastard. Soon, an elder said, this is the return order for the lethal spear you requested. But did Isabel finally die? Pascal said, Isabel can only live on when she's using her white transformation, and I am certain that the Duke from Eternal is in possession of the divine tool. Originally it was forbidden for a duke to even use the divine tool, but it appears to be Damien's work, so I had no choice but to seek assistance from the elders in a hurry. As I previously stated, the church has been greatly weakened as a result of the 5th Pope's sealing of the 3 great gods. In order for our church to revive, we must rekindle the vitality required to unseal it as soon as possible. An elder said, your will is going to be the will of the church, so I hope your father recognizes our efforts. I want you to especially understand that benevolence does not stem from hunger. Pascal replied, of course. It is exactly as you say. Pascal thought, what a waste to hear those words come from the mouths of the elderly. Isabel's death opened up another path for me. If I make Isabel's replacement, who I've been secretly nurturing for years, as Rebecca's new daughter, I will then be able to put Rebecca's religion under my feet as the most powerful person ever. My standing will continue to rise, and I will be able to put an end to the Duke and Damien. Then Pascal noticed Damien. Pascal questioned, who is that? I heard you were able to persuade other church members. Was this due to the person next to you? Pascal said, I understand that you want to do everything possible to sabotage my victory, but even if it's you, won't it be considered a felony to hand over Lethal's spear to other people since you don't have any ownership on it? Damien replied, what are you talking about? Isabel, who is the owner of Lethal's spear, lent it to Grid, and it's not something you can claim. Pascal said, shut up, I already know that Isabel has died. That's why the ownership of Lethal's spear will go back to the Senate. Then Pascal shocked. Isabel said, I have not been out in a while, but it appears to have become nosier here. Pascal said, you did not die? I was told that you would not last long, and Lethal's spear was also with that bastard Grid. Pascal thought, instead of dying, her complexion has turned back to normal. How the hell did she recover from the brink of death? Damien said, to say that an important person is dead, even a pope should not say that even if they go senile. We will leave now if you don't have anything else to say. Pascal thought, what? When did everything start to go wrong? I had both time and resources and I handed them out generously too, but I had no idea what was going on behind the scenes and it made my plan completely out of my control. Just to get in this position, I have not slept a day and lost a lot of things too. The fruit of my labor was just right in front of my eyes. It's that bastard. Everything was destroyed after that bastard showed up. That bastard is my enemy now. I'm going to annihilate everything that bastard owns from head to toe. Grid. Soon, Grid thought it was tough since it's my first time disassembling this. I need to use observation, disassembly and appraisal on repeat to understand this. But can I do it 10 times today? I can feel it. It's definitely a mythical weapon. I knew he was good at making weapons, but I did not realize it until I used it against that Red Knight. Despite the fact that there's no resource consumption or cooldown, its inability to deal additional damage made me think that it was bad. However, its base attack power is already so powerful that a 100% accuracy option could deal fatal damage. But Pagma's sword dance is only limited to sword-type weapons, so it won't work with me. I won't be able to use Lethal's sword as expected, but I can just include it to my Grid set as I planned. Then the members of my Overgeared guild will be all plastered with my Grid set. I should go all the way through. It's a tiresome process of observation, disassembly and appraisal as always. It's all about running towards a goal without promise. But persistence is the only natural talent that Grid has. 2 days later, system alerted, your understanding Lethal's spear has reached 100%. Item Lethal's spear has been learned. You've advanced to the next level as a result of your perseverance in attempting to understand a mythical weapon. Your level of production skill has increased by 1. The skill witness of God's weapon legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship has evolved to understanding of God's weapon legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship. Grid thought, it's just been 11 days since I came here. I was able to seal its magic and get the blueprint of a mythical weapon. Grid said, even though I have the design, I don't have the materials. It's such a shame. How much money would I get from a replica of a mythical weapon? I wish to make one. The main material of Lethal's spear is adamantium, also known as the God's mineral. According to the information I've seen when I leveled up, the spear is too long and thick for Isabel to use, so it's such a shame. Then Grid said, I did it. Isabel must have had a hard time since it was too thick anyway. Who told her to use such a thick spear? I will make it better for you, so let me use some of it. I am sure you are okay. System alerted, incomplete Lethal's spear. The harmony that God designed has been broken. This is now just a normal stick. Grid yell, it worked. Let's try again. I am lacking adamantium. Where was it? I am ruined as expected. Of Satisfy, it won't give out anything for free. If I leave this divine tool as it is, I will probably be cursed by Rebecca. I have to restore it somehow. Grid thought, I need to consider what I missed, restore it and then reseal it. I need to mobilize everything I have. I also have to figure out the structure of that wheel. Repeating disassembly and assembly several times. After 3 hours, the restoration was almost complete. The result that would occur from failure was spinning inside Grid's head the whole time. A wall the moment he reached its door. The result of trying to recreate divine tool was disastrous. System alerted, your vision and spirit of challenge in recreating a God's weapon deserves high praise. You are getting a qualification of becoming a true legend. You have obtained one of the sealed ability of Pagma's successors, hidden piece. Skill legendary blacksmith's reconstruction has been learned. Reinterpret items with a 100% understanding into a new form. The performance of the modified item will depend on your interpretation, skills and intentions. An item can only be reconstructed once. When the skill level increases, the number of reconstructions will increase 1 by 1. Opening the hidden piece, sealed ability has brought you a step closer into becoming a true legend. Reduce job-specific skills cooldown by 10%. It has a 2,000-year-old reputation across the whole continent. Your current frame score in the whole continent is 30,110. You can now use the Challenger store from now on. Grid wonders how many nights I stayed up? Anyway, I almost got myself into serious trouble. But still, to get a skill awakening, that's awesome. Thanks to the hidden piece, I am bursting with ideas just by looking at it. As expected, it's worth having a hard time to save people. A good life brings good luck. Grid's memory of attempting to steal some adamantium has totally disappeared because it resembles its owner so much. His brain became selfish. Grid said it will be even cooler if I apply this to my own toys. Soon, Rebecca Church's Pope election the day of the speech. PD Park Jong-soo said, I know it's a big event with a lot of aristocrats around, but it is impossible to do an exclusive live broadcast during prime time. Director Lee Guk-rae said, I already told you, I can smell a jackpot. Is not our OGC the world's best game broadcasting station that has made esport into a culture? So how can we allow ourselves to miss this? PD Jong-soo questioned, why don't we do a live broadcast of the PvP competition in the Duchy of Zich instead? I don't think it matters who the next pope is for users who are not affiliated with the Rebecca Church. Director Lee replied, are you sure they won't be interested when one of the candidates for the pope's position is a user? This is a great scoop where a user could become the pope of the best religion, Rebecca Church, with more than 80 million faithful followers. It's exclusive information that I got after paying a lot of money. With this, we will easily hit the highest viewer rating of 15%. We will get a lot of commercials as well. Now the big names are arriving. Let's release the information and get the camera ready. Saharan Empire aristocrat Earl Kairita, Pascal's father and the most powerful man in the empire who is favored by Emperor Wander. Until 10 years ago, there was a viscount in a border area, but thanks to his son Pascal, who was the head of the Jadar Church, he became a leading figure in imperial politics and rose to the rank of Earl. A man said, are not you Sir Kairita, who will become the father of his holiness? You may even be granted a duke position soon. Pascal said, you've come Earl Kairita. Kairita replied, is not it my son, Pascal? How have you been? Your formal way of speaking is still the same. I've brought good news. His Majesty the Emperor has granted you 5 black knights and 1 red knight. He must treasure you a lot to send you the 19th knight. Pascal thought, I did not expect he would send me one of the knights in the 10th division. The number attached with a red knight is a measure of his strength. If it's the 19th knight, he will be dozens of times stronger than the 30th knight Kamian. Pascal said, His Majesty's grace is immeasurable. With the 19th knight I will be able to get rid of a bug that's been getting on my nerves lately. Pascal thought, looks like I will be able to take a breather soon. Back to Grid, he wonders, there are a lot of visitors. It's getting more attention than I thought. If I get caught for no reason, people will probably rush at me asking for interviews. So let's just cover my face. Who are I questioned, there you are, my lord. Why are you wearing a mask? Grid replied, I am using it because I think it's going to be bothersome if people see me here. Did you prepare your speech well, Damien? Damien replied, thanks to your help, I did my best, but I don't know how it will turn out though. Grid said, even if you die, you have to win. I've also prepared as much as I could, so go crush him. Take it, it's the lethal spear, with the sealed white transformation. Now it will no longer be able to eat away at your life force at will. Isabel thought the white transformation really does not activate. For someone like me, Damien, Mr. Grid, thank you so much. Who are I said, my lord, you have finally grown up and thought to think you would give this expensive thing back without asking for anything in return. Damien said, then please watch my speech. I will make sure to win everyone's hearts. Grid said, now that there is nothing left to make excuses for, I will kill you if you lose. Go out there and win no matter what. Damien thought today's speech will decide who will come the next pope. It's my turn to repay for the miracle that Mr. Grid gave me. PD Jong-soo told Director Lee, the person who was talking to the pope's candidate earlier was Who ROI, the first in the order rankings. Director Lee said, are you talking about Grid's closest aides, Overgeared Who ROI? If he's not acting alone, then Grid must be interested. I will log out for now and go to the broadcasting station. Anyway, it looks like there's something going on between Damien and Grid, so go ahead and put 2 cameras on Who ROI. I don't know who the guy wearing the mask is, but put one on him just in case. Let's not miss a single thing while we are at it. Soon, Who ROI questioned Grid, may I ask what business you still have left? Grid replied, except for Ruby and the sexy high school girl, you and I have not reached level 300 yet, we should grind too. Who ROI replied, but there are no monster in the Vatican, my lord. Grid said this election already designated Pascal as the winner, even the judge is in cahoot with him, so there's no way Damien would be able to win under normal circumstances. But since we showed up and interfered with his plan, he had to pretend to be respectable because he could not openly kill us. Just so you know, we came out only because I felt sorry for you pawns kept having to wait behind the wall. Kamian said, that's another funny looking mask. I had my doubts when you approached us first. Looks like you wanted to rush towards death. Grid said, let's start with the appetizers first before we beat those rotten priests up. System alerted, for safety reason outsiders are prohibited from carrying weapons. All weapons in your inventory are disabled. Grid told Who ROI, damn it, let's run for now. Who ROI said, my pet summoning does not work either. System alerted, Goddess Rebecca is watching the Pope's candidates. Extreme divine power is concentrated throughout the Vatican, preventing any non-human beings from invading it. Grid said, that means Noe and Randy can't be summoned either. Is this a fist fight? How can that guy use a sword? Kamian said, Lord Pascal warned me in advance, so I registered as Rebecca's knight. That idiotic candidate you are supporting probably would not have even known about this. I wonder if you will be able to smile cheekily in front of your one grave. Meanwhile, PD Jong-soo said the speech is so boring that the response is not good. There's nothing to grab the viewer's attention. Director Lee said, wait a second, camera 19. Set camera 19 is our main. That's the main stage. PD Jong-soo said there is a reaction from the audience, but it is a one-sided fight, so I think they will lose interest quickly. Director Lee said no, the guy with the mask in the back. Kamian said, what a great sight. This is what you unqualified bastard get for coming here trying to interfere with our great plan without knowing your place. Grid replied, how can you talk about qualification when you only know how to fight against us using swords? Cursed bastard. Kamian said, to think you resorted to such a cowardly counterattack. I don't know what kind of trick you are using, but once I dodge this. Next second, Kamian said, I am sure I avoided it, but the same form of attack as the divine weapon. Was not the divine weapon sealed? What the hell is that trash? Grid said, it's a failed item, but it's still usable to me. Lethal spear blade replica. Unique. Grid thought, thanks to my insight stats, I can see how to do my next move. I thought it was a combat power meter, but it's helping me so much in barehanded combat. Grid said, you'd better not look down on my use of the items that you guys called trash, because I can see your vital spot clearly. I happen to have a friend who mainly uses fists. Do you want me to give you a little taste? Compared to your sword, Riga's fist is a dozen times stronger, you know. Kamian thought every time there's a gap, that blade would come at me consistently. Its power is no joke either. This bastard's attacks are not as powerful as the blade, but even though he's attacking with his bare hands, I keep getting hits 5 times at once several times. Against a mere Duke who fought against the former Po-up and barely took him down. Someone who directly trained under Sword Duke limit like myself. There is no way that a Red Knight of the Great Empire will be defeated by a small country's Duke with no foundation. Kamian cast dual cross sword. Grid wonders, it's as fast as Link. I can't dodge them. In that case I'm going to smash it. Kamian thought, that crazy bastard, he smashed my sword attacks filled with aura with his bare hands? That vulgar thing against 8 of my sword attacks? System alerted, Darkbus ring option effect activated, disable the target's skills. Grid said, I've been holding it in ever since those weird guys attacked my castle, and you just had to deliver yourself to me like this. I was upset when I saw those bastard who call themselves priest clinging to power. Just in time, there are a lot of people watching. I'm going to wipe you all out today. Let's start with you as an example. System alerted, red thunderbolt summoning orb. Unequip Grid's boots, equipping Braham's boots. Equipping hooded zip up. Grid said there should be a limit to how much you take advantage of others. Whether it's the priest who play with the lives of children, or the powerful bastards who feed off those pitiful things without helping them. Because of you guys, those bandits brazenly ran wild in my castle. Kamian thought, I am not even his opponent when he's bare-fisted? No, Kamian, come to your senses. Are you going to get distracted by trivial things like last time and lose your concentration? I can't accept any more defeat. I'm going to make sure of it. Super armor. Grid said, don't you know it is useless against my ring, which you've treated like trash? Kamian thought, a self-moving golden blade, boots and cloak soft swiftness, together with an eye patch that detects vital spots, a ring that disables skills, and gloves that give multiple hits. Those are artifacts that cannot be obtained by human effort. Grid said, I am the pinnacle of the garbage you laugh at. Overgeared Guild's master, don't you dare underestimate us again. Meanwhile, Director Lee said, keep it going. The ratings are already over 30%. Have you ever seen this kind of ratings on cable channels during prime time on a Saturday afternoon? What's more, this unprecedented rating is being made by only one person. If we can't broadcast a star like this, I will have to give up on my position as director. This moment will go down in the broadcasting industry as a legend. Put everything on the screen. Fullerton 19th Red Knight wonders, I was quite annoyed that they sent me, a knight in the 10th division, to go after a priest, but what a relief. That'd be enough to cover for my transportation cost. Although Kamian is still a novice, he's still one of the Red Knights. To be able to overwhelm the strongest knight on the continent with bare hands, that guy is quite strong. Now I can understand why I was sent here. Roughly speaking, is that guy around the level of the knight in the 20s? At any rate, I can't just let my junior get beaten to death, right? Fullerton said, the rocks around here look pretty good. I should pick some for carving later. Fullerton thought, how could I pay attention to the rocks in front of my opponents? I was not in my right mind for a second back there. What the hell is going on? I said, you wicked bastards, how can you look down upon your dead grandmother? You won't be able to die peacefully. I thought, even with my 20% buff from the Apostle of Justice's partner activated when I am with my lord, it is too much for me as an order to handle these 5 black knights all by myself. There's a lot of time left until my skills cool down, and I am already running out of health. This is my limit. But before I die, I must take even one more of these bastards down with me and lighten the burden on my lord. A black knight said, this bastard only knows how to run his mouth. Look at that unusual tail, that bird, did you see it? System alerted, title secret hero is taking effect, dispersing the consciousness of the enemies. Kamian said, seeing how dare turn your back on me so openly. It looks like you are overestimating yourself with that bizarre ability. Title Secret Hero. It is a rare title that can be obtained by raiding 3 named bosses higher in level alone. The title gained by chance after the completion of the Dark Bus raid quickly proved its worth. Grid came over, saved who ROI said, you are still weak, are not you? You are no different from their punching bag. Your items are the problem, but you need to have the 3rd class change for me to make you new sets of equipment. I did not want to make a party since it's a waste of experience points, but this won't do. Let's party up. We still have to hit level 300 together. While, who ROI said, you are right, I will try my best, my lord. Kamian's sudden attack towards who ROI. Grid took out Divine Shield to protect the next attack. Kamian said, do you think I will just watch you take care of your vassal? Let's see how long that shield can last. Black Knights gang up on him. Fulatan said, to think you would sacrifice yourself just to protect one of your vassals. How foolish. This is not fun anymore. System alerted, you have received a great boost in morale. Increases attack power and magic attack power of your next attack. Grid thought, this punk, he's still buffing me until the end. Grid said, as expected. Before our lord and vassal relationship, you've always been one of my friends. I will use it well, so get some rest. System alerted, legendary Blacksmith's patience is taking effect. Kamian thought he gotten stronger all of a sudden. What is going on? Grid said, now it's my turn. Blacksmith rage, evil spirits, bloody tears. Fulatan thought, I should be time to strengthen the dignity of the new Red Knights after Piero's betrayal, but to think one of the Red Knight was beaten to death by bare fists. I will have to do something before the dignity of the Red Knights goes down the drain. Fulatan said, I will give him time until the event is over so we can fight with weapons. Meanwhile, Director Lee said, as you said, the ratings exceeded 41%, but asking us to pay Mr. Grid 30% of the advertising revenue is absurd. Above all, hearing that from someone who is not even the direct party totally caught us off guard. We did not know Ms. Yura would come here in person. Yura said, I was worried because it's related to my friend and we are going to have to talk about it anyway. Don't you know that if you use game footage for commercial purposes without the player's permission, you will be held liable? In addition, the KCC must be keeping a close eye on it because of the high level of cruelty. So do we really have to make a big deal out of this? From my experience, I think the advertising revenue alone is about 15 billion won, which is a new industry record. Director Lee said, however, there is no precedent for paying an appearance fee in proportion to the advertising revenue. Even a special guest guarantee of 350 million is our limit. Moreover, we did not know Grid would come out in the first place, so it's hard to say we did it for commercial purposes. Yura said, you do know that Grid is very greedy, right? Would not it be better to offer him the amount first, and let me add one more condition to help with your decision. If you are willing to take my proposal, I will have OCG as my main broadcast, and would not this be a great opportunity to score some points with Mr. Grid as well? Director Lee replied, then can we have an exclusive interview about why you recently disappeared from the rankings, Ms. Yura? Yura thought, I simply came here to watch since the relationship with Rebecca Church is indispensable for a devil slayer like myself, who is hostile to the Yatan Church and all the demon races. But to think I'd be able to help Mr. Grid like this, how fortunate. I was thinking of joining the Overgeared guild since my level went back to 1 anyway. This should serve as a good excuse. Yura replied, I will tell you in detail it in an OGC news interview one day. Back to Grid. The Pope candidate speech ceremony has ended. The prohibition of weapons that were disabled for safety is lifted. Grid questioned, who ROI, how much have you recovered from the potion? Keep your eyes open and get ready. Fulatan said, I've been waiting for you to show your skills, but you are using 2-sword style with great swords? Who would have thought you don't even know the basics? Black Knight stand by, I think that idiot needs a private lesson. Grid thought, I can't see his stats. Piero did tell me that the Red Knights are strong. Since he's in the 10, I should be careful. Phileton cast keen sense blink behind Grid and said, when you are blocking the front, you should have been prepared for attacks coming from the rear as well. Phileton said, I am completely different from that rookie Kamian. As a duke of a backwater country, you should be thankful for having the one-in-a-lifetime chance to learn from a master like me. Witness the power of the great nation's sword and go back to where you came from. Next second, Grid counterblow the technique. Phileton shocked and said, so your title of Duke is not for show, huh? However, you have to save your big skills until later if you want to call yourself a master. Phileton cast Aura Festival and said, you can't never create opportunities for attacks if you rely too much on great swords for destructive power. Then Grid counter attack again with sword energy followed by Pagma's sword dance transcend. Phileton said, I will compliment you on your courage to use 2 great swords and even manage to use your skills when you are under attack. But super armor of a Red Knight in the 10 is. Phileton thought, something's wrong. I can't believe I am embarrassing myself like this. Somehow, I don't feel too good about this match. Phileton thought, was not that golden spear blade his main weapon? He became someone else when he started wielding those great swords. No, I can't let the Red Knights suffer defeat again. Phileton told Black Knights, I am retreating, hold him down and buy me some time. Grid defeated them and said that was for who ROI, pay for your sins of hitting him so enthusiastically. Grid thought I am 4 levels away from hitting level 300. The third advancement is just around the corner. I was expecting a little bit because of Piero's warning, but this bastard's so weak. Philoton said, even flying magic? You monster, how many artifacts do you have? If you are going to cling to me to the end, come, I will be your opponent. Philoton wonders the secret technique of the Red Knights, which is passed down only to those in the top and higher. Red sword. Grid deal with kill. Philoton thought the 300 years secret technique of the Red Knights was beaten to think it was a sword technique with such depth, but there is no such thing as defeat for us. Super sense. Transcend all sense for 5 seconds. There's a 100% chance to predict all target's actions within 10 meters. His knee will return to its original position on the ground 1.5 seconds after landing. It will take another 1 second for his spine to return to position and another half a second for him to recognize that he's fighting against me, and adapt his brain to the situation. He will then reflexively shrink from the embarrassment of having his enemy disappear for half a second. Half a second to mobilize all of his muscles to respond to my sword strike from the rear. Grid counterattack and kill him with a slash attack. System alerted you have defeated Fulito, the 19th Red Knight who had slaughtered the minorities under the banner of the Saharan Empire. You've acquired the Red Knight's red armor and skill book or a festival. Grid thought, is it the armor of the Red Knights? Although it looks quite sturdy, it's quite disappointing compared to the equipment of the Overgeared guild. Still, I can sell it to ordinary users at a high price after some modification. But the skill book is awesome. A permanent unique skill would be worth a lot of money. I can rip Pawn or Ibeline off with this. I am making a decent amount of money. Shall I milk some more? Since that broadcast is quite well known, at least 100,000 people should be watching me, right? Grid said the Overgeared guild is currently recruiting secondary classes such as cleaners, cooks, tailors, craft workers, alchemists, and blacksmiths. For more information, please contact Lal. The Overgeared guild welcomes you. Grid wonders, in order to develop the territory, we need people with secondary classes, as most of our guild members are combatants classes. I can't miss this free promotional opportunity. System alerted, a time attack quest evidence destruction has been created. Clear conditions. Eliminate the surviving Black Knights. Grid told Who ROI. Looks like I will need to pick up the pace. Will you be alright by yourself? Who ROI said, you can leave it to me. Who ROI told Black Knights, I'm weak, but that's only true when you compare me with my lord. Grilling guys like you to soft cuts of rare should be appropriate. Location, Raiden. Lal said the command you received was to explore the dungeon in the west though, so it does not make sense for the 2 strongest people in our guild to return with death penalties after forcibly attacking the dungeon. At this rate, our guild operation will also suffer. Pawn said, I tried to stop him, but Rigas recklessly charged in. Rigas said the entrance was blocked 10 seconds after entering, so we either had to defeat the boss or die to get out. Even so, I did not know we would die without even seeing the boss. Pawn said, like its name suggests, the average level of the vampires in the vampire city was 310. In order to attack this dungeon, I'd estimate we'd need at least 10 people with their 3rd advancement. For now, I've marked its location on the map. Lowell thought, I heard that the vampire's evasion skill allows them to neutralize all attacks unless the attacks are of divine attribute. Although it's lacking, I know a bit about them too. According to the information of Raiden's natives in the old books, there are at least 13 vampire cities in the west of Etnal. Vampires are sensitive to the smell of blood and light, and their main skills are dark magic, bloodsucking and evasion. Generally, they drop jewelry and cloth armor when killed, but in the case of quasi-boss grade true blood vampires, they rarely drop spell books and elixirs. Lowell thought, among them, the value of elixir, a magic potion that raises the stats permanently, is astronomical. It would be the best resource if we could turn the vampire city into our guild's exclusive dungeon. Miner said, this is my first time coming back after 3 months, so I'm exhausted. If you don't have any business with me, why don't you just let me go? Lowell questioned, did you find the Golem's labyrinth? Miner said, no, there is not one here in the west. Lowell replied, there's no Pavranium? The Duke will be very disappointed. Miner said, I only said there is no Golem's labyrinth. I never said there's no Pavranium though. Here's the map. I marked the places where I could feel the energy of Pavranium. There are about 15 of them. Lowell thought, wait a second, the vampire city that Mr. Rigas was talking about is among them too. Lowell questioned, was the entrance to the place next to an oasis that you marked here in the form of Anthel? Miner questioned, how did you know that? Lowell said, I can't believe I learned of the city of vampires and the place where Pavranium is sealed at the same time. Were the treasures waiting for this genius tactician? Looks like the goddess of luck that I confided in my past life has not forgotten me yet. Miner thought, birds of a feather flock together. Looks like the people around Grid are all self-centered crazy bastards like him. As expected, this is not the place for me. A genius like me should be the right arm of the emperor. Meanwhile, Pascal said, when other candidates condemned the Yatan Church, they emphasized the basic doctrine of our Rebecca Church benevolence. Thanks to that, you were able to win quite the undeserved support. Is that the power of the servant you've been with? But the support of the lower clergy is useless. High-ranking clergies with the right to vote have long been blinded by grid. You will never be able to win them over. Damien said the only leaves left are fallen leaves, not the tree. The fact that you are willing to exchange lives for materialistic things means that you bastards are turning your backs on Goddess Rebecca. I will bring a new beginning to Rebecca's church, and become a shield that embraces all weary lives no matter who they are. Pascal said a pope has to build up his congregation. But to think you would rely on something else other than power, enjoy it while it lasts, since I will show you exactly what it's like to use power in a month. Damien replied, even if you become the pope, I will protect Rebecca's daughters. I swear I will make Isabel happy no matter what. Soon, Kyrita said, you've come, Pope Pascal, who will be Holy Father of 80 million believers. Pascal replied, are you out of your mind? There are so many people from all over the world who visited the Vatican today. Should not you have been more prudent? Kyrita replied, now there's no need to be so angry. I did not come this far not knowing how to act. Plus, that annoying Duke must have kicked the bucket by now. The 19th Knight Fulito can overwhelm thousands of soldiers all by himself. So what can a mere Duke do against him? Pascal thought he's right. There's no way he could have survived against a 19th Red Knight. Maybe I've become too sensitive. I will finally be free from this annoying hair loss. Suddenly, the door opened. Grid said, I am so nervous trying to do this without Damien knowing. So how can you guys be so relaxed in front of the goddess Rebecca after pulling that shit? Pascal thought, no way, this is impossible. Grid wonders, including Pascal and his father. There are another 23 elders who are the masterminds of this incident. Even the system has recognized them as enemies. I won't have to worry about the goddess curse. Grid said, I simply wanted to watch the election. But someone sent the Red Knights and the Black Knights after me, you know. So, I had no choice but to kill them all. And then I heard that if this fact spreads to the Empire, it will be a huge pain in my ass. Thanks to that, it became a personal problem from that point on. The women can go behind the podium, but the rest of you should all die here today. I am in a different position than Damien, so I can run wild as much as I want. Kyrita said, so it's you. You must be the bastard who kept getting in my son's way. I don't know what trick you used to survive, but there is no way you can be left alive with your wickedness. Pascal said, Earl Kyrita, did you perhaps send assassins after Duke Grid? What in the world were you thinking? Pascal thought, sacrifice yourself. If you've made a fortune thanks to your son, you should at least act like a father at times like this. Pascal said, Your Grace, it seems like the Earl has made a foolish decision on his own. Pascal yelled, please stop it. Harming knights is already considered a felony in the Empire. If the fact that you, who is Damien's guardian, went on a rampage at the elders meeting is known, he'd be involved as well. Grid said, that's some needless worry you've got there. I am in the Vatican garden mingling with the believers right now, so don't worry and you can stop pretending to be a priest, as I already have plenty of reasons to kill you. Pascal said, be prepared, elders, it looks like that man is serious about this. Do you think you can break through me and 23 elders who have been blessed by the goddess? Pascal is level 330. His divine power is lower than Drevigo's but his level is higher. In addition, being a named NPC, he is naturally much stronger than users at the same level. Grid thought, what a pathetic goddess, to think she would share her divine power with this kind of garbage just because of his belief in worship. In order not to suffer against the divine power like the time I fought with Drevigo, I need a counter. Now is the time to use it. System alerted, dark bus earrings option effect activated. Your dark magic is being amplified. You don't have any dark magic power, replacing it with demonic power. All kinds of attacks are converted to dark attribute. While blackening is activated, your race will change to half demon. As a half demon, your maximum health is reduced by 50%. Your attack power, magic power, and agility will all increase by 20%. Grid said, I shall be the only person leaving this room alive. An elder said, dark magic power? How can a man with power opposite to that of divine power be here? Pascal said, even his power will have its limits. We will win as long as we are able to hold out until the paladins come. Don't stop healing. Grid thought, blackening is a skill that is contrary to white transformation. Since they are of opposite attributes, dark power is working properly against divine power. Among those priests, there seems to be 7 of them who have only reached their second advancement. I should aim for them first. If I can't finish them within 5 minutes, which is the duration of blackening, I won't be able to handle their recovery power. I have to finish this as soon as possible. With link activated, immediately wiped off a few elders. System alerted, by killing a human in a half demon state, your demonic power has been increased by a total 70. Grid thought, I've eliminated 7 people. The experience points are not bad, but having the demonic power increase by 10 for each person killed at once is quite concerning. Pascal cast Great Heal. System alerted, holy light armor increases all recover type magic effect by 300%. You have taken 23,460 damage. Heal is a deadly poison for half demons. Grid thought, 70% of my health at once. The strongest armor has become my fatal weakness. Pascal thought, it must be the goddess protection. Pascal said, it's now. Please gather all of your strength to bring divine punishment upon that devil who has been deceiving everyone. Grid cast kill towards Pascal. Pascal thought how this bastard survived when he's at his death door. Moreover, I can't believe he even smashed the holy divine shield that I activated in a hurry in a single blow. This is dangerous. I have to repair the shield and heal at the same time. Grid thought there are 4 seconds left until the immortality effect runs out. I can't afford to use potions because of the other elders. I have to end it with this. Grid launched Link Kill. Grid thought the problem with linked kill is that the number of this is random. I could have killed you with 2 more hits though. An elder said the healing effect on Pascal is reduced by half and our attacks on him are showing no effect either. Pascal thought healing is not working properly because the demonic energy has penetrated my body. My health is running low because of his sword attacks as well. Pascal yelled, get away from me, you persistent insect. Light blaze. Why? Tell me, you are the one who stormed into the Vatican committing these atrocious acts. So what right do you have to criticize and punish me? Grid replied, it's the right of the strong, something that you like so much. Pascal yelled, there's no way I will die alone. I will take you to the underworld. You zombie devil who ruined my life. Goddess Wrath. Grid thought, is not that Drevigo's strongest skill? Compared to Drevigo, its power seems to be worse, but it definitely exceeds the power of my transcended link. Still, there's some time left until my immortality runs out. But then system alerted the duration of immortality has ended. The duration of evil spirit's bloody tears has ended. Grid thought, I can finally see myself winning this. But to think he was able to put me in such a mess. Pascal, he's stronger than I expected. If I let my guard down even for a moment, he will recover quickly with the healing off the elders. Still, I will always have a better chance of winning compared to those bastards as I am always the one who strikes first. Freely Move creates a high-level dash skill that avoids all attacks until you reach within 200 meters of the desired target. Grid said, 1 year and 3 months have passed since I fought Drevigo. Do you think I've simply been messing around in the meantime? The winner shall be me, Pinnacle. Pascal defeated and said, I think I'd lose against a mere insect. But seeing how you are also barely holding on to your breath, looks like the goddess did not forsake me after all. For the sins of setting your dirty foot in Goddess Hall, I will take you to the afterlife with me. A beast of darkness like you will never be able to resist this healing light. Grid said, after being beaten one-sided, you still have time to talk with your goddess about your imaginary victory. Until the end, your priest acting is still the best. Have fun meetings with your goddess, as I will also live a good life from now on. System alerted Dark Bus Earrings has been unequipped. The skill effect blackening is wearing off. Your health has been restored. Grid said, thanks for the heal. Pascal said, I read numerous philosophical books and nationalistic theories and had a dream. But as the third child of a border lord who was pushed out of the battle for succession, I did not even have a chance to make it possible. In this rotten world where dreams were deprived as soon as they came to be, I needed the power to overturn everything to achieve what I dreamed of, and what lifted my burden at the time was the Rebecca Church. The lofty doctrine that heals all suffering was power itself. The power needed to fix this world which is stuck in its shell and can't move forward. In order to stand at the peak, I endured penance by steadily practicing asceticism for decades, because of a lowly bastard like you, the paradise that I gave up my all for. System alerted, you have killed Pascal. Grid said, your plan was over the moment you used Isabel as a tool. Just get lost. Grid said, even with 700 million experience points, my level does not go up, and here I thought it would go up by at least 2. Now it's hard to level up with just raids. The rest of these sheep should be able to fill it up. Are you ready to follow him, you small fries? Grid thought, unlike white transformation with divine power attribute, the blackening has a duration 12 hours cooldown. From now on, I have to fight against the remaining 16 elders with my own abilities. Grid cast kill and wiped of 3 elders. Grid wonders, as expected from the 3rd advancement priests, they gave me 10 times the experience compared to regular monsters at the same level. But the problem is those bastards keep recovering every time my Pagma's sword dance cooldown resets, so I can't overpower them with normal skills. Even my holy light armor is almost in rags. Grid start to cast Pavranium attacks towards and killed them one by one. An elder said, there are only 8 of us left. We can't hold on much longer. At this rate we are all going to die. Another elder told Kyrita, even if it's just revenge for your son, take the women behind you as hostages. Grid jumped over and said, stop your useless struggling. I will be ending it now. System alerted, you have defeated all the corrupted elders. Kyrita said, wait a second, please spare me. Are you doing this for money? How much do you want? I will give you whatever you want. Grid replied, what can you give me when the only thing you bastards worry about is to fill your own bellies? And did not I say I'd be the only one leaving this room alive? You have to squeeze the pus out to get rid of them for good. Dirty bastards. Soon, the building going to collapse. Grid said, I don't know when this place will collapse, so you guys better get out of here as soon as possible. I am telling you in advance, but you'd better not say you saw me here. I don't want to kill anyone else. Afterward, Noe questioned, is something wrong? Grid pondered, I can't believe I slaughtered NPC out of anger. Although it's not my first time killing an NPC, I can't seem to put my mind at ease. How ironic. The more I enjoy the power of darkness, the more upsetting I feel. Maybe I am too immersed in NPC because of Irene. I need to get rid of this feeling right away. Let's check the loot that Pascal dropped. He did not drop any equipable items, but there are 5 blessed weapon enhancement stones, 7 blessed armor enhancement stones and 11 high-rated magic stones and 1 goddess essence. It was a must-have material for producing Rebecca Church's divine powers reproduction, so I'm glad I got it. The biggest gain is this. Pascal's secret warehouse key. I feel so much better now. Damien texted Grid and questioned, where are you now? It's going crazy outside right now. Pascal and the elders were all killed by someone. Grid replied, what was I supposed to do? I had to kill them all because of my quest. I am almost done, so I need your help. Do you have any idea where Pascal could use it as a warehouse? Damien replied, I am not sure, but Pascal usually used the first prayer room. Grid wonders, is this the rat hole where that bastard Pascal stores his cheese? If I want to steal it all, I have to do it now when they are occupied with what happened with Pascal and the elders. As the door opened up, Grid wonders, awesome. It's a miniature version of a dragon lair. This should be worth tens of billions won. Suddenly, system alerted the safely device of the secret warehouse is activated because it does not detect Pascal's divine power. Meanwhile, system alerted, your Lord Grid summons you. Will you accept the summons? As Moffel said, the Duke is summoning us. Let's go. Piero said, finally, this is our first historic mission. As everyone transferred to here, Piero said, my lord, we've come upon your summoning. As Moffel said, you are finally giving me a mission. Please give us your orders. System alerted, the warehouse will explode in 3 minutes. Please pack as many coins as you can in 3 minutes. Grid yell, shut up and help me take care of the money, my money. Location, Baron Castle. Jishuka thought, I want to see Grid. I am so sick of working as the Lord now. I know it's important to support Raiden, but to think I have not seen Grid for 7 months already. I want to get rid of everything and go to Grid. Then system alerted, your Lord Grid summons you. Jishuka wonders, did he notice that I missed him? My telepathy must have worked. I will be right there. Grid. Jishuka questioned, what's wrong with your behind? Are you sick? Grid said, it's going to explode in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Damn it. We could have moved all of this at once with Euphemina's mass teleport. But she's not online right now. Lowell said, we are in the Rebecca Church's Vatican. It's a great opportunity to solve Raiden's financial difficulties. So please hurry. Grid said, you can swallow more with your soul ingestion, right? Quickly shove it all down. Lowell reminds, the vault is so wide that this cat won't be able to hold all of this. We have to take out gold coins first. Pawn, break the wall. As Moffel activated aura explosion and said, I did not mean to show off my skill in a place like this, but please allow it as my way of showing you my respect, my lord. Piero said, that's right, keep putting the gold coins in the middle like that. As I came into contact with the universe contained in the grains of sand in the farmland, my skills naturally improved. So let me show you a demonstration. It'd be helpful for you guys to come to love doing farm work later too. Matchless farming. Jishuka said, you left me in Baron and only called upon me after a long time. I guess you really don't care about me at all, huh? If you like the gold coins that much, then why don't you get lost together with them? Phoenix arrow. Grid yell, everyone dodge. Meanwhile, Damien thought, I can't let Mr. Grid become the Empire's target because of my problem any further. My training with Mr. Piero is handy at times like this. Domain destroyed the broadcast camera. Afterward, Grid said, thanks a lot for going around as me, Randy. It must have been hard trying to maintain your transformation because of the divine power, but you did a great job. Damien questioned, is this all of Pascal's hidden possessions? Just thinking about what he could have done with this much money frightens me. Grid questioned Damien, can we really take all of these with us? Damien said, of course. Even if I keep them here, they will become the seed of corruption again. I have no doubt that you will use that money wisely for everyone's sake. Grid said, thanks a lot for going around as me, Randy. Damien said, you already talked about that before. I know you heard me, Mr. Grid. By the way, would it be possible for me to join the Overgeared Guild as well? Lowell said, you can, at least on the surface. The Rebecca Church has to be neutral. Collusion with a certain force will create hostility and reduce the value of the church. Grid said, was not it obvious? And we don't accept just anyone, you know? If you want to join, serve your time as the Pope first. In order to do that, you know what must be done, right? Damien thought, without you, I would not have been able to protect anyone, and said, I will become the Pope no matter what. Soon. Riga said, 21 million gold in 3 minutes. Is not at about 25 billion won. That's a lot of money. Pan said, 2 months ago, Suron and his guild made about 8 million in the Vasco labyrinth, but Grid made nearly 3 times as much all by himself. He raided Pascal alone, and he even managed to take advantage of the night summoning to earn maximum reward. It was a solo stage for Grid. He's just incredible. Rigas said, since he's our guild's mater, of course he has to be the best. Congratulations on becoming rich. Grid yell, what? I did not even get 1 trillion? I even put all of them in my inventory. What a scam. Lal said it seems that a significant amount of gold coins have been damaged by our skill and have completely disappeared from the system. Still, I think the SA group would probably panic as we have earned such an astronomical amount of money. Grid said even damaged gold coins can also be melted and turned into gold bars though. These petty bastards. Who are oh, I said please calm down and let's go to Winston first. Did not Lady Irene get pregnant? Grid replied that's true. I am gonna be a father now. Pon said I am jealous. I heard you had fun organizing the parenting system. Grid said you guys will go to Raiden, right? Lal used this 20 million gold to fund the development of Raiden. I was able to take care of it because of you guys, and I also know how hard you guys are working, but this is all I can do for you as your lord. Lal said when you return we will show you a completely different Raiden. Soon, Jishuka said it's the first time we've walked together like this. Grid replied that's true since Baron is in the same direction as Winston. Anyway, you've been working so hard in Baron to support us. We were only able to focus on Raiden's development. Thanks to you. Jishuka questioned were you listening? Grid replied of course, my skin is not that thick, you know. Jishuka said I was frustrated but now I feel so much better thanks to what you just said. Anyway as long as we can do something you like together, that's enough for me. Grid thought I made a lot of good friends in such a short time. Jishuka always corrected me so that I would not go astray. Is it because of that? Somehow, she's glowing. Grid knock his head on tree and wonders Jishuka is becoming more and more attractive. Should I buy a love potion that reset the once a month penalty at the reputation store? No way, come to your sense. Irene is the only one for me. Grid said no matter how much you try, the spirit of a Korean sergeant will never be broken. Back to reality, he said come out here. That sister came again. Yura said so you are up. Grid thought why she is so dressed up this early in this morning? Is it the dawn strike by the women on earth? Grid questioned what's it? Why are you here again? Grid's dad said that's not the way to speak to the guest who has come all the way here to see you. Yura said I need to talk with you about something. But please buy me a meal first. Soon, Yura said so this is where taxi drivers usually go to eat. It's my first time here. The food is so delicious. Grid said stop with your nonsense and get to the point. Yura said please take this. This is your broadcasting fee from OGC. It's 5 billion won. Grid questioned why is it so much? What do you want from me? Yura replied this is my ability. I know more about broadcasting than you. If you like my present then please let me join the Overgeared guild. Grid thought, what did she just say? Number 5 in the overall ranking Yura, wanted to join our guild. Yura has fallen to level 1 due to her switching to the legendary class. But Grid still don't know. Grid said welcome to the Overgeared guild. Soon, Irene told Grid it feels like I am dreaming, my dear. Grid thought how hard it must have been to be all alone. I heard she also suffered from depression. I'd love to take her to Raiden, but the Lord of Winston can't just leave her estate, can she? Irene said I think Jackpot is happy too. Would you like to listen to him? Grid wonders my child. When I first heard about her pregnancy, the existence used to be vague. Now his heart thumping hard. I was still a loner until last year, but a new world is opening up to me. In this world I will become complete. Irene said I want our baby to be a man as cool as you, my dear. Grid thought Irene was able to become the heir because she is the only daughter, but to the nobleman, men are probably more preferable as heirs. When I think about that, what Irene just said should not completely be her wish. Grid said I prefer a daughter because I am sure she will be a warm person like you, Irene. Lowell texted Grid please come back soon. The merger ceremony with the Silver Knights Guild has been confirmed to be 10 days from now. Irene questioned do you have to leave again? Grid replied I am afraid so. It's a pity that we can only spend 3 days together. Grid thought it can't be helped now but someday when I establish my own country, we will definitely be together. Phoenix came over said I've been looking for you. This is the message from Marquis Stein. He said that since Lady Irene's birth is only 4 months away would not it be better to take care of her in Raiden? He also said he would send a Lord's deputy to Winston. Grid said then there's no need to wait any longer. Captain Phoenix please tell the Marquis that I will risk my life to protect Irene. Grid activated fly skill and said who would have thought we would be able to go back to Raiden together. It was really frustrating, but I feel so excited. 10 days later, Grid wonders I thought it would take at least 1 year to get our guild to level 10. But thanks to the Golem Army invasion's reward, we achieved it in 7 months. Grid said because of guild members' restrictions, we can't accommodate all 225 members of the Silver Knights Guild, right? What a lame system. Lowell said one of the Overgeared Guild's members can make a new guild and bring it under the same banner of the Overgeared Guild. It's a basic system though. Don't tell me you did not know. Grid said then you can make it. Lowell said I am still short of reputation. Besides, if you are looking for the right person for this job, don't you still have her? I am talking about Zadaka Guild's master. Jishuka said no. That means I have to work as a lord of another territory again. Lowell said you don't have to worry about that part. Over the past half year everyone has learned how to manage the estate, and there are several people who can help you. Jishuka said then fine. What will the new guild's name be though? Grid immediately said Overgeared too. Lal replied, seriously, stop it. Generally you should give the second and third guild names appropriate for their roles. There will be people with secondary classes in the second Overgeared guild, so please name it accordingly. Grid said, personnel office? Jishuka madly said, just call it Overgeared 2 guild instead. Seriously. Soon, Peak Sword arrived. A man who was nothing became the legendary seed, and sprouted at the Zadaka guild. It was also the day when Act 3 of Grid's life began, which was reborn as a young tree who will become the head of a giant guild. As the banquet began, Grid thought, these kids are so similar to Peak Sword, are they also Korean patriotic? Grid said, we are supposed to get along well in the future. But when will I memorize all the faces and names of those 225 people? Jishuka said, by the way, Lal, if the average level of the Silver Knights Guild is 220, should we help them level up? Lal replied, no. For now, improving the working environment of the Yellow Mithril Mine is our top priority. We can let the low-level users grow on their own at Baron and Kokro Island, where the hunting efficiency is good, and send the high-level users to suppress monsters around the Yellow Mithril Mine to secure our guild source of growth. Lal questioned Peak Sword, are you going to remain as Kokro Island's lord? Peak Sword said, Grid told me to become a miner. Lal thought he's going to use a master in the top of the unified ranking who has the same combat power as Rigas and Pawn as a miner. Suddenly, Miner came in and said, we are in trouble. You have to hurry if you want to take that Provranium. The Provranium sealed in the vampire cities are being eroded by a strange energy. Meanwhile, Vampire's first city. Braham thought, this bastard. I've been watching the situation with Mumud Orb, and I even sent golems as a warning. But you dared for over a year rather than making the vessel of the soul for my resurrection. You only focused on hoarding all the Provranium? Pagma's successor, I will never forgive you. Marie Rose said, I thought I felt some dirty and vulgar magic before I came. But who do we have here? Braham shocked and questioned, how did you get out of the seal, and wonders the one with the most powerful magic among the direct descendants of Bariachi, the progenitor of vampires. Marie Rose said something like that seal. I could break it any time I wanted. I just woke up because a human who reeked of blood. By the way, it's just like you to split your soul into small pieces like this. How many continents did you scatter them around? I heard that after losing your pure blood, you were banished from the clan and has been living with your degenerate body, but who would have thought you would be hiding under our land in this worthless state? It really suits you, Braham, for someone who was the only one obsessed with magic in our clan. There's no way you would stay like this without a plan. You've got the key to resurrection, have not you? Braham said, so what are you gonna do? You can never stop me. If there is even one piece of my soul left, I can be completely resurrected, and when I do I will annihilate you at all cost. Marie Rose said, even that insect-like tenacity is still the same? Braham questioned, are you just leaving without destroying my soul? Marie Rose said, why would I do something so annoying? What's in it for me? I am simply leaving you alone because I found my entertainment. Plus, should I, a supreme being, be afraid of a mere mortal like you? Braham thought, she's like a mutant that transcends even the progenitor. I will surely resurrect and kill you for making me look like this. Take that heart and regain my eternal life. Back to Grid, system alerted, a new quest has been created. To the vampire city, some kind of incident has led to the appearance of an existence that could serve as a pivotal role for vampires who are going through an era of chaos. Its powerful magical power is spreading across 15 vampire cities, blessing the vampires, while adversely affecting the Provranium. If the Provranium is not secured as soon as possible, the Provranium that has been eroded by the death aura will degenerate, lost its inherent function, and become a mediocre mineral. Please head to the vampire city to secure Provranium right now. Difficulty unknown. Grid thought, a question mark difficulty? It is not that the highest level of difficulty, impossible to measure. I heard that a party of at least 10 third advancement classes is needed to attack the vampire city, and the estimated time to clear is 10 days. But if I don't do this, I will lose 15 out of the 28 pieces of Provranium that exist in the world. Grid said, I am going to share a quest, so can you all take a look? Ventnor said, the vampire city? The place where we came back without any harvest for a month? Lowell said, Provranium is no different from Mr. Grid's full power. We should help him. However, as for now, there are 3 estates that require management, so the maximum number of people who can apply is most around 10. Jishuka questioned, would not that be enough to secure at least 9 pieces? Grid said, but I don't want to be indebted to the guild members because of my personal quest. Ventnor excited said, we will depart tomorrow. It's been a long time since I've gone hunting. Is not that the best hunting ground? Plus, it's an opportunity to get elixir. Don't tell me you are trying to hog it all to yourself. We could die like the first 2 guys who went there before us, but let us have a share at your table. Grid thought, these guys are not being honest at all. Grid said, thanks. I will treat you all to noodles with black soybean sauce when you come to Korea later. Jishuka said, I will go this time as well. Don't stop me. Grid thought, alright, if we can get the Provranium back somehow, I can make lethal spear which is made up of pure Provranium. It will become a weapon that easily outperforms failure. I will sweep it in one shot with the strongest expedition. Let's surprise these vampires. From Raiden's growth to this situation, which could serve as a stepping stone to become the strongest guild, I thought all the spring was working well together for success. Vampire City Expedition Day, Pon said. What the hell? It has not even been 30 minutes since we entered. System alerted those who becomes legends do not die easily. Grid's immortality is already gone. But the expedition had only just begun. 5 hours earlier, Raiden Castle. Lal reminds our expedition team focuses on attack power, which is organized in line with the goal of clearing 15 dungeons as fast as possible in 90 days. You are vulnerable to a surprise attack due to your low defense, so please always keep your eyes open. Lal told Grid, seeing that the entrance is blocked upon entering, there is a high possibility that your night summoning skill will not be activated. Please be prepared for the worst scenario. Grid questioned, how many times are you going to keep repeating the same thing? Don't worry, we will come back safely. Lal thought it would be more assuring if Piero or Asmafel could go together with them, but the NPC only have one life, we can't risk it. Meanwhile, Kasim thought he's still a kid, but that assassin, Faker, has improved again. Now I have to stay about 7 m away so that I won't get caught. Did they say they were going to the vampire cities? Vampires are a group of demons that exist as human predators. They might be able to handle vampires with the rank of Viscounts or below, but even Duke Grid true blood vampires with the rank of the Earls and above, they might be annihilated. But since they are all beings cursed with immortality, there's no need to stop them. Defeat can sometimes be a good medicine. Under our master's teaching, did not we push each other to the limit by competing thousands of times against each other and constantly experiencing victories and defeats? Duran. The reason why I've been watching Duke Grid is that he had the ring master handed over to him, and I found out that Duke Grid was Irene's husband whom you were protecting. For now all of my questions have been cleared up, but I saw Duke Grid's potential of being a rival to the Saharan Empire. That's why I will remain here to protect the Duke's wife, Irene, so that he can concentrate on his growth until the evil Empire Saharan, which wiped out countless minor clans, has fallen. Kasim, King of Shadows, the last descendant of the Nero clan who were destroyed by the Saharan Empire. Soon, during the wait of Vampire City, Peak's sword thought to think the monsters would give 20% more experience than the monster on the top floor of the Cork Island dungeon. This must have been the reason why the Overgeared guild's members' ranking has skyrocketed after they settled down in Raiden. I heard that the vampires give even more experience than these monsters though. If I can reach level 307 after this expedition, ranking in the top 10 won't be a dream. Grid thought they really don't give me any experience points. I am still at level 296, so when do I get to level 300? The legendary class has no second or third advancement classes, so I can only rely on the awakening at every 100 levels. Wait a second, experience points? After gaining the hidden piece and achieving over 30,000 reputation, I am sure there must be something I can use to help with it. System alerted, the best choice for you. Special service for satisfies top celebrities is here. Reputation store. Introducing the luxury items to our distinguished customer. Sweet candy, little candy bar. A soft candy with the best natural sweetness. There are no chemicals added. Effects when the sweet candy is in your mouth. All stats will rise by 30% for 5 minutes. Grid thought there's only one thing I am looking for right now. This is it. Draw everything. A random drawing machine. At the price of 999 reputation. You can get a variety of items randomly at a low price. Limited edition items are not included. There is a certain chance of gaining an experience buff potion. Grid Wonder Satisfy has no upper level limit, so there are very few experience buff items to prevent gaps between users, but the value of the items sold here totally make it understandable how it's so hard to unlock this store. Besides, it does not even take 1000 reputation for one draw, right? It's really cheap. The amount of reputation that can be obtained by crafting. Unique item crafting 150, legendary item crafting 500. System alerted, oh no, it's a dud. It's a shame, but I wish you better luck next time. Grid said you can draw a dud as well? How mischievous. But there's no way things will work out in one go. 2 time, let's draw it 2 more times. End up, pretty hairpin, world's most delicious skewer. Grid yell, give me back my reputation, you fucking swindlers. Soon, they arrive 13th Vampire City. Pon said it's here. There are a few things you should watch out for before going in. As soon as you enter, you will see a cliff about 12 meter high. There's no enemies until you go down. But you have to be careful if you have 400 or less agility because you can fall off. There's no light right after you go in, so you won't be able to see anything for a while. Even if your eyes get used to it, you won't have complete vision, so it will be difficult to fully utilize your skills. Well, Faker and Jishuka exceptions as they possess assassin's eyes and hawk eye. Ventnor questioned, we can just use a torch. Are you a primitive? Pon replied, I already told you 3 times that vampires are wary of light. Are you primitive? Regas said, most of the things you will see on the way are vampire familiars. Even if they are not strong, you can't let your guard down because their fighting power varies widely. Vampires sleep inside the building and wake up in order, but sometimes they may suddenly come out and attack us. Peak Sword questioned, does that mean we have to go through every building to find the boss? Riga said possibly. Sometimes a true blood vampire appears, and he's so strong that even Pan and I had a hard time fighting against him. Pan said, I think our attacks won't work unless it is imbued with divine power. Still, as our team is also made up of people with various attributes, it should work out somehow if we all attack it together. Grid said, so we are all going to attack the true blood vampire at once when it comes out, right? Let's go. Huaroi level 292, Zednos level 301, Vantner level 302, Faker level 305. Peak Sword level 306, Rigas and Pawn level 307 and Jishuka level 305. System alerted the entrance to the dungeon is sealed off. Contact with the outside world will be blocked. You can't escape the dungeon until you defeat the dungeon boss or die. Soon, they encounter a group of bats. Vantner defend its attack and question, did not you say there are no enemies on the way down? You are making me use my skills from the beginning. Pan said, sorry, I did not think the dungeon pattern would change. After they defeat those bats, they encounter a group of wolves. Pan questioned, Rigas, does not it look different from the last time we came here? Rigas replied, yes, the area of activity of the vampire familiars has expanded and their levels have increased. Pan told Grid, you said that the existence that serves as the pivotal role for vampires had blessed them with its energy, right? I think that's why the difficulty level has increased. Grid replied, is not that fine? We will receive better rewards and level up faster too. Peak Sword thought he looked so excited in such a tense situation. What a guild. I just hope this expedition does not fail. Afterward, Grid said, only that building is left. The vampire familiars were weaker than I thought. Do we have to search through this whole thing until the boss comes out? How annoying. Suddenly, a vampire said, 2 months ago, while I was sleeping, 2 crazy people defiled my city. I can't believe another group of humans came in before my anger subsided. The air has become contaminated again. How repulsive. System alerted, powerful death energy corrupts your magical power. Some magic and skills will be disabled. The vampire's gaze makes the inferior race fall on their knees. A fairly strong oppressive force is applying on your bodies. The 13th vampire city's owner, Earl Elphinstone, has appeared. Elphinstone said, if I had not come out for a walk to cool off, I would not have caught you cockroaches. Now that I've seen you, I must catch you in order to sleep well. Then he cast Extreme Blood Transfusion. System alerted, Extreme Blood Transfusion absorbs a large amount of the target's health to restore your own. You can only use it once a day. Some skills cannot be used for the next 5 minutes. All speeds are reduced by 30% for the next 5 minutes. Elphinstone said, I will come back in a while. I will slowly kill you one by one. So say your goodbye. Rigas said, things are not looking good from the beginning. Then they noticed Grid was injured. Jishuka said, looks like he was aiming for the strongest person. Are you okay? Grid replied, as you can see, I am not okay at all. Grid thought, damn it, to think he already made me waste my 10 gold potion and my passive immortality. Peak Sword said, to think you survived with just 10,000 health left. Your luck is truly great. Grid replied, I have a passive immortality, though the cooldown is a whooping 24 hours. So always keep that in mind. In the worst case scenario, you should use me as a tanker like what happened just now. Grid questioned Pan, that bastard did not show up when you guys came here? Pan said, yeah, we explored this place for over a month, but we have never encountered him. Vantner said, I can't believe he triggered the passive immortality of Grid, who has the highest health among us, with one strike. Faker said there was no sign, and his casting was instantaneous, so we could not stop it. Grid thought I could not even notice him with my insight. He seemed to be stronger than Helgao. When I reach level 300 and achieve Third Awakening, I will be able to sense his presence and fight back, but my level is still 296. Unless I use the experience increase potions and sweep all the vampires here, it will be impossible to reach level 300. What's more, my party members already have their skills sealed. When Elphinstone comes again, we will never be able to handle him. There's no way this expedition is a failure. Jishuka said, when you stopped moving a while ago, you were looking at the reputation store, right? I heard there is an experience buff item. It may take longer than we expected for him to reappear, since cooldown is usually designed to be proportional to strength. When I fought against a monster called Puker on BKGL Island, it would spew acid fluid every 7 minutes before running away. Even if there is a 0.1% chance, if there is a possibility, there is no choice but to hit it. You can reach level 300, if you have time, right? Pan said, as expected from the best of LTS, you are truly quick with your decision. You are going to gather them all together and drive them all to Grid for the experience, right? Grid said, wait a second, this is my quest. I can't put you guys in danger. Jishuka said, just stand still and have your mouth open. Master, we will help the baby bird fly out of the nest. Soon, Jishuka said, stop them until Grid obtains the experience potion. System alerted, congratulations, the best chocolate has been acquired. Block toys to help a child's development has been acquired. Riga said he seems to be enjoying it. Grid thought, if I want to save even just one person, I need to reach level 300. Grid said no please, my reputation has dropped from 28,000 to 6,000. Then he finally got it. System alerted congratulations, an experience increase potion has been acquired. Increases experience gained by 20% for the next 3 days. Grid madly said damn it, why don't you give me at the beginning? Jishuka said Grid has finally obtained the experience potion. Everyone move, we will attack, form the front. Zedno said there are so many high-rank vampires here, are you sure you want to attack? Jishuka said if we want to help Grid gain experience, there's no other way. The only problem is that there's only one person who can attract those vampires. Vantner equipped Malicus's cloak and start taunt those vampires. Vantner thought combining magic resistance skills and physical attacks at the same time. These guys are not easy to deal with. Vantner said I can't hold out any longer, quickly handle them. Vantner wonders if my health falls to the bottom when there is no healer. I will have to use my one-time invincible skill, Guardian's Power. However, I need to save this for Elphinstone's reappearance. Just hold out a little more. As Vantner casts Sun Guard, vampires start afraid of the light, followed by combination buff and skill with Overgeared Guild reduced most of vampires' health. Then Grid cast Transcended Link, to finish off all the vampires. System alerted your level has risen, now you are at level 297. Grid thought I have recovered 5 draws of the machine. The effect of the experience increase potion is not to be underestimated. The amount of experience from the vampires is more than expected. It is nearly 3 times as much as the desert monsters. It took half a day to finish attacking one whole building and Grid's experience gauge was up to 60%. This was a ridiculous growth rate considering it took the Overgeared members an average of 2 weeks to go from 297 to 298. Grid said I've distributed the 10 points I gained into agility. My stats distribution method is based on the great swordsman Piero. Piero's distribution rate is 1 for strength, 1 for agility and 0,7 for stamina. Since he's aiming to be a sword saint, there's no way his stats would be a mess. I just need to follow him. Soon Huaroi said it is faster than expected. Since that's the case, we just need to clear 5 or 6 buildings more and Grid will reach level 300. Grid said the problem begins at level 299. The amount of experience needed to level up is 4 times as much as level 298. Jishuka said Grid will reach level 300 in a few days, assuming that Elphinstone does not appear. However, we still need to be cautious all the time. Vantner and Huaroi have a one-time invincible skill that can invalidate damage, but the others are different. If one person dies, the balance of the party is disrupted, drastically slowing down the speed of the hunt. However, Vantner, in the next building, you will have to attract the vampires by yourself. Grid thought it takes twice compare with the last time. Although I am wearing the holy light armor that can resist the vampire's black magic, I still get injured seriously. The item drop rate of vampire is very low, however the value of the items dropped is very good. Jishuka told Grid support me, I'm getting so many attacks. True Blood Vampire Bora and Rugil attacked towards Grid's behind. Vantner stepped in and blocked the damage with Guardian's Power skill activated. It can protect the user from any attacks. The cooldown time is 48 hours. Vantner thought shit, I had saved this for dealing with Elphinstone. Grid said I owe you a favor, let me handle them, you should step back. When Grid activated Pagma Sword Dance, system alerted within a radius of 1 meter it caused physical damage to the enemies and slows down their speed. The enemy is using the dark illusion your attack has missed. Huaroi said are they from the True Blood clan? Although they were slowed down by the skill, their movements are not slow at all, they are attacking the Lord. Jishuka said be careful not to let them hurt you. The wounds caused by them will take more time to heal than usual. Then a vampire said what's wrong with this guy? Why can't I use the dark illusion anymore? This is holy power, if our skills turn out to be useless we will be doomed, let's withdraw. Grid thought I've neutralized their skill by the light god's blessing, but this skill won't last long, I need to kill them before the effect wears out. The basic skills like kill, link and wave won't cause much damage, the fusion skills like linked kill and transcended link will be more suitable to deal with them. However the casting time is so long that they can escape, it would be best to use the basic skills at their weaknesses. Wave. System alerted your level has risen, now you are at level 298. Grid said the second building, mission complete. Pawn questioned is it over? I've spent all day clearing these 2 buildings. System alerted a complete ruby have been acquired, the third piece of unknown has been acquired. It can't be determined what this is a piece of yet. A minimum of 3 pieces must be collected before it can be determined. Grid thought I expected to find some items that can permanently increase stats or vampire accessories, but it turned out to be some useless stuff. Vantner said what if Elphinstone appeared now? I've already used my invincible skill. Huaroi said don't worry, the next time Elphinstone appears, I will try my best to stop him. I will show my abilities, like everyone else. Words are faster than action. I will try to attract his aggro before he uses the skill. Pan said don't go too far, no one can stand your rhetoric. System alerted the cooldown time of the title skill 1 who became a legend is over. Grid said it seems that a day has passed, my invincible passive skill has been restored. Suddenly, Elphinstone cast extreme blood transfusion and said I will come back soon. I will kill another person and then another one the time after that. This will be repeated again and again. I will show you the extreme taste of fear. Then they noticed Grid's passive again activated. Grid thought I've gained more than 55,000 health in total thanks to the effects of equipment and titles. However, Elphinstone's attack contained an enormous power that wiped out all of my health in one blow. The Holy Light Armor reduced 50% of magic damage, so this skill could truly be called a blow of death. Jishuka said Elphinstone's re-emergence cycle is 24 hours, and he will attack the person with the highest number of stats. Faker said, thanks to your invincible passive, we were able to pass through this time. Grid replied, do you know that this game contains the perfect implementation of the 5 senses, so the pain was real bad? But no matter how challenging it is, I have to reach level 300 as soon as possible. Let's move on to the next building. Peak Sword said Elphinstone is so arrogant, he does not have any doubts about Grid being alive, perhaps he has not noticed it. This is ideal. If this continues, all of us will be able to live until Grid reaches level 300. Meanwhile, Elphinstone thought, how dare you invade my city and make such a big mess? Those who dare to disturb my silence only deserve death. It's so interesting to think that those insects are shivering in fright. I can finally sleep today. Back to reality, location SA group. Someone said vampires are powerful existences, but they are victims of the curse of sloth. An average vampire sleeps for 20 hours and the stronger vampire sleeps for even longer. Elphinstone is an earl, so he has to sleep for at least 23 hours a day. Satisfies 8th development team leader, Ashley Tosun. He is one of the 33 scientists who build the virtual reality system with Lim Chul Ho. In the company, he is known as the father of vampires. He is the one who made the vampires in Satisfy. Ashley Tosun said if enemies threaten the city, Elphinstone will repeat the act of murdering the strongest being every 24 hours for 7 days. After losing 7 of their strongest consecutively, the invading party will panic, lose strength and be destroyed. The 13th city has one of the highest difficulties among the 15 vampire cities. However, the immortal passive has neutralized the characteristics of Elphinstone. I did not expect this. Originally, Pagma's successor is not a class that can be strengthened to such a degree. The moment 5 legendary items are made, their stats growth will gradually fall and their combat power gradually weakens, making them more suitable as a production class. Now I understand why President and Director are interested in him. With this shocking fortune, perhaps, he will be able to collect all the pieces? On the 3rd day, the 5th building, who ROI questioned Peak Sword, are you a swordsman? Your power and speed are not inferior to the Lord's. Peak Sword replied, yes, but don't overestimate me. The disadvantage of the skills that causes great damages is that their cooling time is quite long. Peak Sword thought my health was maintained thanks to the vampire ring everyone gave me. They are such reliable partners. Thank God that I merged with Overgeared. Grid thought if this continues I will soon reach level 299. That bastard should also wake up soon. Next second, Grid attacked by extreme blood transfusion. Elphinstone left and said I will see you again soon. Faker said you're lucky enough to still be alive. We should hurry and reach level 300, then we will kick his ass. It seems he still has not realized it. But Elphinstone is not a fool. He wonders, why do I keep feeling that something is odd? But I can't figure out why. To him, killing those humans is nothing more than just an entertaining activity after a 23-hour sleep. Because there are no predators that can remember how many preys they have killed. Soon, system alerted the duration of the experience increase potion is over. Grid thought from now on it will take long time until I reach level 300. After wiping out the 6th building, Grid has reached level 299. Next is the 7th one. It has been 4 days and everything seems to be going quite smoothly. Grid thought from level 299, the amount of experience required to level up increases by 4 times. I have to take down 3 more buildings to earn enough experience. Then Elphinstone appeared. Elphinstone questioned, hey, why are you still alive? The odd feeling was not disappeared so far, so I tried to focus on the scent of each of you as it was hard to remember your lowly appearance. Do you know that extreme blood transfusion is a perfect skill that never fails? I almost destroyed an excellent dish. Elphinstone cast Blood Field. Ventnor defended with his Guardian's power. Grid thought this is bad. I still have not reached level 300 yet. If I can't stop this bastard, everyone will be killed. Who ROI yell, your parents must have had a hard time after giving birth to you. Grid wonders, good thing that provocation skill of Who ROI was not locked. That method may work in a different situation, but in this one, it was not a good choice. Vampires recognize themselves as superior to humans, in particular the true blood considers their parent as a god. They are the one who gave vampires eternal life and the existence that a mere human could never disparage. Elphinstone said, this is the 2nd time I have become so angry over the past 300 years. Although, I don't like wasting food, to such ignorant things like you. This provocation has brought serious consequences. Elphinstone said, I will tear you to 1,000 pieces. System alerted, your blood is influenced by blood field. All healing effects will be reduced by 80%. 153 health will be transferred to Earl Elphinstone per second. Grid thought everyone else is in danger, especially Jishuka, Zenas, and Faker. Their health were around 20,000 to 30,000. They will lose 2/3 of their life in just 2 minutes. Furthermore, Elphinstone will recover health per second. This skill is really terrifying. Elphinstone said, don't even think about escaping. It's impossible. Blood Requiem. Those who are inside the blood field will receive 50,000 damages. Regis said, I can't hold out, I have to recover a bit. Grid thought, I will have Noah eat Elphinstone's stats, and then I will have Randy copy some of Elphinstone's skills to increase the odds. But, Noe said, I can't swallow the souls of noble true blood vampire. I tried to swallow but the curse of blood turned on me. Randy replied, I can't copy that target, so sorry. Grid thought, did not you copy Pagma? Is Elphinstone stronger than Pagma? This is the real limitation in physiology that can't be overcome. The true blood vampires are a superior species to doppelgangers, so it is impossible to copy them. Elphinstone said, it's time to fulfill my stomach. I aruged. Grid thought, that sword is no ordinary. It is absolutely not inferior to Pagma's words. What material is it made of? It seems that the material does not belong to this world. But why do I feel so familiar? The color of this sword is similar to that of the unidentified fragment. Now is not the time to think about this. Grid yelled, be careful, he's coming. Peak Sword casts sword skill to deal with it, but still immediately injured by the attack from Elphinstone. Elphinstone said, lowly human should not be so foolish to stop Iaroogt, because it will cut them in half immediately. Grid thought, there's really no way but face him head on. Too dangerous. He's on another level, completely different from the bosses I encountered before. And he's even stronger than that guy whom Peak Sword and I fought. At least that guy still had a fatal point, but this one is the highest level ever I've seen, and I hardly see any fatal points, as if his strength was limitless. Elphinstone said, don't make such a mess because I will save you for the last to eat. Afterward, the 5th day 9th building. A few vampire being eliminated by Grid. Jishuka said, we've gone through 2 buildings in a row. You should get some rest. You keep pushing yourself. Grid said, let's go to the next building. I only need 20% more experience points to reach level 300. Ventnor said, I understand our situation, but I don't really like how this is going. Faker said, there's no helping it. His colleague's life was ended by his own decision. He can't help but be angry as he was driven to the edge of the cliff without being able to do anything. 14 hours before 7th building. Regis cast lightning killing punch. Regis thought he transformed parts of his body into smoke again. However, not all of our skills are sealed, so the least we can do is put up a fight against him. Elphinstone thought, anomalous and dynamic movements. He's got some skills. Pon said, let's see if you can avoid all this with that smoke transformation. Rain spear. Elphinstone wonders, it's a little tricky to avoid all of this with smoke transformation. Should I use a little bit of blood? But Faker sudden attacks from behind. Elphinstone thought, this bastard is especially fast. I can't believe he can attack me even before I turn into smoke. Even his follow-up attacks are sophisticated. By far he's the best inferior insect I've ever seen. Ventnor said, it's working. Just push it a little more and we can win. Faker thought, no, I can tell that this bastard is still taking it easy. This situation he's enjoying it. Elphinstone said, you're pretty sharp. It'd be fun to kill you right away, but it's not your turn yet. Blood thrown. Contaminates the target's bloodstream, greatly slowing the target's movement speed. Faker said, he sealed my movement. Elphinstone said, is it over already? I just started to have fun though. Still, for a mere human you've held out pretty well. Grid attacks towards. Elphinstone said, that's what I am talking about. The captain must show up at times like these. System alerted, the durability of +9 failure has decreased by 5. Grid thought the material of his sword is even stronger than the blue Urikalkan. In the first place, the one who made this Iaroogt or whatnot is better than me, but I am not going to lose like this. Elphinstone said, this unpleasant pain. Don't tell me, this is divine power. Grid thought the Overgeared guild member's health has fallen to less than half, but that bastard still has 80% left. If I can't defeat him here, it's all over. Elphinstone said, you've got some annoying items, but it's meaningless if it does not reach me. Grid thought Elphinstone's stats are not that great compared to bosses of similar levels, but the reason I feel he's stronger than Helgao is because he uses his skills exceptionally well. I thought it's only for an instant, but he wavered. I need to clear the way for my lord. I said, the inferior ones are your ancestors, who were eaten by mudfish. Grid thought, I can't kill him with just the damage from Lethal's spear. This is for sure. I need to finish him with my sword. Grid cast linked kill. Elphinstone said, but when have I ever been this unsure about my attacks? Using the effective blood field, Elphinstone stole away the health of the Overgeared guild's members, restoring more than 1,000 of his health every second. The stage that made use of this phenomenal recovery rate was Elphinstone's battlefield. Elphinstone said, I know you want to reach me, but it's useless if you are too concentrated in my shadow. It's funny how inferior insects always have a shallow hope that everything would work out somehow. This is a wall that can't be crossed, a difference of race. I wonder if you savages would ever understand that. Grid thought neither the lethal spear nor my sword is working. There's no way to defeat that guy. With no way to overcome the situation and only total annihilation awaits, Grid comes up with an idea that only he can do. Grid has a lot of experience in boss raids. What's more, most of them are against named bosses who influence the Satisfy worldview. Maybe that's the reason why Grid observed the boss from a slightly unusual perspective, just as he invested 15 days in Pascal to make the situation to his favor. He learned that the deeper his understanding of the boss's tendency, the easier the raid would be. Grid thought with the ability to exterminate us all at any time, he only kills once a day. To him, this is not a fight, he wants to carry a public execution to instill extreme fear in us. In other words, this is entertainment for him. As long as we can satisfy his desire, we will be able to buy more time. What the hell am I thinking? I can't make such a decision. Who ROI texted Grid, there's only one way out. You could suggest a deal that would tempt him. Please keep moving forward. My lord. The only bait that can tempt him is me, who directly provoked him. If I can buy time for you in exchange for my life, I will gladly give it up. My lord. Grid replied, I can't do something like that. Who ROI said, acquiring Pavranium is also for the future of the Overgeared guild. Have you already forgotten why we went on this expedition in the first place? Grid thought no matter how many times you can be resurrected, losing experience is not a light penalty, because experience is the evidence that you've built up everything with your own hands. When you die, all of your long-term efforts will be in vain. It means even more to Who ROI, who has a hard time leveling up due to the nature of his class. Who ROI said in chat, if you are annihilated here, everyone's efforts will be in vain. Please make up your mind. Please use my life for your success. Grid said, seriously, sometimes you say things that I don't want to hear at all. I will never forget your sacrifices. Please take care of it, my friend. Who ROI replied, it's nice hearing you call me that with pleasure. Grid told them in party chat, everyone listen, we are going to leave Who ROI to buy time. Rigas and Pawn rejected the idea. Grid said, shut up and follow my words. We are saving 8 people in exchange for 1 person. If you don't comply, I will banish you under the authority of the guild leader. Grid told Elphinstone, I'm going to hand over my colleague who dared offend your ancestors. Please soothe your anger. Elphinstone said, you are selling your colleague to save your own life? As expected, humans are truly disgusting creatures, but if I can enjoy the slaughter a little longer, there's no reason to refuse. I will give you an excruciating death worthy of your sins. Any last words? Who ROI replied, none. Although his body was burned with unimaginable pain, Who ROI did not even groan. Is it because of his mental strength trained by his experience of being locked up in an underground prison for tens of hours? Grid thought, I won't avoid it. I will carve your last moment in with my 2 eyes. Who ROI. I will give you the proper reward and I will definitely get your revenge. By becoming a master who never loses. Elphinstone said, that was fun, I will come back in a while. Location, Ryden Castle. Who ROI thought, the drop in experience is 29.3% and the durability of all of my items has dropped by at least 100 points. Fortunately no items dropped. Lowell questioned, why are you here? Did you die? Who ROI said, the boss was too strong. The Lord was doing his best. In the worst case scenario, they will return to this resurrection point tomorrow. Back to Grid, Pawn said 4 buildings a day were too much. Now that we are all exhausted, we can do nothing but die. There's no point in surviving by sacrificing your comrades. Rigas said, I still can't accept it. It would have been better for all of us to die, rather than sacrificing someone. Jishuka said, but thanks to Grid's decision, we were able to escape the crisis. That leaves us a chance to start over again and work harder. System alerted, the true blood vampire Lexi has appeared. Jishuka said, what I feel the most responsible for right now is, since then Grid himself has been fighting on the front lines. Grid thought, damn it, my stamina is low, I can't even move a finger now. Rigas blocked the attack and said, how long are you going to stay like that? If you make that decision, try to take full advantage of it. Let us see that your decision was right. Lexi said, all of you are too naughty. I don't like tough foods. I will make all of you into soup. Grid thought as Rigas said, I need to make results. I will burn everything till my last breath. I have to do it. Peak Sword said, no, we can't dodge it. System alerted, for every point of stamina, health will increase by 25 and defense will increase by 0.9. You have achieved the 3rd stats awakening. One of Pagma's descendants' hidden pieces sealed ability has been acquired. Jishuka said, finally, this guild master took us quite a lot efforts. Grid thought, my helplessness has pushed my teammates into desperation. System alerted, congratulations, you have reached level 300. All resources will be restored to the maximum in commemoration of reaching level 300. Grid launched kill and thought, I will be stronger, so as not to feel this helpless again. Meanwhile, Lal said, did Grid have such a method? Incredible, Grid's brain was not just a decoration. Who ROI replied, it's extremely disrespectful to the Lord, and let's down to business. Are not we supposed to send reinforcements to them? Lal said calm down. Tobin said if you want to fight vampires, you need to have divine power. I should have gone. Toon said I will join too. Lal said Tobin is currently in charge of the yellow mithril mine. Now that the number of miners is over 100 people, Tobin can't leave. Not you either. If you leave the guild while the main force is absent, the guild's attack power will drop to a dangerous level. You did not forget the invasion some time ago, did you? Ibeline said I am sick of catching mine monsters. Let me go. Lal said no matter how I look, there is not another useless person like Ibeline. Lal thought now that the number of territories has increased to 3, we don't even have enough people to manage, but we still have to send reinforcements, including who ROI there are only 3 people, damn it, is there any way? Then a guard said a guest has come. You're a question Grid is still here, right? So you are the deputy guild master? Lal? I am here to join Overgeared guild. Lal shocked questioned why are you here? No, did you just say you want to join our guild? Yura said Grid has allowed me to join Overgeared, please check with him. Lal thought this is too good to be true. Yura is the genius of solo play that can be compared with Kraugel and Anyus. A black magician is more difficult to solo than attack classes because they specialize in debuff magic. Most parties prefer buffers over debuffers. Black magicians can't easily find parties, making it difficult to find them in the rankings. But Yura is a mythical figure who maintains her 5th spot in the unified rankings despite being a black magician. Lal questioned, did not you disappear from the rankings 4 months ago? Tobin said check out the guild list. Devil Slayer, a legendary hidden class. Lal said wait, if you transfer to the legendary class, you will get your level rest to level 1, right? Did you go from level 1 to level 203 in just 4 months? Lal thought it is 3 times faster than the growth rate of the strongest rankers. The fact that she was able to maintain the 5th ranking as a black magician was shocking enough. Acquiring a legendary class is like growing wings on her back. Soon, Lal told Who ROI I was convinced by this. We will not send any reinforcements. Who ROI questioned, are you going to leave the Lord dealing with that crisis alone? Lal said you should know 2 or 3 people will not be able to change the situation. Although Yura is a legendary class, she's only level 200. So even if we sent her to support, the result would still be the same. My duty is to create a firm foundation for the future. If you trust me, prepare and wait until the day your power is used. What we can send to Grid, who is awakening as a leader, is our trust. Yura thought you've got good teammates. Did your efforts which you thought were pointless gradually begin to be rewarded? I will share my good luck, so please come back safely with a bright expression. Back to Jishuka. Jishuka thought finally, he has reached level 300, I can feel it, he's definitely stronger now. I can't imagine how high the total stats will be. System alerted the 6th piece of unknown was obtained. Grid thought the light my body reacts before I can even realize. Regas told Grid, in case something like this happens again next time, please go training with me. Grid said everyone has suffered a lot because of me, now you can rest. I think Elfin Stone will come in an hour, recover yourself first. Grid thought let's check out the items. This thing again, I wonder what it is. It would have been nice if the vampire's ring was top notch. Well, it's better than nothing. I have to do everything I can in an hour, before Elfin Stone appears. Even if I had become stronger, I am not certain if I can defeat him. Meanwhile, Chulho said I can see that Grid is anxious. Will they succeed in the Elfin Stone raid? Ashley Tosun said well, in order to raid Elfin Stone, at least 3/3 advancement healers are needed in the party. The top priority is to neutralize Elfin Stone's blood field, but Elfin Stone takes only 1.8 seconds to deploy blood field. It is difficult to block it from being activated, so it needs to be offset with continuous healing. A 9-person party with no healers won't be able to raid Elfin Stone. Who ROI is able to maximize the attack power of the part members while maintaining aggro. It is stupid for sacrificing someone so important to the party. I don't know what would have happened if Who ROI was alive, but the possibility of Grid's current party successfully raiding Elfin Stone is 0. Chulho said well, if it was not for that choice, the party would have been wiped out by now. Besides, the strength of Pagma's descendant is far above what was originally planned. One of the 5 people who can cause miracles and satisfy is Grid, is not it? Sang Min said I agree with both of you, but to be honest I don't think Grid's party can succeed in this raid. The influence of blood field is too strong. The team members can't use their skill at all. Chulho said for someone who cursed at Grid for taking the legendary class, that's pretty disappointing. Does this make my odds the highest? I am looking forward to Grid's success. Sang Min said if you say that, you are more likely to lose your bet, don't you know? Is not Grid a special existence? We don't want to miss the biography of the person who grew up through Satisfy. Chulho said as a developer, it's always fun to watch. I hope you can use that method this time. After 23 hours of sleep, the condition of Elfin Stone was excellent. It was also because he had killed and torn to pieces the humans who had insulted the progenitor the day before. But that feeling did not last for long. The vampires in the cities can be retrained and buildings that have been burned to ashes can be rebuilt, but the case will be different if they are a pure-blooded vampire. Those precious resources can only be produced by the progenitor Bariachi and their direct descendants. So to not wake up on an unpleasant the next day, Elphinstone, without knowing the location of the fountain, he went on the rampage as he judged the need to tenderize those insignificant pieces of meat. Elphinstone thought those are the people who I can't use the word inferior for, so I consequently mad F decision to start eating 2 people at a time starting today. I have to save that man with a mask as the last one, and the most annoying one here is that hooded assassin. Overall that other guy is stronger, so it will be less annoying if I kill this guy first. I will set an example using you 2 this time. After all, I can't believe no one realized and saw me coming. What a bunch of inferior beings. The ants under my feet are more useful than them. Next second, his extreme blood transfusion being blocked down by Grid. Grid said, so that's what you look like. You are just like a mosquito by sneaking around. Grid revolved the attack. Elphinstone wonders he's counterattacking? A direct hit of extreme blood transfusion would be fatal no matter who they are. He avoided it? And this damn spear. System alerted, a vampire's gaze will subdue those who are an inferior race to them. It will put a lot of pressure on your body. Elphinstone thought I received a lot of damage. I have to use blood field. But Grid's speed was fast. Elphinstone thought you resisted my control and even attacked me before I managed to deploy my blood field? Grid thought those who are around the 300 level in this world are certainly different. Grid said, prepare yourself. From this point on, everything is up to who ROI. Elphinstone madly said, how dare a mere human being, never defy. Blood explosion. Grid thought this is dangerous. I can't stop this even if I use divine shield, but if I avoid it, it would hit the others directly, so even if I have to take the damage, I have no choice but to not do so. Vantner stepped in and said, I will protect you, leader. Vantner said, you don't run around without your bumper just because you reached 300. Elphinstone said, your sword will never reach me again. Blood missile. Grid thought it's fast and persistent. Avoiding and intercepting those is impossible. I have to shoot some of them down using wave. Jishuka said, as long as I can still hold my bow, your attacks won't reach Grid either. Elphinstone said, annoying creatures, your trivial tricks are of no use. While he about to fly, Zedno said, I caught him, but it won't last long. Faker catch the opportunity and cast sudden attacks. Elphinstone thought, I still have 3 minutes before I can activate blood field again. Just with the field alone, these bastards won't be a big deal. Pon cast Maja spear and said, if the sound that a bug makes is not pleasant, it's better to kill them right away. The guy behind you will make it hurt more for you. Regis cast Sura charge with a 15-hit combo. Until Devotion Spear activated. Asura's ultimate skill, it will disable your target for 1.5 seconds, conditional resistance will be ignored. Regis said, I can't move for 3 seconds now because of the exhaustion penalty, I will leave the rest to you. Peak Sword cast a powerful slash blow and thought everyone's stamina is less than 30% now, but we've earned more than enough time to prepare. Grid thought this time, everyone endured so that I could hit him with all of my might. Even though I'm already at level 300, I am still getting help from them. So I have to properly show them my resolution. Link. Elphinstone thought, as expected, this bastard's power is the strongest. He's dangerous as he is. I aruged with this, I'm going to turn the tide. Elphinstone said, I'm going to cut you into half. Then he realized Grid stop Iarug's cry attack as well. Grid said, you've been making fun of us this whole time, but now you are proper asking me a question? The one who will kill you is a human. Pinnacle. Elphinstone thought, how dare you do this to me? Someone who has killed countless numbers of inferior beings in the last 350 years, to suffer such humiliation from food that is only slightly better than orcs. For the second pain in my life to be because of these humans. Was that man's words true? Elphinstone said, I now understand the inquiring spirit of my brethren. Unlike us who are lazy, humans always develop using their efforts. Elphinstone thought, the one who caused me my first pain and anger, Braham Eshwald. He told me if a transcendent being emerges one day and threatens your existence, without a doubt that will be a human. That's nonsense, Braham. That's merely your assertion as someone who was exiled for committing atrocities in order to study human magic. A lot of my blood relatives were killed for your research, and one of those who were killed was my lover, Leah. A king my moonlight away, ripping and killing you hundreds of millions of times won't be enough. Just to escape from those terrible memories over the last few hundreds of years, I constantly went to sleep. However, I am reminded of Braham's repulsive visage only because of this single human. Grid thought, something feels ominous. It's like my 5th consecutive attack did not work. The extreme blood transfusion that I reflected, my comrade's lethal attacks, Link, Kill and even Pinnacle hit him. Elphinstone looks pretty messed up too, but it does not feel like it's over. As expected, was the offensive attack of someone on the 300th level not enough? Regis said it is blood field? Jishuka was curious and asked, how is this possible? We were constantly attacking him. System alerted, you have been affected by the effect of blood field. Elphinstone said, you are just a mere human. Bring up the past that I've been trying to forget. You are messing around with me. System alerted, all of Elphinstone's capabilities and regenerative power will go up by 300%. The vampire Earl Elphinstone has unleashed his true power. Elphinstone said, everything you have. I will eat it all up. Grid thought, although I've become much stronger after reaching level 300, there is still a big gap between us. If we can't surpass his resilience, it does not make any sense. Pon said his resilience is indeed amazing. He has recovered a lot from our health. If even Grid can't beat him, is there any way out? Peak Sword said, if you have time to worry about such things, focus on fighting. Elphinstone said, since you are so eager to die, I will satisfy you. I will use your blood really well. Jishuka said, at the point where the blood field opened, the chance of success was close to 0. I can only hold out at most 5 minutes. Grid said, let's end this, shall we? Now I will fight with awakening. Grid thought, one of the ultimate techniques of Pagma's descendants has been obtained when I reach level 300. It's the combination of everyone's strength at their limits. I wanted to analyze it properly if possible. Now is the time to use that ability. Item combinations sublimate performance by combining 2 items into 1. The performance of combined items depends on the compatibility between your skills and items. The duration of combination is limited to 2 minutes. After that, the items will return to their original appearance. At this time, the current durability of the item will be consumed at a fixed rate of so. The time it takes to combine depends on the item. Grid thought, although failure can cause strong damage, it still can't catch up with this bastard's resilience. Lethal Spear may be weaker, but since it contains divine power, it's the best choice to deal with Elphinstone. System alerted, activate item combination. Put the 2 items to be combined on top of the anvil. Grid wonders, this is the only combination that will bring the greatest synergy, despite the fact that it can only maintain for 2 minutes. The combination of the divine power of Lethal Spear and the destructive power of failure will create an item of formidable power. Grid excited said, that's a blacksmith's hidden power. Come item combination. Next second, Grid wonders, it's not activated immediately? Is it a forced motion skill? What the hell are you doing squatting in the middle of a battle? A beggarly skill. System alerted, the analysis has succeeded. It will take 43 seconds to combine Lethal Spear and failure. Grid thought, fuck. Do I have to hammer for 43 seconds in front of the strongest boss? Why don't you just ask me to go to hell? Vantner said, Grid, you lunatic. What are you doing? Why are you hammering? Zednos said, no matter how desperate the situation is, you can't give up. Grid said in guild chat, these are the motions of a newly acquired skill. I need you guys to buy me 40 seconds. Grid thought, I don't know why, but I feel so nervous. The blue great sword and golden spear emit a strong aura every time hammers. Elphinstone said, whatever you have on your mind to harm me. That's unpleasant. Blood wave. Vantner said, don't make it sound like a favor. It's for everyone's victory. Peak Sword blocked the attack, but Elphinstone blinked over him and said, well, not bad at all. Eagert, this is for a guy who does not have a good movement. Grid thought, 27 seconds left. Damn, I don't think everyone will hold on until then. Should I cancel the skill? No, I can't give up now. I should believe in my companions. Elphinstone said, should not you understand the subject? It's useless. I don't think the guys who can't even touch my hair are worthy to say anything. So the annoying insect that has been flying around the whole time is you. Pon said, hurry up and take a recovery potion. Regis said, even if we used it, the effect would only be 20%. Elphinstone said, you should be grateful that I put my fingers on you. Normally I won't deal with such kinds of blood bags. That's right, there's still one more blood bag. Have you seen your companions fall earlier? Do you think you can stop me? Jishuka thought, he's simply too strong. I can't beat him. It's only a few seconds. Jishuka yell, I won't, even if I had to sacrifice myself. I still won't give up. Phoenix Arrow. Elphinstone said, how dare you touch my Ayarugt? I will cut you in half, bitch. Grid saved Jishuka and said, I was blown away by the shockwave. You almost got me involved. The other guys are doing their best. Of course I can't afford to fail. System alerted, combination failure plus Lethal Spear rating legendary transcendent. This is a weapon that maximizes the merits of the legendary rated failure and Lethal Spear reproduction after being combined by the legendary Blacksmith G. The items have successfully combined. Elphinstone said, you cowardly hid behind your companions to buy more time, so you have achieved your goal. Grid said, I know, it's hard to see each other, but thanks to that I've prepared myself to fight you, despite hurting all my companions. This is the last round, let's get it done so that we don't have to see each other again. Elphinstone said, I Ayarugt, an ego sword, who has an ego and tells its owner the best way to deal with things. In other words, no matter what you do, nothing will change. Next second, Elphinstone being attacked and wonders, this disgusting energy. Did the sacred power from that spear and this great sword too? Its energy earlier can't even compare to how it is now. Grid told Vantner, give me your cape. Grid thought, item combination is a skill that can be said to get out the full potential of an item. If I have to point out a problem, it's that there's a short hold time of 2 minutes. Although the conditions of use are strict and restrictive, its performance is clear. I am putting all of my energy into these 2 minutes. Grid activated blackening. System alerted, your liberated demonic power and the sacred power of your weapon are opposing each other. Combination failure plus lethal spear. Sacred power has doubled up to suppress the demonic power. Your demonic power has increased the power of you blackening to devour the sacred power. All of your attack will have both demonic power and sacred power. Every time your attack hits a target, the demonic and sacred power will collide and explode. Your maximum life power will drop by another 50%. Attack power, magic power and agility will increase by 10%. Grid thought I made such a basic mistake. I was just thinking of getting more power, but I was not able to think about the compatibility between lethal spear and blackening. This is the last round anyway. It will be either me or this bastard. Elphinstone thought with my body and physical abilities comparable to that of a true blood relative account, this bastard can use both demonic power and sacred power. Is he really human? Impossible. He's more like a transcendental and bizarre being. Not only his power, but his agility is incomparable to how he was a while ago. Rather than bumping into him, I have to widen the distance and finish him off using my magic power. How could I, one who rose to third place in the True Blood family after the progenitor Bariachi and most of her immediate descendants went to rest, be afraid? This man, I should not keep him alive. Grid thought there's a gap now. Great swordsman, Pagma's sword dance transcend. Pan thought that's true. Maybe he's on the same level as Kraugel. Elphinstone thought in the first place, it is just wrong to be scared off by humans. I should have just killed him right from the start. Elphinstone said, I will end you here, you animal. Elphinstone thought I am stronger now because of extreme blood transfusion, but to think that I have to use my life force on a skill that I did not think I would use on a human. Heartseeker, throw a blood javelin at a target's heart. The attack will always hit. Grid's passive immortality activated. Elphin said, I have to make sure of it. Blood wave. I will give you the credit of being able to push me this far, but this ends here, you bug-like bastard. Grid cast skill deletion. Dark bus ring skill effect neutralize the target's skill. Grid said, I will evade it using link. It looks like he's reluctant to hit it. Elphinstone cast blood laser. Grid thought that must mean that he has accumulated a lot of damage. Grid cast kill and said, you also want to end this, right? Elphinstone said, get away from me, you leech-like bastard. Elphinstone thought even if I stop his attack, the explosion are annoying. The blood transfusion that I got from blood field can't handle the damage. I have to cut the sword's path before it explodes. Grid thought the duration of my immortality is almost over. My recovery methods, Duran's ring and extreme life potion, have been used up too. I just can't lose like this. My linked kill is not over yet. Elphinstone thought, how could this be? I am sure he withdrew his sword though. It's a sword that can't be stopped by Iroot? Grid said, ask that in the other world. Elphinstone struggled and said, human beings being above us is just a mere delusion. I will not let thousands of you step on even the shadows of my people. Braham. Grid thought, Braham? What the heck is this bastard suddenly talking about? You are looking away from your opponent right in front of you. I did not come all the way here by myself. I owe a lot of my colleagues. Whoever forgets what they are carrying on their shoulders dies first. Get lost now. Elphinstone said, I don't care about other people. There's no such thing as integrity. Being noble means that you are able to remember that pain. There's no way that people like you not under the curse of immortality would know. He wonders, my love Leah. Your smile, which I tried to forget, clearly comes into my mind today. I can now have my very deep sleep. Once I open my eyes again, I will definitely remember you. System alerted vampire count. Elphinstone has exhausted all of his strength and is forced to sleep. Vibranium's expedition has won Elphinstone's ring. You have received Iroot. You have received Unknown's fourth piece. Vibranium expedition has become the first party to clean the vampire city. The Vibranium expedition party members will receive bonus experience points and increased item acquisition rate in all vampire cities for the next month. Jishuka then noticed party member Grid has died. Meanwhile, Sang Min said, my bloody pocket money, I was supposed to go and have chicken and beer with my friends this Thursday. Chulho said, no matter how high your salary is, you are still in the position to receive pocket money, so bets like this are fun. Stopping the first blood field was really great. That's how those members did a great job. Chulho thought if the waiting time for item combination was any shorter, I could have been comparable to a combat specialized legendary class skill. As expected, this is enough to be in the Miracle 5. Grid. Sang Min questioned, but won't this be dangerous? Did not Grid die because of blackening? Chulho said, Grid is about to experience a new world. He needs to know how wide the world and satisfy is, since it's being enjoyed by around 2 billion people. Rather, since Grid will be going to the West Continent, so won't he think that human world is narrow? Grid thought, in the end, I died. But since it's my first time dying after changing my job, I guess I lived long enough, right? What happened to Elphinstone and the other guys? I don't remember what happened after. The penalty when someone dies in level 300 is a 30% drop in experience. So since I have 11% left, does that mean I had a 41 experience? The rice was a success. I am sure everyone is safe. I am sure they will retrieve the Vibranium. So all I have to do is to go back to the blacksmith shop and repair the worn out items. But where the heck is this? Seeing that there's a shantytown nearby, I guess that this is not Raiden. It seems that it will be dangerous to move by myself. Should I ask my other guild members? System alerted sending a message to your guild members has failed. Hell is a dimension that is cut off from the human world. Grid thought my demonic power is 401. Since when did it get this high? I can't believe I ended up in hell, but how is this even hell? No fire pits, no volcanoes, and there are no even horned demons. Then a demon questioned, who are you? Grid thought, is this a creature of hell? I can't fight in a place like this when my items' durability are a mess. The demon said, don't be too surprised. We just came here to talk to you since it has been 100 years since we saw an outsider. Grid questioned a vegetable basket. You are not here to capture me? The demon said, you are joking a lot. There is only grass here, but if you are lost feel free to stay for a while and go. Grid thought his appearance is shabby, but is not he still a demon? But I thought demons are hostile towards humans? Wait, come to think of it, am I still in the blackening state? I died but it was not released? System alerted you still have 1 minute left of your blackening. Grid wonders, fortunately, even though they are friendly right now, I don't know what will happen after blackening is released, so before that. Grid questioned, excuse me, but do you happen to know how to get to the human world? The demon said, even the omnipotent great demons are not free to go to the human world, so insignificant beings like us don't know. Why do you want to go to the human world? You are a little suspicious. Noe came out and said, it's the smell of a cat. The demon immediately said, everyone, on your knees, it's the greatest beast in hell. Grid thought, he is said to be the greatest beast in hell that even the great demons cherish, but he's an object of worship for ordinary demons? Grid said, you've been hiding all this when I need you, but now you are showing off. Then the demon said, he's Memphis's master. We have committed a great sin. A red demon hold Grid's wrist said, but looking at his hands callous, he's a blacksmith. But I've never heard of you though. I can't believe that there's a blacksmith demon that is an outsider here. Grid thought, Hellsmith? There is a blacksmith among demons? Is he the one who made the demonic sword, tackled or what? System alerted, the duration of your blackening has ended. Your demonic power will be sealed again and your race will go back as human. Ordinary humans are not allowed to be in hell. You are banished from hell. Grid thought, what the? I got there but in the end I came back to Raiden. Jishuka messaged its Grid, what happened because your location was unknown? We were worried. Vantner said, come here immediately. Elphinstone dropped a lot of great things. Who are oh, I told Grid you worked hard, young master. I apologize, it's because my power was not enough. Grid thought Helgao was a strong opponent even though he was sealed. Elphinstone was just as strong as Helgao. Just the sensation of conquering such a powerful foe makes feel like I've crossed a wall. I will reach greater heights. I will become the greatest who won't ever sacrifice my comrades. Grid said, I received the time that you earned for me. But Yura? What's wrong with you? Yura replied, I joined the Overgeared guild because you allowed me to join. Since you are the guild master, can't you even check the list properly? Grid said, come to think of it, why are you only on level 203? You said that you are 5th in the unified rankings. Could it be that you've been cheating all this time? Yura replied, check my class properly. Grid questioned, Demon Slayer? A legendary class? Grid thought, according to Chairman Chulho's announcement after the international competition, there are only 9 legendary classes in Satisfy. But there are 2 in Overgeared guild? Grid excited said, do you know how much I waited for you? Yura replied, did not you just ask me earlier what I am doing here? There are only 84 days left until the Pavranium acquisition quest. The Pavranium acquisition quest was still in the 13th city and continuing their search. Ventnor said, the Guardian of the Labyrinth. This was the monster that Grid defeated to get the Pavranium, right? Jishuka said, that's right, but I think that this is 150 levels higher, in both size and ability though? Well, I guess so, since it was not that hard for us to level up too. Grid said he will be joining us as soon as he leaves Raiden, so let's just proceed to what we can do for now. Since these guys came out, there must be Pavranium near here. Braham said, now dogs and cows dare to touch my belongings. You managed to survive the traps of great magician Braham. Vantner said, it's that ghost that time. Hey, give us the Pavranium. Rigas said, are you the monster we met before? Then that means we can't fight right now. Braham thought, those guys, they are the ones that I saw through Mummud's orb that a human named Euphemina owns. They might be Grid subordinates, but they are arrogant. Come to think of it, that guy Grid, he still has no plans of creating the Bowl of Souls, but he's sending his subordinates to steal Pavranium? Fine, I am going to show him because I killed them all. Grid won't have a choice but to come here. Ventnor said, what a coffin? Did a magician like him just summon a vampire? Braham said, give you the Pavranium? What a bunch of cowards. Coercion is a privilege given to the strong. So I will punish you for speaking carelessly when you have no idea what circumstances you are in. Mummud. Pan said, I thought skeletons are summoned in Satisfy with bones acting as a medium? Zenus said, Mummud? Wait, I was wondering why it was such a familiar name. Mummud is Braham's disciple. That skeleton is a lich. Jishuka thought, we are in trouble if what he said is right. Then we are in danger. A lich is a monster that possesses infinite magical power and can overwhelm the top 10 wizards of the continent. Zednos said its magic is not inferior to that of Elphinstone's. Vantner, we worked hard to defeat that difficult boss, but why is this one coming out from the back door? Faker said I don't think retrieving the vibranium will be easy. Jishuka replied we don't have to take the risks of an unplanned raid. Everyone back out. Anyus questioned why are there so many guests here? Look at these guys who are rushing around because they received their third advancement. You must be out of your minds. Jishuka thought Yura disappeared. He ranked 6th in the unified rankings but he's someone who was recently identified as a grade growth hidden class. Although he's a man who does not engage in public activities, all the rankers he encountered acknowledge his strength. Anyus questioned don't you guys know how to play alone? You Overgeared guild rookies. That's the lich that I've been searching for 11 months you know? Don't touch my prey and just get lost before I kill you. Ventnor questioned who are you to interfere in someone else's hunt? Jishuka said calm down. Our objective here is not to raid that lich. Anyus said you are a pretty stupid guy. Maybe it's because of your bald head? Because your brain is not straightened out that's why your head is like that? Mumud was a magician close to being a legend. Now that he died, he will be much stronger than he was before. You people won't be able to defeat him. Jishuka said do as you like with that lich. We will find something instead so don't stop us. Anyus said as expected you are quick to judge the situation. I will think about if you kneel down and beg. Jishuka said stop it while I'm still being nice. Anyus replied fine I understand. Pan thought Anyus is someone who you should never make an enemy of. There must be other reasons as to why Jishuka is that resolute. Jishuka thought there will undoubtedly be a fight if Anyus and Grid, who have similar personalities, to prepare for that future, it's best if we avoid him. Braham said weirdos just keep on coming here. What's with you again? Anyus said I am the guy who has been looking for that corpse. You look just like the smoke coming out from an incense burner but the power you are using is amazing. But the only one thing that you can trust is that lich. Braham thought that's a large number of skeletons. At this state, is he still a human necromancer? If I look closely it's a mix of death knights and liches. I understand the death knights, but liches are beyond human control, right? Even I can't control Mumud the lich. That's why I am taking advantage of the coffin I used during my days as a vampire. That human is not an ordinary necromancer. Braham said no matter how many you are in numbers, there's no way you can defeat Mumud. Anyus said that's right, it's just as I expected. It's the destructive power that reminds me of the dark dragon's breath. As expected you are different from other liches. These guys should try their best to show him your strength. Braham wonders they got more power? Not that I only have a handful of souls left. Mumud is the only support I have. I can't lose here. His ability to control multiple skeleton soldiers, death knights and liches, could it be because of him? Anyus said seeing that you are still pretty relaxed even in this kind of situation are you trying to buy some time? But wherever you are, I will surely find you. I will just use my undead on you. Braham replied indeed you got Mumud in his defensive state and pierced through my soul. Such a tremendous amount of demonic power, that must be why he chose you. You bastard. You are Ball's contractor. Anyus said don't bring up that name. I will be right back for you so make sure to keep your body safe. Braham. Anyus said an undead that can't feel pain is screaming? How weird. The skill Absolute Domination can only be used 3 times, but it forever turns any undead I use it on into my eternal servant. This is the first time I've used this skill. That should comfort you at least a bit. I was thinking of testing your capabilities on those Overgeared guild members, but looks like they've already run away. Looks like I was too later. Well, in any case, I've gotten one step closer to my ultimate desire. I will use Mumud as well. Don't feel too lonely, Brahm, you will suffer the same fate soon enough. Meanwhile, Ventnor whisper you should have said we were gonna do this from the start. I got mad for nothing. Hey, Pon did not he just say that's a lick under a necromancer's command? We would have gotten caught up in all that if it were not for the invisibility cloaks Grid gave us. Pon said I am surprised, he's on a completely different level compared to last year. Pon thought a bunch of skeletons, death knights and even Braham's powerful lich now. That's enough power to destroy an entire country, a one-man army. Anyus said time to go. Mumud, leaving the city is nice and easy, thanks to those chumps killing the boss and reopening the entrance. I have the lich, Mumud in my hands now, so next is that place. Anyus texted Verid in question have you found the location of the sword grave? Anyus thought the sword grave is where the legendary blacksmith, Pagmo was said to have created and discarded thousands of blades during the end of his life. According to the story written in the quest description Braham visited the place often. Veridin replied I apologize, my lord. Despite mobilizing all of our forces we still have not found it. Anyus said hurry up and find it, I am heading over to the next location. Meanwhile, Grid said the heck? It looks like someone left. Who is that? Well does not matter. Ready to fight? Jishuka I am here. If you are in danger, disengage and wait. Jishuka came out and said don't come in. It's dangerous. Are you alright? A rabbit dog did not bite you or anything right? Looks like you guys missed each other. That's good take this. We brought everything with us. Grid wonders Pavranium various minerals and the items that Elphinstone dropped. Everyone put in so much time for the sake of my growth. They even gave up these precious items to me without hesitation. Grid said after this expedition, I will create the ultimate equipment. The Grid said. I will make sure to give one to each of you. Thank you everyone, I owe a great debt to you all. Jishuka replied, these items are not all that great compared to what you constantly make for us. So have some appreciation for yourself, you are the one who suffered the most, so why don't you tell me why that bitch is here, right now? Yura said, your crass and violent manner of speech is the same as always. I am sure you negatively influence Mr. Young Woo's manner of speech. Jishuka replied, Mr. Young Woo? Should not you be calling him Duke Grid? What? You can't differentiate game from reality. System alerted, you have collected unknowns pieces. Information on unknown pieces will be updated. Red mirror piece, a piece of a round mirror made of bloodstone. Its exact functions are unknown. The third prince of the Saharan Empire is desperately looking for this mirror. It is recommended that you collect all of its pieces and deliver it to him. Grid thought, the third prince? I feel like I've heard that name before. What was it? I am sure it was in my items somewhere. Oh, that item that the awakened guardian of the forest dropped, over a year ago. System alerted, amethyst shield, a piece of symbolic equipment only given to the commander of the Red Knights. It is an item that Piero, who was falsely accused by Asmafal, lost 3 years ago during his escape to the Etnal Kingdom. The third prince of the Saharan Kingdom is desperately looking for it. Grid thought, why does this third prince guy keep cropping up? I bet he's connected to some sort of major event. I will have to meet with the owner of the amethyst shield, Piero, when we get back. Next up are the rewards from the Elfin Stone raid. Overgeared, unique, can grow. Usage requirement must be selected by Ayarugt, and this item has no hidden functions. Grid wonders, the two-handed legendary grade weapon failure has an attack power of 1000 to 2000, but this one-handed unique blade has 800? That's incredible, especially considering the fact that two-handed swords have a low chance of their maximum attack power being applied, and considering the speed difference between the two weapon types. It even gives 5 levels of sword mastery on top of all that. This is an amazing once-in-a-lifetime sword. It will be multiple times better than failure once its grade increases. Its base material is of a higher quality than the blue orichalcum I used, but this difference is definitely due to the gap in skill between blacksmiths. The sole blacksmith in hell, does that mean it was made by the demon I met down there? The one named Hellsmith? He seemed pretty friendly towards me since I was a blacksmith. I wonder if I can go back down to hell and get taught by him. Nope, I can't get lulled into a false sense of security due to its peaceful outer appearance. This is also one hell of a drop. Elfin Stone's ring epic can grow. Grid wonders, it's rare enough to find items with a vampiric effect that heals you for a ton, but the healing effect on this one even applies to skill-based attacks? This thing basically made for me. Grid activated legendary blacksmith's appraisal. System alerted, this item has hidden functions. Information on Elfin Stone's ring has been updated. You can summon the vampire Duke Elfin Stone. Once the ring's rating increases to legendary. Grid thought, I can summon that powerful horrific boss monster? Wait, calm down. I don't know whether he will be on my side or not just because I summoned him. He might still see me as an enemy, but common sense dictates that there's a pretty high chance he will be on my side. Just the thought of getting to order him around like a slave is getting me excited. Grid told Jishuka, I have a request. Jishuka laughed and told Yuri, you see? I am more of a help to Grid than you. Grid said, shoot a phoenix arrow for me, one with some really strong flames, using the Pavranium we just got. I want to attach a handle to this thing right now. Hey guys, give me your equipment so that I can repair it with Jishuks lights the fire. I will service you all before we get going. Location 14th Vampire City. Grid said, I won't let you go after humans on our land any longer. So hand over the Pavranium and piss off. Grid thought, thanks to the handle, I can directly hold the spear and swing it around. It will become a proper spear once I gather enough Pavranium to lengthen the handle even further. Looks like the expedition won't be facing any problems from now on, but system alerted, you have been rejected by Ayarugt. You have failed in equipping Ayarugt. Grid wonders, why can't I use you? Ayarugt said, are you a low-rank demon? The demonic power emanating from you feels weak and low class. You do not deserve to be my owner. Grid thought, to think there'd be a piece of equipment that Pagma's successor can't equip. Well, I will be able to wield it if I raise my demonic power, but then I'd become a demon and get sent to hell. If I become a demon, I won't be able to maintain ownership of Raiden, which means that the Overgeared guild will disband, and worst case scenario Irene and Khan might leave me. For now, let's only use Ayarugt when I'm using black transformation. Come to think of it, why don't I use legendary blacksmith's reconstruction after my understand of Ayarugt reaches 100%? I will make it bend to my will. Yura killed a vampire who going to sudden attack Grid and said we should finish up quickly and continue hitting the other cities. You said this was a speedrun, correct? Keep your focus. Pan said, did not think it'd be a gunner class. I was worried cause she was level 203, but she's already gone up 4 levels. She fights well. Riga said, maybe the opponents are a good match against her? Vampires are a demonic race, after all. The Demon Slayer's main weapons are magically engineered guns that can only be created in alchemy labs. It's a top-level difficulty weapon since every time you want to use the gun, you need to quickly and meticulously distribute your mana to fire bullets. Ventnor said, that's quite powerful. She's firing that quickly and accurately while also making the bullets? Zedno said, not that surprising. She was famous for her magic control even back during her black magician days. She refines her magic with the passive skill Purify, which is fatal to Demonkin. She then transforms said magic into bullets and shoots out the Demonkin subjugation skill. The speed of the magic gun's bullets is not something that lower-class demons can dodge. However, due to the fact that the refinement process is essential, the gun's continuous attacking speed is slower than a bow's. A vampire jump attack towards Yura. Yura immediately counter-attack with Brilliant Sword. The Demon Slayer class has the weapon mastery skill, meaning it can use all weapons, though, since her active skills revolve around guns and one-handed swords, her main weapons naturally shifted to those two. The vampire never died and said, "You small fry, don't look down on us." Yura thought I might be fine against the low-level vampires whose levels are in 250, but the level 280 above are still too much for the level right now. Jishuka killed it and said, "You will have to put in some serious work in order to do your share of the work here. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to take the experience points for myself." Yura thought, after my parents passed away, I engrossed myself in my work in order to forget the pain I felt. While doing so, I coincidentally encountered Satisfy and I chose the Black Magician class because I heard it was difficult and the number of hours I poured into it bore fruit quickly in relation to my growth. But when I began attracting the attention of mass media, people began distancing themselves from me due to their greed and envy. All I did was do my best just like always, and yet it led me to becoming the sole person pushed onto the stage. The brightly burning spotlight erased me and my surroundings, and only the shadows grew deeper. But on that day, I finally stood on that stage with someone else. I even got to rest behind their back. I was so drunk on that feeling of relief that I let go of the Black Magician title that I clung on to for so many years and came here. To people who don't treat me as anyone special or hold me back, I am now with people I can enjoy the game with at the same level. They are kind of rude and eccentric, but it's nice and lively here. After Grid rejoined the Provranium expedition team, they cleared the 15th, 12th, 11th and the 10th city in quick succession. The vampiric rings dropped by the Baron grade pureblood vampires in each city were distributed to the members of the Overgeared guild. The rest of the loot was Grid's Provranium, which was found in the depths of the cities. Grid yelled, "Look for the Provranium, hurry!" Jishuka questioned again. "Why does he keep hiding whenever we enter a cave?" Grid thought, although it's been slow going, I've reached 20% understanding on Ayarugt. The raids have been smooth, but if I had to point out a problem with the current situation, it's that Brahm could appear. I was so excited that I completely forgot he could appear wherever Provranium is. He has not come out in any of the cities we've cleared so far, and Jishuka said there was not anything of note in the 13th city. I am basically only taking the Provranium pieces and doing nothing about clearing the quest right now, on the day we happen to see each other. Suddenly, Braham said, "Don't think I will get off lightly. We finally meet again, Pagma's successor." Grid replied, "Long time no see." Braham said, "Looks like the warning I sent you was destroyed. So, have you found many pieces of Provranium? Help me, I beg of you please." Grid thought he needs my help? What on earth is he saying so suddenly? Braham Eschwald, one of progenitor Bariachi's 9 direct descendants and someone who bore the name of Duke of Wisdom. His endless lust for knowledge was addictive enough that it made him forget his thirst for blood. He, who was the cleverest of his kind, fell into deep thought one day. Curse of idleness, a curse placed on us by the god Yatan because of our overwhelming strength and selfish desires. Because of this curse, all vampires became existences who hate working, only putting in the bare minimum amount of effort to complete their work and sleeping most of the day away. The god Yatan, who craved destruction, had only one desire, that desire being the complete destruction of all existences blessed by the goddess of light, Rebecca. In order to do so, he needed races with overwhelming strength and cruelty. Vampires, who fit that bill perfectly, were powerful beings who could do Yatan's bidding. Braham wonders, so why Yatan placed a curse solely on us to seal our power? Then the great demons have no such restrictions? This difference in treatment is unacceptable. I smell something foul. Braham searched every place that had remnants of the past in order to look for clues about the god Yatan. Only after a staggering 483 years of research did he discover a single truth. Yatan's destructive tendencies only manifest during set periods. That period being when the conflict between humans whose selfish desires have reached their peak unleashed chaos onto the world, meaning when the goddess Rebecca no longer has any dominion over the world, and when Yatan comes forth and destroys the world, Rebecca creates a new one. Braham pondered Yatan and Rebecca, the world's equilibrium. While the two gods seem to be enemies on the surface, they are actually cooperating with each other. Braham wonders, even now, their creations resent and slaughter the other. So we were designed this way in order to dance on the palms of these gods? You dare still call yourself our god after doing this to us, Yatan? Braham's faith was shattered. He threw his body, which to him was now no different than that of a corpse, on the ground. His will to live broke under the weight of his uncontrollable rage and contempt. As the dirt began covering his form, he came upon a certain realization. Why his progenitor Bariachi, who used to be a great demon herself, had been exiled from hell to the human world. Braham thought Mother had also discovered Yatan's true identity. There's no way someone as proud as her would have simply let this pass. She must have been inflicted with the curse of idleness and banished to the human world for criticizing Yatan. Are the great demons trying to protect their own place in the system by defending their god? To be willing to give up their ability to advance, mere puppets. Bariachi, his progenitor, was the great demon of predation. This trait of hers was passed down to the vampires among them. Braham especially held a predatory craving for knowledge. Thanks to the curse of idleness, however, he spent the majority of his days sleeping, meaning it was realistically impossible to satisfy that craving. Braham pondered the world's balance. All you are is a weight on one side of the scale. Don't label yourself a god all on your own. Yatan, I will overcome this curse you laid upon me. I shall become a free existence by accumulating immeasurable amounts of knowledge. There exists no god out there that I must serve. Braham broke the restriction on his life all on his own. After that day, Braham started investigating all academic and magic fields over the course of several hundred years. He immersed himself in magic experimentation using various specimens. Even as many of those specimens were sacrificed, his thirst for knowledge only grew exponentially, right up to the day where he, at last, experimented on his own species. He told Elphinstone, "My ninth sibling, do you not understand my inquisitive mind?" Elphinstone replied, "Who can understand your actions? You sacrificed your own brethren to study magic. You already possess incredible strength. All you are is insane." Braham said, "Vampires are existences lower than the humans you consider as livestock. Humans, unlike us, continue to strive and develop themselves. If a transcendent being strong enough to pose a danger to us were to appear one day, it would be a human. We vampires, on the other hand, do not even pose questions about what is in front of our eyes. Our existence has no value. People like you have no right criticizing me. I am striving to become better by fighting my limits." Elphinstone madly said, "Stop your justifications, I will kill you no matter what it takes." Braham said, "It's impossible for an Earl-level pure-blood vampire like you to defeat me, who's Duke-level." Braham thought, despite his mortal enemy being right in front of his eyes, he can't even fight against his drowsiness. How wretched are our futures truly sealed. Suddenly, Bariachi, the great demon of predation, the progenitor of the vampires, said, "How disappointing, Braham. I am sure I impressed this upon you plenty of time, my child." Braham thought, was not she supposed to awaken in 50 years, since Yatan had personally inflicted the curse on her? Bariachi said, "You broke the taboo of harming your own species." Braham wonders, "I did so in order to sate my hunger for knowledge, though, no matter what I say, I doubt she will forgive me." There are wrinkles on Mother's face, but more importantly, I can barely feel her life force. Mother is dying. Braham thought, magic power that completely surpasses Mother's. There's no doubt, Mother's life force is low because she poured everything into birthing an existence that would surpass her. The 10th sibling. Braham said, "Mother, you were someone who was supposed to keep fighting for the cause. Our possibility for a future, gone. For that thing, we will never be able to progress at this rate. What we really need is a prophet, not someone like you." The little vampire said, "Someone like you? What a horrible first impression. Mother gave me the perfectly fine name, Marie Rose, to use, after all." Bariachi said, "I am sure I warned you that if a predatory species like ourselves began harming each other, then the situation would become something unsalvageable. Was it not enough that you harmed your own kind while I was asleep? Now you try to kill your own sibling in front of my eyes? As the progenitor, I have no choice but to do this in order to stop the worst case scenario from happening. I trust you, Braham, will understand. Punish him, who broke the taboo, use him as an example." Braham thought, "Are you saying that we should live our lives as completely stationary beings, doing nothing but breathing?" Bariachi said, "My child, I cared for you more than anyone else, my clever son." On that day, when Braham screamed from the horrific pain as the young Marie Rose sucked all of his blood, he lost his immortality and was exiled from his tribe. For the next 100 years, Braham continued his magic research whilst disguising himself as a human. He eventually managed to overcome his curse of idleness. What stopped him this time, however, was his finite lifespan. Braham needed to reclaim his immortality in order to feast on more knowledge. He even managed to earn the title of Great Magician during his decades-long search for immortality, and although Braham did not manage to complete his immortality magic, he did not despair. This was because he had managed to complete the next best thing, that thing being resurrection magic, and now, in the present, Braham had found the human who would be able to make his dream come true. Braham said, "I'd be able to resurrect myself several times over right at this very moment if I had the vessel of the soul that I asked you to create. But you told me that you could not create the vessel because you did not manage to receive Yatan's blessing for the Pavranium, correct?" Grid replied, "You knew about that? The Yatan church people really hate me. There's nothing I can do." Braham said, "I see. In that case, there is another way. Grant me the right to take possession of your body. That will be enough." Grid replied, "No way. A ghost in my body?" Braham said, "I won't harm your body in any way. All I will do is fly over to the Yatan church, Flatten his servants under my heel and receive the blessing from them. Yura said, are not you looking down on Yatan's servants a bit too much? Braham said, as long as I have a physical form, flattening them will be as easy as blowing the flame out from the wick of a candle. Even the body of a toddler who has just learned to walk would be enough to destroy the likes of the Yatan church. Zedno said, he's probably not lying. Braham is the great magician of legend who managed to survive the fire dragon, Traka, after all. Grid said, why don't you offer your own body instead? Zednos replied, no thanks, I am scared. Braham said, lend me your body for just half a day. If you do so, I will bequeath unto you all of the Pravranium and one of my spell. System alerted, the contents of the second advancement quest Great Magician's Resurrection have been updated. Clear conditions: accept Braham's soul within you. Have your Pravranium receive Yatan's blessing and create the vessel of the soul. Clear rewards: will learn one spell. Will obtain all Pravranium scattered across the continent. Grid thought, I can get all 28 pieces of Pravranium? I only need 18 in order to reproduce Lethal Spear, so I will have 10 left over. No, I could even use all of it in order to create something better. But more importantly, the great magician of legend is going to teach me a spell. Grid said, let me ask one thing. Why do you want to resurrect yourself so much? Braham said, I wish to research every bit of knowledge that exists in this world, forever. I can only do so by becoming an immortal existence. System alerted, the great magician Braham is an avaricious existence. He has no desire to stop his pursuit of knowledge until he has achieved a complete understanding of all things. This is an aspect of him that cannot be changed, as it is something innate within him. Grid thought, with my body, he'd technically be a blacksmith that can use magic perfect. There's no way I can pass this up. Grid said, fine, I'll accept your offer. System alerted, you are receiving the great magician Braham's soul. Braham said, interesting soul, I will show you a sight that someone living in a body with a finite lifespan could never hope to see even once. Jishuka thought, as unrelated parties we can only check his level, health points and mana, but that's more than enough for us to realize that Braham's combat power defies imagination. Grid said, you guys can go back to Raiden now, cause I don't think obtaining the Pravranium will be an issue anymore. Jishuka questioned, when are you going to return? Grid said, I won't know for certain until I do this, but I don't think it will take very long. Thanks everyone, I will be back soon. Class Great Magician. Level 545. Soon. Grid questioned, where am I? That bastard, he should have teleported to a safer place. Anyways, I will check the status window first. Braham Eschwald, Great Magician, possessor of great knowledge. Grid thought, 20,000 combined stats points. You get 10 stat points at every level. If he's level 545, should not his total stats be at max 5,000? This is too high. You can't drag out most of Braham's strength with a human body. Most of his abilities are sealed at the moment. Grid thought, this is his sealed state? Then just how strong is he? Grid questioned, Braham, where are we? The middle of a sea like this is scary. Braham said, a legend is someone who has transcended humanity. Why are you acting weak in front of the sea? Just be wary of those that could pose a danger to you. Ignore the rest. That's the attitude a legend should have. Grid thought, is it because my soul has become one with Braham's? For some reason, I agree with what he's saying. No, there are still a lot of things to be suspicious of. According to Braham, Pagma died about 300 years ago. But according to history, Pagma died about 100 years ago. Braham said, this is the biggest ocean which connects the east and west continents. This place is the center of the world, the Red Sea. Apparently, the ocean turned red because of all the creatures that were eaten by the inhabitants of this place. Grid said, there's no need to explain everything. Tell me why we are here. What are you doing? Why are you moving my arms? Braham said, this place is the center of the world. There's an endless amount of mana here. In this place I can become a supreme being. System alerted, Braham has used spell drain. There's no target. Taking magic power from the atmosphere. Taking magic power from the sea. Taking magic power from the sun. Your magic power has temporarily increased. Grid thought, spell drain is a basic spell that allows magicians to steal a certain amount of magic power from the target, but somehow, he's using that spell to steal magic power from nature? What's up with this ghost? Braham said, it seems I can get about 8 times the usual amount of magic power from here. If it's this much, coming all the way here has been worth it. Shall we head back? Meanwhile, Violet, first paladin of the Dominion Church, said the conditions were the 2.35 million gold we proposed and people from TV stations following us, right? You are quite resourceful. From what I've heard, the Giant Guild has also made a bid. Well, the location of the Yatan Church's main temple is unknown, so if it's information about its location, we also have no choice but to bid for it. I wonder if the system is going to announce it. Maybe something like Skunk's party has found the Yatan's Church main temple. What a historical achievement, or something along those lines. Skunk, no one explorer on the unified rankings. Skunk said, publicity is essential to increase my worth. Among the offers made by various guilds and religious organizations, the Dominion Church's bid was the highest, so follow me well. But why did you send the reporters back? Would not it be better if they got to see you in action? Violet said, we won't give them the footage of us destroying the temple for free. Our guild has an internet streaming platform, so we are going to monopolize the footage. Violet thought we have about 90 people and 4 of them have completed the 3rd advancement. I've prepared as much as possible. The quest Kill the First Servant of Yatan SS Plus I received over a year and a half ago. This is the first step to completing it. When I received the quest, I was a level 200 newbie, but now I am a paladin that has completed the 3rd advancement. There's no way I can't clear it. Skunk thought it's been a while since the last large-scale war between the combined forces and the Yatan Church. The number of people taking part in the Yatan Church's subjugation quest has gone down quite a bit, but the Dominion Church has always been very interested in clearing the quest. Is it because they specialize in combat? But there's an explorer's maxim that goes death in an unexplored land always gets the one that's laughing first. Not even Violet, 3rd captain of the Paladins, is an exception to that. The Yatan Church's base was located in the 8th Canyon. Violet's army laughed after reaching the destination. It was because the outer appearance of the main temple could not be compared to the luxurious appearance of the Rebecca's Church's main temple. But the cold demonic energy inside was mind-blowing. Violet thought all the preparations I've made by spending so much money have become nothing because of a simple hand gesture by that monster. How could they give such a quest to someone who is not even level 200? A guy from TV station wonders Violet's army has been completely destroyed. We did well in following them. That is not the issue here. The real breaking news is that guy over there. Talos, Yatan's first servant. He completely overwhelmed an army of 90 people by himself. Yatan's first servant. The 4th advancement black magician who has been under a veil until now. Braham said this guy won't even warm me up at all. Magic missile. Talos thought how could a normal spell be this powerful? Who is this guy? Braham said I don't think I will have to use the magic power I gathered beforehand. Shell. Answer where's a Morax soul hiding? The reporter said that's Grid of the Overgeared guild, but he looks a bit different. He is using magic. But how could a blacksmith use magic? Don't tell me he got a 2nd class. Violet said Grid, don't you know basic etiquette? To think you'd interfere with someone else's raid without their permission. Braham said for someone who's about to die, you are quite arrogant. If you don't want to die, shut up and be quiet, you insect. Grid told Braham, don't you see the reporters? You are gonna give me a bad rap if you continue to talk like that. Braham said, hey Shell, I asked you where a Morax soul is. Talos thought, Shell? Does he know I am a Morax representative? Who's this guy? Talos said, I don't know who you are, but even if you ask me, Braham again cast magic missile. Talos wonders the damage is crazy. I was not mistaken, but how I'm always surrounded by magic power, so an average attack is not even able to scratch me. This can't be happening. Braham said, answer my question. I will keep going until you talk. Unless you are someone that enjoys pain, I suggest you answer quickly. Talos cast a few magic to deal with Braham. Braham said, you are quite the noisy one. Do you suffer some sort of sickness? Perhaps a complex? Talos thought, blocking 4 of my strongest spells with just shield. This bastard, he's mocking me. If things continue to go on like this, people will say Yatan's first servant was killed by a magic missile. Braham questioned, how about now? Do you feel like talking yet? Talos said, loot out in cave. I admit my loss, but please kill me with a high-ranking spell. Braham said, even giving a burial to worthless beings like you is not worth it. There's no need for a high-ranking spell. This should be more than enough. Fireball. Talos thought, it's been 20 years since I was chosen to become the representative of Yatan's first servant. I am not sure how he knows about me being a representative, but that arrogance will soon be broken by Yatan's real first servant. A Morax, the great demon of conflict. System alerted, you have killed Talos, a Morax representative. You have obtained a dark rune. Your level has increased. Grid thought, I gained a massive amount of experience and free items. I did not even have to do anything. This is what I call a perfect profit. The reporter questioned, did you obtain magician as a 2nd class? The damage output was incredible. What's your current magic power stat? You completed a raid that an army was not able to, and you did it alone. Could you give us an explanation? Grid thought, if they say I utilized a bug of maybe exploits, things could get bothersome. Braham said, I am a legend. I am a perfect and omnipotent being. You insect can't even begin to comprehend what I am capable of. The reporter said, to think that he would say such things with his own mouth. Is it middle school syndrome? Is not he 28 years old? Soon, during TV broadcast, Yatan's first servant was defeated by a basic spell. I am an omnipotent being whose Grid. What's the limit to his arrogance? Along with the controversy regarding his attitude, the footage was analyzed in depth. A presenter said, I think there's a chance Grid is currently undergoing a story quest. It's probably similar to the quest Bring Chocolate to the World Mother most users experienced when they first started playing. It's a quest where the main goal is to experience you have no control. Another presenter said, from what I've researched, there's a chance he's experiencing the legendary great magician that appears a lot throughout the story, Braham Eshwald. News sites around the world were full of news related to Grid, and not only that, but the number of members in his fan cafe doubled in just 3 hours. Though, the only thing Grid felt was embarrassment. Grid wonders, omnipotent? Who am I? Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about it now. But who's Amorak? Braham said, you don't know about the great demon of conflict Amorak? Seems like you have less knowledge than even a normal human. Grid said, then is the first servant a great demon? Are we going to fight a great demon? Braham said, this place houses only part of their soul. There's no need to be afraid. Maintain your composure. We are almost there, so stop crying and be quiet. You can do at least that much, right? Anyway, that Amorak, he seems to be the cautious type, just like Mother said, but he won't be able to stop me with such a barrier. Amorak said, I lifted the barrier. Braham, I am guessing you are here because you want to free yourself from being immortal. You need the blessing of Yatan. Braham said, as I expected. I was sure you would have no choice but to listen to my request. I guess Yatan is also quite bothered by it, because of Marie Rose. Grid thought, Marie Rose? Was that vampire also in the city? I am glad I accepted the possession quest. Amorak said, leaving aside Marie Rose. God Yatan favors you, don't forget that. Braham said, calling such a useless being a god. Amorak madly warned, be careful with what you say. Did you forget your manners? Braham said, if you want to scare me, you will have to ascend to the surface. Moreover, I don't have any respect to pay Yatan. I don't serve him anymore. Grid thought, I don't serve him anymore? Does that mean he served Yatan before? Braham told Grid, take out the vibranium. The preparations are done, give Yatan's blessing. Amorak replied, I don't like it, but okay. Know that I do this only because it is the will of Yatan. System alerted, the vibranium has received Yatan's blessing. The vibranium has obtained the ability to increase magic power. Grid thought, Rebecca's recovery speed, Dominion's attack, Jadar's defense, and now a magic power increase buff. I can't use magic, so it's a bit useless. At that moment, Grid thought of the huge reward Braham had promised him. Braham said, now, Pagma's successor, create the vessel of the soul. Grid said, okay, leave it to me, I just have to use a bit of vibranium to make it right. Grid thought, a great magician's skill in exchange for a vessel. Now I will be able to use magic. Soon, Grid said, here, this is the vessel of the soul I made. Braham said, good job, my research is finally coming to fruition. The time has finally come. The resurrection I've been longing for. System alerted, the pieces of Braham's soul that were scattered throughout the continent have gathered in the vessel of the soul. Grid wonders, the legendary great magician who was responsible for expanding the modern magic system to the point of being called the father of magic science, Braham. To think that I'd be able to revive such an important figure, how exciting. Thanks to him, I leveled up and even received item rewards. Thinking about it again, I should have made a prettier plate. Although we barely know each other, he seems like a nice guy. Braham said, the first day we met, I told you that Pagma died 300 years ago, but according to history Pagma died 100 years ago. Don't you wonder why that is? Grid said, that just means someone is wrong. Grid wonders, according to Wendy's diary, Pagma was alive 140 years ago, so the one lying is probably Braham. Braham said, no, both are true, no one is lying. Although Pagma did die 300 years ago, he continued to exist until about 100 years ago. I first met Pagma around 300 years ago. Even back then his skills as a blacksmith were beyond human. I was in awe of his skills, he broadened my horizons. I was someone who even made fun of the gods. He was the first person I ever respected, the only one I ever called friend. And although it was a short 10 years, we both grew due to each other's company, and while I was working with Pagma, I was able to design the vessel of the soul. But to create vessel we needed an ingredient that transcended adamantium, and the only one capable of creating such a material was Pagma. By working together, we were able to create vibranium. Grid said, but you said that after creating the vibranium, Pagma died of old age. Braham said, that's what I thought. I was finally able to gathe all my soul pieces, thanks to you. Grid said, don't even think about taking the vessel of the soul, that's my vibranium. Braham said, it's hard to call this a resurrection. After all, I don't have a body that can serve as a vessel. Give me your body. Grid said, what's going on? Why is not this quest ending? And why is a ghost attacking me? Braham said, me taking your body, think of it as an honor. System alerted, the great magician Braham is trying to take your soul out of your body. The player's body is protected. Braham's attempt has been nullified. Grid said, there's no way, there was a bug. You bastard, you backstabbed me. System alerted, you have completed the second advancement quest. You have obtained 17 vibranium and the spell magic missile enhanced. Braham said, the vibranium removed form, the vessel of the soul, is just rock to me, and something like teaching magic to you is extremely easy. Despite being Pagma's successor, you are quite stupid. Did not I say you should be careful of all beings that could be a threat to you? Grid madly said, shut up for a moment. Someone called the legendary great magician only teaches me a basic spell? Braham thought, to think that the one who would resurrect me would be your successor. How weird. The only thing I had left was resentment towards you for betraying me. Braham said, the crimes you stacked up for a year and a half are worthy of execution, but since I am feeling good, I will forgive you. Braham thought, yes, for the moment I will see what it is that you've entrusted me with. Amorak questioned, was the killer of Yatan's servants favored by Braham? I failed to turn Yura into a demon, but I obtained the card to keep Marie Rose in check. It seems like my role in the human world is done. Braham left and thought I did not intend to take your body from the beginning. I hope that guy learns how to suspect and be wary of others because of what I did, but I never imagined I'd meet another human capable of capturing my attention, and an extremely frivolous one at that. Although he's a bit rude, he's my benefactor who helped me achieve my desires, so I guess I should express my gratitude. It's okay if we are enemies the next time we meet. The next destination is the Sword Grave. The goal is regaining my body. Meanwhile, Chulho said Braham is someone who I can't really fathom. Chulho thought although he used his family members as subjects for his experiments, he shed tears for his mother. He envied his disciple Muhammad, so he robbed him of his achievement, and yet he did not kill Muhammad. He hates his friend that betrayed him, but on the other hand, he also missed him. He expressed killing intent towards Grid, who had ignored his favor, but then he showed his gratitude. He's in the middle of adjusting due to the humanity he obtained after losing his immortality. It's just that as of right now, his aggressive nature, due to being born as a vampire, is clashing with this humanity. I can see the bigger picture but not so much the minute details. Well, it's a good thing that the NPCs are not predictable to ignore your growth and to lie to yourself and everyone around you. What a lonely life, how interesting. Location: Raiden Magician's Barracks. Layla said, I did not think the day you'd come to search for me would come. I heard the news you received magic from Braham. To think that a blacksmith would be able to use magic, how impressive. You are going to try to test it, right? What skill is it? Grid replied, it's just magic missile. Grid then questioned, who are those people training over there? That kid seems familiar. Layla said they are the former members of the Empire's minority tribe, the UL. They are all very talented at magic, so they are currently receiving training. That target was made by Raiden's alchemists. You can say the magic resistance up to 5,000, so they are quite good for magic training. Do you want to try using one? Grid said yes. Well, if I'm going to do it, I should do it properly. I will set the magic resistance to 5,000. Layla shocked and wonders 5,000 magic resistance is higher than the average boss monster. How did a magic missile deal 2,894 damage? Layla said, can you show me the skills description? Oh my god, what is this? Let me show you my magic missile's description. Magic missile enhanced. A magic missile that has been completely changed by the Brahm. It has quite a high destructive power, so it consumes a lot of resources. You deal twice your current magic power as damage. Ignore the opponent's magic resistance. While the normal magic missile level 10 master, one of the basic magic spells, deal a fixed amount of damage to the target plus 5% of your current magic power. Layla said the difference in damage output is too much. It ignores magic resistance. It's a legendary rank spell. The only thing it has in common with a normal magic missile is the name. Grid thought my magic power is at 1447 after the effects of my title's equipment and the Pervranium's Yatan buff. It consumes a bit more mana than Link, but it's perfect as a trump card. Lowell said, so you were here. You should go to see Ms. Irene, she's been waiting for you. Grid said, I just finished here. Let's go. Lowell said, I saw it while checking out the news. Now I am sure of it. You were definitely the fallen angel Sylvanas in your previous life. Soon, Grid went to see Irene. Lowell thought it's easy for a capable person to get distracted by what's outside, but Mr. Grid's attention always come back to Raiden. That's because Ms. Irene is always next to him. Grid told Irene, I want to take parts of our name, maybe Greedon, how about that? Irene said, it sounds like a reliable and cute name, I feel it will fit whatever gender. Lowell said no, and anyway, Piero has returned from field exploration, we should go outside the castle. Irene said, that's too bad. You should go, dear husband, I also need to rest. Afterward, Grid said, why did the size of the farm grow instead? Is it because I have not seen it in a long time, and not only that, but why is the harvest so great in the middle of the desert? I thought Rabbit invested heavily in alchemy and forging, and why are these so many people I've never seen before? A green hair guy said, I am ranked 55th on the Magician Unified rankings. Why is it that I've been farming for the past 2 weeks? Another guy said, I've been trapped here for 2 weeks due to that crazy farmer. Piero said, hey, number 12, if you plow the ground in such a way, the seeds won't grow. System alerted, fun and entertaining training, hidden. Grid thought, now that I think about it, that world message, there's no way, right? Was not his goal to become a sword saint? Piero said, long time no see, my lord, and don't worry about them. They are people that came to help us out with the fields. I'm guessing they came to help since they knew we were lacking manpower due to financing issues. Grid thought, but they look gloomy, there's no way. Grid said, okay, anyway, what kind of person is the third prince of the Saharan Empire? Piero said, he's the third son of the deceased Empress Ariad, and unlike his brothers, he's an introverted person. I did not really see him often, so I don't know him very well. Grid took out Amethyst's shield and said, a monster called Guardian of the Forest had it. I heard it was originally yours. Piero said, it's not exactly mine. It's symbolic item that is given to the commanders of the Red Knights, and although it looks fancy, its capabilities are not good. Grid questioned, but why is the third prince trying to find this? Actually, he's looking for quite a few items, not just this thing. Piero said, now that I think about it, There was a time when the third prince was interested in a certain ceremony. Maybe he needs this for that ceremony, but I am not really sure. Grid thought ceremony, so black magic? I have a bad feeling about this, but it could be related to a quest episode. I should check out the situation. Soon, Grid told Khan it's only been half a year. To think that there are already 2 intermediate rank blacksmiths. How fast? You've also improved. Khan said it's thanks to the atmosphere. I watch over and teach 80 young blacksmiths, and that's not all. There are orders coming in all the time, and on top of that, I get to watch a legendary blacksmith at work. The final years of my life have been really interesting, thanks to you. If only I could give you back even half of the enjoyment you've given to me. I will give you everything I can whatever time I have left. Grid said, seeing how healthy you look, I think you are going to live for another 500 years. You need to make sure all those young blacksmiths turn out great. I can't imagine a smithy where you are not present. Khan questioned, how much are you planning to overwork this old guy? Should I take this opportunity and get married again? I am just 70, so I can still date. Grid replied, of course. Should I teach you how to date? I've been reading some books about it. Suddenly, Lal texted Grid, a visitor has come. Grid thought, since Lal sent me a message, he probably is not your average visitor. I wonder who it is. Soon, Grid said, since Lal sent me a message, I knew it would be someone important, but I did not think it'd be the master of the biggest guild among the top 7. You do know that Overgeared absorbed the Zadaka guild, right? I heard that Jishuka and the others don't have a positive opinion of you. Chris replied, I do know, but I am sure the former Zadaka guild members don't resent me. The conflict during the LTS times was because of my competitiveness. As you know, we lost our territory during the Golem invasion and during the international competition. We lost fame. Through lots of effort, we were able to overcome those hurdles and grow stronger than before. But there's one thing I could not solve, so I came here. I am talking about items. Please make me the strongest weapon. I'd like for it to be a blue great sword like the one you use. Grid thought, well, I guess the one who suffered the attack is more obsessed with the past than the one that attacked. Grid said, well, your relationship is something that I can think of later. If I make an item for you, how much are you willing to pay me? Chris said, it's something that another guild is asking for, so you probably won't even consider an average amount of money. So how about I throw in an item along with money? Agility elixir. It increases your agility stat by 10 permanently. Grid thought, an elixir? The thing I was not able to get even after attacking 5 vampire cities? But that's not all. That thing is an agility elixir. I need to increase my agility for my swordsmanship. This offer is too good to refuse. But if news gets out that I accepted a request from another guild, people might get upset. What should I do? Chris said, I came here believing in your fame. You are not going to make it carelessly, right? Grid thought, yes, there was that way. Grid replied, okay, I will make the best weapon for you, customer. Meanwhile, Mihara said, how long is master going to take? I am getting bored. The Zadaka guys are nowhere to be seen. I have unfinished business with Rigas. Zirkin said, we are here as master's attendants. We did not come here to fight as one of the 5th captains. Don't make a fuss. Mihara said, you lost the first ranking to Evelyn for a short while. Are you going to stand still and do nothing about it? Pink Giant Guild 5 captain said, but they said he's a duke. If you leave the size of the city and the farm out, there's nothing to see. Even the population here is low. Kill Mr. Another Giant Guild 5 captain said, this is probably the limit of a small guild. To think that the main focus of this city is agriculture, there should be a limit to how lame someone can be. Mihara said, to think that the castle of a duke would be a place like this. There's nothing to be seen. Is Rigas really not here? Ah, that looks good to pass some time. Hey, don't cause any ruckus, NPC. Why are you reacting like that? You are just an NPC, so excuse me. Piero questioned, who are you? Everything in Raiden belongs to Duke Grid. Even if you are the emperor, you cannot lust over them. Mihara said, a farmer NPC? Don't ruin the atmosphere and fuck off. Mihara dodged Piero's attack and wonders what's up with this guy. If my agility were a bit lower, I would not have been able to dodge. Mihara said, how dare a mere farmer threaten me? Piero threw a seed caused Mihara dropped half of his health. Piero said, Raiden is not a place that welcomes trash like you, and I just hate trash that does not rot. Because you see, the ground can't breathe. System alerted, you have died. Back to Grid, he wonders, I guess the others will understand. I have to make Grid set anyway. What I'm going to make this time is Grid's great sword. Failure is too big and hard to use. It was also heavily restricted by the surface. 1 meter and 40 centimeters, which is half the length of failure, should be the most optimal. Blue orichalcum is light, so the attack speed is fast. But you can't get destructive power if it does not have weight. I think that I will only use it on the blade, since that part is what's going to be doing the cutting. For the hilt of the blade, I am going to use black iron to give it a bit of weight. I am going to think of the production method before using the skill. I will take the good points of failure, cover the weaknesses, and optimize it for ease of usage. I will create the best great sword, one that sticks to the basics and increases performance. 3 days later, Chris said, that took longer than I imagined. Most blacksmiths make items in the blink of an eye. I've been hunting desert monsters for a while, but in any case, I hope your works live up to your fame. Grid questioned why is a guildmaster so narrow-minded? Don't fall backwards after checking out the details. Grid's great sword legendary. Chris thought this is way more than I expected. This is my sword weight, but what's up with this option? Back to earlier, while Grid was making the item. Grid wonders I have my pride, so I don't intend to make it carelessly, but since it's a weapon I am giving to someone that could be an enemy in the future, I must put a clear restriction, something that would make the item rely on the maker. Grid's great sword, most of its options are worse than failures, but its damage output is higher and it's overwhelmingly optimized for swordsmanship. This effective design, it even has a great symbol in the middle. Let's start immediately. I need 19 blue orichalcum and 44 black iron. Unlike black iron, blue orichalcum is a valuable item that only drops from a forest guardian. Thanks to Jishuka sending me the one she obtained while raiding in Baron, I have about 39 blue orichalcum. I can comfortable make at least 2. I have a much clearer vision of what I want this time around, so I can clearly see what I have to do. Khan thought to think that other blacksmiths could reach a new level just by watching your work. You are truly someone who shows the way. Show us how a legendary blacksmith works. Second day of production. Grid thought, what if both are unique rank? Now I just have to put the hilt on them. Once I make the 10 the legendary item, something special will happen, and it's probably a penalty, but I can't dodge it any further. Both end up in legendary. System alerted, you have shown your talent by crafting 10 legendary rank items. Now you are stating to grow into a blacksmith that can be compared to Pagma. The penalty that happens if you use an item with conditions you do not fulfill has disappeared. Grid thought, penalty erase? The biggest weak point of Pagma's successor has disappeared. System alerted, because your potential has bloomed, your growth rate will go down. From now on, if you make a unique rank item, you won't gain extra stats. Grid madly said, you bastards, are you telling me if I want to gain more stats, I can only make legendary rank items? I've only been able to make 11 throughout these past 2 years. I've been taxed, but considering that the item penalty has disappeared, it is not bad at all. Now theirs is not any item I can't use. The real owner of all items around the world. The legend of someone that was overgeared, who did not need any potions or skills, was about to start. Grid questioned, what are you doing? Choose. Chris said, you demon, using such a trick, this item can only be repaired by the maker. It was also the start of the prelude of how the one who makes items became powerful. Chris thought he got me, to think that he'd be able to put such a restriction, but this item is the best one I've ever seen. Although I know it's poison, I have no choice but to drink it. Grid seemed happy after making Chris, who was the leader of the giant guild, in the know. On the unified rankings, his item slave. Grid's attitude had become closer to a legend's, just like Brahm had said. Chris thought this an incredible, a crafted legendary item, a level 320 unique item can't be compared to this. Although I am the one at a disadvantage in this relationship, this weapon is definitely leagues better than Kraugel's White Fang and Su Ran's brutal heavy sword. Chris questioned, where's Mihara? Someone replied, master, that guy went out and roamed on his own. He is such an ego. Chris thought, if all the Overgeared members have such items, they're probably the biggest obstacle between me and my goal of becoming a king. Chris said, I see, the situation with Grid ended well, let's head back. Piero said, are you 5 in total? Plow the ground. Meanwhile, Grid wonders, it was a good deal, I guess he's returned on his own. System alerted, your agility has increased by 10. Grid wonders, I still have a long way to go before my strength and agility become equal. I obtained 2.6 billion EXP for killing Talos, yet my level only increased by 1. When's the next time I'm going to get to increase my stats? Every time you level up, the required EXP for the next level increases, but Kraugel's is 4 levels higher than Zabal, who is ranked second on the unified rankings. What a monster, how is he leveling up so fast? Does he just hunt without rest? As expected, it seemed like the only answer is elixirs. There are still 25 days of increased drops and experience gain when hunting in vampire cities. I should join the guys who are hunting. I need to hunt as much as possible. But there's something I need to do before that, item creation. This time it's an armor created using blue orichalcum and black iron, one that can't be scratched by spears and does not melt even after being hit with a dragon's breath. System alerted, it's impossible, there's a limit on the design material and build level. Grid wonders, as expected, since I no longer suffer a penalty for not meeting an item's requirements, I wanted to try making an item with unlimited attack and defense. This is a limit of the materials, I know this for sure because of how failure ended up. I did not think of any negative effects to even it out while designing it. If I make it with Pavranium as an ingredient, but I am still lacking ability. Miner came and questioned, why did you call me? Grid replied, analyze and report to me the places where there's a lot of blue orichalcum. Miner questioned, what? You told me that if I could gather all the Pavranium, you'd let me live as a miner. Miner thought, I want to become a legendary miner that surpasses Gis. I will become the Emperor's right arm. Grid wonders, look at this guy's eyes, as expected of someone who has the face of a traitor. Grid said, I heard it from Rabbit, the health of your mother was worsened, right? I am going to hire the best doctors for your mother, so let's do this quickly. Do it for her. Grid thought I've been checking it out with the Great Lord's sword, but miner's talent with mining is not at a legendary level. Improving your rare talent minerals detector, that's what we should focus on. Then Grid received Euphemina message. I've gathered 4 of the Water Clan's King's tears. What should I do? Grid questioned, that many? Does not Water Clan's King only drip tears once every 5 months? It's only been 3 months since you've gone to Siren. How did you do that? Euphemina replied, I was lucky and obtained a special quest. I will tell you details later. Grid said, I will be waiting for the good news. First put those away in the guild's vault. I am going to take this opportunity to smelt Pavranium. Grid thought, with the Water Clan's King's tears, I can infuse magic into Pavranium. I've been getting only good news since Chris came here. Should I have given him some potatoes on his way back? Back to Piero, he said, your underling tried to lay his hands on a servant of Duke Grid. You will pay for your ally's crime, and there's nothing like farming to reflect on your sins. You can plow the area that's behind me, and don't forget to leave enough pebbles. Pinky said, Mihara, that stupid bastard did something trashy again. Chris said, I understand what you are saying. I'm going to punish that person, so don't be so angry and let us go. Piero said, I already punished him, so just have to help with the farm work. Acelas replied, who do you think you are talking to, you damn farmer? Piero launched attack and said, did not I tell you? Grab the hoe. This is a good opportunity for you to get acquainted with the ground before start farming. Pinky shocked and said he beat Acelas with only 1 punch. Chris thought, now that I think about it, they said that the 7 guilds' allied invasion of Raiden was stopped by unknown farmers. I heard he defeated Zabal by a narrow margin, and Zabal called him Raiden's crazy farmer. I've obtained a 2nd class, and a new weapon on top of that. At this point, I am definitely stronger than Zabal. Chris said, so it's you. Your skills show them to me too. The first international tournament in Reinhardt's Golem invasion. Grid's great sword was involved in every big incident, so it was imprinted strongly in the mind of the public, but when people thought of the best great sword user, there was only one person they thought of. Chris the Destruction Warrior. 2nd class tyrant. Chris yelled, show me how you defeated Zabal. Piero thought, although he is not fast, there's a sense of pressure. Chris's passive skill, Path of Defeat. The skill casting speed and agility of the enemies in the attack's way get reduced. Effect scales off of your strength. Chris thought, is the one who defeated Zabal only this strong? It's perfect. The size and form are perfect for great sword skills. It takes much less time for me to pull back the sword. To think you'd be able to create such a great sword. How impressive, Grid. But to think that I'd end up taking the life of an NPC because of a reason like this. The power of it was too strong. I hope you will forgive me. Piero said, you just about managed to cut the straw. Congratulations, but being impressed in the middle of a battle seems imprudent. Chris thought, straw? Is he an assassin NPC? So he defeated Zabal due to his speed. Chris said, you don't gain something from me without losing something in return. Piero wonders, he blocked my retreat, but he is not defending himself at all. Just by swinging the sword once, he knows what he has to grab and what he has to throw away. His talent seems to be at the level of Riga's or Everlyn, but he's more polished. He's a great warrior. Piero said, I am impressed by your skills. It seems like I will have to fight with everything I've got. Chris said, a hand plow? Not even a scythe, but a hand plow? Are you making fun of me? Piero said, that's not true. You are too impatient. Chris thought, a hand plow can deal this much damage? Even if he managed to land a critical, is not he way stronger than your average named boss? Chris said, I was prepared to be cut and launched a slash attack. Piero said, seeing how smooth your counter is, it seems you have a lot of experience. Let's end the skirmish here. Free farming 1 style sowing. Chris wonders, seeds? In the middle of the battle? What's going on? Piero then activated free farming 2nd style rapid growth. Free farming was a legendary series of skills Piero perfected after choosing a farmer's path. It was comparable to the techniques the legends of old had used. That meant the current Piero was stronger than when he used to be a swordsman. Piero said, you are the 2nd strongest person I've met. You can be confident about your skills. Chris thought, if I am the 2nd, is the first one Zabal? There's only a difference of 1 level between us. I thought that my fighting capabilities were higher than his. Chris said, nonsense, and activated Sword of Defeat. Create sword chi by swing a great sword. The sword chi can even inflict damage to distant opponents. Piero said, how exciting. It seems like a hand plow won't be enough anymore. Free farming 4th style plowing. Chris surprised and wonders, he's just spreading the seeds, making it grow and plowing the ground. He's only using farming method. Maybe he really is a farmer. It's been 2 years and 2 months since I began playing Satisfy. I've practiced a lot to become the best. I increased my level, obtained the best great sword, and yet I am being overwhelmed by a farmer? Chris said, I cannot accept this. Tyrant's strength. Increase your strength temporarily by 20%. Piero said, the durability of the rice grown with the free farming style is lower than I thought. I will have to work even harder on the farm. Piero thought, so he learns fast. He retrieves the great sword every time it clashes with the hand plow. He's stacking the recoil to increase the attack speed. He's stronger than the version of Kraugel who just got here. Piero said, seems like I have to get serious. Chris activated Tyrant's Roar temporarily causes the target to become confused, followed by Tyrant's Rage. Chris thought there is no one who can take on this combination of attacks. Piero said you messed up the fields, the amount of work you will have to do has just increased, you guys need to prepare yourselves, it might be too much for only this young man. Feel free to block it, if you can, that is the straw has to be used as compost, so don't forget to gather it. Chris thought each of those grains contained more energy than aura, just how many strong people exist in this world. System alerted the durability of Grid's great sword has been decreased by and so on. Soon, Chris went to find Grid and said please repair the great sword. Grid replied it's only been 20 minutes, how did it already become like this? The cost of repair is 3 gold for each 1 durability stat. Chris thought this nasty bastard, to show he's the one who's on top of the relationship, he made my underlings wait, and not only that, but he asks 10 times more than market price for repair. I've been completely trapped, he is not someone I should make an enemy. Soon, someone said should not they hire more people for land this big? To think he'd kidnap users just to save on costs. I am holding back because the reward of the hidden quest is great, but Grid that bastard is a criminal is not that right, newbie? Huh? The 5 captains of the Giant Guild? They really are the 5 captains, another player said even 3rd advancement players have been dragged here. It seems like that crazy farmer really is overpowered. Piero said everyone get along with the newcomers and if they are doing something wrong, teach them. Acelas said impudent, how dare you talk like this? Chris said enough that person is a lot stronger than me, not only did he not kill us, but he also even gave us a hidden quest. It might not be bad to listen to that person and train according to what he says. A few days later, Grid wonders what are they talking about. Giant Guild's master Chris and the 5 captains became Grid's farm slaves. Grid said anyway, it seems like the Water Clan's king tears that Euphemina sent me works well with the Pavranium. Sucks that I only have enough for 4 of the 27 Pavranium pieces. What should I create with this? I should give up on Lethal's spear. A spear is useless for Pagma's sword dance, and not only that, but it does not work well with black transformation. I have enough good weapons, namely, Failure, Grid's great sword and Yegert. The defensive items I am currently using are all quite decent. Soon, Piero questioned could you make me farming equipment? Grid replied is it farming equipment this time? Grid questioned Piero, what's your position? Piero replied I am the captain of Overgeared's 1st Knights Division, the commander-in-chief of Raiden, and also a farmer. Grid questioned why is farmer on there? Are you fulfilling your role as the commander-in-chief and division captain? Piero replied I am fulfilling them, of course. Grid thought that world message, I did not want to believe the rumor that said the 7 guilds had lost to a farmer and that users were being forced to do field work. I've been ignoring it because I did not want to recognize it, but I will have to put an end to this. Grid questioned I want to know why you are working as a farmer. Piero replied I just realized I was not meant to become a sword saint. Grid said you are hiding behind farm work because you lack talent in sword arts. You gave up and escaped the path of the sword. Piero thought it seems he's disappointed in me due to my decisions. It is not that I can't understand him. Piero said just because I have chosen another path does not mean that the goal is different, my lord. Grid said with your strength, we could have obtained more territory and citizens, yet you are using it for farming. Grid thought damn it, Miner is also like this they are all wasting their talents. They don't understand the pain of not having talent. Grid said there's a lot of people who can farm, it does not have to be you. Everyone has a role, you could achieve way more things with the sword. You are farming instead of using your sword as an act of irresponsibility. Piero said farming has been the source of life for tens of thousands of years. I realized many things through farming. I realized the flow of energy. I discovered many other things I did not know about compared to when I used to hold the sword. After realizing the truth, I was able to reach a plane I was not able to with the sword. As someone who has realized the truth, I must lead the way and teach others. This will end up helping my lord. Grid madly said you are talented you just did not try hard enough. Are you going to keep telling jokes like that until the end? It seems like there's only one way to stop you. Come out, my sword and your hand plow. Let's see which is closer to the truth. Piero thought as his underling, it would be disrespectful to dodge any longer. I will face him the new me will be recognized by the lord. That is a farmer, I was able to reach a higher plane than when I used to be a swordsman. That this path can also lead to greatness. Afterward, Grid questioned has it been a year since we fought at Kisan Canyon? I like that version of you. I will make sure to bring him back. I'm going to say it again, but what you should be using is a sword not a hand plow. Piero said then I will also say it again. The hand plow is just a means for me to reach Providence. Grid said you are out of your mind. Piero I will guide you to the correct path. Piero thought sadly, my lord's talent is not comparable to Kraugle's or Chris's and although he's gotten better, he still learns slower than they do. If he has become drunk due to the recent successes, there's a chance his sword has become duller. Making him feel frustrated might be detrimental, but I am sure you are going to get over it, just like you always do. Piero said today I am going to beat the lord, I am going to prove myself and help the lord to grow. When the battle began, Piero wonders how heavy it's completely different compared to the sword from a year ago. At this point his growth speed should be comparable to Riga's. His agility can't be compared to before, either. That combined with his strength has made it possible for him to release explosive power. To think he'd be able to attack 3 times in the time Chris could only attack twice. I thought he would be below Chris by a sizable amount, but there's a fundamental difference. Although my lord's sword is powerful and fast, it's just a sword that's being swung. He still does not truly understand the sword. Then he noticed Grid's Vibranium blocked and said, as expected of a legendary blacksmith, of course you'd cover the lack of ability with artifacts. But with artifacts that become rigid after one of my attacks, how long will you be able to resist? Grid then cast Magic Missile. Piero thought an artifact casting a magic attack on its own? I did not expect that. Grid questioned what's wrong. Grid thought although he's only wearing normal clothes, his defense is higher than Elfin Stone's. He seems to have over 300,000 health. The level difference is also probably huge. After becoming a legendary farmer, Piero's stats increased tremendously, and through training, he also leveled up quite a bit. Piero was now 38 levels higher compared to when he first met Grid. He was now at level 405. On top of that, Satisfy always prioritized the attack of the one with a higher level. Grid's level was 301, so there was no way he'd be able to land a proper attack. Piero said, my lord, I am proud of you. It seems like you've continued to train hard, even after the fight with the Doppelganger. Despite your lack of talent, you've grown so much. To show my respect, I'm also going to do my best, my lord. System alerted Piero's loyalty has peaked out. Piero's absolute loyalty to his lord has increased his motivation. His latent potential has been unlocked. All of Piero's stats have been increased by 10%. Grid questioned why so suddenly? Why right now? You should get stronger after the match is over. Piero said doing just enough would be disrespecting to you. Free farming first style sowing. Grid thought these are not seeds, they are bombs. I can't block them all, despite having 27 Vibranium pieces. Damn, a seed deal almost 10,000 damage? Just what did that farmer do in the fields? Piero cast free farming second style, rapid growth. It's a miracle only a legendary farmer can achieve. Is not it amazing? Grid tried to use Link to counterattack, but it doesn't work. Grid said, are you planning to get recognized with just this sort of thing? How could this be compared to what a sword saint can do? It does not matter how many of these there are, in front of a sword, they are nothing more than grass. Grid launched kill. Piero said the strength of your skills can't be compared to before, I'm going to do my best to defend. Free farming 6th style failing. Grid thought, what the heck? Is my technique being broken by something that's used to farm? But that's not all. He's using the rare rank farming equipment I made a few months ago. As expected, a legend is a legend. How impressive. No, what was I thinking? I can't recognize him. Grid told Vibranium attack him from all angles. Piero said it's the same attack as before, although it got me the first time. This kind of basic magic is not enough to put me in danger. Free farming. Natural state. Everything born from nature gives you strength. All of your stats increase greatly. Grid thought, is it similar to Braham's spell drain? He's thinking of increasing his magic resistance. Piero got attacked and wonders, I received so much damage despite having activated natural state? What's going on? Even Earl Asher's magic pales in comparison. How can those artifacts deal more damage than one of the top 10 magicians? Grid said, keep increasing your resistance. You won't be able to block it, no matter what you do. Piero thought, to think that one would be able to polish an object to such an extent. My lord is definitely someone impressive. Piero said, you've taught me something new. I'm going to use it as fertilizer for my thoughts. Grid wonders something is coming. That guy is not being hit by a single missile. After activating natural state, his speed has become monstrous. Even if I use all possible effects, my magic power is just 16,000, so I can't keep using magic missiles. On top of that, I also have to use my own skills. The difference between our buff skills is massive. My buffs can't compare. I am using Blacksmith's Rage, but it only lasts for 35 seconds. Do all legends have such crazy buff skills? The difference is just too big. No, this is not the time to be impressed. If things go on like this, I will have to accept his choice. I can't find any openings. His weapon is extremely light, so the attack speed is incredibly fast and the attack's trajectory is too irregular. I am having trouble following it. I don't have time to use a sword dance or push Piero back. His movements, I can't deal with them. I have to either combine items or do something to create an opportunity, but he's moving too fast. I can't react fast. I can't react fast enough. If only I had more hands. Piero wonders, why did he suddenly stop? Grid thought I could make it right? Piero questioned, my lord, if you've lost the will to fight, should we end it here? What happened? Grid said, let's fight again tomorrow. I was a bit careless today. Piero thought, his eyes are full of confidence. Did he realize something? Then as his retainer, it's my duty to wait. Neither of them knew it, but they were both making progress. Piero said, waiting is not hard, but you have not forgotten what's at stake, right? The result won't vary greatly in just a day. Grid replied obviously, if I lose again tomorrow, I'm going to respect your decision. The first was someone who gave up on becoming the legend he always wanted to be and instead chose to be reborn as a new legend. The second was an inexperienced successor of a legend. This marked a turning point for the current legends. Grid said if I lose that's it. They would eventually catch up and surpass the previous generation's legends, each in their own ways. Soon, Grid thought despite all my efforts, I could only take about 10% of his health. Piero's level is for sure above 400. Overcoming a difference of 100 levels is impossible. The level compensation system won't allow it. Also his stats and skills are on a completely different level. Logically my chances of winning against Piero are at 0%. The only way I can increase my chances is through items. Everyone fights using all they have, so I am sure he won't complain. First I should fortify the Grid's great sword and then transform the Vibranium. By using the skill item Disassemble, I will extract the Water Clan King's tears from the golden blade and then smelt. A blacksmith said I wonder what the Duke is making. It seems like he's making the mold himself, but considering our level, it's impossible to even guess what he's trying to make. Grid thought I am going to make sure you can't help but dream of becoming a sword saint again, Piero, because the person you are about to face is going to be someone unbelievable. Location 12th Vampire City. Pawn question. We've been visiting cities 10 to 15 non-stop. Can't we start doing other city? Jishuka replied we have no choice. Grid warned us not to. The vampire Countess Marie Rose is asleep in one of the cities. Ventnor said not only that, but it seems like she's completely op. He said we'd probably die even if we all charged together, so he told us to hunt in a safe place. Zednos said and here I was thinking we had gotten quite strong, but if Mr. Grid said that the world is really quite big. ROI said we've hunted almost 10,000 vampires now, yet we have not gotten a single elixir. Regas said once you complete the first boss raid, the difficulty decreases along with the drop rates. Faker said but we still got 11 low-rank vampire rings. Yura has even surpassed level 210 in just a week, so as a hunting place, there's nothing quite as good. Peak Sword said why is not Grid here? There are only 25 days left before the EXP buff ends. Jishuka said I heard he's coming in about 2 days. It seems like he has something important to do. He said something about challenging the limit of overgearing. The next day, someone said Mr. Piero is truly amazing. To think he'd be able to do so much on his own. Chris thought the more I look at him, the more I wish he joined us. He's a talent comparable to Pedro, who's being reconstructed after being stomped over by a golem. How was he able to convince such an NPC to become subordinate? I am envious. Chris questioned Piero, are you going already? Piero said I have something important to do. Let's leave sparring for tomorrow. Piero thought my lord was better than I thought, but there's still a huge gap between us. He's also shown his secret weapon. Today, I will beat my lord without getting hurt at all. Chris said to think that he'd put off farming. I wonder what happened. That sounds interesting. Let's move, we will watch them from a distance. Pinky whisper what? Is there a conflict going on between them? I don't think Grid is capable of winning. Acelas said Piero completely destroyed us. Grid should know his place. I am sure he's going to lose in 10 seconds. Grid said you are wearing a farmer's attire again? Is this how you show your loyalty to me? Piero replied when I am doing my work as the commander, I wear the proper attire. But right now I'm facing the lord as a farmer. What my lord wants is my strength. I can exercise more strength as a farmer than as a swordsman. I hope you can accept that and respect my choice. Grid said you are still spouting nonsense? Grid thought although I failed to make Grid's great sword +9, I prepared as much as I could. Grid said you should aim to become a sword saint. Get ready because today will be different. Piero thought his sword has become sharper, but my lord should know the distance between us is too wide for it to make a difference. Reducing my lord's arrogance is also something I must do. I am also going to show my lord my full strength. Grid said you are ruthless? Huh? Take this. If you don't want to die, better dodge it. Transcend. Piero thought unlike yesterday he's been using sword dances since the start of this fight. It's a wise choice. The only way to reduce the gap between us is to use his legendary skills. Grid said I attacked 50 times in just 30 seconds. How were you able to block it all just by using a hand plow? Has your agility gotten higher? It seems like you are really thinking of fighting properly. Grid thought Piero is my subordinate, so seeing him grow is great, but that's why I can't let someone like him rot as a farmer. I just wished he listened to me more. Pinky said Piero still has not performed the technique he used to defeat us. As the battle go on, Grid cast freely move and said it's too early for you to be surprised. I prepared some footwork too. Then Grid launched Pinnacle. Zirkin said strong. To think he'd be able to deal critical damage. That's not something even Mr. Chris could do. Chris said no, look closely. Because of level priority, he was not able to deal much damage. Piero said that was a perfect targeted attack. Grid thought this damn level correction. To think that Pinnacle would only be able to deal such a tiny amount of damage. Piero counter with an attack, and said although you are still lacking, you are better than yesterday. I am surprised. Grid thought I need to create an opportunity to counter. Can I do it? Piero shocked and said he should not have been able to react. Where did that shield come from? And my lord is not holding the shield. Chris thought, what is that? Then Asmophel appeared and said, how dare you spy on the lord? Asmophel cast red sword, attacked 5 of them. Chris thought he'd pierce our weak points in the blink of an eye. Asmophel said, I am Overgeared, second knight captain. I am not sure who you are, but I will make you pay the price for spying on my lord. Chris thought, such sophisticated technique. Grid had more than one monster? We have to avoid the fight. Chris said, we received a mission from Mr. Piero and were tending to the fields. We became interested only because we heard some noise. We are sorry, we are going to go away. Asmophel thought, although I regulated my strength, I thought a few would die. It seems like I still need to train more. Chris thought, there's nothing more important to us than maintaining experience at the moment, but to think that Grid would be able to make such a thing. He really is someone unpredictable. Grid said, your surprised face is worth looking at. Well, I guess it's your first time seeing something like this. Piero thought to think he'd throw away his weapons in the middle of a fight. Back to previous night. Grid yell failed again. How annoying. It does not matter how many times I try, the result is the same. My dexterity recently increased to 2,600, so I thought it'd be easy. I won't be able to solve it here. Grid said, I will be going out for a moment. Don't let anyone in. Back to reality. Grid thought, but still I realize the problem, I can't do it with a model. To create what I want I need to understand the structure. Why are there so many hard words? My brain hurts, but I have to memorize as much as possible. Although the effective creation has filled in some of the lacking parts, to be able to make what I want, this time I really need knowledge. Grid went to find Irene and said, it will soon disappear from my head, I'm going to forget it soon. Irene, there are 50 days left, right? You have to be careful while walking also. I am sorry for being so busy. System alerted the child inside Irene's belly has felt the honest love between the couple. All of the baby stats have been increased by 1. Grid wonders, I must make it before the information disappears from my head. Item creation. I am not sure if it will work, but it's something a blacksmith can create, so I am sure it's possible. Think of every sentence I've memorized without leaving anything behind. Just by doing this, I am sure the rest will somehow be resolved. A blacksmith said, as expected, it was not the blade of a sword or a spear. I wonder what he's trying to make? Back to present. Grid said, this is what I call being extremely overgeared. Say hello to my new invention. God hand. Hand model of the legendary blacksmith. A hand model created by the legendary blacksmith Grid. He based it on his own hands. It was made using vibranium, so it can move and act independently. Grid thought, I've created 5, but making them just by modeling them after my hands is no different from making a sculpture. To make them hands, they need to have joints. So, the answer is to use creation along with some knowledge. System alerted, is it a hand instead of a gauntlet? In this case, it's possible if the ingredient is vibranium. Grid wonders, the notification window seems different from usual. I'm going to make a hand. The ingredient is going to be vibranium. System alerted, you've thought of the same thing as the legendary blacksmith Pagma. The third advancement quest, what Pagma could not achieve, has been generated. What Pagma could not achieve advancement. 300 years ago, after inventing vibranium, the legendary blacksmith Pagma tried to create a piece of equipment that transcended the ones made by the gods, but there was a clear limit to vibranium. God hand was what he thought of at that time. Golden hands that were as capable as the legendary blacksmith. Along with the god hands, Pagma thought he'd be able to create items from a territory that he had not been able to, but he was not able to create the god hands. A human's life is short, and at the time, Pagma was already too old. Grid thought, so Braham was not lying when he said that Pagma died 300 years ago. Then why was it written in history that he was active until 100 years ago? But also think about making the same thing. Since it has come to this, I will create the perfect god hand. System alerted. Achieve what Pagma couldn't and lay the foundations that will allow you to transcend Pagma. Clear condition, recreate your hands perfectly using vibranium. Clear reward, unlock one of the sealed abilities of Pagma's successor. Your extreme concentrations activated legendary blacksmith's breath, has increased the effect of the crafted item. The elaborately made joints and ligaments are covered with an outer skin that has an appropriate thickness. While everyone was watching with a sense of nervousness, one could hear the burning sound of the vibranium and the breath of the blacksmith. The label of incomplete legendary item had finally been peeled off by the new generation. God hand unique growth. Grid has perfectly recreated his hands. It can use all items without restriction. It can also do blacksmith work. An item that was born by the collaborative efforts of 3 legends. It has the potential to grow as strong as the weapons used by the gods, or even surpass them. But to unlock its potential you need to keep improving. Unique rank God hand has 30% of the dexterity and strength of the owner. Still can't use the skills of the owner, but it can activate the skills that the equipped items have. If buffed, the buffs get shifted to the owner. You can teach blacksmith techniques, sword arts and shield arts to the God hand. If mastery level reaches a certain point, the rank of the God hand will increase. It has inherited magic missile thanks to the effect of the Water Clan King's tears. Magic will do 100% more damage. Depending on how you use it, You can easily obtain the interest of the opposite gender. System alerted you've unequipped divine shield, you have equipped ideal dagger. Grid thought an item that has the potential to go beyond a myth-rated item. One that's exclusive to me. Piero said to think 3 floating hands could move and attack at will, but just swinging and stabbing. Before his word end, another sword attacked Piero. Grid thought the hands move as fast as Noe. To think he'd be able to block all the god hands. There's nothing I can do against the current Piero. It's too bad that I can only make 4. The hands cost me more Peranium than I thought they would. But they are all using great weapons, so Piero can't relax. They are helping just by being there. System alerted the option effect and skill of dark versus earrings have been activated. Increasing black magic power. Black magic does not exist. Substituting it with demonic power. Grid wonders from now on, I will be able to deal more than usual. Piero wonders demonic power? When did my lord get this strength of a demon? No, is that energy coming from the earrings? Piero said even if you've borrowed the strength of a demon, you are not a danger too. Before his word end, Grid's attack on Piero once again. Piero thought I missed the trajectory. Not only did his attack power and speed increase, but the level of his swordsmanship has also improved a lot. Is this the strength of that sword that's emitting the unpleasant energy? System alerted you have used Iaruged. Your sword mastery level has been increased to level 5. You don't have the skill sword mastery. Basic sword mastery level 5 has been generated. Grid thought since basic sword mastery is at level 5, while using a sword, my attack power and attack speed are increased by 3%. And although it might not look like much, with my current stats and black transformation you won't be able to ignore a 3%. Eagert said this is the first strong opponent I've met in over 100 years. Fight without taking a break, make me grow. Grid thought when he was alive, Iaruged used to be the best sword demon among all the demonic beings. He's tell me the best possible trajectory. Piero wonders they are strong and sharp techniques ever since I obtained the title of Great Swordsman. This is the first time I've ever been pushed back like this. Piero cast 4th style followed by 2nd style rapid growth. Grid said are you going to block my movements? These things grow faster than I can cut them off. Piero then launched harvest. Piero said I already told you. This magic will not work on me. Iaruged. Question what are you doing? You are useless. Grid said I can win, so shut up and keep showing me the trajectory Iaruged. Piero thought he got faster? No, not only that, I can't even guess where he's going to strike. Grid wonders to think that I could overwhelm Piero with speed, as expected. Doubling the agility is almost a scam. This is why I have not sold the ideal dagger, a level 180 item. A perfect opportunity. If Piero's a legend, he probably has the skill immortal. Grid yell so I won't hesitate. Piero, kill. Grid thought to think he'd change the direction of the attack with a hand plow, but still the attack was successful. Piero pondered is this the strength of the lord I've chosen? To think he'd become this strong, compared to him I lack too much. Is it because of the sword's art? I based my farming techniques on it, but farming equipment is supposed to give life using them the same way as equipment that is used to take lives. It's lazy and stupid. I should have talked with the ground more. I know now what I must do. I must throw away swordsmanship. That was the first thing I had to throw away. System alerted Piero has realized on his own what he lacked. Because of this realization, the level of his farming skills has increased. A hidden quest has been generated. As a Lord Hidden, after obtaining new knowledge Piero has awakened as a real farmer. He's thrown away his lingering feelings regarding the sword. Test Piero's abilities and recognize him. Based on the result Piero will develop even more. Clear condition lose or win the match. If you lose the match against Piero, Piero gains a huge boost of confidence in regards to his path as a farmer. Piero's stats and skill attack power will increase. If you win against Piero, Piero will feel regret and walk the path of the sword again. All the stats he gained for becoming a legendary farmer will be removed. Entering training mode with Piero, the match will last until the health of one of you is decreased to the minimum. You won't die while in training mode. Grid question what's up with the rewards? If I lose, Piero will become a farmer, and if I win, his stats will decrease? Are you telling me to lose on purpose? No way, show your worth by yourself. Iaruged question what's he doing his abilities have lowered suddenly. Suddenly, water shoot out from the ground. Piero said imagine if there's a food shortage while an army's marching. What if there's a legendary farmer amidst that crisis? The soldiers will be able to eat immediately and fill their stomachs, life will be saved. Is not it a wonderful job, my lord? Grid thought what am I seeing? A field ready for harvest has instantly been created. He's a farmer just on paper. This is not any different from Brahm's magic. Piero said there's still many things I have not shown you. Let's continue. Grid replied the wheat explodes? What's up with this ridiculous damage? A farmer? This is just cheating. Piero replied it's grain polishing. It's the process of grinding grain. Grid said you crazy farmer, only ashes will be left. Piero activated natural state. Iaruged said I dragged his attention and then ambushed him from the back. How did he dodge it? I cannot read his trajectory. Grid wonders how should I know? The time of quick movements is over, and I cannot even catch a glimpse of an opportunity, but even if I do manage to grab an opportunity, I won't be able to fully capitalize on it. I am just not strong enough. The difference between our abilities is too big. Piero said, "Thanks for waking me up. You allowed me to learn the truth. I am sorry, but I will be the victor of this match." Then Piero noticed the Lord's artifact. Why is it holding a hammer instead of a sword? System alerted, you have succeeded in combining the items. Grid wonders who says it's already over. You still have not won yet. System alerted, Rune of Darkness as a price for increasing your demonic power. Your innate demonic energy increases. Unique passive effect. If you eliminate a named demonic being, demonic monster, or demon, you can absorb their unique trait. Grid thought, the item I obtained from Talos, a Morax representative. I never use it because it was too bothersome to make the necessary hole. Grid said, but I'd rather use all of my cards. Don't think it will be an easy victory, Piero. Combined failure plus Grid's great sword. Piero excited said, you've been showing me unexpected things since the start. The word amazing does not seem to be enough to describe you, my lord. Grid thought, I combined 2 legendary sword, but what's the point if I can't hit him? Piero dodge and give Grid a final blow. Soon, Piero told Grid, you've grown a lot. It was also a meaningful match, because I got to see the Lord's greatness before the land. This is my land and I offer everything that comes from it to you, my lord. I can guarantee this oath won't ever change. Grid replied, how tiring. If we ever starve, by the way, I will make sure to break all of your hand plows. System alerted, your health has reached the minimum. The match mode is ended. Piero's stats and skill attack power have been greatly increased. Afterward, Noe said, are all these beings rejects of hell? This number 1 demonic beast of hell will eliminate all. System alerted, the level of Memphis Noe has increased to 190. The level of mysterious forest doppelganger Randy has increased to 126. Pons said, those golden hands are broken. Although he is not a taming master or a necromancer, his hunting speed is 5 times faster than ours. Riga said, it's only been a month since the Elfin Stone incident, yet Grid came back as a monster. Grid thought, they automatically hunt any enemy that's within 30 meters. They even level up on their own. Not only that, but thanks to using the EXP increase potion from the reputation shop, I've leveled up 4 times. Because of the pulling, my reputation went down and I obtained this useless skewer again, but I got the EXP potion, so it was not all bad. Elfin Stone, Piero, and Brahm, there are too many people I have to overcome. I have to obtain a strength worthy of a legend. Back to Piero, Chris told Piero, I never once felt like I did not learn something, but there's something that I wanted to ask, what's the difference between Zabal and me? Piero replied, Zabal? I am not sure who that is, but you are the 3rd strongest among the people I've recently seen, so you can be a bit more confident in yourself. Chris thought, he does not even remember Zabal's name? Then I am really nothing. Not only that, but I've fallen from 2nd to 3rd. He recently dueled with Grid. Is that the reason why I got knocked down a peg? Chris questioned, then compared to the strongest person in Duke Grid. Who's stronger? Piero said, people that have surpassed a certain power never stop learning. After all, time is not something that's only given to my lord. That man, my lord, not yet his opponent. Chris thought, Krogel, Anyus, Zabal, and now this guy. Was I trapped by someone I will have to surpass one day? Grid told Chris, how come you are breaking the sword every single day? I will give you a discount of 4 gold. Chris said, also a guild called Blood Carnival has been hunting down famous people, be careful. They are a hostile organization made of unofficial rankers. Grid replied, I will remember that. Also, please stop with that way of speaking. You sound like people from old TV drama. Grid wonders, hunting famous people? Are they related to Anyus? The one everyone says I should be careful about. Well, whatever, I've reached level 305 and Irene will give birth in less than a month. With the item made with creation skill. Portable furnace unique. The item creation speed is 60% compared to when using a normal furnace. I am going to increase the effectiveness of God Hand as much as possible. With this I will definitely be able to forge while the God Hands are out hunting. It will great to mass produce Grid's great sword. Well, right now I must take care of Irene. Then another weapon that will be very important to level up. The hidden piece I obtained, thanks to the 3rd advancement quest. Fortified blue orichalcum. Increase the hardness and strength of a specified mineral and reduce its brittleness. You can fortify up to 30 G at once, and it takes 30 days. Grid thought, hardness and strength are usually proportional, but the brittleness also increase. As such, the items became weaker to impact. I should be able to create an ideal mineral that has a high hardness, strength and lower brittleness. Grid thought, the blue orichalcum I fortified before joining the expedition. There have not been many changes, but it has become harder. But there's a limit to how useful this is, at least for now. I wanted to fortify Pavranium, but that meant having to dismantle the God Hands. Not being able to increase the ranks of the God Hands for a month was not worth the trade. Not only that, but there's a limited amount of Pavranium. But this is definitely a skill that will let me obtain the ideal ingredient. One day I will be able to create an ingredient like Pavranium. Soon, Lal said, good news. Rabbit said, the level of the alchemy installation has finally reached intermediate level 4. Lal said, if we continue on like this, In about a year we will be able to use yellow mithril to make items with options. Grid replied, you are saying I have to wait longer? I've already invested 30 million gold. Lal replied, it's hard to find alchemy specialists and we did not have a structure set up before. Rabbit said, thanks to Mr. Piero, our earnings from farming have increased, so you don't need to worry about money. Lal said, I heard you've accepted his path as a farmer, you are quite benevolent. Grid thought I had no choice but to be benevolent, he kicked my ass. Peak Sword texted Grid, I heard Kim Do-han will visit Ruby's school festival, are you also going? Grid questioned, what festival? And who's Kim Do-han? Peak Sword replied, he's the actor who played the protagonist role in the worldwide success Diaries of an Assassin. He's someone the Korean movie industry is very proud of, they even gave him official recognition. But there's a problem, there are rumors floating around that say he used to date a high school girl. That's why I called you. Ruby is so pretty that people call her the second Yura. She's your younger sister, she even played an important role during the Golem invasion. There's a chance he might try to hit on the high school girl that has become the center of attention. Does not that make you feel uneasy as her brother? Grid replied, I am already tired of handling all the drama that I've gotten because of Brahm. There's a lot of things I need to think about, so I don't have time to play around in a kids' festival. The autumn festival of the young ladies' high school, because of the support from the school, the average number of people that visit reaches 10,000. The autumn festival of the young ladies' high school, because of the support from the school, the average number of people that visit reaches 10,000. It was such a famous festival that even the mainstream media had covered it many times. The lady principal said to think that a world star would leave a publicity photoshoot behind and come for this. Although we've invited idols every year, this has not happened before. As the principal, I thank you. Kim Do-han said, so these are the events related to Satisfy. I heard that even Grid might come. Sadly he refused. He said he could not come. I heard that his little sister comes to the school. The principal replied, are you talking about Sei-hee? She's going to participate in the martial arts competition. Do-han said, that's great, then I will also participate in the martial arts competition. I will also participate in the pet contest. The opportunity to meet beautiful kids is more important to me than fame or money. Do-han thought if it were up to me, I would have participated because of the sister's position. But he seems to be someone that can differentiate work and leisure. The principal thought, although he's famous, there are many bad rumors about him regarding idols and high school students. Will things be okay? Do-han thought the little sister of that famous person is here. This festival is the perfect opportunity to get close. Smooth hair, eyes that look like a ghost stone, plump belly and soft feet. Just thinking about meeting her makes me excited. I will finally be able to meet the cute Noe. That's something that might be possible after I meet Mr. Grid through Ruby, her horn cute wings, and soft belly. I want to see it. Kim Do-han movie actor, Noe Fan Cafe's best member, one of the 10 butlers. Do-han thought, as expected of the master of Noe, Grid seems to be a good person. That's okay, I will be able to meet other cute kids during the contest. World star Kim, he is not someone that talks too much and he has a resting bitch face, so he's easily misunderstood. He was born and raised in the countryside, so he really loves animals. There was a rumor that he dated a high school idol, but that was a fake rumor that was spread by the idol he'd rejected. He did not really care about things like that, so nothing much had happened. But this time the opponent was not so easy. Grid thought, where's that piece of trash? How dare you lust over a high school student? I must find him quickly and teach him a lesson. Peak Sword said, although you complained, you still came. Grid replied, don't follow me around, leave me alone. Peak Sword replied, I can't leave the treasure of Korea alone, think of me as your bodyguard. Then Peak Sword went to tell a student, how about selling traditional candy instead of pizza? I am sure you will have terrific results. Grid said, stop wasting time and help me find Sei-hee. Peak Sword said, but it's hard to move because of Do-han. Grid wonders, even if I don't want to think about it, if something happens to Sei-hee, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I need to find her no matter what it takes. I did not want to use this, but this is the only way. Using this actually hurts a lot. Suddenly Yerim blocked Grid's way and said, you are cute even when you get scared. There were not many visitors in the haunted house, so I went out for a breather. Did you come to see me, or Sei-hee? Meanwhile, a teacher told principal, I heard that tens of visitors have begun having trouble breathing after coming into contact with someone. The principal replied, nothing must happen to the festival. Whether it's a virus or a terrorist, find out the reason quickly. Back to Grid. He questioned, what's this? Yerim questioned, are you planning to walk through school causing such a stir? Our school's security is quite tight. Location, Young Ladies High School's second playground. A lady said the Young Ladies High School's autumn festival's highlight. The Satisfy martial arts tournament will now begin. There are 16 famous people including celebrities, sports athletes and politicians, among many others. Announcer Lee Min-jeong will be in charge of presenting the first participant. It's someone who's become quite a hot topic recently. It's Ruby, the level 116 Saintess. Sei-hee thought, I am participating because the principal pretty much forced me. I want to lose quickly and get this over. The announcer said to ensure the character does not die, the tournament will be held in sparring mode. After sending the sparring request, start the match. System alerted the opponent has refused the sparring mode. The warrior said, how unbelievable, that amount of damage is nothing to you. You can just recover from that. It seems like the deal you and your brother made with admis is well worth it. You who's taken something unfairly, are just a piece of trash like him. Say he replied, you are an active player, you've insulted me and ignored the rules. Are not you afraid of the public's opinion? The man said, I've already earned more than enough money. I will retire and live well with my girlfriend. Say he said, if you are going to ignore my warning then I won't hold back anymore. The man laughed and said, what's up with that weapon? Did you take grandmother's cane? You blocked my attack with that? I am not sure how impressive your items are, but I also have good items. Say he thought, I have 2 healing skills I can use on myself, but they are still on cooldown. The longer this battle goes on for, the worse it will get for me. Duhan said, they are fighting without sparring mode on. I will log hop into a capsule and end this fight. The staff replied, if you interfere with the tournament you will cause a setback in the schedule of the VIP participating in the tournament. It will be solved soon, so please calm down. Grid dash over and said, it seems you wrote a scenario where you will save Say he at the last moment, but you can't deceive me / Grid entered capsule and said, you are dead, you son of a bitch. Meanwhile, at the outsider someone said that is not sparring mode. After he started dating Reina, he's been causing trouble. Has Go Jim Young lost his mind? What are the organizers doing? Principal came over and questioned what's going on. We were not able to get the weird person. It does not matter who it is. Take him out right now. The teacher said, student Say his brother has suddenly burst into the field. He's a player that recently become really famous. Should I drag him out? Principal then replied, leave him alone. Attention is everything. Grid said, you should be careful who you mess with. A little shit like you dares to hurt my sister? Jim Young replied, do you think you can intervene in the duel just because you are famous? Grid said, it seems like since your opponent has changed, your morals have too. You ignored the duel mode and caused a commotion. What happened to your confidence? Jim Young thought, considering how much damage it did, there's no way that spell was actually magic missile. That's definitely a lethal move. He won't be able to use it again. Grid's god hand start to punch over him. Jim Young thought, I am not scared of losing EXP and items since I can always recover them, but if I lose here, Reina will for sure break up with me. Jim Young said, if you keep touching me, you won't be safe. I know people from the mafia. Grid said, you bastard, how dare you try and threaten me? Grid recalled back Toon's word, I am planning to come Korea soon. Grid said, my friend is from the Italian mafia, will you be okay? Jim Young said, it seems like you are saying bullshit because of fear. Then do it, kill me. I can kill you anywhere, whether it's in real life or the Ethnal Kingdom. Grid said, don't worry, you won't be able to step foot in the Ethnal Kingdom ever again. You are not even able to get close to me. I am on a completely different level from you. Do you think I won't be able to become Ethnal's owner? You are making me laugh. Eat this. Peak sword yell as expected. He has no mercy against the enemy. That's what I call the spirit of Korea. Is not that right, student Yaram? Meanwhile, a few guards said, did the person who did the strange things to the students run in this direction? Peak sword thought, are they talking about that incident earlier? It seems like there's a misunderstanding. Grid has changed clothes and entered the field, but I was with him. So I am in danger. I could get in trouble. Peak sword questioned, Yaram, can you help me? Guards said, look carefully, we should grab anyone that looks suspicious. Then they notice someone suspicious right in front and yell at him. Peak sword thought, don't forget about me, son of Korea. After Jim Young died in game, he yells, you bastard, where are you? I'm going to kill you. Reina said, I dedicated time to watch this. What a waste. You were not even able to complete a simple request. I am not interested in you anymore. I am sure you are not a pathetic man that will beg after being broken up with. Duhan said, Reina, should not you say sorry before that? Jim Young said, you bastard, have not you gotten over your bad habit? You should be in prison. How dare you talk like that just because you were a bit successful? Duhan said, considering how old you are, you should feel ashamed of yourself. When Jim Young about to punch on Duhan, Duhan counterattacked with a punch and said, the reason why I did not do anything, despite your wrongdoings, is because you are young. If you are an adult, you should be responsible for your actions. Remember that, Reina. Grid said, you are quite good at acting. You are trying to pick up Say he, right? Duhan thought, it seems like Mr. Grid has also heard the rumors about me. I should bring up the main topic first. Duhan said, the one who I wanted to meet at this festival was not Miss Sehi. Grid, the notice top member, the ID is Noe's slave? Duhan said, please let me join Overgeared. Soon. Duhan said, I've recently been busy, so I just reached level 190. As expected, it is not enough to join Overgeared, right? Grid thought, he seems like a decent guy. How unexpected his level is 190, so it's quite high. Grid questioned, what about your class? If it's a productive one, I will think about it. Duhan said, it is not a productive class, but it is unique. It's Petmeister. It's a stronger version of Monster Tamer. I can train monsters and use them as pets. I can also give buffs to the pets of my allies. I can also temporarily take the pet of someone else. That lasts from 15 to 50 seconds, but after obtaining control of a pet, I can also make them use their skills. Grid thought even our best buffer who ROI can't give buffs to other people's pets, but that's not all. This guy can even take other people's pets. If he can take the pets of others and make them attack their masters while also draining the pet of all its mana, he will be incredibly helpful. Grid said it's a complete scam. Duhan replied, so you recognize it. I can also easily figure out a pet's stats, skills, weaknesses and strong points, but the best quality of a pet meister is not that. It's pet beauty. That's why please let me meet Noe. I want to become Noe's exclusive hairstylist. Grid stunned and wonders not only Toon, but all the new members are not normal. Crazy people tend to attract other crazy people. To think that someone that has a unique class dreams of becoming a hairstylist. Guys, it seems like another crazy person will be joining us. Meanwhile, location Etnal Kingdom's capital Reinhardt. Someone said, thanks to the medicine he was able to fall asleep. However, they said that there is not much that can be done. The king has less than a month to live. Someone said, Prince, the people that have answered the call are waiting. Ren, Etnal Kingdom's prince, first king candidate. Ren thought a month from now, father, the pillar of Etnal will disappear. The feat left by the golem still remains deeply rooted in the kingdom. I don't have time to waste because of my father's state. The biggest problem here is Earlsteim's son-in-law Duke Grid, and his subordinates. If it were not for them, Reinhardt would have disappeared, but their strength is too frightening. Raiden currently only has about 1,000 soldiers, but it only took tens of them to save Reinhardt. But, thankfully, Duke Grid does not yet know about my father's current state. These are the strongest warriors I gathered from all around the continent. The day when I have to face Duke Grid is getting close. At the grand ceremony he said, I Grid swear eternal loyalty to your highness, the king. He swore loyalty to the king, not the royal family. He pretty much declared war on me, the first prince. The monster that's menacing Reinhardt. I must take care of him before he devours the kingdom. Ren said, that's why I hope you will participate in this. System alerted Etnal's prince 4 close, unable to calculate. Clear condition occupy Raiden. Herent said, we will aid the prince in wonders. I Herent have practiced and perfected my skills as an aura master for the past 10 months. I'm going to get my revenge for that time. Grid. Back to Grid. He wonders, good. With this, the headpiece is done. Mass production. Grid set. The equipment set I've made to fortify Raiden's soldiers. The set consists of a weapon, headpiece, armor, gloves and shoes. The weapon selection consists of a one-handed sword, spear, bow and shield. The specs of each one is of course impressive, but the set effect is great, even when compared to any equipment of the same level. The only problem is the level restriction is 160, so the soldiers that are at level 133 can't use them. Grid summoned Piero and Asmoffel. Asmoffel said, so you are once again hunting. Although the giant worms are weak, to think that the hands would hunt instead of you, they are truly impressive. Piero thought those hands, although their speed is high, they could not gain the upper hand and their hunting speed is slow. But the movements themselves have improved compared to when I fought against them. They have huge potential. Grid questioned Asmoffel, how long does it take to raise a soldier's level? Asmoffel replied, it takes about 5 days. Grid thought, what? That's quite fast. Back then the level of the soldiers did not go higher than the 80. So this is the strength of the 2 men that had the destiny of becoming the pillars of the empire. Grid said, that's impressive. Then it will take them 5 months to get to level 160? Can we hasten the process somehow? Asmoffel replied, the difficulty of the training is already too high. If we make it any harder, there's a chance some might get hurt. Also the complaints among the soldiers will increase. Grid ignored and said, let's make it faster. System alerted, the loyalty of Raiden's soldiers has been decreased by 9. They don't admire you anymore. Although the leveling speed of the soldiers had been increased by 1.5 faster, loyalty and admiration were needed to safely rule over the people, so this was a very dangerous action. Grid felt that the mass product Grid set would be able to overcome that problem. Soon, Irene's expected day of delivery was just 5 days away. Grid said, welcome father-in-law. Steim said, to think that the busy Duke would come to greet me in person. It's an honor. But still, this is quite impressive. To think that an agricultural city would be born in the middle of the desert. I heard that there are only about 20,000 people here, yet this place seems quite developed. The Duke's ability to make decision is certainly impressive. Grid replied, you are flattering me too much, then I will take you to where Irene is. Soon, Irene told Steim, my husband always treats me well, so don't worry. Grid said, it's me, I am the one that's being taken care of. I am always thankful to Irene. System alerted, the child inside Irene's stomach feels the sincere love between you two. All of its stats have been permanently increased by 1. Meanwhile, Piero said he's the knight that was assigned to protect Marquis Steim. He seems quite young. Asmoffel said, I heard that following the knight's commander Phoenix, he obtained the title of the best knight of the north. Hey, what's your name? The warrior said, my name is Raiden. I am sorry, but how about we focus on protecting rather than having a conversation? Then Raiden noticed something and asked, are the ones inside only the Marquis, the Duke and the Duke's wife? As Asmoffel replied, yes. Raiden said, that means there should not be someone in the Duke's shadow, right? I can feel a 4th person inside. Piero thought it does not matter how much I check it out. I can only feel 3 people, is the young knight mistaken? Piero said you were about to enter the Duke's wife's room. She needs absolute tranquility. You know what will happen if you gamble ends up being wrong, right? Raiden said of course I will take responsibility. Raiden dashed in and said my lord, you are in danger. There's a rat. But then Raiden noticed he disappeared. Piero said this is the worst situation. Raiden said I am sorry. I felt enemy traces from outside, but it disappeared. Grid thought even faker, who has an insight level of 1550, can't get close to me. How dare he say nonsense like that? Grid replied how dare you enter the room where Irene is taking a rest? Do you think I would have noticed if there was someone here? Steim said calm down. He reacted before thinking because of his young age. Please understand him. Sometimes, he makes mistake, but he's a great knight that I care for. Kasim thought surprising did they say that time gives birth to talented people? To think that I'd be found out by someone so young. If someone this talented was born in this small Etnal kingdom. The Saharan Empire is a couple of times bigger, so there should be even more talented people there. Looks like getting my revenge will be more difficult than I thought. Anyway, I will have to be careful of the moment. Afterward, Grid yelled what's wrong with that bastard? What if something had happened to Irene? How annoying. I was not able to say anything to him because of my father-in-law despite such skills. He's a knight. Khan said you seemed annoyed. Did something happen? Grid replied Irene got surprised because of a newbie knight that father-in-law brought with him. I am not going to forgive him. Should I block his path to success? Khan said I created a small garden in front of a house that a child named Janice calls home. It is situated near the castle's walls. She's a kid that often catches colds, so I planted some roots that are meant to be good for colds. I made that garden using the hand plow you made. It's nothing maybe for you. It's just a piece of metal used to carve the ground. But, thanks to it, a certain child and their parents don't have to worry anymore about future colds. Even the hand plow made by a blacksmith does its job. Whether big or small, it influences people, affects their lives. Is the angry Lord of Raiden someone who takes or gives? If possible I'd like you to be a giving person I can brag about. Grid replied okay, I understand. I did not intend to really do that. I was just letting out some steam. I will create a more resistant hand plow, so give it to that household. Grid thought no matter what expectations people set on me, I will always be able to meet them no matter what. System alerted the level of blacksmith technique of the god hands has increased to advanced 2. Soon, as Moffel increased the training, system alerted the loyalty of Raiden's soldiers has been decreased by 7. There's a rumor that says the soldiers have started to resent you. Grid wonders resentment? They are even feeling resentment? To think that they are feeling that, if I keep pushing them like this, it would be weird if some try to rebel. I think that it's about time I give them the carrot. Raiden's soldiers list. I have to use the Great Lord's sword to check out detailed stats. The only thing I can see here are the names, genders, levels and weapons used. Then Grid noticed someone 150 level. Grid wonders to think he's 10 levels above everyone else. His growth rate is incredible. I should ask about this. Then Grid summoned Piero and questioned what's this? Did you finally decide to stop dressing up like farmer? Piero said no way I was just training alongside the soldiers. Grid said I could not help but notice that the soldier named Royman is growing faster than others. Are you giving him special training? Piero said no, but it's a difference in talent and motivation. Even if they receive the same training, there are some soldiers that only follow others, while on the other hand, there are others that think about how the training is going to help them grow. Grid said that's great, then could not we give that soldier special training? Piero replied understood, I was thinking about creating a task force. I will put Royman there and make him receive special training. Grid thought if I can give the mass production grid set to the task force members, I am sure they will stop complaining. Suddenly, a soldier said please hurry, Ms. Irene is about to go into labor. Meanwhile, soldier said there seemed to be more than 5,000 soldier came over here. Tell the Lord, Etnal First Prince Ren, has come to meet him along with thousands of soldiers. Earl Asher came out and greeted and said Your Highness. Ren said Earl, if you act like that, you will trouble me, please stand up. Just as you know, the king does not have much time to live, that's why as the first prince, I feel responsible for the country and the royal family. I feel that Duke Grid could cause trouble for the kingdom, that's why I've decided to attack him. I hope you can lend me your strength, Patreon's great magician, Earl Asher. Back to Grid, he yelled was not it supposed to be in 4 days? My heart is not ready yet. Should I have told her to hold back for 2 days? System alerted please check the gender of your kid, your answer will have a huge influence on the gender of your child. Grid said obviously, a daughter, I don't care about an heir, regarding appearance or personality, as long as the child resembles Irene, I'm okay. Grid wonders if he's like me, he won't do anything but cry. System alerted confirmed, your wish is going to be reflected in the child's gender. When Grid, meet Lowell crying which caused Grid worried. Next second he said I am tired. I have not been able to sleep because I've been handling affairs with the territory and answering guild merger proposals. Anyway, it's been 30 minutes, so the child is going to be born soon. Grid thought, my body is trembling. I can hear the sound of the heart. Am I going to see it soon? What about Irene? Is she okay? Soon. Irene's given birth. Grid questioned, Irene, are you okay? Irene said, yes, thank you for worrying about me. Look at him. It's our baby. Please hold him. I don't have much strength at the moment. Grid said, how should I hold him? Like this? Piero thought, you will probably find it heavy. This weight you probably won't be able to forget it, no matter how much time passes. Just like me. Grid wonders to think that this is mine and Irene's daughter. I don't understand why, but I am feeling strange. Stime said, to think a boy would be born in our family, this is good news. Grid thought, my wish is going to influence it. My ass. Irene said, does not he look like the smallest god? That small life form is my dear husband and I combined. I wonder how that child will grow and how many things he will achieve. I wanted for him to be as reliable as you. I am glad he's a boy. Grid wonders, then did Irene's wish have a bigger influence? Well, besides the hair, he seems to look more like Irene. A seed of possibility that can achieve anything. Stime questioned, what's going to be the name of my grandchild? Lal wonders, please I hope that it is not Gridrin. Grid said, just like Irene wishes, I hope he becomes someone who receives the love and admiration of many people, so I am thinking of calling him Lord. On top of that, I will add the first letter of my name, so his name shall be G Lord. Lal said, that's the name of an orc leader from the newbie zone. Why are you so bad at giving name? Grid replied, why are you complaining so much? Then just Lord should be okay. System alerted, you have become the first user to become a father. You have obtained the title First Father. If you form a party with your child, all of your stats will increase by 8%. If your child's health drops below 30%, the passive skill First Paternal Love will activate. For 20 seconds, your movement speed increases by 80%. The cooldown time of your skills will be rest. Grid thought, a passive that resets the cooldown time of skills? That's huge, but why is it implying that I should go out hunting with my child? System alerted, Grid's son, as the son of a legendary blacksmith, he's inherited most of his abilities. Title, Etnal's genius. His level and abilities will rise 40% faster than normal. He can learn a wide variety of skills. However, there is a limit to how much he can grow. This limit shall disappear once he reaches 15 years of age. Title 1, who will become legend. He will become someone who leaves his name in the history books. As such, he will receive absolute protection. There is 80% chance of being immune to all status effects and illnesses. When attacked, if his health falls to 1, he will enter the immortal state for 2.5 seconds. Skill. Basic Blacksmith Techniques F. Basic Weapon Mastery C. Discerning IS. Overwhelming Charm S. Prestigious and Legendary Bloodline SS. His potential due to his bloodline is incredible, but since it is too good, there is a chance he will become arrogant. Education will be important. Grid thought, golden spoon. No, it's more like a diamond spoon. On that day, the Lord who would make Overgeared known throughout the entire world was born. Back to Asher. He wonders, it seems like what Duke Grid said on the coronation day is bothering the first prince. As Etnal's subordinate, I should obviously answer. Ren said, I heard that Sir Bland has been trapped by Raiden. That's probably why you blocked the forces that had targeted Raiden before. I'm going to cut the chains holding back the great magician. I am going to defeat the Duke and save Sir Bland, so please believe in me and join us. Asher said, the strength of Duke Grid cannot be underestimated. He was able to save Raiden, which was a dying city. Could I ask how you plan to take over Raiden? Ren said, Etnal's founding father, Roran, was called Emperor of the Northern Territories after conquering the North. History is the result of the accumulation of power. The Etnal Kingdom's strongest swords will accompany us on this mission. Chuxley Loken, Royal Knights Captain level 313. Farel Sahiva Devon Baron level 305. Asher thought to think that Etnal's swords would move. Who could have imagined that Prince Ren would have such a network? He's the leader of the Von family, who'd been ruling over Sheva. They say that with one arrow, he can pierce 3 hearts. Etnal's best archer, Baron Farel. There's also an army of people who have received God's blessing, especially that man who's standing in front. The energy he radiates is not normal, and that person is probably the strongest asset, the head of the Loken family. They've been serving the royal family for generations, and recently he received the title of Swordmaster Chuxley. They are certainly the strongest in the kingdom. Prince Ren is not bluffing, but if they want to win, they need more than just strength. Ren said, I am sure Sir Bland won't be able to give us direct support, but if you want to help us, how about you use mass teleport and transport 3,000 of our soldiers to the Altus Mountains? Asher thought, the mountain range located southwest of Raiden? That's on the opposite side of Patreon. Considering that Raiden only has 1,000 soldiers, this pincer strategy might work. Ren said 4,000 soldiers will drag their attention to the front, then the 3,000 soldiers in the rear will attack. Asher thought, it is not a bad plan, but to move 3,000 people with a mass teleport I will have to use all of my magic power. On top of that, I will receive so much damage that I won't be able to move for 2 weeks. Ren said, I know that I am asking for a lot, but for Etnal and Sir Bland, please just this one time, I beg of you. Asher wonders to think that he'd kneel in front of the soldiers. If I refuse here, my reputation is going to fall. I thought that the first prince was someone calm, but to think that he was hiding aside like this. But to be able to face that guy, he should be able to at least compromise his pride. It's worth betting. Asher said, with my abilities, 3,000 might be impossible, but I should be able to do 2,000. Ren said, that's more than enough. Thank you. System alerted, the morale of the army has increased. The stats of the army have increased by 5%. The speed at which stamina goes down has decreased. The effect will be active as long as the morale does not go down. Hurrent thought as expected, creating the quest by taking advantage of Prince Ren's anxiety was the correct decision. I don't care about the position. My only goal is revenge. I'm going to get my revenge for that humiliating 5 seconds. The great magician that was holding back the 7 guilds will help me. I wonder if the difference between myself and the people of the 7 guilds is noticeable. I am sure the message that states we will pay back twice as received will be sent. Bunny Bunny, I'm going to leave streaming to you. Bunny Bunny thought, although Prince Ren did most of the work, I can't help but recognize Hurrent since he's correctly guessed everything so far. I recognize the difference in class. Don't worry, I will be transmitting everything. Hurrent thought, I hope you have a lot of things to lose. Grid. A week later, Say he said, how cute. Grid replied, is not your nephew cute? Besides the nose, he looks like Irene, thankfully. Say he said, he really does look like Ms. Irene. He's too cute, though. I am still not used to an in-game nephew. Jishuka said, if Lord were my child, he would already be walking. He's growing slowly. Yerim said, what are you saying? Don't you know that youth is the best health attribute? Yura said, please be quiet. Don't you know that sleep is important for a kid's growth? If you care for Mr. Youngwoo, start caring about the little details. Say he questioned Grid, is that person called Yura going to come? I feel like something will happen if she comes. Grid replied, right? Does not she look a bit wicked? Jishuka laughed and said, care? You can't even join the conversation. As Moffel said, I came to give a report, but it seems like my lord is still busy. Should I come later? Well, it's a good day, so I guess the results of the soldiers can wait a bit, even if it's for the newly born. I hope peace can be maintained for a long time. Soon, Grid told Khan, it took me a while to reach 100% comprehension of Overgeared. I have to make more of the mass production Grid set, but I want to go and see Lord. Khan said back then, since I wanted to give the best possible life to Oliver, I did not turn off the smithy's fire. By the time I realized that one could only see a kid smile by staying next to them, it was already too late. Parents always lack time, but I hope you can be different from others. No matter how busy you are, at the end of each day, try to stay with your kid. Grid replied, I am considering giving the position of Lord to Jishuka so I can focus on raising my child. Though, I'm going to be getting the tax money. Piero came over and said, so here you were, my lord, he's Royman, the one you've been wondering about. I finally have the opportunity to present him to you. Grid noticed title Royman, her self-confidence has increased after using a fake name. Title West's new star. Title, the one the legend watches. Basic bow mastery F. Basic shield mastery F. Basic sword mastery D. Farming B. Prestigious bloodline A. Saving sword S. She is the daughter of one of Raiden's most prestigious military families that fell into disgrace 10 years ago. Monsters killed her parents, while her older brothers went missing after being dispatched to research vampires. She still has hopes that they alive. She is grateful to Duke Grid. Thanks to him revitalizing Raiden, she now has time to wait for older brothers. That is why she is currently masquerading as a man to repay Duke Grid. Grid questioned, she's a girl? Royman replied, what do you mean, my lord? I am a boy who's going to become a soldier that will defend my lord in the future. Piero said, that's right. If he were a woman, he would not have been able to pass the stamina test. Grid thought, don't tell me he has not noticed yet. It seems like he spent too many years alone, so his senses have become rusty. Grid said, well, either way, it does not matter. I called you over to give you the best set I made. Mass production Grid set unique. Royman said, to think that I'd receive equipment made by my lord, I feel like this will make me at least 4 times stronger. Piero reminds you are in front of the lord. Moderate yourself. It seems like you've lost your spirit. Altus Mountains. We are going on a round trip. Royman said, does not it take 2 days to reach that place? I must also do farm work in the morning and I am already receiving twice the amount of training compared to the others. Grid the notice Lal and wonders why is he with Raiden. Raiden came over and said, Duke Grid, we have things to do in the north, so we are going back first. My lord is planning to stay in Raiden for a bit longer, so please take care of him. Grid questioned, did something happen? Is it okay if my father-in-law is not there? Raiden said, we are returning first to ensure that things are okay. Despite the lord's absence, 1,000 soldiers will return first to reaffirm the defenses. Grid thought, although I am still annoyed by the mistake he made last time, it seems like my father-in-law also has a reliable subordinate. Grid said, if something happens, don't forget to contact Jude. Unlike you, his skills are certainly great. Then good luck. I'm going back to see Lord. Lal told Khan after his son was born the hours he spent working have decreased, but it seems like it will influence him in a positive way. Khan said there's nothing like expectations and responsibility to break oneself. After all, a child can only continue living with help. Back to Lord Qasim thought, is this child Duke Grid's heir? I was in reality defending the Duke's wife, but for a noble, the heir is more important. I should change the defending priority. Once I also dreamt of becoming a father, but the only thing I have left now is anger towards the Saharan Empire that eradicated my kind. To have my revenge, I need Duke Grid's strength. When Qasim see Lord throw the toy, he wonders this child managed to throw this far. Is not he just 10 days old? Then again Lord throw the same direction. Qasim wonders, what? Don't tell me he's noticed me? No way. I knew he was not a normal kid, but his strength and senses are not something a newborn should have. This child has unbelievable talent. Since I was not able to fully inherit my teacher's teachings because of my lack of talent, I ended up having to divide it with Duran. Lord Stein, someone who inherited the blood of a legend and a prestigious bloodline, he would have 7 masters throughout his life. Qasim thought, if it's the kid, he's for sure going to be able to inherit all of my master's teachings. That was the day he met his first. Meanwhile, Chuxley said it seems like the locations given by the scholars of the Imperial House are quite precise. At the same time, Raiden noticed them and wonders, it's Prince Ren. The Lord has been trying to convince them for quite some time. But considering the king's death is but a short while away, it seems like his anxiety has exploded. If it goes on like this, Raiden and the Lord are doing to be dangerous. Raiden yell, everyone get down. The knight said, it seems like despite your young age, you have good eyes. Judging by your cape, you seem to be from the north. Why are you here in the western territories that are soon going to be turned into dust? Raiden wonders, is he attacking me despite knowing I am Lord Stein's knight? With this I am now sure of it, their goal is Raiden. I am sure the Lord is not going to take Prince Ren's side, as such I will not serving this king. As the Lord's subordinate, there's one thing I must do. Raiden yell, kill them all. We are going back to Raiden. Ren questioned, did they encounter Raiden's patrolling force? I was planning to drag their attention to the front anyway. This is good. Assassin squadron, infiltrate Raiden and take the Duke's wife. If necessary, kill her. Ren wonders, Duke Grid, you won't have it easy this time. Meanwhile, Raiden's southwest Altus mountain. Hurrent said the scenery unfolding down there is quite nice to look at. Bunny said, my show is also on the line, so do your best. Rematches are always huge. Hurrent thought the biggest advantage of Aura is the fixed damage and ability to change shapes. During the international competition, I was not able to use it properly, but now things are different. After so much effort, I was finally able to get my hands on true Aura, the strength to turn imagination into reality. With this strength, I am sure I can overcome top rankers like Kraugel and even the hidden ones like Anyus. Someone like Grid, 4 seconds should be enough. Piero spotted them and questioned, who are you? It is not normal to see someone talking to himself in a place like this. Hurrent thought, I cannot let our plan be found out. Blame your luck for having encountered me here. Hurrent then cast Aura attack. Royman thought, an aura that separates from the blade and even bends? It's on another level compared to my father's aura. Piero blocked it and said, to think that you'd stand still in front of an attack like that, quite flashy suicide. Even if you cannot use both your arms, you should still be able to defend. You are going to do 3 more hours of rice planting. Royman wonders, to think he'd be able to block an aura with a hand plow. Was Mr. Piero always this strong? I did not notice because he's always working in the fields, but he might be stronger than Captain Asmoffel. Piero said, you are quite good at controlling aura, but the damage output is still a bit lacking. Hurrent thought, how dare a farmer rate the aura of an aura master? But still his ability seems to be the real deal. Was it true the rumor that the invasion of the 7 guilds was blocked by a crazy farmer of Raiden? Hurrent said, well, either way, talking to you is just a waste of time. Aura impact. You are going to emit aura. Imagine a precise aura within 2 seconds. If the image of the aura is not precise, the skill won't active. Materializing Dragon's Mouth. Dragon's Roar. Piero wonders, whoa, to think that he could reach such a level with aura. As someone who reached a wall with aura and as such had to cast it aside, I can't help but impressed, but thinking of Royman I don't have time to be impressed. To think that the opportunity to use the weapon my lord made for me would come so soon. Piero said, I am impressed by your abilities, so I'm going to give my all. Plow the field. Bunny said, water's exploding in the middle of a desert? What's going on? Hurrent said, what's this? Seeds? Bunny thought, it's clearly that farmer, the crazy farmer from the rumors. But if things continue like this, nothing much will happen. You think we came here to record a TV drama about farming? Hurrent, that guy, he's all talk. That's why he lost to Grid in just 5 seconds. Hurrent ignored Piero and directly attacked towards Royman. Hurrent said, to think you would block my attack. It seems like you also are not a normal farmer. Piero saved her and said, is staying alive really that hard for you? 2 more hours of rice planting. Hurrent said, I heard that a crazy farmer was working as Raiden's guardian angel. To think that those rumors were true, I am certainly impressed. That means that my reputation will increase if I defeat you. Royman yelled his attack that brushed past me. Hurrent said, my aura can leave a mark. I can make aura explode. How about that? If you don't want the waist of your lover to explode, Move aside. Herent laughed and said, have you finally opened your eyes? Piero questioned that mark, can you apply it to the ground? Herent replied, I am not sure I follow, but I can do it. After all, the skill has a wide variety of use cases. Piero said, it's my first time seeing someone born with such talent. You have a God-given talent. You were born to be a clearing farmer. Back to Grid, Stime said, this is a steeple. It's only been 10 days since he was born. My grandchild is truly a genius. You probably have many questions regarding what education to give Lord. System alerted, choose Lord's education way. Option 1, look over him a bit more. Option 2, basic scholarship education. Option 3, basic modal education. Grid said, teach him already? Is it because his intelligence is higher than Jude's? Well, there's a high chance he will become arrogant, so I guess modal education is going to be better. Why is he making an expression like that? Don't tell me he already understand. Lowell said, you've spent too much time away, the blacksmiths are waiting. Grid said, father-in-law, Irene is going to return soon, so I will leave Lord in your care. Grid questioned Lowell, now that I think about it, I have not seen the others. Where are they? Lowell said, because the desert has normalized. Most of them left to hunt in the vampire cities. Grid questioned, so has anyone gotten an elixir yet? Lowell replied, leaving that aside, did not you receive a quest related to the previous vampire cities expedition? The one the previous Lord of Ryden started? He sent almost 18,000 people, so I would think that something would have been found. But we've found no traces of them in the vampire cities. Grid said, I have not received anything yet. I am sure there's more to the vampire cities, so I am positive there are traces somewhere, but is that something important? Lowell replied, not right now. Suddenly a soldier came and report, we've received an urgent message from Sir Raiden. They are currently fighting against an invading army of 5,000. The invaders are the elite soldiers that follow Etnal's first prince, Ren. Lowell recalled back the moment he told Grid to say, when you are receiving the title, swear loyalty to the Emperor, not Etnal. Lowell wonders, the seeds I sowed are finally sprouting. If the royal family has finally shown their teeth. Grid questioned, did the Emperor die? Things are becoming interesting. Lowell, tell Asmoffel to gather the soldiers. It's time to free the things I've been stacking up in the vault. Finally I get to level up again. Back to Piero, Herent said, what nonsense is that? Stop dragging time and clear up the road. Piero said, I'm going to give you a choice. Either become a farmer and do field work with me now, or I take out 2,000 soldiers and then make you do the field work. Herent yelled, no wonder you are called the crazy farmer. It seems like you don't quite understand what's going on. The life of your lover lies in my hands. Piero said, I see you've made your decision. I praise your determination. Free farming method 8 style polishing rice. Herent thought he got 2,000 of my subordinates. With one attack, how could a farmer use a skill comparable to the legendary Great Magician's Meteor? I must block this attack. Then he noticed Piero break his defensive skill. Herent wonders, wait, don't tell me, is he the legendary? Piero said, you are no longer level-headed. It seems like you've forgotten that most people live while stepping on the ground. Herent thought, if he's the legendary farmer, being stronger than me is not out of the question. It's something that's possible. I learned during the closed beta that there are many hermit masters in Satisfy, but what I cannot accept is the fact that such a strong NPC is the subordinate of someone like Grid. Piero said, I am not sure what happened in the cornfield. Did they all explode? Anyway, you are coming with me. Herent questioned, are you going to take me as hostage? Do whatever you want with me. Piero replied, take hostage the leader of an army who could not even reach Raiden? What nonsense is that? You are going to farm with me, so don't think of anything else and just focus on working. Herent replied, do you know how much secret information I have? Without this information Raiden will be burned, so treat me as an important hostage. Piero said, I see, a secret? Bunny ran away and said, I barely managed to survive with 15% of my HP left. Half of the soldiers exploded, while the other half of them can be considered dead. I heard that Zabal fought one-on-one against that monster. So how much of a monster is Zabal? I want to show this, but surviving is my current priority. I managed to record everything that happened, so I should return to Prince Ren. Then he spotted Grid and wonders, yes, that guy's also a lottery ticket. Back to Redden, Chuxley said, you defeated Beta, the Black Ghost troops, and the Iron Wind troops alone, and on top of that you blocked 4 of my attack. 20 years old, you might have been able to become as strong as me in as short as 10 years. I've never met someone talented as you. Redden said, 3 years are more than enough to surpass you. Chuxley said, that's only if you survive. Redden thought, a sword technique that was polished through many years of experience. I cannot see a weak point. So this is the famous swords master Chuxley, someone who used to be compared to the Empire's Piero. Although my body has reached its limits, I Raiden as the sword and shield of my lord, will drag as much time as possible. Redden said, I won't let you take a single step more. Chuxley said, that does not seem to be something you can decide. Come on, salute his highness. Ren said, so he's the young knight who succeeded Sir Phoenix. He alone held us back for quite some time. It seems like Marquis Stein has too many bothersome subordinates. But we are going to win in the end. By the time we arrive, Even the moon will be covered by clouds. I am glad that we managed to keep this a secret. We came all the way here just by using the territories managed by people loyal to the royal family. I am going to give you one last chance. If you admit your errors, I will forgive your sins and accept you as my subordinate. You are a citizen of Etnal. It's the correct thing for you to follow me, the heir of the royal family. Redden said, do you remember when monsters and barbarians attacked the north? At that moment, the royal family gave up on the north and cut their support. The one who protected our lands and brought the northern territories together was Marquis Stein. Ren said, you talk too much for someone who's just a grain of sand. Sir Chuxley, kill him. God's hand saved Redden. Grid said, despite the fact my territory is rather far away, there's quite a lot of you. You worthless bunch. Ren thought just his appearance alone has raised their morale. He's just a commoner. Grid said, level 300 knights. Not bad, so they really are elites. Then he told Redden, so you are quite weak. You are all talk. I wonder why father-in-law trusts you so much. The average level of your soldiers is 110. The average level of the royal army's men is 130. Can you resist? I will leave the common soldiers to you. If you make a mistake, your subordinates are going to die. Bunny thought running here was so worth it. I almost missed the starting scene. Grid, although he's famous, because of how overgeared he has more haters than fans. Considering he appeared in such a desperate situation, that means he's a born protagonist. I can already smell the money. I will be taking a closer look. I will leave the camera here. Ren's soldiers start discussing. It's the person who appeared during the Reinhardt invasion. He was quite strong. Will we be okay? Ren wonders. Our soldiers are starting to get intimidated. I must reverse the atmosphere. Chuxley said, during the Golem invasion, I was still lacking, so I just looked at you from a distance. But now I can definitely say I am stronger than that version of you. I even obtained the title of Sword Master. I thank you for coming by yourself, without realizing the situation. Grid said, you are touching on memories that I still have lingering feelings about. Chuxley launched attack, then he realized Grid was fast. He wonders I was planning on immediately hitting his weak point, but to think he'd immediately figure out my sword's trajectory. Grid thought I spent quite a lot of time wondering how to increase my understanding of this guy. But since I managed to fully understand the myth-rated weapon Lethal Spear, understanding this thing was not that hard. Now I don't need black transformation to use this thing anymore. Grid said, Yogurt, are you ready? Iarug replied, you bastard. Don't change my name just because it's hard for you to pronounce. Iarug is the best sword in hell. Grid said, well, anyway, the opponent says he's a sword master. Although you lost against a hand plow, you won't lose against a sword, right? Let's release that resentment. Yogurt. I am going to become a sword master today. Grid cast Blood Cry. System alerted, all opponents within 30 meters will lose their sense of balance for 1.5 seconds. Ren fall down from horse and wonders to think he'd make me kneel. Although I am scared of his overwhelming strength, he's a mountain I must surpass in order to become king. Chuxley questioned, do you think such things work on me? Grid wonders, it seems like his resistance to abnormal status effects is at the level of a boss monster. Although he's only using normal sword techniques, since he's the one leading the assault, his position should be high up there. Does the kingdom lack so much in terms of personnel? I am faster in terms of speed. Grid questioned, why are you so good at blocking? Just stop and die. Grid thought, as long as I follow Yogurt, gaps in his defense will naturally show. He's better at blocking than I expected. But Chuxley still able to defend it and said, you are too loud and have no substance. Grid wonders, there does not seem to be anything special to his sword techniques, so why is he so strong? It's my first time seeing something like this. It's different from the techniques Evelyn and Piero use. Did he push traditional sword techniques to their absolute limits? Since he is not using any tricks, I can't attack his gaps. He is a bad match for me. Ren said, you are too full of yourself. You can't even defeat one person. Everyone pay attention. Sir Chuxley is going to defeat Grid. Raiden said, I won't let you. Soldiers of the north, don't back down. Don't let them reach the Lord. Resist until the end. Farel Sahiva cast a few arrows attack and said, there are so many insects blocking the way. Disappear. Grid said, damn it. He took the opportunity to stand up. That idiot. I am busy enough taking care of this guy. But since he's father-in-law's knight, I can't let him die like that. Chuxley questioned, do you have the time to look at other places when I am in front of you? As Moffle's soldiers arrived on time, saved Raiden and said, I, the commander, arrived first. Are not you ashamed? You all have not relaxed just because you've caught up to Royman, right? Front 350 meters. Let's the weapons provided by the Lord shine. Lowell told Bunny, I did not think I'd see you here. I wonder whose permission you got to record. We will need to discuss how the money will be distributed. I am sure you will accept. If you don't want to die, that is. Soldiers from Raiden said, although we had to run across the desert, I am not tired at all. I thought I was going to die because of the hellish training and fieldwork, but it seems like all that training really made us stronger. Now we can protect our families with our own strength. So this is what the Duke wanted from the beginning. As Moffle thought, because of the training, the negative sentiments toward the Lord had increased, but it seems like that trust has been restored. After all, the Lord who was the one who saved them. Now, the citizens will start believing in their own strength. A land where the will of the Lord and the citizens are the same. Lowell said if I add my Qi Gong, wind dragon's breath. Ren thought we focused so much on grid, that we allowed an ambush. I made a horrible mistake, but in order to honor the soldiers that have already fallen, I must advance. I'm going to overwrite this dishonor. Farel Sahiva thought it has only been 16 months since Grid was sent to Raiden. To think he'd be able to create such an elite squadron of archers. No only that, but they seem all be from Raiden. Are all of them archers? Or don't tell me they can all use multiple weapons. Farel Sahiva said I can see why His Highness was worried about them. I will shoot all of them down. As Moffel simply blocked it, Farel Sahiva shocked and said not even Chuxley can break my arrows. Are you challenging me, the best archer of the kingdom? Then try blocking these. As Moffel thought after I began serving the Duke, I was only put in charge of collecting gold and training soldiers. I needed a place to prove my worth. As Moffel said, thank you for giving me a stage to perform. Grid sneak over here and said what are those shiny arrow? How about you hand them over to me? As Moffel yell, my lord give me a chance to shine. Grid attacks on Farel Sahiva cause him unable to fight anymore. Chuxley madly said you are a beast. Die. Rising sword. Grid thought he finally used a big skill because of his rage. A gap has appeared. I've already completed the necessary sword dance. This is my win. Now. Hagma sword dance kill. Grid thought up until recently, whenever I fought, thanks to my items and immortality, I always had the advantage even if I received damage, because Pagma sword dance is a damage-oriented skill. It worked well with the great sword since that type of weapon outputs huge number, but against Elphinstone, Braham and Piero that did not work. Even if can dish out a huge amount of damage, it does not matter if I can't hit them. And after the previous fight against Piero, I realized something. For higher caliber sword styles, one-handed swords are better. I obtained the one-handed sword Yogurt, a weapon that deals damage comparable to great swords. I also practiced a lot, but to think I would not be able to deal a critical hit despite following Iarug's sword path. I can't overwhelm him with only my strength. I even missed the chance I created by taunting him. Chuxley said considering how hurt you are, you won't able to resist. Die now. Grid replied if possible I wanted to defeat you with only my strength but that did not pan out. If I die, my castle will be blown away, so please understand. Chuxley being attacked by magic missile and wonders to think that my armor with a high magic resistance would not be able to block the weakest offensive spell. But how can a blacksmith use magic? Grid said you are tougher than expected. Are you going to keep trying? Because I am done practicing. Chuxley wonders I thought the wall I felt during the Reinhardt invasion had disappeared, but beyond the anger, I am certainly impressed. Grid said no more goofing around. Now you're talking to the Lord of Raiden, and there's a price for trying to invade my territory and I will make sure you pay up. The legendary assassin DeLuca, people say he was the genius of an era. He was the master of both Qasim and Duran. However, everything about him is shrouded in mystery, so almost everything regarding him is treated as hearsay. Unlike his mysterious nature, however, his teachings were thoughtfully passed through the generations. 10 years ago, Etnal's royal family coincidentally managed to obtain one of DeLuca's books. The royal family then took 5,000 orphans from the kingdom and trained them based on the book's teachings. And although no one ever managed to fully absorb all of the teachings in the book, the skills they did acquire were more than enough. The 40 children became the Silver Dragon Squadron, a group that had never once failed the royal family. The assassin wonders we should have already kidnapped the Duke's wife, yet we are still here in the outer walls. What's up with this place? Although we've hidden our traces, many farmers have noticed us. They don't seem to be normal farmers, either. There's no time to waste, we must hurry. DeLuca's clothes a skill that spreads crypsis and pushes your stealthiness to the limit. Someone said everyone come here, I've got some potatoes. Bland questioned are they rainbow potatoes? Someone said I heard that only around 100 people can use such high-level heist. To think Bland would use it to monopolize food. I heard he's the son of a noble, but based on how he eats, that does not seem to be the case. Bland thought at first, I ate to survive but now these potatoes alone make me lose my mind. I came here as a hostage and spent quite a few days wallowing in sadness. These 7 flavors were what cheered me up. The old lady said it seems like you're quite hungry. Take my portion too. Bland said instead of worrying about me, take care of yourself. Your health is concerning. I am sure you don't want to die because of sickness. It bothers me that rats are running around, even if this is a workplace for commoners. Back to Grid. Chuxley thought the title of legend is given only to those that have reached a peak. His achievements in Reinhardt made him worthy of that title. That day, I became motivated by his actions and thus pushed myself to the brink. Through my efforts, I even managed to get the title of Sword Master. I thought I had closed the gap between us. Chuxley questioned how can a legend become even stronger? Grid replied what nonsense are you talking about? I still have a long way to go. Grid thought I was weaker compared to other legends since I have not even completed the Ascension quest. So, I started to ask myself why that was the case, because unlike the Zedaka guild members, I don't use my abilities to their fullest, so it takes me longer to level up. I don't have the ability to lead like Yura or Heroi, Either. I always hurry to complete quests given to me, but those guys instead take their time to fully understand what's going on and manage to fully capitalize on the situation. That means in order to grow faster and better attitude is the key. I need to start by taking the initiative. Grid said, well, you are also quite strong. Anyway, we both have to work harder. Pharrell Sahiva said, how dare you say that to the soldiers of the royal family? Grid replied, of course that's if you can survive. System alerted, you have killed the Ethnal Kingdom's best archer, Viscount Pharrell. You have become enemies with the Von family. Grid said, I literally saved this kingdom and this is how you repay me? For your transgressions against myself and Raiden, your blood will be the only currency I will accept, though, I am sure you know that by now. Ren said, everyone resist, time is our ally. Ren thought, that indomitable beast, cry as much as you want right now, something that will turn the tide will soon come. Once that happens, you will offer your neck willingly. Back to Bland, he cast magic on those assassins. Bland said, being here has improved my eyesight. I saw Mr. Asmoffel leave with the troops. It seems like something has happened. If you had done this when I first arrived, I might have helped you. But now, I have no intention of doing so. There are citizens that are willing to give what is theirs simply because they care for their neighbor. I don't want to see them get hurt. Not only that, but I want the woman that I once loved to be happy, no matter what. So, I'm going to interfere. Fire arrow. I've been working here for 16 months now, and although I may not be as strong as Master, utilizing the strength of nature is no problem for me. Can't you feel it? Assassins thought the stigma placed in case the Silver Dragon Squadron has thoughts of abandoning a mission. These things will activate and kill us if we don't do something. An assassin said, don't give him time to cast. If he's a magician, he won't be able to react to our attacks. Bland said, do you really think that? Assassins gathered their power to cast Deluca's thread. Meanwhile, Kasim thought it's only been a day. To think he'd be able to hit a target that's 3 meters away. His growth speed is truly impressive. I am sure of it. This kid will be able to fully absorb and perfect Master's techniques. Then Kasim noticed something happening outside. Kasim thought, Deluca's techniques? I wonder who they are, sadly for them. However, it seems like their journey will be ending prematurely. Bland cast 2 magic spells and said, first of all, I am a gourmet, the potatoes here taste really good, so it would be troublesome if something happened to them. Back to Grid. Ren wonders to think he could face an army alone. Quite impressive, you will drop to your knees once my hidden blade touches your back. Ren said, there's no need to lose for the knights, we only need to resist a bit more. So please, encourage the soldiers. Chuxley said they should have already arrived. There's no way monsters killed them. Ren thought, no way, there's no way that commoner saw through my plan. Ren said, we have another card. If we can take the Duke's wife. A magician said, your highness, the stigmas on the Silver Dragon Squadron are gone. Chuxley wonders, the Silver Dragon Squadron should have been able to defeat his soldiers. How prepared were you, Duke Grid? Chuxley said, focus all of the attacks on the Duke. Even if we have to risk everyone's life, we have to defeat him. Chuxley thought, if there's a crack in the pillar of the kingdom, the servants should fill it with blood. I will defeat the legend before me and change the air of the battle. Grid thought, I was not killing the prince's soldiers because my soldiers need to gain EXP, but now I am consuming too much stamina. They should have gotten weaker because of our arrows. To think that they'd still have this much strength. Raiden joined in and said, please escape. You are the only one who can protect Lord Stein. Chuxley yelled, young knight, don't come to the execution grounds with a broken body. Grid thought, although he is not that good, he's as loyal as Jude. He passes. Though I can't understand why father-in-law cares for him so much. Grid said, that knight is right. Take care of your body. Raiden thought, a noble that stands in front of the knights? Grid cast restraint, but then he find out restraint does not work on Chuxley. As Moffel thought, an opportunity. Finally an opportunity to shine. But then Randy came out, blocked the damage. Lowell texted Grid, against desperate enemies, it is impossible to distribute experience points evenly. I've finished preparing my ultimate skill. So unlock your sealed strength. Let's get this over with. Technician 3rd Ascension class Flowmaster. Lowell thought, a class that is not good in terms of fighting capability, but it can hugely influence the climate and terrain. This class is perfect for me, a strategist. Grid said, unlock my sealed strength? You are going to make me cringe? Anyway, take care of my left. Black transformation. Chuxley thought, unbelievable artifacts and magic and alter ego that is not an illusion. Duke Grid. How much were you holding back that day in Reinhardt? Grid yell, it's my victory. As Moffel, with the soldiers, take the loot. As Moffel wonders, this role once again? Lowell thought he uses legendary rated skills, so they should use a lot of resources, and yet he does not care about stamina or mana consumption. Not only that, but masters usually rely on non-tracking skills that can be avoided. Why is he using magic missile? He is not that good at utilizing his skills, so he's relying very heavily on the god hands. If things continue on like this, his growth will stagnate. There's a clear difference between him and someone like Ms. Yura, who's growing from the start again and raising her level. I can't feel the perfection I feel when in front of Kraugel or Anyus. As expected, our items only way to overcome that? I will have to help out so we can think of more creative ways around this issue. Chuxley told Prince Ren, we are going to make a stand here. Please retreat along with the remaining Silver Dragon Squadron. Since Raiden is a desert, most horses are probably going to struggle. If you take this one, you are going to be able to retreat successfully. I am sure you have not forgotten what our goal was. Take today's loss as a lesson and become a king that can lead Etnal. Everyone spread out and open a path. Lal said, I must get something for Mr. Grid. 13 soldiers from the left army. Prepare your horses and follow me. Ren thought the difference in the number of soldiers was clear, and the timing of the attack was perfect. We even prepared soldiers to ambush from the back. So how come nothing worked out? I severely underestimated Grid. I've lost too many lives. I can only get revenge if I survive. Lal said, Prince Ren, if you don't want to fall, stop right now. Prince Ren thought they are shooting arrows while riding horses? That's something even knights struggle with. How could mere soldiers? System alerted mass-produced Grid's gaiter is fixed to the stirrup. The chances of falling have been reduced significantly. Lal wonders. I asked Mr. Grid if that could be solved with items. He did a great job in making these. A knight said they are good. Our arrows are not doing anything. Lal replied, don't worry, Mr. Grid gave us better arrows. No, he said, how dare you suspect my abilities? Prince Ren said, how could Silver Dragon Squadron lose so easily? But still, I was able to get quite far. I just have to return and think about my future plans. But I feel like I saw something that looked like a cat. Soon, Prince Ren said, how dare you? Don't you have basic courtesy? Do you know who I am? Grid replied, are you out of your mind? If someone heard you, they'd think I was the one who invaded. Prince Ren replied, how dare you talk to me like that? Were not you the one who provoked the royal family first? The strength and ranks in Etnal should revolve around the royal family. Grid slapped on him and said, shut up. So you are saying if someone of higher rank than you attempts to step on you, don't resist? It seems like you've been having fun stepping on the weak until now, but since things here did not end up the way you wanted, you think it's unfair. I've seen a lot of people like you. There's no way you will ever realize what you've done wrong. You will be executed. Lal texted Grid, in the West Continent, one cannot execute a member of the royal family. Also, that's going to make Etnal our enemy. Grid questioned, then we can just announce our independence, or not I going to become a king? Anyway, Lal said it's still too early. If Raiden becomes independent, there's the issue with Marquis Stein in the north. Also, Raiden will become the empire's food. This incident has made the crown prince's pillar crumble. You should send him back alive. By being generous, you can improve Etnal's image of you. You can also say the excuse that you are loyal to the royal family. I am sure you know what it feels like to be overwhelmed by sheer strength. Grid said, let me ask you something, has the health of His Majesty worsened? Prince Ren said yes. To inherit the throne safely, I had no other option but to attack you. If you'd sworn loyalty to the royal family, I would not have had to resort to such measures. Grid thought, was Lal after this? That sly bastard. It seems like he'd already planned all of this out. Grid said yes. As I said, I swore loyalty to the king. Although your crimes are severe, Prince Ren, since you are the crown prince, heir to the throne, and the pillar of Etnal's royal family, I, Grid, as a subject of Etnal, will forgive your transgressions against me. Chuxley thought territory is everything to a noble. The price of invading should be the leader's life, yet he's going to forgive him. Ren said, you just said you were going to execute me, but now you are going to forgive me? What are you thinking of requesting? Grid said, bastard, you talk too much. This is my way of proving my loyalty to the king and reducing chaos in Etnal, okay? Prince Ren thought, leaving the reason aside, to think he'd be able to show such generosity to an opponent. He's completely different from me. Could I become a king with a caliber comparable to his? I, the crown prince of Etnal, swear to never forget this. I won't ever forget your mercy. I promise to repay you for your generosity. Bunny wonders, although Lael took a lot of money from me, I was able to record an incredible scene. To think that he'd win against thousands of soldiers and stand on equal terms with the royal family. The ability to grab the attention of the public. His mere existence brings about endless content. Meanwhile, Assassin Squadron said, so this is the place where the Duke's wife is staying. Let's move to the entrance. Since we failed, only death is waiting for us if we return. Back to earlier, Bland removed their stigma, and said, you probably had your reasons. Anyway, you are free to do whatever you want now. I don't want to dirty these lands with your commoner blood. The leader of Assassin Squadron thought, we are free? Because we were orphans, we were forced to grow up as assassins, but now we are free. He gave us freedom. The leader said, we don't know about things like that, we have nowhere to go. Please let us follow you. Bland said, don't bother me. I have no intention of taking care of weaklings like you. But if you want something to do, then protect the Duke's wife. But you are forbidden from entering the building. How about that? Back to present. The leader said, this is the place where the one who granted us freedom lives. We don't know what freedom is, but living here and figuring it out does not sound bad. Kasim said, DeLuca's techniques. How interesting. Have you been thrown away? Could I take you all in? In the future, Lord Stein would rule over the continent. the Overgeared Shadow Squadron would become the strongest assassin group working as a shadow. That day, the pillar of the squadron had been created. Back to Grid, he said we eliminated 4,000 soldiers but only got the loot of half of them. Lal, you said we would sit on a lot of money if we won a war. This is not a lot of money. Lal said you've made at least 25,000 gold of profit. You are soon going to become the owner of a building. Is not such an amount of gold nothing to you at this point? Grid said 25,000. That's great war. Let's do it every day. Let's invade the capital. Lal replied no. Even if Raiden is a territory optimized for war, invading is not something in the cards right now. Grid then told Asmafel, we were able to win because of the soldiers. Good job, thanks to you, we were able to win comfortably. Asmafel replied you are overpraising me. This was something I did together with General Commander Piero. Asmafel thought I was worried that he would not notice it, but to think that he was aware of it. Raiden wonders it's the truth. They can't be compared with the North soldiers in terms of stamina or strategy. One day I want to learn how Raiden raises its soldiers. Grid said keep doing a good job training the soldiers. You are better than Piero, who disappeared with the excuse of training one soldier. Meanwhile, Royman told Piero, we now have 850 new farmer. No, I mean we managed to catch 850 prisoner. Back to Prince Ren, he said to think we'd lose the Silver Dragon Squadron 39 knights. Pharrell, there are also only around 1,000 soldiers left from the initial 7,000. Because of my mistake lots of lives have been lost. Since I will be pushed back in the fight for the throne, it will take some time to repay you all. Chuxley said you managed to survive, and we've confirmed Duke Grid's loyalty. That's more than enough of an achievement. Ren said yes, let's hurry, I want to stay by my father's side in his last month. Suddenly, Aslan Etnal's second prince said you seem to be in a horrible state. As expected it seems like the results were not good. Prince Ren questioned why are you here? Aslan said I knew you were going to lose. To think you'd try to face off against a legend with mere soldiers. You were too reckless. Ren said I have no excuse. I became anxious and because of that, the royal family was dealt a huge blow. Aslan said it's okay. However, I did not expect you to return alive. Why do you think I did not stop you from going to war? Ren replied Aslan, what are you talking about? You are someone who always talks seriously. Aslan said lever Sir Chuxley alive. He's someone important to the Etnal kingdom. The man replied understood. Chuxley said who are you? Don't interfere in the talk between two princes. The man said despite being a swordmaster, you are quite rude considering this is our first meeting. Well, I will take this as you being territorial. I am the one you often call the Ninth Knight. Chuxley thought ninth. And this unpleasant technique that I've faced off against multiple times before. Is he a single numbered knight from the Empire? Ninth Knight set up until 100 years ago. Swords Master was not a title used to talk about a strong swordsman. Only the Sword Saint was the best. It's just that for the past 100 years, no one has been able to reach the Sword Saint plane. That's why I was not expecting much. But to think you'd be so weak that you could not protect your lord. To think you'd have the title of Swordmaster despite having such an ancient sword technique. It's quite pathetic from the point of view of a sword master who's close to becoming a sword saint. Aslan thought Sir Chuxley don't be sad. He was a weak prince who could not even defend his spot. For the future of Etnal, he was someone that had to be eliminated. Now that Etnal will become mine, I will not tolerate the weak. Aslan said I've once again realized how much of a loyal subordinate you are. Let's take the soldiers in return. Chuxley thought I've dedicated my whole life to the royal family. I treated every member with respect. But to think that Aslan would borrow the strength of the Saharan Empire to kill his blood-related brother. Aslan said you just have to serve me, although the kingdom will face troubles for a while since father and elder brother are not here anymore. The dull crown prince was killed after trying to take down Duke Grid. If we write that, I am sure everything will quickly calm down. Chuxley wonders was he thinking of eliminating Prince Ren regardless of the result of this expedition. How long has he been planning this? The Loken family has served Etnal for generations. To think that we would have to offer loyalty to this evil person. How frustrating. Aslan excited and thought just because someone was born 2 years earlier they will become king, while the other has to rot from the sides. To think that the king would be decided by something like that. What nonsense. 1 week later, Etnal Kingdom 406 year February 17th, as the 13th King Vispaden passed away, second Prince Aslan inherited the throne. Etnal Kingdom 406 year February 21st, the 14th King Aslan reached the following conclusion. Aslan said although Duke Grid killed Prince Ren, his crime of attacking the hero who saved the kingdom is even more severe, so I Aslan King of Etnal will forgive Duke Grid. That freed Grid from the accusations and it showed that his position as a lord was still sturdy. Grid said King Aslan sent another present. He's quite nice, better than the previous king. Lowell thought if Prince Ren were alive, offerings like this would be nothing. My plans have become messed up. This was definitely done by Aslan. But I have no evidence of that. He's even showing more generosity compared to the previous king and stopped Mr. Grid from having complaints. This was the perfect opportunity to surpass the royal family. Not only that, But after Aslan became king, the empire has become very cooperative. The royal family's power is rising. Since he became king, thanks to the support of the empire, the thread that controls Etnal will be passed to the Saharan. To think that you'd use such a cowardly strategy, but a strategy like this stimulates my competitiveness. Let's see whose cup will get filled with bloody tears. Grid said, this is great. I will be able to make a lot of mass-produced greed sets since all the soldiers are now elite soldiers. Am I seeing things because of my tiredness? Were there always so many farmers? Lal replied, I am not sure. It's also my first time seeing so many of them. Soon, Piero came over. Grid questioned, where did you pick up all these farmers? Piero replied, I picked them up from the Altus Mountains. There are about 850 of them. Lal wonders, what an obvious lie. Grid replied, well, I guess there could be a minority tribe living in the mountains. I was wondering where you were in the middle of the war. Good job. Royman whispered to Piero, is there a need to tell a lie? Are not they prisoner from Etnal's royal army? Piero replied, they belong in the fields rather than the army. Of course, I will also train them as soldiers. That way, in case something happens, they can fight as soldiers. Farming is where true strength is born. This is not an act of deceiving my lord. Without Grid knowing, Raiden was getting stronger, and its effects had spread into the real world too. Bunny thought it took me 3 days to edit. This will resurrect Bunny and make me a global once again. This is the highlight. How he forgives the prince and becomes even bigger. The dramatic appearance and a twist. Grid truly is a star. Then he received Lal email. Early, Lal told him we have 2 conditions. The first one is that you should pay Overgeared 40% of the money obtained regarding things related to Mr. Grid. Second, delete the scene where he sends Prince Ren back alive. Bunny wonders, although the distribution is twice the normal rate, it's worth that much, so I am okay. The last scene could reinforce Grid's popularity and innocence. I heard that someone had falsely accused him of something. Is it because there's a chance people will misunderstand and think he hit him from behind? He really a thorough kid. I wonder how old he is. After 2 days, the video, which was 9 hours long, was streamed. Raiden, Chuxley and a few new faces. Raiden's army and Grid's individual strength. The conflict between a player's forces and the ruling ones inside Satisfied gave birth to numerous factions. The victor, who turned the world's jealousy into envy, and the loser, who once gained suffered a massive public defeat. Someone commented, hey, is 5 seconds Hurrent better or 3 consecutive defeats Hurrent better? And the legend who finally appeared. The fusion with the Silver Knights Guild and Yura joining was not revealed yet. The media had no idea what Raiden had cooking. And just like how the winds made seeds fly and scatter, a seed that was sprinkled in Raiden flourished in a faraway land. Damien said, since things have calmed down on the inside, it's about time we start outside activities. There's a place worth of receiving the goddess Rebecca's blessing. I am thinking of building a temple in Etnal. Damien, first non-NPC Pope, 14th Pope. He was someone who would later on protect Raiden. 10 days after the Raiden invasion, Piero said, don't bend your knees while bending your waist. Becoming comfortable hinders your training and makes your body weaker. Hurrent said, there are too many requirements. Is not a posture like that just torture? Why are you doing this? If this is your way of making me Grid's subordinate, it's best if you give up. Piero replied, can you see that mountain? Training is similar to it. Dust stones, lots of seemingly meaningless things get stacked and become a mountain. Hurrent felt appreciated and wonders, training for me? This person is being honest. Piero continued, a week from now we will clear the road to the Altus Mountains. If you work with such a weak body, who will turn the land upside down? Knees. Kraugel said, is it already rice planting season? Piero immediately cast attack. Hurrent shocked and the user blocked that attack. Piero said, you grew again? Impressive, how have you been? Kraugel said, before reaching the state I wanted to, I was blocked by a wall. I think in order to be able to break that wall, I need your help. Meanwhile, as Moffel said, we are going to leave the long spear training here. Before your muscles cool down, run a lap across the desert. He wonders, thanks to the equipment the Lord has provided, their morale has increased. They are following the training very well. Their trust in the Lord has increased. They've become trustworthy soldiers. As Moffel said, so in the eyes of the Lord's Son, they don't seem that reliable yet? Say, he said, there's no way a baby can understand your words yet. He's probably just reacting because he heard some sounds. As Moffel said, you are probably right. Say, he questioned, Lord, do you want to see the magician's training? As Moffel thought, Ms. Ruby, it seems like he definitely understands. How impressive. Maybe he's going to become an incredible scholar or magician. Seeing as how he does not seem interested in my training, maybe he is not interested in martial arts. Piero said, I saw the soldiers running, can I use this place? There's a rude client who says he has to fight me in order to find the path forward, so I was planning on sparring with him. As Moffel thought, it's my first time feeling energy so hard to measure since Piero. Piero said, you hit a wall before reaching your goal? Are you talking about becoming a sword saint? Kraugel replied, yes, although I am only still a candidate. Hurrent wonders, did I hear correctly? He's aiming to become a sword saint? There's someone else with a sword saint candidate title? Who is that guy? As Moffel said, it seems like the farmers have recently formed a weird hobby. Get out, this place is forbidden to outsiders. Hurrent shocked once again and thought to think he'd be able to find me despite me erasing my traces with aura. He has an energy comparable to Piero. Is he also a named NPC? Where did Grid get so many monsters? Hurrent questioned, can I watch? As Moffel replied, is there a need for me to show such generosity to an outsider? Will you back off if I stab your stomach? After Hurrent left, as Moffel wonders who is that person? For him to be aiming to become a sword saint. Piero thought after Muller defeated an archdemon. One has not been born in 100 years. I've confirmed this person's talent through sparring against him in the past. If there's someone capable of surpassing me one day, it's definitely him. Say, he said, should we go back? Your aunt has not been able to study recently because I've been taking care of you. Piero thought to think that he's aiming to reach a plane that not even I, the one who used to be the strongest on this continent, could reach. This is the first time in a while I've felt my blood boil. Piero said, good, I will accept sparring with you. Kraugel thought, I will finally be able to start the quest. Sword Saint SSS, fight a legend and win. Kraugel said to think they'd make me beat a legend despite the fact I am not one yet. What a thing to ask. Please check it out yourself. Lord then showed excited to the battle. As Moffel thought, he never showed any reaction while watching the soldier. He's reacting to the energy of those two. Was he born with talent regarding martial arts? Maybe he instinctively felt it after seeing two people that had reached their peak. Maybe he felt that one of the 7 teachers he was going to have in his life was going to be one of them. But that's not all for on this day. Kraugel, the one who was ahead of everyone while monopolizing a whole bunch of titles, had his historical first meeting with Grid. This would become a turning point for the both of them. Kraugel thought in satisfied time. It was 4 months ago. We sparred over 30 times, and during that time, I got to see how he became a legend. There's a huge difference in stats between a normal and a legendary class, but the penalty is also impressive, considering the growth rate of named NPC, and the EXP seniors level is probably 386 because of the level different. The damage I deal is reduced by 30% while the damage I receive is increased by 30%. I must find a way to overcome the handicap. I am sure that with all the titles I've obtained I will be able to close the gap. Although seniors' farming techniques are based on sword techniques, I am sure there is a limit to them since he is not using a sword. What I must be careful about is his skill fated to perish. The members of the 7 guilds were killed all at once because of that skill. Right now, I have the legendary weapon White Fang, which I received from the great demon Drazian, and the sun is on top of us. This will make using stealth easier, so getting the advantage should not be hard. As long as there's a gap, I have a change. White light steps. Piero said, so you are using the same fascinating stealth as before. It's been a while. Don't you have any new techniques? Kraugel was shocked and wonders to think he'd be able to block my techniques after looking at them once. Not only that, but this destructive power. Kraugel casts Sky Splitter. Piero wonders to think that the farming equipment my lord made would break. It seems like his strength has increased. Kraugel thought although using Sky Splitter is a bit bothersome, it's an ultimate attack that combines mine and the opponent's physical attack power. The damage should have been at least 40,000, but it was only 7,000? Thanks to keen senses and the experience I gained, I did not receive much damage, but senior strength and speed can't be compared to 4 months ago. Piero said, looks like I need to bring out more farming gear. Kraugel wonders I misjudged. To think that the level difference would be so high that the damage formula would not be applied correctly. Senior's current level is over 400. To think that, I, a sword saint candidate, would not be able to react to the attack trajectory. This is not a sword trajectory. Kraugel cast Mori, and immediately keep a distance away. Next second, Piero suffered certain damages. Kraugel thought I've finally regained my sense. I will have to use the East Continent sword techniques. Piero thought he keeps counterattacking. He's a different type of strong compared to my lord. How fun. Sowing, rapid growth. Kraugel thought senior still has about 70% of his vitality left, while I am already at half. I am also spending more stamina than him. With the difference in stamina usage, I won't be able to reduce the level gap. Meteor sword. Kraugel noticed Piero blocked it with a rake and wonders how is it possible that he's countering the meteor sword with a rake? I must not get shaken. As long as I keep casting aside his strong points, I can increase my chances of winning. Only the one who remains calm until the end will be able to win. Piero wonders, did he discover the weakness of my farming techniques? To think that he destroyed the farming equipment, an insight that surpasses mine. Incredible controlling abilities and battle sense. Piero said, I can't afford to hide. Are not you a cool man? Natural state? Kraugel thought, is this also a legendary skill? What speed is this? His agility is beyond my expectations. I was only barely able to block it with keen senses. No, I was not able to block it. Keen senses is not enough to follow his movements. Even if he is a legend, he's way beyond my expectations, and it's only been 4 months. Piero had been sparring with Grid and countless other rankers, so he improved a lot. Kraugel picked a fight with a Piero whose fangs were at their sharpest. Kraugle thought if I could use White Light's sword to take his senses, then I'd be able to chain numerous attacks, but legends are resistant to abnormal status, so it would be pointless. Against someone who is overwhelmingly stronger than me, are tactics useless? Next second, system alerted you have used up 100% of your mana. All of your sense will become transcendent for 6 seconds. Your agility has been increased 20%. You can predict the movements of all beings that are within 10 meter. Kraugle thought I've met numerous opponents who are resistant to crowd control techniques, but I was able to beat them all with just control. Me not having reached the peak yet is just an excuse. I must look back to my past experiences. Kraugle said if I don't hit the wall with everything I've got, there's no way I will be able to go beyond it. System alerted you have unlocked super sensitivity. You will feel drained in 6 seconds. Piero thought since I used natural state, he should not have been able to dodge. How did he counter so perfectly? I feel like I am hitting air. I see. He is not reacting to my attacks. He's predicting them. But it's not because my movements are easy to predict. His insight has been fused with his foresight ability, creating something entirely new. He's a beast you must not confront. My instincts are telling me that I must dodge his attacks. I don't care about the wounds, but have my instincts ever warned me like this before? I must escape? Piero yelled, don't push beyond your current body's limits, you brat. Free farming peak style. Pounding mortar. As Moffel said, please stay behind me. System alerted you have suffered fatal damage. You will not die while in sparring mode. The sparring has ended. Back to grid. System alerted Thunderbow, heirloom of a prestigious family from the Etnal Kingdom. It was created with a Thunderstone and Mana Stone. Whenever the user pulls the string, an arrow imbued with electricity is formed. Grid said the attack is good, but one attack costs 100 mana? If I give it to Jishuka as is, she won't even be able to shoot 40 arrows, no matter how much damage it can deal. If you cannot use it consecutively, it's trash. Well, the goal was this thing from the beginning. Anyway, system alerted you have successfully smelted the mineral. You have obtained 3 thunderstones. Suddenly, a blacksmith set an earthquake in the middle of the desert. Khan said, what are you doing? Check the furnaces and grab the minerals. Grid thought that was not an earthquake, that came from a fight. Piero said, we are bot messed up. Can you stand? Kraugle thought Senior did not stop after becoming a legend. He went even further beyond. To think he'd become even stronger, after throwing away the sword's weight. Even if our levels were similar, the results would have probably been the same. He's a wall I cannot pass yet. I've completely lost, but I've seen the path I need to follow, so there's no way I would not be happy. Kraugle said, I can't wait to see how you will surprise me next time, Senior. Piero said, took the words right out of my mouth. Looks like I will have to prepare one more heart just in case. Then Piero noticed Lord came over. Piero said, did you come here to congratulate me? If it's Mr. Lord's shining talent, I can polish it. We could even do field work. Piero thought, so the young lord has subconsciously picked the future. He's someone who's going to surpass me in the future. I should be prepared not to be the strongest anymore. He's the perfect person to be your master, Mr. Lord. Kraugle questioned Senior, whose child is he? Grid said, he's my son. What a mess, but to think it was caused by someone foreign. What brings the first place ranker to my territory? Piero said, I am sorry, my lord. This person is someone I know. I sparred with him because I was excited to see him since it's been a long time. But it seems like we went too far. I will pay the price for having messed up the land. Grid thought, when I fought against Piero, I only managed to push his HP down to half. Thanks to having learned all sorts of techniques, Piero managed to become a fully fledged legend. So even cutting his HP down to half was hard. But despite Piero using all of his strength, he got that roughed up and it was against a normal class. Kraugle said, it seems like our first meeting started on the wrong foot. I am sorry. This is something that happened because of my selfishness, so I will pay it back. Grid said, as expected of the ranker top 1, it seems like you have a lot of money. The entire castle was shaken up because of your little bout. Can you handle that? As Moffel thought, my friend, this is not something you can understand. The emotions of the Lord are similar to what I feel while looking at you. There will always be someone who will challenge the one at the peak. Grid said, be grateful that you've met a generous landowner. You can pay for it with your body. How about that? Have a duel with me. Piero said, my lord, the responsibility for this. As Moffel interrupted and said, move back. If you don't want to hold back our lord, you should back off. Ms. Ruby too, please stand behind me. Kraugle thought, a duel request out of the blue? Is he planning to have a public execution or something? Grid said, don't get nervous. I am just asking you to a fair 1 versus 1. Kraugle thought, Grid is also a legend. This is a great opportunity to complete the Sword Saint quest, but I cannot accept such a random duel request. I need to know why he wants this. Kraugle questioned, why do you want to duel with me? Grid said, you are using quite a familiar tone. Well, to be fair, I started it. I just want to see how strong you are. Ruby heals that person. Kraugle wonders, is she the saintess? Grid's little sister? To think siblings would willingly want to stay together even inside the game. Don't they already do that in real life? They could freely explore and travel the world, experience numerous things. Don't they care about things like that? Anyway, Considering she healed me, that means he's serious. Kraugle said regardless of my confidence, there's a chance you might help me with this, is that okay? Sword Saint SSS grade fight and win against a legend. Grid thought Sword Saint? There's a high chance it's the strongest legendary class in the game, and I am giving it away for free? Damn it, Lord and the others are here, so I can't refuse it. Let's think of this as Lal would. Grid said it's okay, you are ranked first, so if you become the Sword Saint, thanks to me, I am sure our relationship won't end with just a simple, thanks, and more than anything, I don't intend to lose. Grid thought during the fight against Elphinstone, I promised I'd get stronger. Kraugle thought I should put away the gloves, I wonder how much stamina I have left. Kraugle said I've seen you fight numerous times through streams, I recognize that you are strong, but that's also why I know, there's no world where I lose you. Kraugle thought seems like the rumors of him being dull were wrong, although it may seems like he's walking normally, there's a small difference in how he's stepping. He was secretly preparing a skill. Kraugle dodged Grid's kill and cast Mole Ascension. Grid thought I struggled a lot to perfect this technique, yet he easily dodged it. Let's see if you can also dodge this. Grid cast Revolve. Kraugle thought the defensive capabilities of the White Swordsman class are low, and the durability of my gear has gone down quite a bit, but thanks to my titles, my defense is quite high, yet he managed to take 25% of my HP with just one attack. He's the first played to have touched me since Anyus, the King of the Dead and the Blood Carnival Guild's duo. He's strong. Kraugle cast White Light Steps. Grid thought stealth? With my insight, I should be able to find him, but I can't just let myself stay on the receiving end while trying to find him. Grid created Smoke Screen. Kraugle wonders he should be able to blind me with something like this. He disappeared, and my keen sense is warning me. Kraugle noticed it is behind and said there you are. To think that you'd be able to become invisible. What kind of item is that? Sky Splitter. Grid thought damn it, I took more damage because he interrupted me. I can't follow his attack trajectory even with the Slaughter Fiend's eye patch. He's stronger than Piero when he used to be a swordmaster. I am out of line of sight, non-target skills are useless. Kraugle then said to think he'd throw the sword. What is he thinking? Kraugle surprised and wonders are these the golden hands? They are not hard to dodge, but I am sure that is not everything. As expected what follows is magic missile, what a ridiculous power. Eogert said just follow this, I am sure you are not blind. Kraugle thought the attacks have decreased as expected. It seems like it consumes a lot of mana. Is the only golden hand left the one that has the short sword? That alone won't be enough to pressure me. Grid cast Quick Movement. Kraugle thought they are all shallow techniques, but he's linking many of them. How persistent. Although he might not be walking the same path, those at the top open new roads. But still you have a long way to go to catch up to me. Eogert said you idiot you can't even follow this and yet you want me to support you? Back to earlier, as Moffel said it was an impressive duel. Although it seems the results were not what you were hoping for, but just so you know, this does not mean Piero will neglect the army. Grid question does not Piero have a weakness? Tell me, so I can face him again. As Moffel said this does not sound like something you should ask a knight. Your sword is honest, its intentions are clear. It will be hard to break through masters who've gone beyond a certain point. The weakest point of someone walking in front is that they tend to relax. Calling that out is a clear failure of the one pursuing. The smell of failure coming from the back makes you slow down. As Moffel said to make sure a failure does not end up in another failure, those that have been left behind have to walk even more. Grid thought another power after the power. I just have to keep following up. System alerted the skill of the title. Covert Hero has been activated. Excluding target skills, dodge all attacks until you approach your wanted target, designated within a 200-meter radius. Grid said how about this? Are you feeling a bit of a chill coming from behind? Kraugle thought a player that goes beyond my calculations and said you are the real deal. I have to thank you beforehand. Thanks to that, I won't feel bitter thinking that I completed the quest by cheating. Grid thought my defense is not properly working. While Grid about to use wave, Kraugle said you are slow and thought although I want to fight properly, I am currently lacking in terms of stamina. I must end this while I can. Storm Sword, and he still has 30% of his health? What a monster. If I fight while saving up stamina, this won't end until later tonight. Where I resist or hit, both options will tire me. I will end it with this. Suddenly, Kraugle lost balance due to Blood Cry. Grid thought he's going beyond my expectations, constantly attacking my weak points. I must find a way to counter, so fighting could be this thought-provoking. Grid activated Black Transmission and said this is fun. It's making my heart beat faster. Kraugle thought this is the first time I've felt this. I've only ever struggled against NPC. This is different from Piero, whom I could not overcome because of the overwhelming level difference. He's still insisting despite the fact he's already at his limit. Grid said it's fun, so try to feel it. Second place. Next second, Kraugle launched sudden attack and said to think you'd talk about rank despite the fact we are not done yet. How absurd. Meanwhile, Overgeared member came back and wonders who is dealing with Grid. Grid's immortality activated and wonders from an angle not even Ayarug saw. Because of black transformation my health decreased, I even got hit with a critical hit, but's also in a moribund state. While immortal lasts, I will have the advantage for 5 seconds, I must finish this. Kraugle kick away Grid. Grid pondered, how does he always know what I am planning to hit? Well, thanks to that, I've gained some HP. First Piero and now him. You are useless against the real deal. Eogert said, it's because most of my abilities have been sealed. If I had my real abilities he would not be anything. Grid thought I've activated black transformation too hastily, but if it did not I would not have been able to deal a critical hit. When I was a level 80 swordsman, he was already at level 240. He's been the number 1 all this time, so it's inevitable that the difference is big. On top of that sword, it's great, even compared to the legendary weapons I make. He's on top of me in every sense. It's a complete scam set. I realized it just now. Kraugle, he's the peak of satisfy. If I beat him then everyone will have to acknowledge that I earned my title as legend. Time to correct my mistakes. I am holding a one-handed weapon, yet I am using boots that should be combined with a great sword. Fly. Kraugle thought my attack power has been increased, thanks to numerous titles like Sword Saint Candidate 5th Step, Virtuous Man of the West Continent, Pangea's Hero, Person Who Creates Miracles. To think he'd be able to resist and keep going. He's almost like a boss monster. I almost want to complain to those that said he's someone who relies on his job to cover for his lack of skills. What an insult to his efforts. If he were actually like that, he would never have made it this far. Gritty is not someone who should be made fun of by anyone. You are someone who I can't help but respect. Kraugle cast Meteor Sword. System alerted you have reached a transcendent state. Your physical damage has doubled and your normal attacks turn into a long-range attacks for 30 seconds. Grid said, my second mistake. There's no way I'd be able to take on someone better than me at control in a close-range fight. Transcend. Kraugle surprised and wonders to think he'd be able to change the attack trajectory. What an impressive opponent. Kraugle cast True Clouds. Grid thought, clouds? It's hard to detect, even with my insight. We are both in critical condition, and he knows I can deal over 10,000 damage. Kraugle wonders, last sword chi. Grid skill, it's over. Counter and counter. The next movement after the next, the one who dodges first and the one who cuts first. The last attack will be after this one. The one who lands it will win. Kraugle said, you won't be able to do steps at such a distance. The end of a skill exposes how long your attack lasts. Be careful. Grid said, how impressive, but can you predict my next move? I knew that's why I faked and stopped 5 seconds before. Then Kraugle changed trajectory in the air and said, it seems like the last play will be mine. It was good, but a bit disappointing. This is the difference in experience. System alerted, remaining HP 33. Kraugle was shocked and wonders, it was a bit shallow. Grid said, my third mistake. I just kept shooting beams, I was not using all my hands. Kraugle wonders, these artifacts have an incredible speed. Were the sword techniques the only thing average about them? Not yet, I still have chance. Super sensitivity. System alerted, super sensitivity is on cooldown. Piero thought, despite being so perfect at making calculation, it seems like you were surprised by him. Someone that's rusty yet sharp at times. Someone who's a bit lacking in certain areas, but stronger in others. That's the Lord I serve. Grid cast Link Kill and ended the battle. Kraugle thought, I lost. Is it because I just fought against Sir Piero? No. I lack the desire to win compared to him. It was my mistake for taking him lightly. Grid said, be careful, if you fall here, you are going to lose experience. You should be glad I saved you. Kraugle replied, should I be thankful then? Well, it seems like I will be able to keep first place with your guarding second. Grid said, what do you mean? I am going to take it from you, so make sure to hold on to it for me. Kraugle questioned, do you want me to keep gaming for 100 years? Grid thought, it's the first time I felt something like this while fighting a player. Even though he has a normal class, he pushed me to my limits. Compared to someone with a legendary class or talent, someone who's more persistent will obtain more and better results. To think I'd be scolded for thinking I am the only one chasing the truth. Will I win the next time? Against this man, whom I don't want to be my enemy. Kraugle asked, you are with your little sister. Does not your family and partners slow your growth? Grid replied, I never thought about that, but there's something I can definitely say. I would not have reached this point without them. Kraugle wonders, I thought that to reach the top, I'd have to give up on people, but a tree spreads to the sky, even if rocks are pressuring it. Kraugle said, we are too different, but it's good to see. Grid said, let's go to the smithy, I will fix your items. +8 white cloud dopo, +8 white cloud gloves and shoes. Unique set. Grid wonders, Salabi, Taoist, Hermit, is this based in Asia? I've seen a lot of reference throughout the game about the Eastern continent. Piero's peerless swordsmanship was also based on the Eastern continent according to the skills description. Pagma's clothes that Randy had copied were also similar. It seems like a territory I will have to go to eventually, but it's beyond the Dead Sea. How did this guy go there? I feel like asking would be too much. Grid questioned, what about the other 2 set items? I will fix them too. Kraugle replied, that's all I have. Grid thought, now that I think about it, he did not even use the gloves on during the fight. Grid said, I won, you lost, don't forget that. Kraugle thought his repairing skills are impressive. I've never seen anything like it before. Kraugle questioned, can you repair this too? +9 White Fang Legendary. Grid wonders, no wonder it hurt. A +9 Legendary? It seems like he's really rich. As expected, a weapon used by a great demon. The options are great and the attack power is impressive. But is not the description too short for it to be a great demon's weapon? The level restriction is also low. It's quite hard. And it's made from something I've never seen before. If it were made from something like a bloodstone, just by discovering it, I should gain a lot of experience as a blacksmith. Grid noticed something and said, I am not sure about this, so I am asking just in case. But should I awaken the real strength of this sword? Kraugle thought, awaken the strength of the sword? Is something like that even possible? I have not gotten all of the pieces because of the restriction of the white swordsman. They are all great items, so I put a lot of effort into fortifying them. Grid said, but in exchange, I want you to listen to my request. Kraugle replied, if it's something I can do, then I will accept. Grid said, okay, great, then I offer to you the best service possible. Dear client, system alerted you have obtained information about the item's ingredient, Bunhelier's Fangs, Witness of God's Weapon, Legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship Experience plus 10%. Grid thought, whoa, it took me 3 years to increase this skills level to 7, yet I obtained 10% of a level just by appraising this thing. And this one-handed sword, its attack is already top tier. If it's Kraugle, I am sure he will be able to use Heart Pull easily. Bunhelier's Sight Curse. The evil dragon Bunhelier is currently looking over you. If he feels like bothering you, he might ambush you. Activation condition. Random. The Great Demon Drasion, in an attempt to evade the dragon's eyes, sealed part of the weapon's strength away. The legendary blacksmith Grid unlocked that seal. Grid thought, curse? And it's the worst possible one. How crazy, I tried to help him but instead messed things up. Grid said, it was not on purpose. I can revert it back to normal. Kraugle said, amazing. Among all the players in this game, you are probably the only one capable of doing this. Kraugle thought, this energy, it's as if I am wielding a completely different sword. It's a great weapon that can make 3 times stronger, and Heart Pull is a challenging, yet rewarding skill that can improve my abilities even further. Kraugle questioned, is it because of the curse? If it's about Bunhelier, the probability of him showing up should be low. Have you heard the trumpet folk song about him? One of the lines states that the evil dragon was sealed by a hero 500 years ago. Grid thought, trumpet? Folk song? Is he really playing the same game as me? Amazing. Kraugle said, so, what's the price I have to pay? Grid said, maybe it's too much of a burden. Afterward, Grid said, why is there so much noise? Other Overgeared members thought, make him join us. Make him join us. Grid wonders, I know what they are expecting, but taking into consideration his personality, I don't think it will work. Grid questioned Kraugle, do you want to have dinner with us? Kraugle said, my mother suddenly called me, so I will be going. Log out. Ventnor said to think that he'd use his mother as an excuse. Let's wait until he logs in again and kidnap him. Lowell said, let's do that. If we turn him into Overgeared slave, it should not be that hard for us to reach number 1 in the guild rankings. Pond told Ventnor, you tie him up since you are the most useless, so it won't matter even if you die. Grid said, let's not insist too much. Trust is not something that can be forcibly obtained. Jishuka said, trust? Huh? Don't you have something you need to tell us? Why did not you call use when Prince Ren invaded? The safety of this territory concerns everyone. Are we not useful to you anymore? Grid explained, you were all hunting in the vampire city. I thought I would be able to solve it with just Lowell, but maybe it looked like a lack of trust from the outside. Recently, you all have not been able to level up because you were gathering ingredients and working for the territory. Because of that, I wanted to give you all time to yourselves. If you felt sad or offended because of my lack of communication, that is my faulty. I am sorry. Jishuka thought, I see. When he used to be impudent, he looked innocent and cute, but now he feels like an adult. Lowell said, it's me who wants to say sorry. In reality, during the invasion of Prince Ren, I felt you were still lacking, but you managed to stop the invasion despite the disadvantages. On top of that, you've managed to win against a bigger opponent. At first, I chose to follow you because of the equipment, but you've gone way beyond my expectation. I promise to follow you with all that I have from now on, my lord. Jishuka said, I understand what you mean, but is it okay if we don't grab Kraugle? He's the best there is at DPS. Grid thought, how he uses skills, how he uses the terrain to his advantage, how polished his techniques are, his calculated and precise movements. He's definitely an expert beyond imagination. He's amazing to think he'd reach such heights alone. It is not a plane I can imagine at all. After all, I received all sorts of help from my friends, but I want to do it together. I want to reach the finish line with everyone. If I want to stand before guys like them, regardless of my ego, I must say it out loud. Kraugle, walk the Sword Saints road as you've been doing. Grid said, there's no way a winner can be decided in a tug of war if we are both pulling from the same side. Grid wonders, I will reach the top with him. 2 days later, Grid said he's the one who accepted the duel despite not wearing 2 pieces of gear and he'd already fought someone before. Father 1, right? Our clever lord. Grid thought, I can't erase the difference between our abilities from my head. Should I make a weapon that deals 10 billion damage? No, that is impossible. I need to make something more realistic. I've reached the limits of my imagination. I must find a way to increase my field of view. I've felt this before. But one of the reasons why Kraugel is so overwhelmingly strong is his experience. With Prince Ren's invasion, I've learned that Raiden is not necessarily safe from Etnal. To be able to protect everyone, I must reach a conclusion fast. Grid told Irene, I know that I should be taking care of Lord. Irene replied, there's no way I could tie you up. It is not just the walls that are protecting the territory. So believe in everyone, and do what you must, my dear husband. Grid wonders Irene used to be a lord, so she understands me better than anyone. Irene said, but a wounded bird might struggle in returning to the nest, so take care of yourself. Grid thought, I've made up my mind. Let's move immediately. Grid summoned Lal and said, it seems like you have not slept at all. I am sorry for all the work. Lal said, this is something I wanted, so don't worry. Grid said, yes, I believe in you. I will be going for a while, so I will leave Raiden and my family in your care, and you can get me some potions from the alchemy facility? Lal replied, yes, of course, but where are you going so suddenly? Back to earlier, Grid thought, I want to make him join Overgeared, but there must be a reason why he's been playing solo until now. I don't know the reason, but I want to respect his decision. Grid questioned, could you tell me how to get to the east? Kraugel said, it's a piece of information I got after searching for over a year, but thinking about this debt, it seems like a fair price. There are 66 small islands located south of the Media Kingdom. Even high rankers would struggle to go beyond the first 10, but you must pass through them. He is not always there, but you must find wise start sticks. He's usually somewhere between island 25 and 29. He knows the way. Kraugel thought my limit was island 30, so I wonder how far he's going to reach. Grid said, media sticks. Finding him seems hard. Anything else I should know? Kraugel said, prepare thoroughly. Even for me, that place is still challenging. The Bihan Archipelago. Back to present. Grid said, I will be going there for a bit. No one could understand what the baby was telling his father. The greeting Lord gave his father definitely was not just a simple have a safe trip. And things were always happening in Satisfy. Japan was in an uproar because of incidents related to Rebecca's church. Damien, he was a holy paladin of Rebecca that was ignored by everyone. He reached second place in the paladin rankings but then disappeared suddenly. He was Japan's best player. People thought that maybe he'd obtained a hidden class, but that class was something more than they could have imagined. For a famous otaku ended up becoming the Pope of Rebecca's church. Satisfy was called another reality. Obtaining power inside was huge. Everyone thought that the first message of the Japanese Pope would be dedicated to thanking his country, but the competitiveness between the players of both countries was quite high, so a positive opinion like his triggered many people. Damien said, it's no secret. I've always received help from others. The reason why I became a pope is thanks to Mr. Grid's help. The man said, but he's damaged the Sakura Guild before. Many people in Japan don't have a positive opinion of him. I feel like you could increase the positive opinion by putting a church inside the territory of a Japanese guild. Damien said, numerous conditions have to be met in order to build a church. I cannot build one just because I want to. The man replied, but how come Raiden, a city with only 2,000 people, has fulfilled those conditions? That sounds like favoritism. Damien said, I've just followed the oracle that said I should repay the person who helped Rebecca's church. The man said, but still, is not something like that overdoing it? To put it bluntly, people say you are favoring him due to personal profits, that your otaku nature has activated just because he saved Rebecca's daughter. Damien said, every country tries to use their citizens' achievements for their own benefit, so I won't blame anyone, but he's more generous than the people who consider those lovely girls trivial. A god's generosity is bestowed upon people like that. If that's favoritism and praise, then I am willing to praise him publicly. Hat was Damien's conclusion. He did not care about what his country and others thought. On that day, a trap was set for him. Grid had left for the Bihan Archipelago. Yoshimura said, what an unbelievable otaku, to think he'd sell the country's honor for a virtual girl. Someone said, Master, this is where Faker defeated the Ice Flower Guild. If the guys from Overgeared pass through this place, there's a chance we will be able to get revenge. Yoshimura said, it's probably a fake rumor they've spread to increase their prestige. I am sure Bondre could defeat Faker alone. Rather than people like that, we must defeat the country's enemy. There he is. Is he going to ride in to pay tribute? He only achieved success because he got lucky. He should be helping his country. To that end, we will force him to if we must. That's the Sakura Guild's objective, and it is also my, Yoshimura's objective. Meanwhile, Lal thought, how could you publicly announce your support? I told him that the alliance between Overgeared and the Rebecca Church should be kept a secret. There's a lot of suspicion about him because of what he said while being a candidate. All of the work I've done up until now will be in vain. He was supposed to be the one who was going to protect the Overgeared Guild during its growth. The church should be neutral. If the Rebecca Church is impartially is questioned, they will lose influence. Lal texted Damien, I told you that you had to be careful. What did you do? Damien replied, I know that, but there were too many forces inside the game that were pressuring me, maintaining neutrality was too hard, so I hope you will understand. Lal said I was expecting Japan's reaction, but inside the game. Damien said the Saharan Empire is trying to make Rebecca their national religion. I am sure Mr. Lal understands how severe that would be. Lal thought the Saharan Empire is trying to establish the biggest religion on the continent as their national one? An empire fused with the power of religion is a dangerous weapon. Even if the 17 kingdoms of the West collaborate, they won't be a match for Saharan. There's a chance they might forbid anyone that is not from the empire to believe in Rebecca and use that as a weapon for nationalism. Saharan Empire, because there is not any threat, they've become quite arrogant. If I were willing to let you have the Rebecca Church, I would not have made Damien the Pope. If you want to fulfill your ambitions you must go over me. Lal said I understand the situation. I will think of a plan. Damien said I will tell you the details once we reach Raiden. It seems like Mr. Lal understands how serious the situation is. A girl questioned Damien, Pope is Raiden's lord a good person? Damien replied yes, of course, he's someone generous, so I am sure he will find a path for everyone. Regardless of that, Happy-chan, are not you tired? Should I carry you on my back? The girl said Mr. Pope please behave. Damien said who cares about details like that? Walking for too long is not good for kids your age. Let me carry you, then how about you carry all 200 of us? I am not sure how many you will be able to carry with that small back. Happy-chan your emotions are kawaii. Okay I will carry you. The girl replied forget about that. Please think about your position Pope. Yoshimura said after being stepped on by Grid, I lost control over the island, and my ranking fell from 2nd to 4th in the archer category. There's no way I'm going to let him get away. Take this. The girl grabbed the arrow. Yoshimura then only spotted those girls were walking while carrying weapons. Damien said to think you'd attack Rebecca's daughter candidates. How dumb can you be? Yoshimura thought Rebecca's daughters, they are girls that were born with high divine power and are candidates to become the strongest paladins. They might not be able to handle divine artifacts yet, but I am sure they are obscenely strong despite their young age. Why are they with Damien? Should they not be training in secret? Damien cast Goddess's eyes. System alerted the Pope receives protection from the goddess Rebecca. The goddess's eyes have discovered everyone within a 300-meter range. Demonic monsters and undead-type monsters suffer devastating damage. Damien said 180 of them. The girl said we are going to deal with them please move back. Damien cast Goddess's blessing and said you are not a tool anymore. What you guys must defend are the feelings the people have toward Goddess Rebecca. I've left my back empty to defend you guys. Stand back. Goddess's wrath. Yoshimura said guild members that were at least level 210 were critically wounded. To think he'd be able to activate such a skill in just a few seconds. This is a scam. Damien said it seems like you did not prepare enough. You underestimated the strength of the Pope. Yoshimura said the opponent is a newbie Pope. If we are careful about his skills, we can eliminate him. Damien said I am not so sure about that. The Pope is just a title I have. My true strength does not lie with my crown. Yoshimura wonders he's fast for a paladin, but his speed is not comparable to mine. Without the Pope's skills, you are just a paladin. I've never lost against one before. Is that light's protection? As expected of a paladin, getting through his defenses is going to be tough. We have to be careful of that guy's damage output as well. He used to be ranked 2nd among paladins, but the attacks of paladins are simple. Once his attack fails, there's going to be an opening. Then he realized something wrong. Damien's different. That's not the sword technique of a paladin. Yoshimura said I can't get away. How can a paladin have such smooth sword techniques? Did not you lose the paladin class after changing to a hidden class? Damien said the goddess proxy is a paladin, but it's a unique class, so the sword mastery skill is higher than the average paladins, but just because you are holding a sword in your hand does not mean that the blade will get sharper on its own. Back to earlier, system alerted the quest fun and entertaining training hidden has been completed. Piero questioned is today the last day? You've probably struggled a lot. Good job. And let me give you some advice. To reach peerless swordsmanship, you must use a sword with chi. It is slower than a quick sword, and it does not have the best maneuverability, but despite that it is the best. The speed depends on your mind, and the changes made to it depend on the rift of your heart. There are sword techniques that utilize your strength, your thoughts, but the strongest one can only be used if you put all of your heart into it. Don't forget that. System alerted while doing the hidden quest, Piero's favorability has peaked, so you have obtained an extra reward. You have received and understood Piero's teachings. While using sword-type weapons, you get 30% accuracy. This effect is activated separately from the sword mastery skill. Damien thought Mr. Piero's words I was not able to understand are being inscribed into my head. Piero said unlike most others, you received my teachings without complaining. You often whispered someone's name. I am sure they were the reason why you were able to last this long. Through that habit of yours, I can tell you already know what's important. You already have everything inside you, so I am sure you are going to be able to understand. Back to the present. Damien said the strongest sword is one born from your feelings. The strength of my love is already this big. There's no way it can be locked away inside one country. System alerted Yoshimura has died. Damien said I suggest you widen your horizons. If you have the opportunity, I suggest you try farming. All Sakura Guild members have died. It was a huge incident that forced the guild to stop activities for a while, but compared to the things that were about to happen, it was a small incident. A few days later, Raiden. Lowell questioned Damien, are children following you? They don't seem to be your bodyguards. Damien said the Vatican is not a good place to learn about the world. I am sure they will be of help to this place. Lowell thought they are just children. What help could they bring? Let's talk about the church construction inside. Things have become serious, so we must discuss things. Damien said, could I greet Mr. Grid first? It's been a while since I've seen him. Lowell replied, the Lord is not going to return for a while. Back to Grid. System alerted, only one person can enter at a time. There is no way to get out. Remember, the chances of dying are high in this place. Will you enter instant dungeon? Behead archipelago. Grid said, I don't care about the results of weaklings, but I must not relax. So should I get started? Grid wonders, is not this too empty? There's nothing besides rock on this beach. It's also smaller than I thought. Is this really an instant dungeon? Someone looking at Grid through an orb and said, it's been a while since I last saw a human. I wonder what ambition brought this human here. Some come in order to get ahead of others, while some come simply because they want to test themselves. There are all sorts of characters who want to get to the territory beyond the West Sea, but over the past 100 years only 1,000 ever found out that the key to getting there is located here. And I am the one who guides people to the key, but even then, despite some figuring out my existence, only 10 people have ever successfully managed to get to the east. Most people fail at the first island. The first island draws one's vitality to the bottom, moistening necks with blood. It's been a while since I've seen a challenger, although he's probably going to fail like most others. System alerted, a quest has been generated. First island survive for the next 20 minutes. First clear reward, 1 challenger point. The quest is going to start in 5 minutes. Grid said survive? But there is not anything here. And what are challenger points? Are they similar to reputation points? I am not sure what's going on. But since many high rankers fail here, I should get serious. Let's look around. Grid noticed there are patterns on the floor. Grid wonders, I can't see anything else that might be special. If I have to survive for 2 minutes, are monsters going to pop out from them? There are 4 patterns in total, but I am no sure what will happen. In situations like these, I guess the wise choice is to use that. System alerted, the quest will start in 10 seconds. Grid thought, since the only things I can see are those magic circles, it's obvious that I have to be cautious about them. The man earlier thought, yes, for the next 20 minutes, the Chelov will be summoned. They have low defense, but their attack speed is not something humans can handle. This challenger is about to go through hell. But in order to succeed you have to resist for 20 minutes. He's obviously going to fail. It's been a while since I've seen a challenger, but I don't have any expectations. I feel like a tree that has not been able to make fruits blossom despite the good weather. These islands are messing with my thoughts. Next second, Grid killed all and said, what? So monsters really do come out from them? The man thought, what? He killed the Chelov with 1 attack. No more than that. He has artifacts that can cut down enemies coming from 4 different places simultaneously, but the amount of Chelov those things are cutting down is but a drop in the bucket. Those artifacts alone won't be able to stop this tidal wave. Endless amount of Chelov come out of this island. Grid wonders, the speed at which the god hands hunt does not match the speed at which the spiders are generated. If I get hit by the poison, the burden I will receive will be huge. Well, the god hands have 30% of my capabilities, and their basic sword mastery is level 7. Even if the sword is good, it seems like there are not enough hands to eliminate so many enemies. Transcended Link. Grid said, I hate sharing experience, but I need the help. Randy and Noe came out. Grid said, you two support the god hands in the north and the east. I will take care of the rest. Noe said, there are not that many, yet you are trying to kill even more. Master, you are too greedy. Noe said, do you even know directions? You are in charge of the ones coming from over there. These guys are my food, so don't think of showing your face here. Grid thought, they are eliminating 2 of those spiders every second. The speed at which their experience is going up is mind-blowing. Since they are hunting without a break, the god hands are also developing at an amazing pace. The level ups are making hunting faster and easier. The amount of experience I am gaining here is 20 times higher compared to the vampire cities. This island is great. Countless challengers struggled with the first island, but on that specific day, the despair-inducing island became Grid's hunting ground. System alerted, you have completed the quest. You have obtained 1 challenger point. You can exchange these points for rewards in a challenger's shop that's located somewhere in the Bin Archipelago. Grid said, good job, return for the moment. My experience increased by 15% in just 20 minutes. This is huge. It's too bad that it only lasted for 20 days. I could easily catch up to Kraugle. It would be great if I could re-challenge it. Well, there are still many more islands left. I hope there's going to be an even better hunting ground. Grid wonders, yes, this is just the first island. I still don't know anything about this place. If this place is as hard as Kraugle said, it would not be weird if I died at any point. I need to take things seriously. The man said amazing, even if the cello were weak, to think he'd be able to handle so many, but that's probably his limit. Once again, reality is going to hit him hard. I got meaningless hope since it's been a while since someone has cleared the first island. In the next island, power has no meaning. System alerted, you have entered the second island. Grid wonders, why are there boxes? System alerted, a quest has been generated. You must open the treasure chest that is locked in the second island. There are many keys hidden all around the island and most are fake. Each real key corresponds to a different box, so you must find as many keys as possible. The limit 3 days. First clear reward, 1 challenger point every time you open a box. If you cannot open more than 2 boxes within the time limit, you will be kicked out of the island. The man wonders, he managed to clear the first island using a destructive method, but the second island is where most people failed. This is a search island, there's a 3 days time limit, and the island is quite big. Finding the real key while fighting against monsters is almost impossible. You must have an ability that allows you to see even the most minute details while also having enough INT to use that to find an answer. He was lucky that the first island matched his abilities, will probably be useless on the second island. In the end he was just lucky. I understand why he's crouching in desperation. Grid open 1 and wonders, what? Is that it? The man shocked and wonders, who is this guy? To think he opened all the boxes in just 10 seconds? Is he the legendary thief? Grid said, I am not sure what's going on, but I guess I can move to the next island now? But Stick's shock did not end there. System alerted, you have entered third island, fourth island. You have caught the high-speed fox rat. You have cleared the fifth island. You have cleared the sixth island, seventh island. You have reached the eighth island. You must defeat the boss monsters that appear. You have cleared ninth island. You have completed the quest and obtained 24 challenger points. You currently have 102 challenger points. The man thought, this is shocking. I've never seen someone like him. No, I must calm down. There are not any easy missions inside the hellish archipelago. To think he'd able to clear them so easily. Even this archipelago is probably surprised. If this shock continues, I might be in danger. Styx was not the only one who was confused. This was the Behen archipelago, a place that had given even the sky above the sky a hard time. This man was also feeling a sense of danger, but not in the conventional sense. Grid said, there's definitely something wrong. Why is it so easy? Am I really in the Behen archipelago? Maybe I am in the wrong place. For this man did not realize his abilities were perfect for clearing this place. Soon, Grid entered the 10th island. He wonders, it's quite wide, and because of its white color, I am having difficulty grasping its size. It seems like the way out is up ahead. This whole place is around 2 kilometers, I think. What's up with these rusty sticks? There seems to be around 1,000 of these on the island. That aside, I am not sure what's going on. It's been a breeze so far, so I am not sure when I should start getting nervous. System alerted, dodge the lighting that falls from the sky. First clear reward 30 challenger points. On the mission starts, dodge the lightning and reach the exit. You can defend against the lightning, but if you get hit you will die. The quest will start in 30 minutes. Grid thought, I can't defend against them, but if I get hit by them I will die? The difficulty has suddenly increased. I don't have anywhere to dodge, and around me, there are only these sticks. Maybe there's a reason why they are here. Grid activated legendary Blacksmith's appraisal. A blacksmith that has become a legend has used his transcendent insight to appraise the item. Lightning Rotor attracts lightning and absorbs it. It has low durability. It will turn into dust if it is by lightning. There is not any hidden capability to it. You have fully understood lightning rod. You have learned how to make it. Grid said, I guess it's better to have them rather than not. But if they are going to be destroyed by one attack, I will get hit. This means that you need to be as fast as Faker or Kraugle. If you are not, you won't be able to dodge. Styx wonders, among the mortals that have challenged this island, only 392 ever got this far, and among 392, only 65 managed to pass this place, so the difficulty can't be compared to before. I am not saying this because he's burdened my heart, but based on what I've seen, his control skills are somewhat lackluster. He won't be able to dodge the 3 to 5 lightning bolts that fall from the sky. Sadly, you can't rely on anything besides your physical capabilities on this island. He noticed a portable smithy? What's he making? Grid said, it's been a while since I've made something in the field with ingredients I have on hand. The structure was not complex, but it's still something made by me, so it can't be compared to a normal rusty lightning rod. Styx thought, no, my heart again? What was that? The purity of the smelted iron was on a completely different level. He can use magic, swing swords, open treasure boxes without key, and continuously bring out magical artifacts that only the wealthy could afford. And now he's showing smelting capabilities beyond my knowledge, despite me being a wise man. Grid said, when is it going to get hard? But I guess I will have to continue staying on my toes. Styx thought, what's up with his abilities? Is he also a legendary blacksmith by any chance? What's your true identity? Location, SA Group. Chulho said to think I'd returned from Paris, where the second international competition will be held, and immediately start work. My body feels heavy. There are only 2 months left until the competition starts, so the other employees are probably also busy, but still, I must pay attention to my subjects of interest. Morpheus, did something happen to Miracle 5? Grid, Kraugle, Anyus, and Hurrent. These 4 players repeatedly bring about results that even Morpheus could not predict. Morpheus said Kraugle dueled with Grid, while Anyus encountered Brahm's soul. The other 2 are focusing on leveling up. Chulho shocked and said I expected Anyus to encounter Brahm, but Kraugle fought Grid? Why? Morpheus replied Kraugle visited Raiden after receiving the Sword Saint quest. Chulho said he already got the Sword Saint quest. Kraugle truly is a perfect player. Anyways, if the opponent was Grid, it should have been a relatively easy fight, so I guess he completed it. Morpheus said Kraugle failed the Sword Saint quest. Kraugle was not in a perfect state, his equipment also was not in a good state, so Grid's chances of winning went from 21.13% to 54.98%. It's calculation I made based on their skills, equipment and battle records, but I can't confirm whether those metrics are correct. Kraugle went beyond my calculations 185 times and Grid 13 times. Chulho said even then a 21.13% chance is amazing. I've become too attached to date. I guess there's a reason why I named them the 5 miracles. I will watch that video later on. Meanwhile, Duhan in-game name Nyang Meng level 197, Petmeister. Nyang Meng said I've finally reached Raiden. Leveling up while taking time away from recording has been worth it. Nyang Meng, a top Korean star who has both looks and acting ability, but in Satisfy he's only level 197. The reason why he was able to cross the desert full of strong monsters is because he is able to turn monsters into allies for a short while. He can also have 9 pets, while most people can only have 3. He has the unique class Petmeister, which is optimized for solo play. Nyang Meng thought to think that this huge city belongs to Mr. Grid. The Duke rank is truly amazing. I wonder how much effort he put in order to reach his position. It reminds me of when I had just debuted. Anyways, I can finally meet Noe. Just thinking about it makes me feel revitalized. Piero questioned, who are you? I've been watching you from a distance. Are those animals following you on their own? What an impressive ability. You could train the giant oxen and make them useful for farming. Nyang Meng questioned, really? I have things to do in Raiden, so if you will excuse me. Piero said no one can enter Raiden without my permission. Follow me, the giant oxen are waiting. Nyang Meng thought, what? Is the territory so big that crazy people can just roam around? He texted Grid. But system alerted the other person is in a place where he cannot receive messages. When come to say system alerted the other person has not logged in yet. Piero said, follow me. Can't you hear the voices of the giant oxen waiting for you? Anyone who steps foot in Raiden for the first time will inevitably become a farmer, just as the shapes of rice and sprouts are different. Nyang Meng's unique skills would serve him well as a farmer. He would become much stronger thanks to hidden quests and advance Raiden's farming a step forward. Raiden's special herdsman was born that day. Despite the absence of the Lord, Raiden was growing with each passing day. That was also the case for the Lord, who was challenging the next island. Grid thought 1,000 lizardmen all at level 230? They are stronger than normal lizardmen, so their recovery abilities are even greater, and since there are so many of them, it does not feel like I am moving forward at all. I've been taking this place lightly because it's been easy up until now, so I ended up starting the quest without making the necessary preparations. Their sour of strength are those 3 pawns I saw around their huts, but if I can't do anything about the pawns, fighting just wastes my energy. That kid is going to say something rude like you did not know that lizardmen got stronger from the aura that emanates from their pawns? Grid wonders starting from 11th island, the quests changed into raids, maybe things upgrade in difficulty after every 10 islands? My stamina consumption is nothing to scoff at. Anyway, the goal of this raid is their queen. Lizard Queen level 300. She's probably the one who drops the pink leather Faker brings occasionally. To think I'd meet her in a place that only gives experience, that's too bad. Grid thought, well, the goal was to meet with Wise Star Sticks, so I don't care about the rewards, but because of the questions I formed while getting here, I cannot focus on the battle. He's usually somewhere between islands 25 and 29. He knows the way. The only hint I have comes from what Kraugle said. If Styx is located in the middle, that means there is more to the Bihen Archipelago. Then the last island of the Bihen Archipelago. What's in the 66th island? And what's with these challenger points? This place calls everyone that enters a challenger. From finding the way to the east to get to the last island, I won't be able to find the answers to any of my questions until I meet Styx. To do that, I have to go past these fishes. The biggest difference Grid felt while facing Kraugle was the difference in experience. That was enough motivation for him to go beyond his comfort zone and take a step forward. Randy said, done. Noe said, how dare you order me to deliver some iron plates? Master, I am going to kill you. Grid was not aware of it, but the reason why he was able to advance was because he utilized his talents. He realized something after he threw himself into the world. Just like you make a reducing agent with coke, pure iron was obtained by eliminating impurities. Experience dictates what you currently have and what you currently don't. It helps you find yourself. Grid said, did you unplug the wire? There are still many things to do on the next island. So let's end it here. Experience was what would make him grow. Only after coming to the Bihan archipelago was he able to find the strength hidden within himself. Just like heat rising from a volcano, the high of getting stronger made him hasten his steps. Soon, Grid said, as I thought, things would only get harder. The 19th island took a lot out of me. The 20th island looked normal, but it was a place that would make him experience new things. It was also the beginning of the thread that would take him to the East Continent, for he was approaching the territory of the Wise Star. Grid said, I've hit level 306. Also, there is not a time limit, so I should take break here. What? It was daytime when I got here. It suddenly became dark. The sun has been blocked. Grid thought, what's that disgusting sphere? To think that I'd feel such a disgusting feeling despite my various resistances. System alerted, hide from the eyes of the Hell Moon. First clear reward 130 challenger points. The quest will start in 30 minutes. Grid wonders, Hell Moon? That's the moon of hell? The last time I was there, it looks similar to the human world. Did the moon over there have such a disgusting design? Even if it's for the mission, should I even analyze that disgusting thing? System alerted, a helper fairy is appearing. Grid curious and asked, helper? This was not a system that existed before. Fairy said, hello Mr. Challenger, I am Vin, the fairy of love and justice. I am in charge of helping challengers because of a favor I owe to the Wise Star Styx. Grid question, wait, Styx is helping the challengers? Vin said yes. Styx hopes that a great and wise challenger can complete the island. Grid replied, wait, he's waiting for someone to clear it. Was not Styx the one who prepared the challenges? Then who made these islands? And what's in the last one? Vin replied, this island was like this since the beginning. So I am not sure about that. Regarding the last island, please ask Mr. Styx. Grid said, despite being a helper fairy, you don't know much. If so, you should have appeared earlier. Vin said, I only help challengers that can reach the 20th island. I can't help all of the useless ones. I am sure I will be of help. The most important thing here is to avoid the 66,666 eyes of the Hell Moon. The Hell Moon is antagonistic to all alive beings. It closes its eyes once every 5 seconds, so you just have to take a step forward every time it does that. Grid madly said, are you really a helper? Are you kidding? What if monsters come out while I am stuck? Not only that, but if I can only take a step every 5 seconds, it will take me at least a few weeks to get through this place. Vin said, but that's the only way. You can't even handle that? Are you really a challenger? Grid wonders, keeping your patience and concentration for a few weeks? How did Kraugle stay in a place like this until reaching the 30th? Grid questioned, does the Hell Moon have other developed sense? Vin replied, no, I have not heard of anything like that. Grid replied, is that so? Then I can take a break with ease of mind. Since you were helped, you should have mentioned that first. Log out. Say he told Grid the construction company asked you to come by. They said you are the only person they've met who's never once checked how things are going. Grid replied, I am sure the company is great since Yura presented them to me. Why don't you visit there without parents? Say he questioned, are you going to log in again? You've slept only for a few hours, right? I've looked up the person called Kraugle. Why are you still so busy despite winning against such an amazing person? Grid said, I am a challenger, so there's no way I can take a break. Catching up is what feels the best. Styx wonders, I see. He's an undying one. Even if they disappear, they eventually return. But aside from me, there's only one person who's ever managed to pass through the 20th island. This person will probably fail because of the monsters that will swarm him during the 5 seconds he has to wait. But he has surprised me time and time again. I should take the heart medicine I made, just in case. But I should not keep my hopes up in the first place. If I get disappointed again, I will probably struggle again in resisting. Grid said, the mission is going to start soon, right? You go ahead to the exit. Vin questioned, what are you planning to do? Grid said, if that thing can only rely on its eyes, then I can just pass on through as long as I don't aggro the monsters. Styx wonders, he disappeared? It is not a temporary concealing, but a perfect invisibility. I am sure that's the historical treasure the legendary Taylor Kruger made, and he only ever made 2. How do you have the invisibility cloak? It's like he's the antithesis to this archipelago's very existence. The problem is not my heart. This is the day I've been waiting for. I must resist and meet that person somehow. If it's that person, he's definitely going to be able to. System alerted, you have entered the 21st island. Grid said, fog this time? I can't see anything. Even with my insight, it seems like it's daytime. I made it all the way here due to my items. There is not a single island that's easy. To think that Kraugle got to the 30th island with a normal job. He's definitely a monster. But where's that helper? Vince said, I thought you were lost. To think you'd get the fog island. How lucky. You can just pass through this island. This is where the challenger's shop is located. Grid questions, so I can spend my challenger points here? Vin replied, yes. The chances of it appearing are random. So you could have gotten it earlier if you were lucky. There was even someone who was so unlucky they never got to see it until the 30th island. Grid thought it's Kraugle, he's even competing with me at being unlucky. Vin said you will have to hurry if you want to buy something. It only stays open for 5 minutes. There are 4 types of items that are sold. A portal scroll that leads to the Eastern Continent, an elixir, rare rating job ascensions, and skill books up to the unique rating. Among these, the Eastern Continent scroll is the most popular one. Most people that challenge this place pick it, although they could get it for free if they meet Styx. Eastern Continent moving portal scroll. You can move to Pangaea, the starting town of the Eastern Continent. 50 challenger points. Grid questioned Kraugle, the person who reached the 30th island got the scroll from Styx? Vin said yes, but the 6 other people who found the shop earlier just bought it. What a bunch of cowards. Grid wonders that would be the wise thing to do. Anyway, it seems like 7 users in total have reached the Eastern Continent. Elixir permanently increases a certain stat by 10 points, 250 challenger points. Grid wonders I have 901 challenger points, so I could buy 3? Wait, then it is not cheap. After completing the 10th island, I had barely 150 points, so I would not have been able to buy it. Then there are the job change books. Lightning Swordsman's book, rare. Explosion Sorcerer's book, rare. Grid pondered. Right now it's widely known that there are not many differences between a 3rd advancement normal class and a rare class. If it were a year ago, this would cost a lot of money, but the value of rare has gone down. The skill books are tempting, but an epic skill for me would be a waste of points. I have not used Aura Festival since I obtained it. Grid then noticed Weapon Mastery. The Weapon Mastery skill is generated. Price 6,000 challenger points. Grid wonders it's the best mastery skill by far. It increases the attack and precision of any weapon, although it only has a normal rating. It's a unique passive skill only classes optimized for fighting have. I can use all weapons, but since I don't have a job specializing in battle, I don't have the Weapon Mastery skill, which is kind of limiting. With this I could overcome that limit. To think I'd be able to get this skill, I want it. Then Grid asked why is a normal skill so expensive? Vin said even among expensive passive skills, Weapon Mastery is an especially expensive one. You did not even know that? Grid questioned will I never see this shop again? Vin said no, the Fog Island can appear again. However, there's no guarantee when. Grid said I look forward to the next time. Let's go to the next island. My goal is to get 6,000 points. Vin said are you going to give up on the scroll? As expected, your bravery is something else. Vin is impressed. Grid said I will get it from the guy that can provide it for free. My points are valuable. Vin replied it's a fight against the clock until the 25th island. I am sure Mr. Challenger will be able to do it. Grid said I will search every nook and cranny to get as many points as possible. Just guide the way. I will use everything I've got. Noe, Randy. Grid became blind because of this lust for items and because of his desire to get stronger. That way may be one of his major strengths. 4 days later, the 25th island, Styx wonders Pagma's successor and someone who uses Hell's strongest beast as a pet. To think that after waiting so long, I'd be able to meet someone like him. Are you the one I've been waiting for? I could not stand just watching you over the crystal, so I came out to wait outside. But to think it would excite me so much. Grid yelled give me my points you bastard. Vin said Styx. Then only Grid realized he is Styx. Styx fall down and said if it's you, reaching the contaminated land and reaching the Hall of Fame. System alerted save Styx hidden. Styx was surprised by your achievements. So his condition worsened. Thankfully, there is still a way for him to recover, so after learning how to make the medicine, take care of him. Rewards, Recipe Elf's Elixir, Styx favorability will reach the maximum. Will you accept the quest? Vin said Mr. Challenger please save Styx. Grid said did I kill him? Elf, at least tell me how to prepare the remedy. Damn it, he can barely speak. It seems like potions are not effective. Grid wonders to think that the first elf I'd meet would be terminally ill. This is a hidden quest. I gotta save him no matter what. Character analysis. Name Styx, age 881, race high elf, job wise star. His stats have currently been decreased. Title dying star, a wise man who is knowledgeable in many things, but since he has been separated from the world for too long, his knowledge has become outdated. He is a high elf that can live for eternity, but while protecting the world tree, he angered the dragon raiders and became sick. Grid questioned Vin world tree? Is not that thing in the spirits forest? Why is Styx here? Vin replied yes, he came here to cure the sickness he received from the dragon. From the moment he arrived here, his diet consisted exclusively of that blue coconut. Grid said it seems like that's it, although it could not cure him, it probably stopped it from worsening. Is that it? Please say something, how can I help you? What, mix the world tree's leaves with a coconut? Where can I get those leaves? Vin said Styx probably has a few, I will take them out. This is the world tree's leaves. System alerted you have successfully made the Elf's Elixir. You have obtained the recipe, Elf's Elixir. Elf's Elixir, recover from all abnormal status effects. Its effects are great, and the preparation is easy, so anyone can make it. Grid wonders recover all abnormal status effects. If I had this during the Elfin Stone quest, things would have been a lot easier. The only problem is getting the leaves of the world tree and the blue coconut. System alerted Stick has successfully received first aid. System alerted elves do not forget those who have helped them. Sticks will forever have a positive opinion of the person who saved him. Grid wonders, so this is an elf. Now that his face is color again, he's quite pretty, even compared to Jishuka. Sticks questioned, are you Pagma's successor? I've been watching you, your sword techniques, your artifacts, and your great blacksmithing capabilities. Considering all of those qualities, I could not help but to think of a certain individual. Grid replied as expected of the wise star, but while collapsing, you said something about the contaminated Hall of Fame. What's that about you? Styx replied, the original name of the Bihan Archipelago was the Hall of Fame. Coming here was probably your destiny. System alerted legendary classes common advancement quest Hall of Fame has been generated. The Hall of Fame quest has been changed to contaminated Hall of Fame hidden. Styx said the Hall of Fame is a sacred place dedicated to immortalizing the achievement of previous legends, and it's also a place where legends leave their strength for the future generation of legends. Meanwhile, Jishuka said, not bad at all. Our levels increased a lot. At this point, we could say that the vampire cities are Overgeared's biggest assets. Zednos said they are really a great hunting ground. Yura, who ROI, and Peak Sword in particular leveled up quite a lot. The rankings are changing every day. Ventnor said although without the vampire ring, we would not be as efficient as we are now. Pon said we've been here for 2 in-game months now. We've been touring the 10th 15th cities with no bosses. It's boring, so we should move to another city. Who ROI reminds, has everyone forgotten about the Lord's warning? He said there's a chance we might encounter a vampire called Marie Rose, so we should not increase our range of activity. Ventnor said don't be boring, rather than staying still like this, taking risks and facing stronger opponents to gain experience is better. Pon said I agree, I think that our current selves could even raid Elphinstone. Jishuka said we have not forgotten about Grid's warning, we know what you are worrying about. But most of us here have seen the changed Grid has gone through, we've seen his unbelievable growth from up close. Is not it normal to want to take on new challenges in order to grow? Even if the reason why you are doing it is just so you can stand next to him? Yura said I also agree with her. While Mr. Grid is not here, I do believe we have to experience new things. If we all can get stronger, we will be more helpful to Mr. Grid. Jishuka said Vampire Expedition Squadron, we are stepping into the 9th city. Let's do our best. Back to Grid, system alerted you have cleared the 29th island. A save point has been generated. From now on, whenever you enter, you will start from the 29th island. Styx said I did not think you'd reach the 29th island so fast. Grid said it was not that hard, but enough about the islands, tell me more about the inheritance. Styx said just 200 years ago, the Bihan Archipelago was a beautiful place. In the outer islands, there were stone tablets commemorating the previous legends. The middle islands were a sanctuary for the current legends. But when I came here 97 years ago to get blue coconuts, it had become damaged. Everything was changed due to the influence of someone or something, and because of that change, because of the trials, succession became nearly impossible. The current and succeeding legends will always be half-baked as they cannot properly inherit the strength of the previous generation's legends. That's why I stayed in this place, to find a way to purify it. Grid said I am a legend, so I am thankful, but is there a need for you to make such a sacrifice? Styx said legends need to exist in order to maintain the world's order, someone has to protect it, so the order does not collapse. I thought that if I reached the last island, I'd find out who damaged the Hall of Fame, but the 30th island is a wall I never passed. Though after meeting you, I believe the reason why I could not make it was to ensure our meeting. This land, it connects the past, the present, and the future. This land has been waiting for a hero to purify and normalize it. Can you help me with this quest? Grid thought among Styx's skills, there's learning and education. He could help with Raiden and Lord. He's someone I must have by my side. I became sure of it after seeing his skills. But before that, Lord, my lovely Irene, my close aides Khan and Piero, even the other NPC. There are a lot of people I care for in this world, so I have no choice. Grid said anyways, you've been resisting alone for everyone's sake, right? Good, let's do our best together. System alerted you have entered the 30th island. Your level has been returned to 1. Styx said this is why I never managed to clear this island. There's a strong curse that does not allow you to bring your strength. The 30th island's theme is nightmare. It's an island that recreates the biggest challenge someone has faced. In my case, I faced the dragon raiders that cursed me before the world tree. Because that struggle was recreated, I could not go beyond this island. What you must do is overcome the most painful and desperate challenge you've faced. Grid thought the most painful and desperate challenge? Then, is there not something wrong? The search for Pagma's book was the hardest thing I've ever done, so why did I return to level 1? Meanwhile, Chulho said so Piero interfered. To think that Kraugel would challenge Piero to complete the quest, he really likes challenges. But anyways Piero, I did not think he'd grow this much. It's already amazing that his level has surpassed 400. But that's not his greatest achievement. Instead of inheriting one of the 9 existing legendary classes, he created a new one. He was originally character made as the key for the episodes of Empress Marie, the Third Crown Prince, and the Ethnic Alliance Group. He's grown beyond the original scope. He probably did not intend to do this, but I guess this is also Grid's strength. To think he'd solve the issues of an NPC that was full of anger and resentment to the point he'd become a subordinate. Suddenly, Morpheus said major news. The quest SH has been executed. Chulho questioned the quest that activates once a legendary class goes beyond the 25th island of the contaminated Bihen archipelago. The only ones with legendary classes are Grid and Yura. Is not Yura's level still too low? Morpheus said yes. The one who activated the quest is Grid. Chulho said, but that's too bad, the 30th island forces you to rely on your skills. He can't bring his items. Maybe if it was half a year later, I guess with his current skills, he won't be able to clear the corrupted Bihen archipelago. Morpheus said the chances of Grid clearing the quest are at 88.19%. Chulho questioned why? Morpheus said there's no mistake. This report is based on player Grid's activities at each level. This is the opponent Grid has died to the most. He died 253 times against a level 2 Flower Bunny, raising his chance to 92.295%. He died 267 times against a level 3 Dewgrass Deer, raising his chances to 96.614%. The area player Grid has died in the most is the city where new players start, Patreon's level 1 hunting ground, the Hill of Beginning. Styx said there's no way. It seems like the challenge of the Bihen archipelago has changed. To think that the place a hero like you has struggled the most in is a grassland like this. Grid thought shut up. Morpheus said the difficulty of player Grid's trial is extremely low compared to other players. System alerted level up to level first clear reward 500 challenger points. 30th island, the place where you've faced the most deaths, has been recreated. Overcome the trial and go beyond your past self. Grid said damn it, why so slow? What a trash body. Grid thought the issue is not just with my body. All of my titles and jobs have been reset. The only thing I have is this newbie wood sword. I can't use any of my items. This is a memory that's so embarrassing I've buried it. To think they'd bring this up. Vince said this place only contains bunnies and deers. There's no way such a place is the trial place for Pagma's successor. Styx said don't tell me there's a dragon nearby, then it would make sense. Vin replied what about the possibility that he really died to a bunny? Would not that be legendary by itself? Styx said that would not be legendary, that would be shit, there's no way that's the case. Grid wonders damn it, this was during the time when I was not used to the game, so my body was not moving properly? Is the game asking me to face the bastards that made me go through hell? Headbutt, since my stats were decreased, they move so fast. Wait, I could not against this attack when I was level 1. How did I? The skills and stats is exactly the same as before, then only possible explanation, experience. The memory of all the battles I've been through until reaching level 300 has awakened this dull body? That has to be the case. With pathetic stats like 6 strength and 4 agility, I was able to land a critical strike. The only thing chaining my stats. The reflexes I've honed remain the same. A combined attack, the previous me would have panicked, but now I can see their movements clearly. I will move my legs back and increase the distance, then counter from the side. System alerted you have leveled up. Grid thought good, I should raise my agility to 10 and put the rest into strength. This body is trash compared to my present body, but if I utilize what I've learned, I can do it. Every time, I feel sluggish. My memories show me what I need to do. With this much, I should able to replicate Link. The joints and muscles I've been using without much thought, I can feel why they grew and developed in a certain way. I can feel the gap in my body. This is what Styx said, the awakening I can obtain only through inheritance. System alerted you have reached level 3, you have completed the quest. Styx wonders to think that the trial place of one of the 9 legends was really a level 1 hunting ground. System alerted you have obtained 500 challenger points, your level has been restored. Grid thought the inheritance process is about overcoming your previous mistakes. I must not ignore the signals my body is sending me. Styx questioned you are Pagma's successor, right? I am sorry to be rude, but you are very different from before. Grid wonders he realized, I am obviously different, I know that better than anyone. Grid said don't worry, I am dull, I was worse than others and went through a lot of things. But does that mean I can't be a legend? Styx thought as expected, he's different from other legends, he's saying he reached this point despite being lacking, there's no shame in his eyes. A dull man who managed to make his way to the Legends Temple due to his efforts, he's more solid because he's late. Styx said no, I am relieved, let's move to the next island. System alerted you have entered 31st island. Styx said this is Etnal's fortress city, Patreon. Grid said that's right, I stayed here for a year, but why was this place recreated? In this place, I only remember dying to carriages, falling pots, and thugs. System alerted your level has been decreased to 23, the quest you failed the most has been recreated. Overcome the trial and surpass yourself. Clear condition, clear a quest you failed in the past. Reserve Soldier Training. Join the Reserve Soldiers Training in Patreon's Fortress. Get passing marks in each subject. Cal the Training Instructor. Grid thought it's the Fortress City's soldier training quest. Because of its difficulty, I never cleared it. To think I'd meet this demon-like instructor again. Sticks question to think you'd show such a reaction. This must be a really hard trial. Is a dragon going to come out? Grid said that won't happen. Calm down and wait. Grid wonders anyway. It's a traumatic memory, but even with my level decreased, I am not the same as before. Now the only thing I have to do is to prove it. Kel said marching is the most basic, yet necessary part of an army. The reason why an army gets into formation is so everyone can use their weapons more effectively. Grid thought he bored people with theory and gave complex orders to ensure most recruits failed. In the past, I did not have much stamina or concentration, but now, things won't work as you want. Instructor Kel. Kel thought it's been 3 hours. How come he has not made a single mistake? Is he really the same weak, stupid and non-ambitious guy I know? Soon, Kel wonders there's no way to think that weakling has finished first twice. I am sure it's all a scam. With your stamina and fighting capabilities you won't be able to pass the weapon exams. Kel said next, are the weapons exams. Grid thought my stat balance is horrible. Most of my stat points are in strength. My agility and INT are almost at the base number. I am worried about practical exam. One skill can plummet my mana and the items are not set either. This test, the targets disappear quickly so I almost go no points previously. My stats are a mess, so I am not confident, but I observed the best spearman, someone who understood a divine spear. Understanding a weapon structure can help you learn how to use it. I have to trust my memories and experience. System alerted you have obtained the rare skill spear shot as a reward. Grid wonders the cooldown time is shorter than sword techniques, and since it is a mid-range skill, it's quite useful. I can leave recovering the spear a god hand. This was the reward for establishing a new record. So, the other tests also have something. Grid questioned what the next test is. Kel said the next test is swordsmanship. Red gives you 10 points, blue 5 points. Afterward, system alerted you have obtained the skill consecutive stab. Grid thought this time, it's a consecutive hit skill. I can use it during the cooldown time of kill. Patreon really gives you a lot. The next is archery test. Grid thought since I don't have bow mastery, the only stat I can trust is archery. But because of my low archery stat, this test is really hard. I am doing better than in the past when I could not hit a single time, but it's still too hard. Grid questioned instructor, my arrow's in a bad state, can I fix it? Kel thought someone who is not a blacksmith will fix the arrow? Is there something more? Kel said if you want to then go ahead. Grid then fix it with a rock. Grid wonders, now I just have to trust in my abilities. I won't be able to do it like Jishuka. I am okay with being the best among the reserve soldiers. Kel thought has he been acting until now? Grid's current look is that of a knight. I wonder what happened. If there's something that changed is his eyes. Grid thought back when I lacked skill, back when I was not Pagma's successor, facing the past with my current memories and experience. You could get this much stronger just by fixing past mistakes. The skills Grid gained were only a bonus, for the biggest reward he received for facing his past mistake was self-confidence. Afterward, system alerted for stat adjustment, hidden rewards will change. You have acquired the normal skill bow mastery. Grid thought the rewards for setting a new record were good too. The source of power for the archer with the most outstanding physical attack. With just the bow, the mana burden of ranged skills will decrease, and my high agility stat will complement well. Anyway, all that's left is the first place reward. I am expecting something like weapon mastery appropriate for the top rank. System alerted you have cleared the 31st island. You have acquired 600 challenger points. Your level will return to the normal value. Grid set a reward that's just a souvenir. It's truly meaningless. Styx replied, meaningless? This is a territory I've never crossed. You are truly amazing. Grid said the rewards were impressive right from the start, so there's no way I'd be satisfied with just a certificate. Let's clear all the islands in the 30, like unwrapping presents. While Grid was away, Raiden was experiencing significant changes. Fighters originally from the former Silver Knight Guild, who grew in Winston, annihilated the monsters in the yellow mithril mines. Thanks to this, the supply of fairy dust, a key ingredient, became smooth, allowing the integration of alchemy and blacksmithing skills. Furthermore, the unique talents of the UL tribe, a small group rescued from the Empire, developed through continuous efforts, creating 930 new magicians. Among them, UL tribe's Princess Hua Rin possessed the unique passive skill party members magic power 30% increase, making her a core member of the magician squad. Additionally, the agricultural territories expanded to the vicinity of the Altus Mountains, tripling the food production. However, Lowell could not figure out how Piero achieved such results. Lowell thought, putting aside why agriculture flourished so much, the construction of the Rebecca Shrine led by Damien is going smoothly. With the blessings of the temple, once healers are trained, the population of Raiden will significantly increase. Damien came and found Lowell and said, they say you've come to the temple. Lal wonders even if there's a high risk, I accepted because the expected benefits outweighed the risks. Lal said I've heard that the candidates for Rebecca's daughters were incorporated into Raiden and entrusted to Piero for education. Lal wonders those candidates were not expected. We are taking unnecessary risks. Damien said are not we overstepping our bounds, taking away the potential successors of the Rebecca Church, known for its absolute strength? Are you thinking of getting dismissed before your term ends, despite doing everything for Lord Grid? Deserts and thorny forests, the journey to Raiden was not an easy one, but it seems those kids found even the dry lands fascinating. Their eyes, hardened by the church's training, showed curiosity. They are children who've grown without even knowing the scent of a flower, due to continuous brainwashing and harsh training. They were confined to the facility even before reaching adulthood, used as weapons for the rest of their lives. For Isabel, Lynn and Luna, and in hopes that another daughter of Rebecca won't be born, I aim to become the Pope. Would Lord Grid, who supported my election, really think differently from me? Lal thought, is it a bond between two people who empathize with NPC, beyond profit and loss? Lal said honestly, I find it hard to understand, but Grid's intentions might not be different from yours. I respect that. I will find ways to solidify your position. Lal wonders there's already a lot on my mind, and now more work is piling up. First, I need to report to Grid immediately or it will become a headache, especially the urgent news. Back to Grid, he wonders it's exhausting. Did I push too hard trying to finish up to the 39th island? I've been in Behen for a month now. I don't know how to escape, so managing stamina is essential until the end. Grid thought anyway, I've cleared all the islands that replicate the past challenges of the challengers. It might have been a disaster for others, but my past failures turned into luck. Even I did not get weapon mastery. My strength and stamina increased by 7, agility and intelligence by 5 each. It's almost like getting rewards from more than 2 elixirs, so the harvest is great. It's such a great place for growth that I want to use it for guild members training before purification. Even if you go up to the 20th island, you should be able to buy a few elixirs with challenger points. Then, he received Lal's regular report. It stated fairy dust is finally being produced. We will be able to witness the fusion of alchemy and blacksmithing techniques. Grid said that UL tribe kid seems to have potential in Piero. Is he focusing on agriculture again? There's one more thing urgent. Vampire expedition team. After entering City 9, they went no contact for 24 days based on satisfy time. Grid wonders, could it be Marie Rose? What in the world did you all do? Why City 9? I clearly remind them not to act recklessly. How can I leave my colleagues behind after overcoming the past? You foolish kid. System alerted you have entered the 40th island. The save point is activated. From now on, you will start from the 40th island. Styx said you've come back quickly this time. Shall we go then? Grid questioned Styx. You are a sage, right? You must have a lot of knowledge? Right now there are people in a dire situation whom I want to protect. Is there any way to forcibly enter restricted places like this one? Styx replied all of a sudden. If something urgent happened, the purification of this place. Grid said I am sorry, but my friends seem to be in danger. Is there any way? Styx said I might not know the full situation, but to focus on this task, you need to solve that problem first. The failure rate is high, but there's a method you can attempt a maximum of 2 times a year. First we need to leave this place. Meanwhile, Ventnor said you pesky thing. Where on earth do you keep popping up from? Laughing like that. Han said take a look at you. Are you like a sausage? Ventnor said this city, the only stronghold of the Grey faction, is extremely big, and I can't even remember how many traps we've triggered. Because of this maze, we've all scattered and even lost some, and you find it funny? Han replied, calm down. Nevertheless, it was just traps. Just be careful of Marie Rose, or whatever. Those mosquito-like vampires are nothing. Suddenly, a stealthy attack on both of them. Ran. Vampire Count said don't fight without me. If only the elites play around I will get bored. Han said where did she go again? If only Faker was here, we could have easily caught him, but I had to be stuck with this slow poke. Meanwhile, Faker thought he's tough. His defense is so strong that my throwing skills don't work at all. Mountain. Vampire Count said if you are thinking of throwing that pitiful little leaf again, just quit it. It won't do anything to me, just a minor annoyance, I am warning you. At the same time, Zedno said no matter what we do, their number does not decrease, they are even 20 levels higher than those city folks. Moreover, there's no cover, so it's hard for the two of us to approach them. Jishuka said instead of chatting, shoot one more, the moment we stop attacking it will be the end for us. Meanwhile, Peak Sword said damn it, who would have thought I'd trigger a teleport trap at the front of the party and get teleported to the 2nd floor? Will the ones on the 1st floor be safe? Cobbin said we should have put Faker in the front. What were you thinking? Leading without any scouting ability. Riga said I apologize, my enthusiasm got the better of me. Peak Sword said calm down, we can't track the health and location of those on the 1st floor. We don't have time to blame anyone, we need to head down and save them. To think that rank 10 city produced not just 1 but 3 mid-boss level counts. Apala, Almira, a Terra vampire counts. Riga said yes, the presence of many count-level vampires right from the start means. I said any of our party members could encounter a count, we need to hurry. Peak Sword said reminds me of the days in the Silver Knight Guild, I will lead the way. I was confident when I entered, but things went bad. Everyone felt the strange fear they first felt when they encountered the vampire city. Perhaps it was the primal signal of prey entering the territory of predators. Demon Slayer, Yura, had already reached level 247. Before we knew it, a level that would take a regular person 2 years to achieve, she did it in just 7 months. Thanks to the expertise from being ranked 5th, the legendary class, and the best hunting ground, the vampire city. Yura now can even be compared to the core members of the Overgeared guild. However, the call of death always targets the weaker ones first. Tyramet, Vampire Viscount said, is this the limit of the sheep? I was a bit nervous about the dirty bullet, how boring. Is this the best they have, the demon slayer of this era? Yura thought overflowing magical power and infinite stamina, a Viscount vampire, even stronger than a Baron rank vampire. Tyramet current level 366. Yura thought excluding Earl, Elfin Stones, all the rulers of the 10th cities were all Viscount level. It's impossible for one person to handle a boss level that a team of 5 could barely manage. Surviving until our scattered comrades return is the best option. Yura said you talk like you know the previous Devil Slayer? Tyramet said you might make light of it with your paltry gun, but to me, it's an unforgettable name, the one who gave me this humiliating scar. It's also the reason why you, who inherited that name, will die today. Yura thought he survived after meeting the previous Devil Slayer? He is not an ordinary Viscount, a unique named boss. Yura cast attack and wonder so fast. I did hit him, but even if I land a hit on an opponent with nearly a 120 level difference, there won't be much damage. Tyramet said, how dare you touch me? You are not even close to the previous one. Yura wonders he's holding me with magic. Like other vampires, this Tyramet is adept at both magic and physical combat. He steals the consciousness and control of the body with magic, then finishes off with physical attacks. I can't dodge this. Taking the hit is the only way to break free. I will sacrifice a minimum of 30% of my health points and get back into position. Then a shield saved Yura. Tyramet said, a shield? From where did this trash? Tyramet thought even though I instantly casted defensive magic, I could not completely block it. What in the world? Grid said, seriously, why don't you listen to what people say? Yura thought you should not be here, if you keep doing this. Grid said, I find myself lost. The direct descendants, the pure-blood vampires, can be divided into 9 direct descendants of the ancestor founder, Bariachi. Among them, Viscount Tyramet possessed strength more than 3 times stronger than an ordinary Viscount. Although a Viscount, he is distinctly one of the direct descendants of the 9 children of Bariachi. Facing a human who dares to wound such a being brought more than shock, it brought him humiliation. Grid thought he used blood magic as an offensive skill. The activation timing is extremely fast. I was prepared in advance, so I did not react late. Tyramet said, you little rat, I will kill you. Blood missiles. You weakling, you thought you could stand against me? Gold hand cast enhanced magic missile. Grid said, my defense is not something to scoff at either. Tyramet wonders, is he an archmage? No, he definitely used a sword. Tyramet hold Grid's wrist and throw him on ground. Tyramet cast blood claw. Grid thought, damn, to think I'd already be using Duran's ring so soon. He's tough. If I drag this out, I might be the one to fall. Despite honing my skills in burn, my attack was blocked and I was even counterattacked. Kraugle would have aimed for the head with the first attack. I am still lacking. System alerted, it's completed. Grid thought, finally, good timing. All in signal. Tyramet cast blood shield to defend those god hands. Tyramet asked, do you think you can keep playing around with those artifacts? Blood fire. Deals burning damage and direct damage, simultaneously. Grid thought his resilience is remarkable. To break him, I need to focus all my skills at one point and unleash it all at once. Grid activated black transformation and wonders there was value in leveling up on the island. I've become considerably faster. System alerted, successfully combined failure and Iaruked. Tyramet thought, damn it, this is not a human speed. I have to boost my physical abilities. Grid wonders, this persistent bastard. He blocked 3 out of the 5 hits. I need to somehow make it to a 5 combo. Grid cast blood cry followed by kill. Tyramet thought, this can't be for me to take this much damage by such a pitiful creature. Grid said, were you pulling me close to counter at this moment? I wondered how long you could hold out with that stamina. Grid wonders he can't regain his senses in this 0.3 seconds. I can finish him within this time. System alerted, control the sword aura with the control panel. The time limit is 1 second. Grid wonders, an Iaruked exclusive skill, Abyssal Sword. Its power overwhelms the level 4 kill. Time limit is 1 second. Pour as many sword auras as possible onto him. Grid said, out of 24 strikes, did I only manage to hit 4? The command inputs are too complicated. It's complex, and the time is too short. I wonder if I can use it properly even with practice. After using all those skills consecutively, I only have 33 mana left. Still, he was an opponent I should have finished off early. Since I used up all my skills, if I held out longer, I would have been overwhelmed. I should start looking through the loot. Suddenly, Grid being pushed away a long distance. Grid thought he's still alive? I clearly saw his health hit rock bottom. No more than that, even if his magic was blocked, he's exerting this much pressure, it's not the same as before. Tyramet said right, Elfin Stone must have been at that level. Compared to me, your body is nothing but flesh. Well, I suffered this humiliation from a mere human. I should not underestimate you. Sure, if I had used your magic properly, it would have come to this, but there was no other way. Among my siblings, I am the only one who can't properly handles magic. Instead, I have the ability to concentrate magic on regeneration. Furthermore, every time I revive, I become even stronger. Grid thought, and they call this monster a Viscount rank? Tyramet said, now shall we start again? This is becoming tedious. Be thankful for the glory of being able to face a perfect undying being. Meanwhile, Damien said, to understand the principles of manifesting divine power in just a month, Lord is a real genius. Watching the process of building a temple is fun, but the growth of Lord is also pleasing to see. Lord, divine power is the power to protect your comrades and to intimidate creatures like vampires. So, make sure to learn it well. Irene said, you are here. Come here. You just started walking a week ago, yet you walk so well without falling over, just like your father. There's nothing you can't do. Say he thought your father wore diapers until he was 5. Irene said, if you grow strong and healthy, your father would be so happy. Just grow up healthy. Then you can be stronger like your father, as the legend foretells. Tyramet said, it's pointless. No matter how many times I am damaged, I will become even stronger. Stop bothering me with your artifacts. Grid wonders his stats and power have increased significantly. This is even worse than facing Elfin Stone. I did not expect this much. I have to endure somehow until my skills cooldown are up. Tyramet said, you are not comparing me to that weak Elfin Stone, are you? Grid thought, all of a sudden I can't dodge this. Tyramet said, the only reason why I am still a Viscount is to avoid responsibilities. Were not you the tough one? Come to think of it, that's the phrase I like the most. I love breaking things. Yura cast Annihilation Bullet, but system alerted your magic gun does not support rifle mode. The chance of Annihilation Bullet misfiring is very high. Yura thought, I have to save young Woo. System alerted your magic gun does not support bayonet mode. There's a very high probability of failing to manifest Spirit Sword. Failed to manifest Spirit Sword. Emelfa's magic gun durability has reached 0 and it's permanently destroyed. Destroyed items cannot be recovered. Yura thought, a magic gun with a level of 180, crafted with great effort at the alchemy facility. Humans could only understand the operating principle through alchemy. It's an unfinished product. Only the dwarves can make a true magic gun that supports pistol, rifle and bayonet modes, but because I could not access the dwarven land, because I am blocked by an advancement quest, I can't lose the man who saved me multiple times due to my shortcomings. I have to save young Woo at all costs, even if I have to sacrifice everything. Grid said, calm down, I am alright. Grid, my friend, this is a skill I learned for my master's sake. System alerted, Randy's skill exchange position with duplicated target. Randy's health has reached 0, you can't summon him for the next 24 hours. Grid said, don't just throw your master around, kiddo. Grid cast kill and thought, even after pushing him so much, he regenerates. I can't defeat him with just a single attack reliant on mana potions. Damn it, there's no way to finish him. How did they create something impossible to defeat? Yura thought, speaking of which, why is not the injury from the previous Devil Slayer healed? Even with such overwhelming regenerative abilities, Yura said, perhaps only the power of a Devil Slayer. Styx said, I intended to only watch, but seeing you come to an accurate conclusion in such a dire situation, I can't just stand by. It's rewarding to come to the world of humans after a long time accompanying Lord Grid. My name is Stick. Yura said, Stick? Before that, my conclusion. Styx said, if it's what you wish, perhaps I can help. If you are comrade of Grid, you are more than qualified. Grid thought, I am lagging in power despite my overwhelming stats. He deals magical and physical damage. That is unfavorable to me. If I dodge, Yura and the elf will get injured. You would easily defeat this guy if it was you, Kraugle. Wait, he did not dodge? Tyramet said, with all my strength, there is no reason to dodge. It's a waste to dodge. That pitiful sword-like thing. System alerted, the fusion time between failure and Iarugd has ended. Tyramet cast Blood Tornado. Grid yell, what are you doing, Noe? Come out and help me. System alerted, Pet Noe is sleeping. He does not respond to your calls. Tyramet said, has your favorite toy reached its end? Now that you have used all your skills, might as well give me your blood and die. Grid thought, damn it, I have no card left to play. Suddenly, Yura Annihilation Bullet with the weapon Alex's magical engineering gun. Unique shot on Tyramet. Tyramet was curious and said this damage was the same as the one from 150 years ago. Tyramet thought, Alex. Yura thought, even tearing his head to pieces did not finish him that power. System alerted, pistol mode. rifle mode, and bayonet mode. Mode change is only possible once every 5 seconds. This magic gun was crafted by the dwarf craftsman Clump, who gave significant guidance to the blacksmith Pagma before he became a legend. It embodies the essence of dwarf technology. Usage requirement Devil Slayer. Yura thought from the mode change to its powerful attack power and rapid mana refinement speed it's tremendous. The existing magic guns are no match for this. Stick said it's the gun that my friend Alex, the former Devil Slayer, used when he was young. Stick thought originally, it's an item that can be obtained by completing the hidden mission of the 25th island of the Burning Archipelago. Its speed and mana bullet refinement and aiming, comparable to Alex's in his lifetime, is so fat. Stick said such a fortunate gun, may it pave the way for the hero. Yura thought whenever I am pushed to the edge, he always lends a hand, really he's like a safety net. Yura told Young Woo don't give him a chance to regenerate, now's the time. Grid thought I can really feel the damage. Are these anti-demon skills? Even with stats far below mine, she's dealing 1.5 times the damage. This is our only chance to defeat this zombie, another all-out attack. Link kill. Tyramet said this damned human, he's so persistent. Yura dash over and cast Spirit Sword. Bayonet mode. Tyramet thought the wounds are preventing me from regenerating. Tyramet said do you think the direct descendant of Bariachi will be defeated by mere bugs? While Grid about to cast another attack, system alerted not enough main. So, with the balanced mana, only able to cast magic missile. Grid said do you have a big finisher? Yura replied of course, Light of the Apocalypse. Tyramet dead and thought one of the 9 direct descendants of Bariachi, kneeling before these insignificant humans. What a shame. Grid said good job Yura, finally over. Yura said the debt did I pay off a bit of it? Grid said to pay it off completely, it will require a lot time, right? Work hard and pay it off. System alerted your level has increased. Dark rune bound item, unique growing. Able to absorb unique attributes when defeating demon kind monsters or devils. Tyramet's power is engraved to the dark rune. Tyramet's power when HP falls below 10% instantly recover up to 30% of HP. Grid thought although I am still far from the top, it seems I am growing. I managed to withstand this guy's attack for quite a while. Should I first check the loot? Tyramet's armor unique. Tyramet's belt epic upgradable. This item has a hidden feature. When the belt reaches legendary grade, you can summon Vampire Viscount Tyramet. Grid thought just like the Ring of Elfin Stone, that can summon Elfin Stone. If I upgrade this I can summon Tyramet? Do all items imbued with direct lineage power have these hidden effects? That means after completely conquering the vampire city and imbuing all the power into the tune, channeling all the power into the rune, it's the same as becoming their lord and ruler. It's amazing to have such strong summons. Grid said, thanks for saving me, it's about the item distribution right? Well the belt. Yura said it's okay because Stick gave me the gun from his friend. Grid said that was your friend's? That gun was really powerful, don't you have the one Pagma used back in the day? Stick said I don't, I was not particularly close to Pagma. Grid thought that's too bad, if I run into such strong guys again, the damage I receive will keep increasing. I need to create items that significantly reduce damage, whether by reflection or absorption. Before that we should first retrieve the kids. Meanwhile, Who ROI activated buff, followed by Peak Sword's attack. Ibeline said it's not perfect but it's the swordsmanship recognized by Piero. Rigas ended 3 of the vampires with Thunder Chariot. System alerted you have obtained the Elixir of Strength. Toon said jackpot, an elixir? After only 2 months of the Vampire City expedition. Ibeline said it never appeared even while killing tens of thousands of vampires. Peak Sword said it was easy for us because we had Who ROI and Tobin. We need to hurry, the others are in much more danger. Meanwhile, Pon said you pig, don't even think about acting brave here. Ventnor replied shut up, shrimp, you are the one who got in my way. Grid arrived and cast restraint. The vampire thought I can't move. That guy. Luckily the effect does not seem to last long. But then, Yura's bullet already hit on her. Grid said trying to run after making a mess with our kids? System alerted defeated the vampire count ran. Grid questioned do you want to keep fighting when our comrades are in danger? Pull yourselves together. Grid said if you are sorry, let me use that spear. Come to Faker. Faker cast death blow. Mountain madly said you sneaky bastard you really know where to hit, I need to crash him completely, so he stopped spinning around. Faker thought if I use blink here again, it will mess up my mana, I have no choice but to receive this attack. Grid cast spear shot, and said this works, this is why they say basic training is important. Even the world's strongest beings are in a tough spot, the matchup must be really bad for you, right? Yura then headshot the vampire. Grid thought a vampire that would have taken our top 5 elites at least 15 minutes, with that power added, it feels like the raid speed has been cut by 3-fold. You are more than pulling your weight, Yura. Grid told Pon pick up your spear, and I will throw it again. System alerted spear shot, you must retrieve the thrown spear, if not retrieved within 30 seconds, you lose ownership of the spear. Back to Jishuka, Zedno's already out of mana, The cooldown for mana potions has not reset yet. Jishuka cast Phoenix Arrow and said let's escape before it regenerates again. Don't get agitated, just run quickly. Jishuka thought anyway, it's the last arrow, if I can't get at least one with it, I won't have a face left. Grid said finally found them all. Go back to where you came from, you brats. Jishuka hug on Grid and said you scared me. Stick said are there enemies left around? Yura said I can see them with my eyes. Jishuka questioned but how did you return so quickly? You should not have been able to from the Behen Island. Grid said it's the power of the high elf sage over there. Stick introduced and said I owe my life to Grid. Peak Sword wonders why does Grid keep bring these rare named NPC from everywhere. Regas said anyway, it worked out well, let's properly clear this now. Grid said you did not listen to me, look at your state, I told you there were counts level enemies in the first floor. They had an incredibly strong Viscount level, what if Marie Rose also appears? Tobin questioned really? So are we giving up here? Grid said don't worry, I plan to see this through. First we will do the special training. Stick will take you to a training facility. Meanwhile, Anya said Veridin, it's been so long since he was supposed to find out about the lair of the archdemon Furpu, why have not I heard anything yet? What a useless, I've been searching for a month, but could not find even a hint of the barrier that sealed it. I can't even find a shard of ice, where the hell is it? Thankfully I've been leveling up steadily with a large number of monsters, but the quest is blocked. This is frustrating. System alerted death rune. This bound item will be permanently reserved in the inventory, cannot be traded, dropped or destroyed. Usage effect. Sacrifices some of your command stat to increase the stats of your summons. All stats of summons plus 20%. Paladin's Faith summons a shield that absorbs 10,000 damage. Benta's Taunt. Swap your health with a designated target. Unique continuous effect. If you obtain the corpse of a named character or monster as a subordinate, you can absorb their unique traits. Tehran's swordsmanship creates an advanced sword mastery skill. When wielding a sword weapon, you can use bloodshed. Muhammad's knowledge. Magic casting speed plus 15%, mana recovery speed plus 30%. Anyus thought damn, I should have secured that bastard soul at that time. Who would have thought a mere fragment of a soul could wield magic? The more I think about it, the more it sends shivers down my spine. Originally, I should have already consumed Braham's trait. I had high hopes, thinking I could command a legend as a lich. Another stepping stone in growth that those blessed by items will experience. The stage and time were open to everyone. A place where thousands of weapons are buried in a hill, where the legendary blacksmith Pagma spent his last days. Tomb of the Sword. In another legendary land, a few chapters was unfolding for a man, the rotten corpse of that damned Braham. Back to Grid, he said a lot has changed. It seems like Lal had a hard time. Let's all take a short break, then prepare and head to the Burn Island. Irene said you've returned safely. Grid told Irene, but I am only here for a short maintenance. I have to leave soon. Lord said Dada. Grid excited said did everyone hear that? Lord called me Dad. Next second, he called Asmawful Dada. Grid questioned Asmawful, what did you do to Lord while I was gone? Asmawful quickly explained it's a misunderstanding. Grid said shall we take a look at how much our son has grown? Level 3, Genius of the Western Continent. Grid wonders the title Genius of Eternal changed to Genius of the Western Continent. He's even acquired an SS grade legendary skill. His potential has skyrocketed. What on earth happened? Say he texted Grid come out for a moment. Someone's looking for you. Sang Min said the first national competition had a whopping global average viewing rate of 63%. That easily surpasses the viewing rates for the Olympic and the World Cup. Our SA group highly evaluates the potential of the national competition and is willing to invest in it. We plan to offer benefits to the participants that are incomparable to last year's, but since you have not applied yet, we came in person. Please participate in the second national tournament. Grid replied I wonder what preparations you've made? Sang Min said unlike the first competition, where the government gave a cash prize to medalists, our group plans to provide additional items. Grid said well, it's hard to trust this, it's probably just some trash items. Sang Min said the descendants of the blacksmith group Pagma, you will able to obtain the divine mineral adamantium. Depending on the number of metals you can secure more quantities. Grid thought material for the holy light armor? A mineral on par with bloodstones, a mineral that rivals even pavranium. One of the top minerals, I don't even have a clue how to obtain it. It's a golden opportunity to get an incredible item. Sang Min said of course this is when South Korea, a small nation and satisfy, wins a medal. Grid thought with Yura and the ultimate sword, they are underestimating us. I want to say I will participate right away to prove ourselves, but, Lal said in the last national tournament, my lord single-handedly won 3 gold medals, bringing Korea to 3rd place overall. In other words my lord, you are a symbol of the national competition and a guaranteed success. To the officials who will visit soon, my lord will be the ultimate VIP, rip them off. Grid said then, please give the opening ceremony rights of the national tournament to my guild, Overgeared, we want to promote our guild. Sang Min thought what kind of outrageous demand is this crazy person making? using the opening of an event watched by billions just for guild promotion. It's frustrating, he's one of the rising stars in Satisfy, so we can't just ignore him. Sang Min questioned, does Overgeared, already one of the top guilds, really need marketing? Early, Lal said, my lord, in this game where astronomical amounts of money flow, the income of the kingdom is beyond imagination. That's why the ultimate content of Satisfy is founding a nation. The core of the founding a nation plan is how well you can deter threatening forces while gathering national power. So for this tournament, we need a powerful message that no one can easily overlook us. Grid said the goal of Overgeared team is not to be one of the best, but to be the one and only unparalleled guild. There's one more condition. It's a condition that would satisfy SA as well. Don't be scared. Afterward, Sang Min said, therefore, if we go by Shin Young Woo's suggestion, we will inevitably have to modify the plan. The original opening plan was scheduled to pair 7 rankers from each country. A man said, we've prepared a massive amount of CG, national themes, and even a performance by the world's best rock band. It seems all the plans that the marketing team worked on overnight will go straight to the trash. Nah, he said, but the order of appearance in the original plan was ambiguous, with the French team opening in the US, who were overall champions in the previous tournament, appearing last. It did overshadow Grid, who single-handedly won 3 gold medals. A man said, but is not this too focused on individuals? It greatly deviates from the intent of promoting it as national sport. Another man said, I agree too. Out of 224 participants, 43 are from the Overgeared team. There are rumors that our group sponsors Grid and Yura. Adding to this would only increase the bias controversies. Sang Min said, I was also against about it, but there was an additional request from Grid. Please look at the next file. The man curious and asked, is this real? This person is participating. Sang Min said yes. We contacted Grid's request, and he accepted. However, he also added a condition that Grid must participate. Chulho said, so everything hinges on the right to direct the opening? Why worry then? If we just hand over the authority, it's bound to be a hit. Let's make it happen, an unimaginable second national tournament. A few days later, Satisfy News, announcer said, today we are here with special news for all of you. The second Satisfy National Championship in Paris, France is just 43 days away. There are not only top players like Zabal and Chris, but there are 32 countries participating, which is more than the last championship. And this morning at exactly 6 o'clock, a 4-minute and 31 seconds opening video was surprisingly uploaded on the official website. The video already has a whopping 1 billion views. This is why Satisfy today is here. Let's watch together. Lal wonders, we intended to focus public attention of Lord and the Overgeared team, but I never imagined Lord would be summoned as well. We should have left everything to the Lord. What's more concerning is what happens after the opening. Most of the Overgeared members from various countries were expected to win in most categories, showing the power of Overgeared to the rival guilds. But if that person participates, we'd have to give up medals in popular categories like PvP, Raid and National Siege. We could not complete the final move of our strategy, and again we have to leave everything to the Lord. But the Lord said he could win. Announcer said, the official national championship opening video. The point that caused a sensation is this part. The person who creates miracles, Kraugle, the one known by the grand title of A Sky Beyond the Sky, who has more fans than even Grid, but he has never once revealed himself in an official ceremony. The biggest surprise of this championship. Kraugle is finally participating in the second national championship. National competition opening filming day. The staff said the opening recording is over. Alright, representatives from all over the world. We will finally film your profile for the competition. Someone said, is that the real Kraugle? I am a big fan. Phenomenal level up speed, mastery and control, and his understanding of the game. He's more than just a genius. He has such a transcendent energy. Even the rankers can't approach him. Lal questioned, how? You refused my lord's mercy, saying that only heaven could hold the dragon. You may not know, but your heaven has fallen to my lord. Now it's time to choose a new heaven. The spirit of my fallen angel will forgive the arrogance of refusing the friend request of me, the unspoiled genius. How replied, you are having a laugh. Grid took down the celestial. Did you think I would cower up because of a rumor? Kraugle's heaven is not a level where Grid can reach. How thought he decided to participate in this competition to represent the billions of immigrants of China. However, one again I am reminded after seeing the person that I never even dreamt of seeing. My one and only person of awe. Kraugle is special. I just hope that he notices even my lack of skill. How said even more, people like you are trying to take over heaven. You Overgeared people need to overtake me before that. Zabal said, for God's sake, I, the chief of the Snake Guild, the second place overall, have shrunk to the point where I can't even walk towards that presence. Grid questioned Kraugle, why did you dodge all that? You pain in the ass. Kraugle replied, did I? My apologies. Zabal said, was not he just a dummy put there for publicity because of his gear? He really has a connection with Kraugle. Grid said, did not you see the directing plan? My attacks should look cool. Why would you dodge them so effortlessly? Kraugle said, unlike before, the trajectory of your sword technique became complicated, so I just avoided it to the best of my ability. Grid said, anyways, after looking at the ranking I saw that your gap between the second place has widened even more. Kraugle replied, it's all thanks to you. The efficiency of the awakened white sword was amazing. Thank you. Grid said, I should be thanking you. Thanks to you I was able to grow while I was in Bihan Archipelago. Kraugle said, that means you have probably already made it to the 31st island. Overcoming the past is a very hard challenge. Grid said, you will be shocked if you hear this, because I am now going to challenge the 40th island. Kraugle thought he has reached an area that even I have not passed. Unlike Anyus, who is full of hatred, he is a presence that innocently challenges and drives me. Grid said, it was not anything to do with skill, I just had great compatibility with Bihan Archipelago. Kraugle said, no need to be humble, this is the first time I have been overtaken. You are a great man. Zabal said, was it a cheap sympathy that would even take care of Cinderella? His hobby is worse than I thought. He should hang out with people of the same class. Zabal came over and introduced himself. Kraugle then said, Grid, I am going now. My mother's calling. Location, Moscow, Russia. Kraugle, a player that is mysterious and undistinguished but also the satisfies undisputed no rancor. The public's endless admiration for their idol shines the throne more splendidly, but his childhood was full of ill treatments and poverty. As a Korean, it was barrenness itself. However, despite the unfortunate environment, he was able to enter a prestigious university and got a decent job. As it is now, his growth was always silent and straight. The reason he was able to grow so fast in a difficult environment was because of a person that gave him straight stems and fruits. Warm Sunday, his mother throw a cup on his head and yell, my son, where is my son? Respecting and loving. All those things he has received from his wise mother. Alzheimer, this incurable illness is eating away her memories. Kraugle thought, after quitting my job and selling my mansion, I have put everything into healing her and to always look after her from beside her. I have started Satisfy, which has a huge capital to it. I've even called the best doctors around the world and used hundreds of million in her cure, but the devil's illness just laughs away at my efforts. Mother. Kraugle wonders, don't worry, you can meet your son soon. Embrace me with your smile again. Please hug me warmly again, just a little more. Soon. Lowell said, I was shocked because all the attention went towards Kraugle during the national competition opening, but I don't know if it was because of his lack of information. But thanks to that, the media's attention turned to us. Tobin said, they are assuming that we have amassed tremendous wealth due to the increased territory after Silver Knights Guild merge. They probably think that Raiden is a royal castle, Baron has various hunting grounds, and Koro Island is a tourist destination. Ventnor said, that's way too exaggerated. We are extravagant from using all of our profits on Raiden. Lowell said, it's a rumor that spread because Raiden was geographically isolated. Thanks to that, talented people will gather, and the surrounding forces will be suppressed. Regas said, I don't see Grid. Weren't we supposed to go to Bihan Archipelago in an hour? Lowell said, Grid will stay in Raiden for a few days. He's going to attempt to combine the skills of an alchemist and a blacksmith. Ventnor said, oh. Styx said that by doing that you can surpass the unique skill of a dwarf. Meanwhile, Lord is holding hammer practicing. Grid said, good, son, you should work with me for a while. A legendary blacksmith's son should not be a beginner blacksmith, right? I will teach you properly. Grid thought, if you add all the citizen and players of the 17 countries of the Western continent together, their population is in the billions. Among them, the foremost genius, Lord Stime's ability clearly goes beyond common sense. Grid told Lord, even though you are a genius, working as a smith requires experience and strength, so it won't be easy. Here hammering might be difficult, so try knocking this clay into shape. Do you mean you don't like it? I don't think he old enough to show pride. Khan said, it seems Confucius Lord's education is formidable. Grid said, my child is dexterous with his hands, but he is still too young to smell minerals. Kasim thought, did they not know because they don't spend a lot of time together? He's mad because he's competitive but got ignored. With Lord's competitiveness he could have become a blacksmith 2 years ago, not when he's 12. This is frustrating. I won't have enough time to practice my master Lantier's technique. I am the only one that knows in this castle the potential and competitiveness of this child. Soon, Grid thought the use of alchemy divides into 5 big parts. 1. Crafting types of potions. 2. To upgrade low-rank minerals. 3. Creating upgrade stones for weapons and armory. 4. Crafting special items. 5. Giving items options. It's undoubtedly a useful facility, but the success rate of alchemy is so low that, in the Western continent, investment has not been made as they value it low. Grid questioned, is the success rate this low even after using all the profits of the estate for a whole year? Rabbit replied, as I have said before, if the facility level reaches unique, the given option success rate will rise to 5%. Grid said, damn, even the risen rate is 5%? There was a reason nobody invests. Was the goal of making Raiden the second Talaman 2 unreachable? Rabbit said, however, in Raiden there is a thing called fairy dust which significantly increases alchemy success rate. It will help us a lot, since it increases alchemy success rate by 20%. Grid thought, 20%, that's still too low. It is also a big burden to continue investing most of the profits of the estate. It's such a risk that I should seriously consider discontinuing the investment. However, the existence of fairy dust means we can prove that Raiden is the only city that can prove the value of alchemy. Let's do it. We will challenge a field that other countries cannot oversee. Grid said, we don't have a choice. Let's keep it going. We need to put another option on the item. Rabbit thought the core of a business is supply and demand. There's no ecstasy that can be compared to a merchant who has acquired a rare product. The alchemy facility is a field that nobody has dared to touch. In the face of such a thing, this person chose to take on a challenge rather than be intimidated. After all, he was a vessel enough to hold me. Shall I slowly start to pull the strings? Rabbit said, thank you for your big decision. Also, I have a person to introduce to you. Come in. The man kneeled and said, it's a pleasure to meet your excellency, Duke of Grid. Grid questioned, what's wrong with him? Rabbit said, I've made some plans for you. He's rude, but he will be a big help. I may have exaggerated about you. He may look shabby, but I am sure he will be a great help. A person that spent 50 years of his life only into alchemy. The greatest alchemist of the continent. Location, Raiden Alchemy, level intermediate 8. The man said, this much alchemy equipment. Amazing, truly amazing. Grid said, what a frivolous old man. Rabbit said, I told him some lies that the Lord has trusted his skills and will give him great support. Silvern said, I am very sorry, Your Excellency the Duke. The past 50 years, I gave my everything to alchemy, but as the science of alchemy got forsaken by the world, I thought my life would also go down with it. However, now that Your Excellency has saved me from this darkness, I will offer you every single piece of my knowledge. Grid said, it's too soon to be happy. I also want to check your skills, so please show me right away. This is Ayarut, a special ego sword. Do you think you can use your knowledge in alchemy to add an option to this item? Silvern said, the maximum option you can obtain in an intermediate facility is rank A, and the probability of failing always exists. Grid replied, wait, if you fail giving an option, is there a chance that the base stats go down? Silvern said, no, as long as I am the one who doing it. That's what I spent my life for. Grid wonders fast, although he is using his own reagent, his mixing and dispensing speed is on another level. Silvern said, I am so excited, I can show off my skills as much as I want. It's starting now, Your Excellency. System alerted attempting to add a new option to Ayarut. Silvern said, thank you for giving a new life to a dying science, Your Excellency the Duke. My knowledge answers at a great man's calling, please accept it. Grid thought he did it on the first try? But I am like the unluckiest person in the world, he did not even need the help of fairy dust. Silvern, this guy's skill is really great. System alerted rank B option looks has been given to +8 Ayarut. It looks cooler. Silvern said it obtained the best rank B option looks. That's much better than I expected. Grid speechless and wonders, I am doomed. If the best rank B option is this, I need to quit it. Rabbit said, it's too late to be sad, Your Excellency. Looks are an important aspect that makes both the item and user more attractive. As long as there are nobles obsessed with luxuries, luxury works as a political device. Grid wonders, does it? I mean, I did hear that a person earned lots of money after unlocking a hidden class skin crafter. It does look much cooler, maybe I can show it off in the competition. Rabbit said, I will continue to accumulate fairy dust until the facility level progresses to advance for efficiency. Silvern said, what? You have fairy dust? That really motivates me. Shall we apply looks on more equipment? Your Excellency. Grid replied, no, I am gonna go get some fresh air, then go to the blacksmith. Keep working. Location, Altus Mountains farmland. System alerted visualizing farming equipment. Oh, using aura. Piero cast host commotion. 40 days until the second national competition. He was defeated by Grid in just 5 seconds during the first national competition. And now he is determined to fight. Piero said, so I was right all along. Your abilities are a perfect fit for farming. You might as well work with me for another 3 months. What do you say? Hurrent replied, 3 months? Can't you make it 1 month? Hurrent thought the value of Piero's quests are immense, but in 3 months' time I won't be able to get ready for the national competition. Piero said, that's unfortunate. If you can only help for 1 month, just leave now. I was going to teach you a new skill, but it's impossible to learn it in a month. Hurrent thought, when I invaded Prince Ren and Raiden, I was confident that I was stronger than Grid. However, after overcoming Piero's rigorous quest in this farmland, my confidence was long gone. Because of those words of this mighty man, who never utters empty words, there are people that are as strong as you all over the world, and the Lord is far above you. Choosing between unripe revenge and sharpening the sword that's not even worth thinking about. Hurrent said, I will stay with you. Piero replied, you have become a man who knows how to take care of the hardness of his roots, could not have made a better choice. Hurrent thought, no matter if it takes a year or 2, I will go forward until I evolve into the legendary Revenge Aura Master. Wherever the sight reaches are each person's horizon. That truth is no different to those who have gathered somewhere. The leaders of the Big 7 Guild, they are the strongest of the top 30th in the rankings, and also participants of the second national competition. Zabal said, it has already been 9 months since we were humiliated after forging a union and invading Raiden. After that we have lost all of our honor and dignity to the Overgeared Guild. That is why we have gathered here once again. At this competition we will defeat the Overgeared Guild and retake our honor. Bondre said the national competition competes against nations. How will we target the Overgeared Guild when it's not even a guild war? Zabal said if we destroy their symbol, that will be our revenge and return of our honor. The Overgeared Guild's symbol is the Korean grid, so at this competition we will destroy Korea. Zabal thought for that. I also obtained equipment with concentrated dwarf skills from Panmer, the #1 blacksmith. Chris said I am fully aware that the honor of the guild is directly related to income, but in the first place, with what rights are you pretending to be the leader of one of the 7 guilds? Zabal said you are picky. I never mentioned that I was a leader. Anyways, we are still equal companions, right? Chris replied, companion? I never participated in this union or the Raiden invasion. Before we start, let me tell you this, stop using the title of the 7 guilds union. We have never signed up for this. Zabal said if you leave like this, it means that the rumor of you being on the same side as Grid would be true. Are you fine with that? If you keep building misunderstandings that you are on the same side with Grid, you will be destroyed. My underlings told me that the weapon Chris used while hunting was identical to the weapon Grid used. Chris questioned, have you never seen similar looking items? How is that a reason? Zabal said the tyrant I know is not the type of person to laugh over an unfair situation like this. It makes me think that I have the correct answer? Chris said I clearly stated that it's an unfounded suspicion. Do you have ears for decoration? Zabal said you are getting too excited. This would be sorted if you share your greatsword information. Chris said you are crossing the line. What kind of an idiot would share their fighting power? Bubat said he's right. Zabal, stop it already. I am already getting a headache from the blood carnival with the Overgeared. Seiyu Ran said he's already suspicious from procrastinating. It could be sorted so easily. Why are you wasting our time? Seiyu Ran took out weapon and said I've become much stronger than when I was struggling to get used to my class during the Raiden invasion, and I spent lots of time leveling up and spending money just for revenge. It's a good chance to use it against the rank 1 competitor. Seiyu Ran cast Soul Speak attack towards Chris followed by Soul Shackles. Chris thought if I take out Grid's great sword I will become enemies with these guys and it will cause issues for my guildmates. I will use my second weapon here. Seiyu Ran said you defended this ability using the shortest route possible? You are a better swordsman than I heard. However, you are not enough to beat me. Soul transfer, infuse the consumed soul into your weapon to increase its power. Chris thought the gap in weapons beyond my strength as a great swordsman, and a fast and powerful repeat attack. He's stronger than they say. He's not someone that I can handle using my secondary weapon. I just need to hold on. Hal blocked the attack and said stop acting recklessly. There's a line you should not cross. Seiyu Ran said do you not think? His weapon is trash. He has the real one hidden. Hal said even if it's the same weapon as Grid, that won't be enough evidence to prove that he's on his side. Bubat said I agree that's just a forced connection. Seiyu Ran said you too? You guys are sticking up for the wrong guy. Well fine. I was just testing my new body but now it's gotten boring. Chris said unless you have anything else, can I go now? Seiyu Ran said get lost. I don't care about some third ranker that was saved by other people. Chris thought keep laughing as much as you want. My strength was not grown to be shown at a place like this. The best stage will take place in 40 days. Back to Grid. He wonders weapon mastery, the strongest mastery skill that adds bonus attack on every weapon type. However, the bonus attack increase for individual weapons is higher if you are using singular mastery. Even if you use a bow, it priorities the 11% bonus attack form bow mastery than the 10% increase from weapon mastery. Since mastery skills are important, the mastery experience increase option is mandatory. However, in the alchemy facility the success rate for giving an option is way too low. I can't think of ideas whether it is item creation or remodeling. Blacksmith level close to advanced level 8 and an extraordinary ability that is passed down the blacksmith from generation to generation. Above all, the experience accumulated over decades to the extent that among the ancestors there is an artisan, Albertino, who inspired Pagma. As expected at time like this, the only person I can trust is Khan. Grid questioned Khan, have you found a way to gain more mastery skill experience? Khan replied I have searched every bit of knowledge of the ancestors. Sorry I could not help at such an important time. So I've been thinking overnight. How about we ask Piero? He knows effective ways to train weapon skills. Don't you think the principle would be similar? I wonder if we can craft that into item crafting. Grid thought weapon training and weapon mastery, their principles are the same? Grid excited said are you a genius? I am sure that method will work. Grid wonders I can't believe it took me the whole night thinking about this. This advice came from our infinite trust. Kasim wonders what are they doing? A relationship that cannot be forced or created. That's what we call true friendship when they admit to each other. Don't forget this. If you manage to get a friendship like that, it would help you a lot in the future. The reason Lord was able to lead the strongest comrades was because of this day. Soon, Piero thought Hurrent. The more I see him the more diligent and passionate he seems. His character is even more upright than I thought. He may harbor resentment towards the Lord due to past events, but it seems he is driven more by passion than malice. If I guide him well, he will certainly grow in a positive direction and has the potential to be a great asset to the Lord. The potential of that aura, taking various forms, is beyond my expectations. If he continue to grow like this, he will be unparalleled on the battlefield and incredibly efficient. Life it truly unpredictable. He fell to the depths, was saved by the Lord, and now he trains under the Lord. Having experienced treachery and hit rock bottom, only I can truly understand him. I will surely forge him into a sword for the Lord. Back to Grid. Grid said, when did the barren Altus mountains become filled with fields and fruit tree saplings? Piero said they supported only about 500 farmers. Did he single-handedly increase the workforce to achieve this? Impressive. Then Grid spotted a group of kids and wonders, were you using children for farming? No matter how obsessed you are with farming, this is too much. As a father myself, I cannot accept this. I need to give them a warning. Kids said, those who dare trespass the territory of Lord Grid, we will drive you out of here. They immediately took out weapon to fight with Grid. Grid thought Lal said that Piero is training 200 candidates for Rebecca's daughter. These must be them. It's a relief they are not just farm hands. This must be a part of training. But they are fierce even at a young age. Is this because they are candidates of Rebecca's daughter? Their current skill level is not something an average player can handle. They will be interesting to watch as they grow. They are getting stronger, farmers and fighters. The thrill you can only feel from getting stronger. Grid said, I am in a good mood. I will help a little bit with training. When Grid took out Iarugd, kids stunned for a moment. Grid said, so the coolness option is not entirely useless? Everyone, take a good look. Piero stopped him and said, that's a well-honed sword. However, you should not enchant young girls with it, my lord. Soon, the yellow-haired kid said, thanks to you, Damien has become the Pope and the Rebecca Church has found peace. It's an honor to meet you. Rebecca will surely bless you. Grid thought the candidates for Rebecca's daughter usually undergo indoctrination for 10 years, but these kids seem to act their age. Damien raised them quite freely, cute ones. Grid said, please grow healthily and took good care of my son, Lord. Piero said, my lord, you inquired about a fast way to improve weapon skills. Typically repetitive training is the most crucial way. Grid said, I am looking for a shortcut. I want to embed it as an option in the weapon. Piero said, I am not knowledgeable in blacksmithing, so I can't visualize it well. Grid said, why are you training them with farming tasks? Piero replied, well, breathing the energy of earth, feeling the greatness of nature, and the main effect is to forcibly awaken unused muscles and infuse them with strength. By using weapons in adverse conditions and overcoming difficulties, there is a tendency for proficiency to increase rapidly. It's like the principle of muscles becoming stronger through damage and regeneration. Grid thought, I wonders why he was pushing those kids so hard on the farm, and it turns out it's something similar. I heard about a similar case in weapon training, so I felt relieved. Grid said, basically, the more adverse conditions one face while using weapons, the faster weapon skill improve. It looks like the legendary blacksmith will make a proper junk. Location: Burning Islands. Overgeared members is clearing the island. Jishuka questioned Lal, the kids are progressing well, right? Lal replied, they received strategies from Lord Grid. It's a pity that there's a one-person entry limit, but that's the way it is. So, Jishuka, we are counting on you. The strategy for the Burning Islands is to acquire elixirs and skill book by obtaining a large number of points on as many islands as possible. Jishuka said, trust me, everyone will come out with a bundle. I will go in first, so follow me. Lal thought it's frustrating not being able to monitor the progress, even though I trust them to do well. In a situation like this, it's better to cast a wider net. Lal questioned Euphemina, are you really not considering challenging the Burning Islands? Euphemina replied, yes, I think it's best to focus on the ongoing quest right now. Lal said, it seems to offer a significant benefit. It must be a very important quest. Then I will be on my way. See you soon. Styx said, overcoming the challenges that many have failed, already breaking through to the 10th island. Amazing even with just talent, it's legendary. Vince said, this is not funny. If dozens of challengers all enter the 20-stage islands, how can I handle them alone? Styx said, but every one of these talented individuals can write a new history and be part of his subordinates. It's truly remarkable. The more I learn, the more I realize that Lord Grid's capacity is beyond the measure of a sage. It's huge and robust. Never thought waiting could be this delightful. I look forward to what you will bring the next time you return. Back to Grid. He wonders, in harsh conditions, using weapons to overcome challenges tends to increase proficiency. It's worth the challenge. In order to level up my bow mastery quickly, the item I should create is a difficult-to-handle bow. I am glad that among the recipes I received, there were many bow recipes brought by Jishuka. Jishuka uses many fire-type bows, but I don't have any fire skills, so let's exclude those. I will also pass on longbows. They shoot slowly and have too high accuracy. For challenging conditions, accuracy should be low. Besides, there are two other conditions for quickly leveling up mastery: a bow that shoots fast and gives extra mastery experience. It's ideally a trash rapid bow. It's fun, Who thought I'd use skills to deliberately make a trash item? People troll for this kind of thrill. A blacksmith questioned what kind of bows these are. System alerted abominable rapid bow. The shooting speed is quite fast, but the accuracy is very low. This is garbage due to a flaw in the creator's perspective. It's recommended not to use it. You don't know where the arrow will go. Grid yell if I don't know where it's going. Is this some kind of joke? This is too much. When will I get the damned mastery experience? Grid thought even if the goal was making something trash, this is something that can kill a teammate. It should at least be usable but difficult to handle. With the skill of a legendary blacksmith who understands divine weapons at level 7, it gets a bonus of at least 20% stats. But with this result, straying too much from the original design reduces completion, and the margin of error becomes too large. It's a waste to use the creation skill on a troll item. It's unexpectedly difficult to make something thoroughly messed up. A bow that's somewhat messed up but has a fast firing rate and provides additional experience. It should be an usable piece of crap. Damn, I guess I have to keep making it until it works. Lord, pick up the bow. Grid threw away. Kasim said, do you like the bow that your legendary blacksmith father made? It looks a bit weird, but if your father made it, it's guaranteed to work. Your strength is more than enough, and I was planning to teach you archery soon anyway. Since everyone seems to be focused on your father, try shooting one lightly. Hook the bowstring, pull towards the wall and release, that's it. Kasim's surprised and wonders. He shot at the wall but it came back and hit me? Even me, the strongest assassin, could not react at all. Because it hit Kasim, who's over level 360, it progressed faster. System alerted, you've acquired the beginner bow mastery skill. Kasim thought, could it be the reincarnation of the legendary archer? Phobia? Chance also hinders growth, and misunderstanding further fuels imagination. In many ways, it was a legendary day. Soon, Grid wonders the key to make a rapid fire bow is how elastic the string is. That's probably the reason why they prefer using Drake's tendon as a material. Drakes are the strongest monsters that can be tamed. Their combat ability and INT makes them hard to hunt. But in the first place, the population of drakes is so low that it's nearly impossible to find one. That's why most decide to tame them instead of hunting them. Each tendon is worth 10,000 gold. Even with my wealth, it's uncomfortable to invest on a large scale. I have no choice but to be satisfied with this for now. Spiral rapid fire bow epic. A bow that has arrows that spin as it travels. Difficult for the user to predict the trajectory and the accuracy is very low. Grid thought it's a bit disappointing, but all the conditions are met. This will be enough to beat the bow for bow mastery. Now I will create a spear dedicated to spear shot, then go to the Bihan archipelago to level up my mastery. There, I will level up my new skill and create a new item that will mend my weakness. 40 days until the national competition, I will pedal at full force. Back to reality. Satisfy news. Although Hurrent cannot attend, the United States with Zabal, Lowell, Ashka etc. probably has the best chance of winning, but Lowell is a staff of the Overgeared. Could not there be an outcome where he decides to help Korea with Grid? Another man said, I doubt it. This is national competition. I expect competition from both sides. The next in the line would be Canada and France, but Korea with Grid, Euro and Russia with Kraugel could also be a threat, right? The man replied, nope. As much as the rules being modified, a one-man carry nation will struggle. The only variable would be that we still don't know Euro's skill level. Especially Korea. They have risen to third place with Grid's help, but they are still the weakest. This year, the value of the gold medal is different and 21 new events have been added. The newly joined Peak Sword level is also widespread in other countries. Peak Sword thought, they've got to be kidding me? Widespread? And they even look down on Grid. Stop joking around. I can't guarantee a win, but as long as I'm here things won't go your way. This is my place, not anyone else's. I will be the one to build the stronghold of the suzerain. This guy named Go Jim Young, he wonders why has everything to do with Grid. He seems to be living just fine after destroying someone else's life. All my fame got completely demolished the day he was showing off. I've been labeled as a rascal and are on the verge of being kicked out of the baseball profession. And Raina broke up with me. If a guy who hit and ran came out to the street without fear, it means that he was prepared, right? Then he make a call and said, Chulgyu, I need you to sort someone out. Soon. Chulgyu wonders, damn, the guy that Jim Young has told me to target lives here? This was not a town with good security. He must be awfully famous. The entire complex was off limits to outsiders, and they even signed a contract with the security company. Man, I almost could not come in. I checked the number plate. Luckily he's home. A sedan worth 800 million won just from pretending to be a hero inside a game. I really can't understand this field. It would be easy for me to beat up an ordinary person, but it took me over 2 hours just to get in. I should be paid at least 10 million won more for this. Anyways, if I catch you outside, as soon as you open the door, I will dice up at least a pair of your arms and legs. 30 hours later, Chulgyu thought, where is he? Why does not he come outside? What the hell? How can a human not leave their house for 30 hours? On a weekday? Could he be sick? If I think about it, his family already left and the house lights have been off the whole time. As an orphan who has lived a long time alone, I understand the loneliness of being ill. What am I thinking? I nearly emphasized the target again. Or could he have been burgled? Did a burglar get in while I was not looking? And he's held as hostage right now. That can't happen. Even if he gets beaten, it needs to be me or else I can't get paid. At this point, I need to rescue him first, then beat him up. Shit, I forgot that they had security. I made a huge mistake because of overthinking. That was dangerous. I have to escape first. Then he met a man. The man said I moved and came to say hello. But who is this suspicious guy? 30 hours waited. Can't do beast mode. Rat not allowed here. Chulgu said, what are you stuttering about? I don't know who you are, but I am not in the mood, so get lost. So stop winding me up and get lost. Toon blocked his punch and knocked him down with a few hit. Toon then said, I am Grid bodyguard. Back too early. You're a question, Toon. Did not you say that you could not purchase land in Korea because you did not have enough money? As you may know, Young Woo's safety is important to everyone right now. Even you have had a lot of help from Young Woo, right? Like other people, if you are considering immigrating to Korea, I will offer you a place to stay in return. Please take care of Young Woo's safety. Grid said the security lights were going crazy, so I came out. Was it Toon? Did you kill him? Toon replied, no, he's just broken a bit. Afterward, Stick said, you are finally here. I've been waiting. You are later than I expected. Grid replied, I could have come early, but something's happened. The thing my friend has trashed was something huge, so I was carried around. Satisfy national representative. Grid catches a drug dealer who broke into his complex. Turns out to be a member of an organization instigated by a professional baseball player, Jim Young. Police decides to award Model Citizen Award. Stick said, I see. First let me tell you some news. Other colleagues. Grid interrupted and said, no need for their news. They will do just fine. I was going to come here straight away as the equipment creation was finished. I wasted so much time. Soon there will be a large event, so I have to train hard here. Grid thought, last competition. I participated without much thought, but thanks to that I was able to make a fortune. As a token of gratitude, I want to properly participate as a national representative this time. Let's start right away. System alerted, you have entered the 41st island. First time clear reward. You can upgrade a level of 1 skill. Grid said, skill level is the reward? It's for sure a great reward, but don't they give challenger points? System alerted, win a battle against yourself. Grid laughed and said, this archipelago, it's very amusing. I have to fight myself this time? The situation is much better than when I overcame past trails, because this time, I have enough preparation and information. Grid thought it's still awkward as a sequel to past trials. This time I have to overcome the present me. I wonder what lies ahead that makes the challenger forced to progress further. Grid said, even God hands. Even though I am fighting myself, when I actually face him I get goosebumps. It means that it has replicated all my skills and items. Well, anyways, if he's the same as me right now, I may be able to overcome it in some way. Grid thought it's a linked kill skill. I can definitely handle it. Then Grid noticed something wrong and wonders he has more skills. The opponent Grid cast linked kill wave. Grid thought, although there are negatives of Pagma sword dance, which are the high mana usage and long cooldowns, I know for sure that the skill combination has enough impact to overcome the negatives. However, the core to combination, which is link, had a limit of 2 links, but 3 combinations? How dare a clone use a combination that even the original has not used? Wake up, you will get hit. Priorities observing the skill. Linked kill level 2 is a skill that uses a weaker version of kill continuously from 3 to 8 times. Even more if he adds a skill wave, where he creates swords that homes towards enemies. Kill would be chasing and tracking me down in all directions and move all over the place. Grid wonders, it's dangerous. I should dodge using my Brahms boots. Fly. That's a sword that scarcely catches up to me. It almost reminds me of Piero's skill. How is this a clone of me? 8 stems of kill. If I counter them with repeat, he can also do the same thing. As the cooldown is 2 minutes, the side to use it first will be at a disadvantage. If I can't shake them off, I will use God Hand. But then the clone Grid casts the God Hand, deal with God Hand. Grid told Randy to help. System alerted, doppelganger Randy's health has reached 0, transporting to pet inventory. You are unable to spawn him for 24 hours. Grid said, changing location with my cloned opponent. It's better for a little guy to rest than losing EXP and items. Grid thought it's impossible to dodge kill from a close distance. The only way is to counter using revolve. If he uses it first, I will also use it to count instantly. But then the clone Grid never dodge. Grid shocked and thought he knew that the first person who used revolve would be at a disadvantage and took it with his body. This guy he calculates without hesitation. Following that, the method of slaughter, he used his footwork when he was stabbed by the sword. Although he is smart, kill is a skill that attacks straight and can be dodged using. I will dodge his first strike and look for a gap. Then Grid noticed clone Grid realized it and took a step back. Grid wonders, I get that it's my clone, but he uses footwork as he is getting diced. Plus he's stupidly sturdy. So was the next sword style Pinnacle? Clone Grid then launched Pinnacle Kill. Grid's passive immortality activated. Grid wonders that damage was dangerous for now. I would have to buy some time with wave. The extreme version of cut, pinnacle has been merged with kill to make a targeting skill. More than that, it was possible to make a skill combination without linked. It said he will be the same as me, but he's much stronger than me. Unlike me who tried to dodge linked kill wave, this guy's tactic is to stop me from activating the skill in the first place. He shows a definite gap in skill, and knows all my weak spots. He only uses Grid's great sword to use skills and uses Ayarug for basic attack. This goddamn guy, he even has a great understanding of items. Grid activated black transformation followed by quick movements and linked kill combo hit on clone Grid. Grid wonders the 41st island cleared. Duran's ring and holy light armor effect activated. Grid wonders I still have a few more strikes on linked kill, you can't block it with some pathetic defense. It's time to put him to his limits. Then clone Grid cast revolve to return the attack. Grid said you probably know that it's a disadvantage to use it first. Grid returned back with revolve, but then he noticed clone Randy cast revolve and return the attack. Grid thought even Randy has been cloned, I lost. At a point where my immortal has been used first. The chance of winning has went out the window, however still if this guy can do it, it's a state that I can reach. Thank you for appearing before the start of the national competition. I will keep trying until the competition and devour every last piece of you. Grid pondered, but there's still enough time to try. I will use pinnacle kill, but then he wonders before I could finish the combination pinnacle was casted. Is it a failure? Even my clone did it. Why can't I shit? Although it would not have done much damage to a guy that just healed up. I will cling on until the end. Even if I lose EXP and items, this is a matter of my ego. You might as well fight back. I will use Duran's ring, so let's fight a little longer. Clone Randy blocked Grid's attack. System alerted immortality ended. Grid wonders this guy, could he have intentionally stalled to aim for a secure one hit so I can't utilize Duran's ring? Grid said you don't go anywhere else and wait, I will be back to demolish you. Meanwhile, Kraugle stood at a crossroads choosing between Behen Archipelago and Piero. Succeeding even once would ensure a dominant performance in the competition. Kraugle thought the possibility of victory in advancing to the legendary Blacksmith class is less than 30%, but the probability of clearing the Behen Archipelago is even lower. It's due to the absurd difficulty of the 31st island, which replicates past trails. On that island, without even reaching level 180, I had to fight the archdemon Purapu. Although it was just a medium-ranked demon, embodied in Swordmaster Muller, it chased me to the ends of the earth and killed me 3 times. If it was not for the help I received, I would have died many more times. I have to admit it, the Behen Archipelago are beyond my abilities, so it's more rational to focus on perfecting my swordsmanship. Until competition begins, I need to sharpen my skills on the eastern continent. Train more until the competition, even if I am ranked first. Nothing changes. This also applies to the man I acknowledge. System alerted mission failed, you will exit from the 41 island, moving to the last save point. You lost 30.6% of your experience. Stick questioned, are you okay? Grid replied, yes, I am fine. Don't worry. Grid wonders, but even though my items are safe, the experience loss is immense. If I fail like this again, my level will drop. The key is whether I can use the linked kill and pinnacle kill within 24 hours, when Randy's immortality is available again, but I can't grasp it. Stick said you seem to be struggling with the next challenge. Why not try meditation? Grid questioned, meditation? The thing Rigas often does, sitting with closed eye all day? Sticks replied, yes. It not only soothes the weary mind and body from battle, but more importantly, it clearly illuminates many things through inner dialogue. The transcendence of returning to a pure heart from agony. The method to reach that place is meditation. Meanwhile, Piero telling Lord broadly it's a means to understand the truth of the world, but on a smaller scale, it helps with physical and mana recovery and reduces skill cooldown. However, it's a difficult training method for ordinary people, so just understand the concept. Then Piero surprised and wonders, beyond being completely absorbed, even the leaves are reacting. It's the state of emptiness, proof that Lord mental state affects even nature. He's realizing the principles of nature enlightenment, which I acquired only after becoming legendary. Though it's not yet perfect, the enlightenment is so profound that discussing its level is meaningless. A talent that might even surpass the ultimate legend, Muller. How wonderful. If you continue to grow like this, you will undoubtedly bring me new enlightenment. You truly brought a genius into this world, my lord. Back to Grid, he wonders why I can't connect linked kill with wave. If it's my clone, why can he use it in pinnacle kill? System alerted skill meditation acquired. Meditation HP and mana recovery speed plus 50%, stamina recovery speed plus 30%. Grid thought the meditation that Stick taught me is a great skill, but I still can't clear my mind. I still have questions. Why is it only him who can merge those skills? Using the exact same technique? After 5 hours of meditation I could clearly see his movement, but despite spending so much time, I can't find the method. What more? Grid start pondered time? I thought I had to connect skills as quickly as possible for linked kill wave to activate, but his rhythm was slightly different when using the skill. I did not notice because it was just a moment. It was not fast, it was broken. Grid said amazing meditation, immersing in thoughts and letting the body take care of resting. I will keep trying until I succeed. Stick wonders the one who eventually found the records of Pagma which were stored in the inaccessible golden domain. Despite continuous failure, there's no hesitation in him. With the power of time, just like a furnace being heated, his perseverance worthy of being Pagma's successor, will certainly be a resource for the future more than now. Moreover, step by step the progress of your comrades is increasingly resembling you. 3 days later, system alerted you have entered the 41 island. Grid thought I don't get it, I don't understand at all. I practiced non-stop for 3 days, but I can't get the timing for merging. I tried all time intervals between skills from 0.1 seconds to 3 seconds but it does not work, it's absurd. He came out immediately. With my current state even if I try again, it seems impossible. Perhaps apart from the time gap of the skill, there might be another variable that could be the key to the linked kill wave. Either way, I must find the answer with my body. Starting with linked skill until I reach linked kill wave. Grid then spotted, clone Grid cast transcended link instead of linked kill wave. Grid said charging through this dust, the timing's annoying, on top of that, why are his normal attacks pushing me, I am fighting back too. Swapping a great sword in an instant, so incredibly fast, was there a realm where even item swapping could be mastered? Anyway, in close combat, the advantage is mine, I won't give you time to use skills. Press without giving a chance, so that skills can't be used. Suddenly, magic missile hit on Grid. Grid wonders he is using a 1-second casting magic missile to break through, but just with this much it's not a fatal blow. Clone Grid then preparing to cast Link. Grid thought the technique is already over, the difference in swapping speed even affects the sword dance speed. Even if I am hit once or twice, I need to counteract with linked. Is it linked kill? Luckily there's a way to deal with a combo skill, the Shield of Divinity. But then Grid realized it is linked kill wave. Grid thought subtly, for a very brief moment, the rhythm of the skill was different several times. You dragged half a step? Come to think of it, I've heard of it. A technique that those with excellent control always use. The method to increase the density of skill combination. Even though it's a short moment, all skill actions are composed of a cycle of preparation activation conclusion. In the middle of concluding, you insert a quick activated, short delayed normal attack to shorten the cycle. Bringing forward the preparation of the next skill, namely motion cancel. That was it, the way to combine linked kill wave without individually activating it. To think that I am only realizing it now, so incompetent. Grid said it's not a time to be happy, this crisis. Randy cast revolve. Grid wonders I've trampled on Link in the few seconds Randy returns, I must do it. During the conclusion of Link and kill with a normal action, accurately calculate the time. After half an exposure wave, clone Grid again revolve. Randy wonders the power of revolve has doubled in strength. At this rate, I can't help Grid again. I must open the way for Grid. Kill. Randy said, my friend, you finally did it. Grid dash over and cast linked kill wave. Meanwhile, Guild Blood Carnivals. It's a guild made up of only greedy, vicious unofficial rankers who inflict egregious damage on a number of players, including contracted killings, attacks on engineering schools, and theft of trade goods. Dark, the guild master of Blood Carnival, said, everyone listen up. We have received a mission for a very large sum of money. It is a mission from the top 10 companies in the world, Lion, and their goal is to have their logo receive more exposure. Make sure you make Kraugle the undefeated myth receive his first loss. A member questioned, I mean, being able to make Kraugle lose will be a really good advertising tactic. Guildmaster said, it does not matter which category we do it, but if we do it in PvP we will be paid triple the amount. Another member questioned, it is a great opportunity, but is there anyone among us that is participating in the national competition? Karma said, how dare you even think about that when we can't even come close to him? Do you think if nobody's like you guys went to challenge Kraugle you guys will even be able to tickle him? The only person who has the qualification to accept this request should be me, since I am the one who defeated the number 2 rankers of all. Members thought, an unofficial ranker with his park specialized job. He has been notorious since the beginning of the Satisfy days. The only person who can do this job other than the twins and Anyus is Imtarma. The guys who are too busy with ranking can't even imagine beating this guy in a one-on-one battle. Karma said, Master, make sure you also get the money for all the guys that I might meet before Kraugle in the PvP section. Guildmaster said, the twins who are here will be disappointed by this news. If it's you I can let you do this job, but be careful, the people who are going on stage are not all stupid rankers. Back to Grid, system alerted you will receive 10 stamina for being able to combine a new combination of skills. Linked kill wave summons 8 consecutive kill attacks that inflict 1500% attack power, chasing all objects within a 2-meter radius. The target's hit will have all speeds reduced by 50%. Grid thought, a guide skill that can infect up to 12,000% at a time in a wide range. It's way stronger than the double combination skills and way more useful as well. This is a skill worthy of the legendary title. Clone Randy saved clone Grid. Grid spotted clone is right above him and cast Pinnacle. Grid said, Pinnacle might be weaker than kill, but how do you not change your facial expression at all, you robot? Use kill Pinnacle so I can continue to copy you. As the battle go on, Grid thought it might be the same amount of hands, so there might be no point, but if it means it can occupy your hands, it does not matter to me. Grid then realized it's different, everything from the attacks to the density of it. It's not the same god hands. It made all my hands freeze for a second. It's only intermediate sword mastery, so it's not dangerous towards me, but being able to order that precisely while in a battle, our focuses are way different. Damn, I've been hit too much. First let's heal my HP. Clone Grid continues to attack. Grid thought there is not time to rest. He keeps rushing me with attacks. He's strong. We just look the same, but his judgment, control and focus, it's all better than me. I am going to be so full, after I steal everything from him. First let's deal with those annoying things. If it's just a monumental strength difference, there should be no problem. Seeing Clone Grid movement, Grid wonders a pinnacle pattern. He probably decided he can't get ahead using linked kill wave since the rhythm is also different. It's a pinnacle kill. I have to copy him as closely as I can so I can master his perfectly and make it mine. Grid thought I barely stole that skill, but he was able to cast off a skill when he was basically halfway dead. I will fall behind at this rate. The only thing that can slow this bastard down is when Clone Grid cast another attack. Grid survived as he called out Noe. Noe said it was the entrance of the best demon creature of hell. How dare you touch my stomach, you uncivilized bastard. Noe cast soul ingestion and said, owner, it's now, kill that cheeky worthless bastard. Grid thought I have to use my slave card. I am worried about the slave that he will put out, but this is my last chance before I fall off a cliff. I have to push as much as I can. Grid wonders I don't know why he did not use his slave and attacked right away, but since his immortal body he will be invincible for 5 seconds. After that I will finish him off, just like how he did me back then. Anyways, I was able to copy linked wave kill and pinnacle kill plus also activate his immortal body. It will be my victory in 5 seconds. Grid then spotted Clone Grid activated meditation and advance health potion. Grid thought no way he used meditation. That is only possible when you focus as much as you can. Let's stay calm. His combined skills are still on cooldowns. This guy already lost his immortality. It's a win just using simple sword skills. Transcend. Clone Grid cast linked kill. Grid wonders meditation skill speed. I am falling behind on everything. Even if I use Duran's ring I will lose just like last time. I will kill you in 5 seconds. Then Grid noticed Clone Grid cast fly. Grid thought skill control, damage calculations, item control, plus his judgment and focus. There is nothing he is not better than me at. Make the dungeons beatable, you stupid developers. Grid said go easy if I die again. System alerted mission failed. You have lost 30.6% experience points. You have fallen to level 305. You have lost 10 stats. Grid said I lost even with my slave's help. Noe said master, you were originally useless and weak. Grid wonders he sure does see a crappy cheer up. Grid said a loss is a loss. More importantly, did not you say you faced the gourmet dragon at the trial island? Why did the other guy not use my slave's copy then? Styx said it's because your Noe is completed, that's why. The great demons here are from Muller who has sealed them. And the dragons are just clones since they are not very active, including gourmet dragons. All the dragons and great demons here are not complete creatures and are just mimics. Grid thought even if I did use it earlier, if I am not able to be efficient as that bastard I will just end up losing again. This feels uncomfortable. If I had good control like the Overgeared guys the story would be different. Even if I make a really good item, that bastard will just use it like me and it will end up being better for him. In the current state the only real item that has good value is Grid's great sword. This is that secret remedy I received the alchemist before I came here. It's not even useful. I guess I just ended up putting trash in my inventory. Early, Silver Run said wishing for your safe return. I give you my secret remedy that I poured all my knowledge into. Grid questioned what's the effect. Silverun said it's a secret remedy that has a random effect. It's a secret remedy that you can't find the result of alchemy itself. Is not it really cool? It's the same as life. Grid thought his brain must be fried, both alchemy and that person itself. In a gambling situation there can only be good luck and bad luck. Stick questioned have you already finished analyzing? Grid said I lost because I did not have luck. Grid thought does not matter if I live or die, an item that can change my situation I will find the way to create this item. System alerted amount of items that can be created 1321. Grid wonders the key point is random effect and to maximize that point it needs accuracy. Plus it's in the perfect form to give an unpleasantness as well. A Russian roulette, the unlucky bastard will die soon. Grid said you have waited long enough. You must be getting tired of winning over and over. I thought you will get bored, so I brought a friend. Say hello and let's have our final moments. This is Motley Flail. Motley Flail unique. A special effect will occur every time the target is hit. The effect is unpredictable. Thrashing speed will increase by 150%. There is no guarantee how the condition of the thrashed grain will change. It's made of solid black iron wood and has excellent durability and attack power. It's a level to be called a weapon. It's at a level to be called a weapon. However, the effects can't be guaranteed. Due to the influence of Silverun's secret remedy, used with caution, It's recommended that you don't use it. Grid said it's made of solid black iron wood and has excellent durability and attack power with Silverun's secret remedy. I used 2 rare items and only ended up with 2 unique skills. How unfortunate is that? Stick thought Pagma in the past has told me this before, that there are limitations on how many items I can make with creation. So it's the very last resort skill that I should rely on. Stick thought, but he used that important ability to create a farming tool? Also it's called the Motley Flail? Why does this hurt my heart? Grid thought my 9th creation item that has a random effect for every hit. The AI who boasts about its fighting proficiency decided that it would be better not to use this item. Grid said, are you surprised that original legendary Blacksmith's creation is just a unique item? Let's make a bet to see who is more unluckier. Grid said that hurts. This won't hurt for you, so let's go back and forth hitting each other. The damage might be iffy, but the clanking sound will get on your nerves. Grid thought he might be immune to debuffs, but if he gets buff it's gonna get real bad. But if I get something like that makes his HP 1 or makes his equipment weight 1 ton or get any other physical status, it can work out good. System alerted Motley Flail has activated. The targeted user will have their attack doubled for 10 seconds. Grid said, damn, why is an auto attack doing the same damage as a skill? I might be unlucky, but doubling his attack is too much. System alerted Motley Flail has activated. The targeted user will be silenced. The targeted user has resisted. Grid thought, so I failed this time. Every hit I connect is 1 lottery ticket. I have to swing more. Motley Flail has activated. The targeted user will have their max health tripled for 10 seconds. Grid thought, 1 more hit. Let's raise up my attack speed once more and get 1 more hit in. Motley Flail has activated. The targeted user will receive a magical shield. Grid madly yell, why do you keep getting lucky? System alerted immortality activated. Grid wonders, you dare laugh at me? You bastard. I knew this was all luck, so I was prepared to die a bit, but he's not even trying to dodge these hits. Does the AI know that I will get unlucky 100% of the time? It's over, I will get you again tomorrow, you bastard. Then Motley Flail has activated. You will trade your HP with the target user. Grid thought, the last hit jackpot. Seeing clone Grid try to take potion, Grid kick off him and caused him activated immortality. Grid said, 5 days on this island. It's been real long. I never thought that I would get this lucky on my first try, but it looks like the heavens are on my side. I won't give you time to meditate like last time. I might be late at other times, but it's obvious what you're going to do during these 5 seconds, so I will use it at the same time as well. Linked kill wave. Grid said, using blackening to send over you sword attack. You sure do have great accuracy. 4 seconds remaining, I won't let this chance get away. Randy Noe. This rat, you switched your swords in that short time and hit under the waves? There are 2 seconds left after that you are finished. Wait, he hid? It's more important to focus on disturbing his healing time than to worry about the damage I just received. I have to get a hold of him and not let go. Just 1 hit, that's all I need. If your immortal body is over, stop hiding like a rat and just get it. The original body sure does lack a lot, is what the clone was thinking. Using unnecessary sword waves to make a mess of the surroundings and giving me a chance to fire back and letting the nerves make his judgment clouded, and used revolve instead of dodging the skill. You were advantageous for a moment, but it's the end with this. You sure do lack a lot, original body, being so nearsighted of me being 1 horsepower that you lose all your calm. How unsightly. We are fighting with the same arsenal, but there's a big difference. Same arsenal? Wait, the original body has not used God hands yet. Why is that? Grid said, it's not like I am letting you live because I need any more training, but I sure am jealous of your control of those God hands. Well, for me, I don't use them since my control over them blows, but if you disregard it that much. Stick thought, when did he? For just 1 hit he used all those swords moves to plant the hands, and used himself as bait. If you think about this, it is really surprising the artifacts and even Master himself is inferior to the clone. But the one who won in the end was someone who is not better than the other person at any aspect. It's like to make the key to victory, all you need is saplings to light the fire to shape the metal. This sure is like the blacksmith to win this way. Grid said, I did not know someone with 1 horsepower could be so deadly. This was only possible due to you, who always calculated my loss rate. Thanks to that, now I know how far I can go. Thank you and rest well. System alerted, you will be rewarded 1 skill point level. The skill you choose to use, the skill level point, will have its experience raised by 100%. Grid thought skills like linked kill wave are so strong that they don't even have levels, so I should think hard about what skill to upgrade. It will take me 20 days to recover 61.2% of the experience points I lost here, but it was an amazing experience. System alerted, you were able to pass another limit, and get 1 step closer to becoming a legend. You will receive one of the locked abilities of Pagma's successor. You have received the passive skill Blacksmith's Eyes. If you stare at an item for 3 seconds, you can see some of the abilities and options. Limited to equipped items. The closer the distance to the target item, the better the analytical power. Grid said, this is super broken. I can see the enemy's item abilities. An item's hidden card weak point. I know all of it. This has so many uses. These islands are basically a rich mine. I'm getting the best out of it. Stick said, then shall we go to the next island, Master Grid? 35 days until the national competition. Grid was confident that he could finish the rest of the archipelago in a path where a man with great tenacity was finding the way through. Swords Graves. Braham said, how unfortunate. My body was right in front of me, but I can't believe I lost it to that disgusting bastard again. A soul that has lost its way and about to disappear. The great mage who was on the verge of revival screamed. Braham said, I can't disappear like this. Even if I have to offer my hand, I have no choice but to do this now. Wherever you go, wait for Braham's proposal. Grid. His relation with that man has not ended yet.